Shrouding the Heavens chapter 1182 to chapter 1225. Me too, me too. I want to go too. The little baldy flower blossom blinked his large eyes. He reached out a tender little arm, jumping and jumping. It was because he was only at the base of everyone's thighs, fearing that he would be overlooked. The group of people were all speechless. Who dared enter Origin Ancient Mine? Even the victorious fighting Buddha would most likely be risking his life this time. That was but a life-restricted region. Yitong hurriedly walked up and pulled him away. Senior brother, let go. I want to bravely enter Origin Ancient Mine and become an indomitable great hero. The little baldy said valiantly and in high spirits. We'll talk about it when you don't wet your bed anymore. Yitong said. The group of people laughed loudly, all of them ridiculing him. The little baldy immediately felt embarrassed. His age wasn't that young, but he would still wet his bed from time to time. This was an embarrassing matter he didn't want others to mention the most. Senior brother, I'm going to stake it all against you. The little baldy bared his fangs and brandished his claws. Brother Emperor, is this true? Jizi frowned. He was also in Heaven Village. If the most powerful evolutionary liquid was completed, he would be one of the first to use it, because with his aptitude, his fighting strength would soar to deal with future situations. The sacred prince nodded seriously. However, there was a bit of worry in his eyes. Origin Ancient Mine, what kind of place was that? No matter how many people went, how many people died? Since ancient times, how many people dared to invade this place? This was a restricted land respected by all under the heavens. My uncle's lifespan doesn't have much left. He said that he wanted to take advantage of this time to do some things. When everyone heard the monkey's overcast words, they all shivered inwardly, feeling a bad premonition. The victorious fighting Buddha shouldn't be going to fall, right? Medicine King, Divine Marrow, Undying Medicine, and other things could extend one's life after taking them once, but after a second or third time, there wouldn't be much of an effect. Everything couldn't be repeated. During the archaic years, the old sacred emperors might shook the world, the four seas worshipping him. Apart from the immortal peach divine medicine, he naturally obtained a few other immortal treasures, previously granting them to his younger brother. There were some things that could extend one's life that the victorious fighting Buddha had already used before. That was why even if he could find some other things in this world, it would still be difficult to extend his lifespan. My uncle came out from the source of God more than 2,000 years ago. The most terrifying thing is that my clan's cultivation method is unyielding and overbearing, exhausting one's life essence the most. It is a life and death trial, the sacred prince said sadly. Back in the day, his father only lived for one lifetime, and something went wrong with his cultivation. Their clan's mysterious art shook the 9 heavens, but it was too tyrannical. It killed the enemy in a straightforward manner, but it was also a great loss to the body. My uncle's age is not lower than those of the same cultivation level. It can be said to be a miracle for him to be able to reach such a level of cultivation. Everyone nodded. After all, this was the younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting. One had to know that the old Saint Emperor had already fallen, even though the battling Buddha was the younger brother of the ancient God Emperor, and there was a gap of several thousand years between them. Time was merciless, and he had lived for far too long. Cough, this humble Taoist is serious. I wish to follow the victorious fighting Buddha into the Origin Ancient Mine. To think that I, Duanda, have plundered all the great tombs of the past and the present, moving unhindered underground, sweeping away all obstacles, I really want to see if there are any other places that are worth my time. The group of people rolled their eyes, looking down on this unscrupulous Taoist. This was especially the case for the old assassins from Heaven Village. No matter how they looked at him, they just couldn't bear to look at him, truly wishing they could give him a stab. I will declare that the ancient tomb in the village was not plundered by me, but rather that little bastard little baldy. Duanda said with a guilty conscience. Nonsense, it has nothing to do with me. Hua cried out in injustice. At the same time, her large eyes fluttered about, staring at the treasure in the Taoist's hands. Dang. Their waves were like ripples as they spread through the northern region, unhurriedly spreading outwards. The victorious fighting Buddha arrived. A streak of Buddhist light turned into a golden arch bridge, piercing through the western region. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The ancient races were all greatly alarmed. This type of power made all of their bones go cold, all of them couldn't help but tremble. Even the archaic emperor race was no exception. Back then, the victorious fighting Buddha proved his unmatched might, not even the great emperor races daring to provoke him. Could it be that he has broken through again? A golden arch bridge traversed over, turning a territory of millions and millions of miles into a single meter. This is truly an extraordinary method. As expected of the holy ape that was praised as having divine skin and immortal bones in the archaic era. It seems like his cultivation level has become even deeper. We must definitely not cross over that threshold. Among the archaic emperor race, there were many people who were fearful of him. What they didn't want to see the most was that he could still live for a long period of time. That would be like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. A few great sage, as well as the old patriarch of the archaic emperor race, knew that this bloodline's tyrannical technique was a huge problem. He sat on Mount Meru to cultivate precisely because he wanted to find a Buddhist technique to resolve this difficulty. The golden arch bridge shone with immortal splendor. Many people came to pay their respects. The old holy ape made everyone feel extremely apprehensive, regardless of whether it was sincere or not. At the very least, they had to pay their respects on the surface. The sacred prince had come, and people like the Black Emperor and Duanda could only hide in the dark. Otherwise, they would be too hateful. Many ancient tribe members wanted nothing more than to eat the large black dog alive. As for Duanda, he wasn't any better. He had long established his business in the ancient tribe's cemetery. Now, it was unknown how many ancient kings were thinking about him. The golden arch bridge slowly faded away. The victorious fighting Buddha took a step forward and landed on the land of the northern region. He gazed at the desolate broken mountain in the distance and sighed. That was the old haunt of the battling sacred ape bloodline. It had been destroyed in the archaic era when his elder brother passed away in meditation, and it was in a terrible state. Now, no one dared to blaspheme it. Even though there were only 2 members of this bloodline now, they could still shake the world with their might. As long as the old monkey was still alive, this would be a peerless great race that could rival the various imperial tribes. Uncle. The sacred prince went up to greet him. The victorious fighting Buddha nodded. There were also a few golden arhats and guardian vajra following behind him. One of them was naturally gifted. He was tall and burly, and his golden hair draped over his shoulders. He looked like a giant golden ape. Some people silently cursed. Could this be the descendant left behind by the victorious fighting Buddha in the western desert? Of course, upon closer inspection, this could be completely ruled out. This was a pure human, but he was naturally gifted. He was a guardian vajra of the Buddhist sect, and his strength was extraordinary. Yi Fan's gaze froze. This was Kaida, the one who entered this world with him and Pangbo. Later on, he was taken away by the Buddhist sect's holy monk to Mount Meru. Kaida was Li Xiaoman's classmate. Many years had passed, and when they met again, things remained the same, but the people had changed. Yi Fan was disappointed and frustrated. Time had changed a lot. Li Xiaoman was beaten into the ancient abyss by him. If nothing unexpected happened, she would have already turned into dust. Many ancient races appeared, and they were incomparably reverent toward the victorious fighting Buddha. They didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Don't be fooled by the Buddha's radiance, and he seemed benevolent and peaceful. However, once this old sacred ape was angered, it would definitely overflow the heavens like a flood. Right now, many people were speculating how long the old monkey could live. Many people had a kind of worry in their hearts. This terrifying Dojan would definitely clear away all obstacles for his nephew before he passed away, so that no one would harm him. If that was the case, there would definitely be a great calamity. Blood would most likely rush into the ocean, and many giant races and experts might disappear from the great earth. Those who didn't get along with this race were all afraid during this period of time. They hoped that the old sacred ape would pass away, but they were also worried that he would use iron-blooded methods to slaughter his way through the world. You've come. The divine silkworm princess appeared. Her expression was gentle, and her purple hair covered half of her immortal face. She was clear and auspicious, completely different from her powerful attitude in the past. She handed over an ancient command token to the victorious fighting Buddha. The patterns on it were dim without the slightest bit of luster. It looked ordinary and simple. What? That's the command token left behind by the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor. A few archaic giants cried out in alarm. Even the great imperial clan's elders narrowed their eyes. This thing was extremely important, and it was normally impossible to see it. I've heard that the Heavenly Prince went to Origin Ancient Mine with the Undying Emperor's command token. I don't know if he entered or not. Now, the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor's command token has also appeared. Could it be? Everyone guessed, and their scalps went numb. They had a premonition that something big was about to happen. The divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor's command token was made of some unknown metal. It was dark purple in color, and after millions of years, apart from being dim, it wasn't damaged in the slightest. Even time couldn't erase it. My race also has it. The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head. 2 command tokens are better than 1. The divine Silkworm Princess didn't allow him to say anything else. She firmly stuffed the dark purple metal command token into his hand. This trip to Origin Ancient Mine was unpredictable. The divine Silkworm Princess didn't give him the ancient emperor's celestial robe because if he wanted to behave atrociously there, he would only be courting death. He could only rely on the ancient command token of his predecessor. If anything happens to me, help me take care of him. The victorious fighting Buddha secretly transmitted his voice. He glanced at the sacred prince, then at the Arhats and guardian Vedra. This was what he had entrusted to her. The divine Silkworm Princess's eyes became misty. She really wanted to stop him, but she knew the old sacred ape's temper. Once he made a serious decision, she couldn't persuade him at all. The younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting wants to enter Origin Ancient Mine. This news spread throughout the northern region and eastern wilderness like an explosion. It couldn't be hidden at all because many people were watching the victorious fighting Buddha. Moreover, the people who were watching him were all of high status. Among them, there was no lack of the great sage. Even on normal days, there would always be people watching Mount Meru. Once he left the mountain, they would immediately know. This also showed that many large races were extremely afraid of him. They were afraid that he would be massacred by the sacred battle ape before he passed away. The victorious fighting Buddha wanted to enter Origin Ancient Mine. What exactly did he want to do? This was like a hurricane that swept through the world, affecting the nerves of every expert. Could it be that he wants to go in to find a way to prolong his life? Or does he want to use this immortal divine mind to break through his current realm and take that most crucial step? The hearts of the old clan leaders of the various primordial sovereign families surged. They gathered together to study it for a long time, but no one could calm down. The eyes of everyone in the world were once again focused on the forbidden land of eastern wilderness in the forbidden land of life, causing a huge uproar. Becoming an immortal and building one's Tao is a million autumns, the stars fall and the moon wither, the heart is filled with sorrow. 10,000 ancient emperors fall, the celestial court has already collapsed, where can I go? Outside the absolute beginning forbidden land, Duanda walked with the victorious fighting Buddha while singing. Even the old sacred ape revealed a strange expression. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, the sacred prince, the divine silkworm princess, and the others all had strange expressions. This Taoist priest Duan actually wanted to go in. His courage was unbelievable. Duanda, have a safe journey. If you die a heroic death, I will burn a few pieces of paper for you every year, the Black Emperor said. The little baldy Huahua even shouted, Marshal Uncle Duan, Uncle Black Emperor said that you haven't left behind the treasures you've plundered your entire life. Damn it, you evil little brat, why are you so direct? This emperor is still thinking about how to express it tactfully. The Black Emperor gave him a slap. In reality, Duanda's behavior confused everyone. They felt that he was purely tired of living. He dared to enter the Origin Ancient Mine? What kind of joke was this? Even the victorious fighting Buddha might die if he entered. He walked while singing, his expression calm. He was really about to approach the forbidden area, and it was clear that he was not joking. He was about to enter. Duanda, are you tired of living? Yi Fan shouted. Wicked Taoist, you're not serious, are you? Are you really going to enter? The large black dog asked with wide eyes. Senior Uncle Duan, don't do that. If you die, I'll be very sad, the little Baldy shouted. The victorious fighting Buddha stopped and looked at Duanda. Golden fur flickered all over his body, his appearance solemn and benevolent. He didn't say anything. Ancient Buddha, don't look at me like that. I'm not from the same orthodoxy as you, and I don't have any interactions with the people of Mount Meru. I won't become a monk. Duanda laughed dryly. The victorious fighting Buddha still didn't say anything. He actually walked around Duanda, looking at him carefully, and seemed to be deep in thought. I'm just a commoner with no background. Duanda recited the boundless celestial being. The others all felt strange, and didn't say anything. They stared at him unblinkingly. Duanda's background was mysterious, and no one knew his master. Now, he seemed even more extraordinary. However, even when they opened their heaven's eyes and looked carefully, they couldn't see anything. The victorious fighting Buddha said, if you become an immortal for 1,000,000 years, why would you still recite the boundless celestial being? You just have to respect yourself, and you probably won't be outdone. Duanda coughed dryly, and said with a gloomy expression, if I was that kind of existence, why would I still be so reserved? I can go up to the sun and moon, down to the underworld, and move anywhere in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even if there are gods in the origin ancient mine, they most likely can't harm me. Everyone thought about it carefully. This was indeed the case. Even though Duanda's background was mysterious and his cultivation strange, he definitely couldn't be a supreme being. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. To tell you the truth, I really came here because I had no other choice. I most likely won't die. It's really like what you said, and it really seems like I'm seeking my own death, Duanda said with a sigh. If you really want to enter, you need to have the ancient emperor token. Otherwise, you can only die. Do you have such a thing? Princess Divine Silkworm asked. Just now, he was still joking, thinking that he wasn't serious. But now, he was so serious. If he really stepped in, he might be consigned to eternal damnation, so he had to warn him. I have an ancient medallion. Duanda nodded and took out a dilapidated and slightly rusted bronze medallion. It was simple and ordinary. Duanda seemed to have quite a few ancient badges on him. In the past, he had used a few badges to scare others, and now, he had another one. No one could see through him. The ancient sovereign token is not an ordinary item. How did you manage to dig it out? Princess Divine Silkworm naturally did not believe that his bronze token was effective. Don't worry, I don't want to die yet. This should be the real deal. I dug it out myself. Princess Divine Silkworm didn't believe him and said, nonsense. The ancient tokens of the primordial emperors are in the hands of the various royal families. They have never been buried underground, nor have they been lost. How could you have them? This one of mine is real without a doubt. I can definitely enter. It was forged by an ancient emperor himself. It was probably formed more than 1,000,000 years ago, Duanda said with certainty. Since he had already said so, such a slippery person would definitely not be stupid enough to seek death. Naturally, no one had anything to say and could not dissuade him. Brother Duan, you are about to enter the origin ancient mine. Don't you have anything to say? Don't you want to talk about your background and past? Yi Fan asked. They had known each other for so many years. Even though this Taoist was very unscrupulous, he had helped him a lot after all. Now that he was going to the origin ancient mine, his life and death were uncertain, he wanted to ask. Regarding this poor Taoist, I'm just a member of the multitude of living beings. There's nothing special about me. Actually, for so many years, I've been walking in the ancient underground mausoleum, trying to solve 3 questions. Duanda said seriously. Everyone's expressions froze. It was rare for him to be so serious. What were the 3 questions? They all wanted to know and could not help but listen carefully. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where do I need to go? Duanda's face was serious, not looking like he was joking at all. However, everyone still felt like they were tricked by him, that he was clearly speaking half-heartedly. Martial Uncle Duan is a philosopher. The little Baldy said while blinking his large eyes. Longma had a look of disdain on his face. Pa, This one is spitting immortal energy all over your face. It is one thing if there are people on the other side of the starry sky who say these things, but you are always digging up graves. How could the likes of you understand the domain of this humble Taoist? This is the great archaeology, researching the origins and trajectories of all living beings. Duanda boasted shamelessly, returning to his original appearance. Everyone looked at him with disdain, no longer saying anything else. Yifan stared blankly, looking at his rear figure, looking pensive. However, he still couldn't see through him. The group of people arrived at the edge of the absolute beginning restricted region, not daring to set foot inside. The existence and origin ancient mine revived in this age where the path of immortality was about to open. Normally, it slept, not willing to exhaust even a trace of its spirit. In the past, even if they entered the restricted region, it wasn't much. However, things were greatly different now. Once they entered, they would startle the supreme existence in the depths of the restricted region. At that time, it would be difficult to say whether it would be a blessing or a disaster. Yifan and the others withdrew, crossing the void and entering the divine silkworm ridge, waiting there for news. This was a vast mountain region, as if there was no end to it. There were mulberry trees everywhere, and there were strange silkworms crawling all over them. However, the descendants of ancient emperors, divine silkworms, were extremely rare. These mulberry trees are produced from divine origin, not true plants. This was the first time Yifan, Li Heishui, Yan Yishi, Dong Fengyi, and the others came to the ancient emperor clan's land, so they were naturally extremely shocked. Everything they saw was extremely novel. Even the sacred prince and GZ, as the children of the ancient sacred emperor and great emperor, had never come to this kind of place before. This was the first time they entered a divine land. As for the large black dog, he was a bit lacking in confidence. After arriving here, he looked left and right, appearing extremely unnatural. There was nothing he could do, he had too many enemies, even provoking the divine silkworm race before. In the depths of the mountain region, there were 9 divine silkworm ridges. They were majestic, mysterious, and unfathomable. There was a large expanse of mist curling about, all of which was celestial energy. There was the aura left behind by the archaic emperors. The reason why Yifan and the others were able to come here was all because of their relationship with the victorious fighting Buddha and the sacred prince, so they naturally couldn't truly enter the central forbidden region. However, they were fortunate enough to ascend the first divine silkworm ridge, entering a majestic land. Here, plants were lush, and ponds decorated the land. It was extremely deep and serene. On a blue stone, there was a sloppy Taoist currently sleeping, and beside him was a row of wine jars. It was actually the child of this race's ancient emperor, Taoist divine silkworm. His face was a bit pale, and there was a gloomy air between his brows. He had sunk into a deep slumber, and he didn't move at all. The people of the divine silkworm race sighed, but didn't say anything. This ancient prince was different from Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others. He lacked a type of vitality, and there was an additional wave of lethargy about him. He seemed like he didn't fit in with this world, and it had been like this for so many years. No one could change this. Yifan and the others didn't disturb him. They entered this mountain ridge, passed through the divine mulberry forest, walked past Origin Mountain, and came to the side of a jade-green spring. This spring was less than 3 meters long, but there were strands of immortal chi rising up. Under the control of Princess Divine Silkworm, it became jade-green and sparkling. It became translucent and bright, turning into a mirror. Swoosh, green light streaked past, and it illuminated the scene of the absolute beginning forbidden region. The figures of the victorious fighting Buddha and Duanda were clearly visible. This was a spiritual spring left behind by the ancient emperor of the divine silkworm ridge. Every direct descendant could refine their body here, and it even had a special ability to observe the 3 realms and 6 daos, similar to the heavenly magic eye of the demon imperial palace. Unfortunately, it was difficult to activate if one wasn't an ancient emperor. Later generations could only inject the aura of the people and scenes they wanted to see into it, and only then could they capture their tracks. With the relationship between Princess Divine Silkworm and the victorious fighting Buddha, they could naturally obtain a strand of his condensed aura. Now that they had come to the side of the spiritual spring, they could see everything. "Let's go in," Yifan said. The victorious fighting Buddha and Duanda held the ancient emperor medallion and walked into the absolute beginning forbidden region. Everyone immediately became nervous, holding their breaths as they watched. Not good, how could I forget about the heaven-devouring demon cap? This is something this emperor has been thinking about my entire life. Even if I had to snatch it just now, I should have seized it. Letting him bring it in is purely throwing meat buns at a dog. The Black Emperor was overwhelmed with regret. The absolute beginning forbidden region was terrifying beyond compare. Every step could lead to killing intent, because this place buried a great secret of the past. The great sage and archaic giants didn't dare approach. There's a situation, there's an abnormality in the absolute beginning ancient mine. GZ said in a low voice. Within the jade-green spiritual spring, the absolute beginning ancient mine was reflected with an expanse of immortal mist, rising in spirals. It was hazy and strange, making people tremble even from so far away. What is Duanda saying? Why can't I hear anything? Everyone was anxious, staring at the spiritual spring. At this time, within the absolute beginning forbidden region, Duanda held the ancient emperor medallion, his lips moving. No one knew what he was saying. There's another ancient medallion that I've never seen before. A cold and emotionless voice sounded from the primal chaos immortal domain beyond the 33 heavens, shaking heaven and earth, rumbling with noise, making the faces of everyone by the spiritual spring turn pale. It was unknown what Duanda said. Absolute beginning ancient mine became quiet. After a long time had passed, the rusted copper tile in his hands flew into absolute beginning ancient mine. It really is an ancient emperor medallion. In the end, only this cold voice sounded from the ancient mine. Chi, in the ancient mine, 3 streaks of light rushed out one after another, dazzling and dazzling. These were true immortal splendor. They arrived in an instant, blasting Duanda's body. Pooh! His body exploded, breaking apart into pieces. A bloody mist scattered, turning into strands of energy, merging into heaven and earth, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What? Duanda died. No, why is it like this? By the spiritual spring, a group of people cried out in alarm, all of their faces ashen. Duanda actually died just like that, body and spirit erased, not even a bit of bone residue left behind. No one could accept this reality. Who was Duanda? He was cunning and slippery, so why would he choose this type of path to death? Martial Uncle Duan. The little Baldy wept loudly. Master Duan. Yitong also cried out loudly. In the past, when Yifan left for a long time, it was the large black dog, Duanda, Li Tian, and the others who taught him. They could be considered half a master to him. How could it be like this? Everyone cried out loudly. In absolute beginning ancient mine, the mist became even thicker, immortal energy surging. The emotionless and cold voice sounded again, saying, "It's the ancient tribulation crossing heaven art. Martial Uncle Duan, woo-woo." The little Baldy wept in grief. No one expected Duanda to die, his body exploding as soon as he entered the life-restricted region. It was just that sudden, leaving everyone stupefied, finding it hard to accept. Origin ancient mine had existed since the ancient times, respected by everyone under the heavens. It was extremely ancient, and its ruthlessness and terror were obvious to all. Tribulation crossing heavenly art, this sect's ancient method has always been flawed. No true scriptures have appeared, so how did he obtain it? In the depths of the restricted region, a cold and emotionless voice sounded, as if it was inwardly confused, not understanding what was going on. The Black Emperor stared blankly, revealing a look of shock. Duanda cultivated a flawless tribulation crossing heavenly art, so he most likely still has hope of living. Uncle Black Emperor, what are you saying? Hua Hua cried like a little kitten. Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, and the others also felt that this was inconceivable. Those were unmatched existences from origin ancient mine. They personally took action, so how could anyone survive? Tribulation crossing heavenly art. Princess Divine Silkworm revealed a strange expression. It was clear that she had heard of it before. This was a type of heavenly art that had existed since the archaic years. The human race had 2 great mother scriptures, known as Great Yin and Great Yang. They were ancient, and their effects on later generations were profound. Even the great ancient emperors had received enlightenment from them. It wasn't necessarily the most ancient that was the most powerful, but the Mother Scripture's significance was definitely extraordinary. It was respected by the people of the world, pushing the human race forward. Meanwhile, in the archaic years, there were other heavenly arts that were passed down, not necessarily any later than those two Mother Scriptures. However, because they were lost, they couldn't be passed down, which was why they weren't known and respected by others. In the archaic years, the star domain was vast, supreme beings soaring through the 9 heavens, arriving at many mysterious ancient lands. There was more than a single type of ancient scripture that was passed down from other star domains. In reality, one could also imagine that the human race's inheritance had been passed down for a long time, no one knowing where it originated from. How could there only be 2 ancient methods, Great Yin and Great Yang, before the archaic years? There were naturally other ancient texts. Only, after endless years, the great scriptures that were truly passed down were mainly those 2 types. At the same time, the Great Yin scripture and Great Yang scripture set out from the 2 most fundamental types of mother force, expounding on the principles of Yin and Yang. As such, their status as mother scriptures was established. Legend has it that the heavenly art of passing tribulations was created by the supreme celestial being of Taoism. One had to constantly experience all kinds of great tribulations in his life before finally attaining the Tao fruit. The ancient emperors read the supreme Yin scriptures, observed the supreme Yang scriptures, read the myriad of ancient arts, and absorbed their essence. They experienced all kinds of trials and tribulations, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Only then would they be able to create their own arts and establish their own Tao. The large black dog had followed Wuxia for over 10,000 years, so he had naturally heard of the heaven tribulation technique. This was an ancient scripture that had been lost in time. It could steal the fortune of the universe, and it had all sorts of wondrous effects. In the past, there were several great emperors who had comprehended this technique. Of course, no one had ever obtained the complete version. They were all just fragments of the technique. Incomplete techniques were most afraid of being struck by lightning. There was an ancient secret that stated that Ruthless could not become an immortal, but after proving his Tao, he searched for ancient techniques to reverse Yin and Yang and revive his elder brother. Some speculated that Ruthless had obtained the most ancient techniques, and it was possible that she had collected the most complete version of the heavenly art of passing tribulations. However, she had never cultivated it before, and since she could not reverse reincarnation, it was useless to her. Duanda had once obtained Ruthless heaven-devouring demonic lid. That was formed from her skull. Although it had been forged into an extreme weapon, some people thought that a portion of her consciousness might have been preserved. And it was precisely because of this that some people speculated that the heaven-devouring demonic lid was priceless. If one obtained it, they might be able to comprehend some mysterious ancient techniques. Duanda possessed the demonic lid, so he might not be able to obtain the heaven-devouring demonic technique, but it would not be a miracle if he obtained a portion of the heavenly art of passing tribulations. After all, no one knew what his consciousness might have left behind. The heavenly art of passing tribulations required one to continuously transcend tribulations, and the greatest tribulation it had to transcend was definitely the death tribulation. However, it was rumored that even the creator of this technique, celestial being, had not transcended it. Otherwise, if one could truly transcend the death tribulation, they would attain immortality and become an immortal. Let me see it again. A slit appeared between the Black Emperor's brows, revealing a strange vertical eye. It replayed the scene of Duanda's body shattering into pieces and transforming into a mist of blood. Cleansing, he's cleansing and refining. This is also a type of tribulation, the large black dog exclaimed in shock. Emperor Wuxia had once said that the heavenly art of passing tribulations was difficult to cultivate. The main reason for this was that the requirements for this Tao were far too many and harsh. The human body had both life and death qi, and it was very difficult to cleanse all of the death qi. Unless one had the assistance of a great emperor, they would be able to transform the human body into pure yang qi. Only then would they be able to achieve a major breakthrough when cultivating this technique. However, if one lived with a great emperor, it would be difficult for them to attain immortality no matter how much they broke through. Even if they were cleansed by the great emperor's qi, they would still be suppressed in the later stages due to the emperor's Tao. Unless it's a flawless heavenly art of passing tribulations, doing this is no different from seeking death. But how could he have possibly obtained a complete ancient scripture? The Black Emperor could not understand this no matter how hard he thought about it. Emperor Wuxia had once said that the celestial being of the school of Taoism did not seem to have passed down a complete technique in this galaxy at all. I understand. Could it be that he dug up the corpse of that celestial being? I've heard that in the end, that person might have been buried in the Big Dipper, and he came for the path of celestial ascension. According to the records of many ancient sects, apart from 2 or 3 great emperors, none of them were born in the Big Dipper. They came from other ancient galaxies, and just like the ancient emperors of the archaic era, they descended on this planet for the sake of obtaining the opportunity to become a celestial. Unfortunately, in the archaic era, the various races all made mistakes in their deductions one after another. The time for the path of celestial ascension to open was far from here, and it should have been in this era. That period could all be described as missed. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Duanda had dug up the corpse of that celestial being? No wonder he spent all his time walking in the tomb. Did Duanda want to borrow the power of the supreme existence of the origin ancient mind to cleanse his body? In this era, no one had proven their Tao and become a great emperor, so this was an opportunity for him. In the future, he would not be suppressed. There are strange movements in the origin ancient mind, Yi Tong said. The dark green spiritual pool was clear and translucent, clearly reflecting the terrain. Everyone held their breaths, snapping out of their stupor, carefully watching. Origin ancient mind's immortal energy rose in spirals, completely burying the ancient cave below. A voice without any emotional fluctuations sounded, as if it could cut down the 33 layers of heaven. More than 200,000 years ago, when that person established a Tao right, there was a mysterious aura that appeared. Could it be that the ancient celestial being was buried on this ancient star, was discovered? When Yi Fan, Black Emperor, and the others heard these words, even though they were separated by endless distance, only hearing it through this spiritual pool, they still broke out into a cold shiver. This type of secret wasn't something they should hear. Fortunately, origin ancient mind's existence didn't continue, stopping this topic. A pair of ice-cold beams of light flew out, circling around the victorious fighting Buddha. The old sacred ape was used to seeing life and death, and his eyes were fiery and golden. He could see more clearly than Black Emperor and the others, so he didn't have any emotional fluctuations regarding Duanda's death. He walked step by step towards the depths of the Forbidden Land. Every step he took was filled with Tao marks. His footprints were very deep and heavy, and it was very strenuous for him. The closer he got to the ancient mine, the more it was like this. It was as if he was walking with the 9 heavens and 10 earths on his shoulders. Why is it that the existence in the ancient mine is still so cold to the sacred battle king even though he has the ancient sovereign token? Princess Divine Silkworm's expression changed. Although this place couldn't be said to be the oldest forbidden land in the world, it was almost there. Back when the ancient race ruled over the world, no one could approach this place. Immortal energy filled the air. In the ancient mine, a pair of cold eyes pierced through the mist and stared at the victorious fighting Buddha, emitting an ancient voice. The sacred battle ape bloodline is the most unyielding and domineering. You look old, but the blood energy in your body is surging. If you come out, you can devour heaven and earth. I sense a familiar aura. You are very similar to someone. The victorious fighting Buddha wasn't arrogant. Regardless of whether it was in terms of seniority or cultivation, the supreme existence of the origin ancient mine could accept his greeting. There was no sound in the origin ancient mine. Everything was very cold. The old sacred ape came here with the ancient sovereign token, but he didn't receive any special treatment, so he didn't say anything else. Your heart is unyielding, very similar to that monkey from back then. What does it have to do with him? After a long time, such a divine voice came from the ancient mine, oppressing the ancient sky until it rumbled, as if it was about to fall. The Emperor of Fighting is my elder brother, said the old sacred ape. That monkey who doesn't respect the heavens and earth. This was actually the evaluation he received. The victorious fighting Buddha's eyebrows twitched, and golden light vaguely appeared in his eyes. The Emperor of Fighting's magical power is boundless. He wants to become a war immortal and look down on the world. As his younger brother, do you still? Need to come to the Origin Ancient Mine? It was still that kind of emotionless voice. The old sacred ape's spine was perfectly straight, and he stood there without saying a word. The golden hair on his body was very dazzling, and his eyes were also very cold. What did you come to the Origin Ancient Mine for? I beg for a piece of absolute beginning life stone. The victorious fighting Buddha spoke, neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes stared at that expanse of mist. He didn't walk over. In reality, he was still quite far from the ancient mine. For your own life? For my only nephew. A cold laugh sounded from within the ancient mine. Your elder brother is arrogant enough to think that he can become a war immortal, yet he still can't take care of his son, needing to come here to beg for a stone? Not good. Within the divine silkworm ridge, the divine silkworm princess revealed a look of fear. The Emperor of Fighting has shocked deities and made immortals weep, showing disdain for the archaic era. He doesn't respect the heavens and earth, so he definitely offended the existences of the Origin Ancient Mine. Yi Fan, Yan Ishi, the Black Emperor, and the others' expressions all changed. This might be a great disaster. Now, who could resist the existences in the life-forbidden land? The victorious fighting Buddha was most likely in trouble. The sacred prince's brows stood on end. When his eyes opened and closed, golden light shot out in all directions. A cold voice sounded from within the ancient mine. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't mind bestowing a piece of life stone, but the Emperor of Fighting had previously said that he didn't need all of this, that he could break through the heavens alone. It was me who asked for a piece of absolute beginning life stone for my nephew, not my elder brother. The victorious fighting Buddha said, standing there like a javelin. Isn't it the same? Brothers, father and son, uncle and nephew, how bad can it be? I only came here to ask for a piece of absolute beginning life stone. The victorious fighting Buddha's voice was loud and clear. You can leave. I won't bestow it to you. The existence of the Origin Ancient Mine refused. This place doesn't belong to you alone. I came with the ancient sovereign order, so I need a piece of absolute beginning life stone. The victorious fighting Buddha said. Are you speaking to me like this? The voice immediately became incomparably cold, killing intent surging through endless time, shaking out from within the Origin Ancient Mine. Wait. A second voice sounded, and at the same time a rusty copper order appeared. This was another unparalleled existence, and he said, before that person's body exploded, he said that he would give this order to the sacred ape. With 3 ancient orders in hand, all of his requests should indeed be fulfilled. The Emperor of Fighting wanted to break through the heavens alone and look down on the past and present. He had once said that he didn't need anything else. You and I both know about the past. The absolute beginning life stone shouldn't have been given to his younger brother. Moreover, he was disrespectful to me just now, so he should be beheaded. A terrifying killing intent rushed out like a vast ocean. Roar! Suddenly, a black iron rod with brilliant immortal multicolored light rushed out from the victorious fighting Buddha's head. A giant golden ape that reached the 9 heavens and stepped on the 9 underworlds appeared. It let out a loud roar that resounded through the heavens, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Emperor of Fighting! Princess Divine Silkworm cried out. Father! The sacred prince shouted. The black metal rod shone with dazzling immortal light, auspicious light released in millions and millions of streaks, scattering down on the life-restricted land, producing an expanse of eternal brilliance. The extreme Tao Emperor's might erupted, however, the most shocking thing was still that giant golden ape. Its divine might was matchless, looking down on the world, its might rushing into the 9 heavens, suppressing the 9 hells, its roar shaking up the Big Dipper. Emperor of Fighting! A cry of alarm sounded from the depths of Origin Ancient Mine. When this type of imperial might appeared, it was like a tsunami, as if it was going to cut through 3,000 realms, covering heaven and earth. Its power shook past and present, making even saints tremble in fear. What, the old holy emperor who died in meditation during the archaic years, why did he appear again? A few ancient race giants were paying attention from the distance. When they saw this scene, they were so scared they began to tremble, almost kneeling on the ground. That imposing figure left them terrified. Holy Emperor, it really is him. After so many years, he lived until now? A few people had previously seen the emperor fighting, seeing his true appearance with their own eyes. When they saw the golden figure that towered between heaven and earth at this moment, they were all stupefied. The emperor fighting had too many legends. He had never been defeated in his entire life, competing against DK on the path of vindication when he was young, and later on, he became a war immortal. His achievements were wondrous, his divine might shocking past and present. Who wouldn't submit to him, who wouldn't fear him? He shocked the world with his battle, displaying his disdain for past and present. That was why he was known as the Emperor of Fighting. In terms of fighting strength alone, it was difficult to find an opponent. He was an emperor in battle, incomparable. The killing intent that rushed out from Origin Ancient Mine was destroyed by this giant golden ape's roar, making the entire Origin Ancient Forbidden Land erupt into chaos. Golden light submerged the ancient mine. The victorious fighting Buddha stood there, his expression absent-minded. There was reminiscence, joy, as well as disappointment and frustration. Only after a long time had passed did he release a sigh. What had passed was still gone in the end, unable to return. His older brother died in meditation, unable to become a war immortal during the archaic years. It wasn't that his aptitude wasn't enough, but rather that the environment didn't allow it, this heaven and earth didn't allow it. In this cosmos, no one could achieve immortality. If one didn't do so, the path of immortality would already be blocked. The black iron rod rose and fell, suspending above the giant golden ape's head. He didn't display anger, but he exuded might. His pressure covered the 9 heavens, overlooking the endless past like a deity. This naturally couldn't be the true emperor of fighting. He didn't respect the heavens and the earth, and he fiercely went against the flow. In order to become a war immortal, he had already fallen over 1,000,000 years ago. This was just the deity contained within the iron rod, reproducing his divine might and majesty. The ancient imperial weapon revived on its own and protected the victorious fighting Buddha, preventing him from being killed by the existence in the ancient mine. An ancient weapon left by the emperor of fighting. What do you want? A shout sounded from within the ancient mine, as if it was furious. There were finally some emotional fluctuations, no longer as indifferent as before. Hand it over. An ice-cold divine sense transmitted over. There were only these 2 words. What do you want? The existence in the ancient mine calmed down and regained its ruthlessness and coldness. Absolute beginning life stone. The giant golden ape held the iron stick, coldly gazing at the ancient mine under the swirling mist. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're the emperor of fighting? You're just an ancient weapon. The voice in the ancient mine was dignified and domineering, revealing a type of aura that ruled over all living things. Hand it over. The giant golden ape still spoke these 2 words. The black iron rod in its hand pointed forward, and as it walked forward, the entire forbidden area trembled. An ancient imperial weapon wants to fight against me. The voice of the existence in the ancient mine was cold to the extreme. It emitted a wave that overflowed into the sky, shaking the northern region. It wanted to fight. Another existence spoke with a calm voice, saying, "Why did you wait until this era? You paid so much, so why bother about this? So what if you give him a life stone?" The depths of the life-forbidden land immediately quietened down. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At the end of the Great Earth, the old patriarchs of the archaic imperial clans were all very nervous, paying close attention to all of this. Some people held ancient imperial tokens, seemingly wanting to go over as well. This isn't the archaic era. Even the victorious fighting Buddha will be killed if he goes in. It's better for us to stop here. The giants of the archaic era all experienced many things in order to live to this era. They didn't want to make the existence of the life-forbidden land unhappy, so they silently backed up, not daring to go forward. Only after a long time had passed did the unmatched existence in Origin Ancient Mine that was always opposing them with equal harshness. Sacred Emperor who doesn't respect the heavens or the earth, in the end, didn't you still come here to ask for help? A silvery white lifestone flew out. It was the size of a fist and contained the secrets of the absolute beginning, containing the power of life. It became the focal point of heaven and earth as soon as it appeared. Tens of thousands of strands of silver splendor poured down. It rose and fell, containing Tao essence as it flew towards the Emperor of Fighting. Even though he isn't my older brother, he still has his own thoughts. What he said was to hand it over. The victorious fighting Buddha said, correcting the error. Strand after strand of killing energy seeped out from the ancient mine. It was incomparably terrifying, spreading towards the old sacred ape. It could collapse the primordial spirit of ancient saints. The Emperor of Fighting held the great rod in his hand. He walked forward, and with a pung sound, the killing energy was scattered. He immediately obtained the absolute beginning life stone. However, he still felt like it wasn't enough, continuing to ask for more. Hand it over. At the limits of heaven and earth, everyone who saw this scene sucked in a cold breath of air. Even though this wasn't the old sacred emperor, his past power and domineeringness were clear to see. It was because this was just his ancient weapon, yet it was already this powerful. If it was his true body from the past, what kind of unmatched divine might would it possess? Brazen! An explosive shout sounded from within the ancient mine. Ancient imperial energy pervaded the air, as if a supreme being was about to appear, making heaven and earth about to collapse. Northern region, all things were destroyed, all creatures trembling. This was a type of pressure that was difficult to contend against. Sunset Ridge within the absolute beginning restricted region was the place where Hengyu Great Emperor refined weapons. Even now, there was still an ancient structure towering there. After all these years, it still hadn't collapsed. At this moment, the inscribed board on the ancient structure released strand after strand of multicolored splendor, precisely the two words Hengyu. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens, clearly stimulated by the ancient emperor's might. Inside Origin Ancient Mine, imperial might surged, the aura becoming more and more powerful. That existence actually didn't hesitate to fight to seize this metal rod. We came with 3 ancient emperor badges, so what if we offer up a piece of life stone? We should satisfy the requirements, or else we will be going against the agreement. Another unmatched existence spoke in a timely manner. It was clear that the existence in the ancient mine didn't wish for anything unexpected to happen, even more so not wishing to break this type of peace. What did they wait for all these years for? It was all for the sake of the path of immortality. Fine, in the future, before we leave the mine and step onto the immortal path, we will settle things with the battle sacred ape bloodline. A great battle was avoided, calming down. In Divine Silkworm Ridge, Divine Silkworm Princess and many others' faces became snow white. This karma was too great. That was but an unmatched existence, apart from great ancient emperors, who could face him. There might be a great disaster in the future. This made everyone feel a layer of gloominess. What were they supposed to do in the future? Unless they confirmed the Tao, there was no way they could be a supreme being's opponent. The situation is urgent, everyone needs to increase their strength as soon as possible. An elder in Divine Silkworm Ridge said with good intentions. Origin Ancient Mine was like a great mountain crushing down on their hearts. Only heaven knew what would happen in the future. That supreme being definitely has an old grudge with my father. However, that's fine. I will head into the starry sky, return when I am strong enough. Sacred Prince said. There isn't much time left. GZ said. They all had heaven warping aptitudes, so if they had enough time, they would definitely rise up. However, if they wanted to contend against a supreme being, then that was hard to say. It was because that was the most terrifying restricted region ruler since the ancient times. In the absolute beginning restricted region, a washbasin-sized life stone appeared in that golden sacred ape's hands, the life essence and Tao radiance it released even more astonishing. Immortal energy descended, surrounding his entire body and the metal rod within. Shwa, in the end, all of this disappeared, turning into a streak of divine splendor, entering the victorious fighting Buddha's body. He walked into the distance step by step, heading out of the life-restricted region. In the distance, a few archaic giants were silent, finding it hard to say anything. There was no lack of 1 or 2 archaic emperor race old clan elders, all of them full of reverence towards this old monkey. He entered the absolute beginning alone, his older brother not getting along with the ancient mind's supreme being, yet he didn't lower his head, actually coming out alive, moreover bringing back what he wanted. After who knew how much time had passed, not a single sound could be heard. Deep into the night, a low voice sounded from the depths of the absolute beginning restricted region. However, there was no way the outside world could hear it, completely cut off. That is the Emperor of Fighting's undying will. He failed to transform into a war immortal, and even though he died in meditation for endless ages, he was still unwilling. The victorious fighting Buddha returned safely. Divine Silkworm Ridge erupted with cheers, all of them extremely happy. This was a great matter, something worth celebrating. I wonder what happened to Duanda. He turned into strand after strand of energy, merging into heaven and earth. Could it be that he really died? This was an unsolved mystery. According to normal reasoning, with Duanda's nature, he definitely wouldn't bring about his own destruction. However, everyone personally saw him explode. The victorious fighting Buddha appeared in Divine Silkworm Ridge, handing over this wash-basin-sized life stone to them. "Uncle," Sacred Prince said with a trembling voice. This stone was exchanged for with the old sacred ape's life. Back then, it was extremely dangerous. "I'm fine. As long as you don't become a saint, I won't die in meditation. I will wait until you are strong enough," the victorious fighting Buddha said. He brought several arhats and Vajra with him, preparing to return to Western Desert. "If that really is the case, then I would rather not become a saint," the monkey said. The victorious fighting Buddha revealed a benevolent expression. "Foolish child, everyone will die one day, no one an exception, unless one becomes an immortal. Uncle and your father both find it difficult to succeed. I hope that one day, you can enter immortal domain and become a war immortal, fulfilling your father's wish." Just what kind of existence was hibernating in Origin Ancient Mine? This was something everyone wanted to know the answer to. The old sacred ape only spoke a single sentence. That was a past supreme being, so he felt great restraining fear. He didn't want to say too much out of fear of provoking a great disaster for the later generations. As such, he left. No one could avoid death, unless they achieved immortality. Otherwise, there would be no long life. If one wanted to break through normal reasoning, one had to pay a cruel price. The Heaven's Mandate Rock, Death World's Heart, and Absolute Beginning Life Stone were in their hands, moreover in sufficient quantities. This made their moods fluctuate greatly. The amount of divine essence main ores they had signified the amount of evolutionary liquid they could refine into. Third stage? They were extremely unwilling. Meanwhile, they had a few portions of precious liquid in their hands that were close to the fourth stage, but hadn't reached it yet. If they used the 3 main ores to nourish it, they would most likely be able to increase the quality of the divine liquid. I still feel a bit unwilling. If we found another main material, then there would be no need to nourish it, and instead directly extract it. We would be able to refine a lot. Got it. Yifan was moved, feeling like they should be able to succeed. They could truly refine the 4th stage evolutionary liquid. Everyone looked over, all of them a bit excited. This was an opportunity to become a saint. If they succeeded, many people would be able to take a crucial step. Of course, it's the undying celestial medicine, Yifan said. There was a clear imprint in the sea of consciousness of a noble in the eternal star region that immortal herbs were the rarest and most precious great herbs. If one could find a perfect one and collect other divine ores, they could refine the evolutionary fluid of the 9th stage to the consummate stage. Unfortunately, since ancient times, it was difficult to find 7th and 8th stage divinity ores, let alone godly medicines. The most sensational news in the past 50,000 years on the main eternal star was that someone had extracted the 6th stage of evolution fluid. Don't tell me you're going to throw in the seeds of the Qilin godly medicine to refine it? The large black dog's expression changed, and he strongly objected. They returned to the heavenly village, because these medicines were too precious, and it was not good to discuss them in the divine Silkworm Ridge to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course not. The undying celestial medicine was too rare. There were only a few in the Big Dipper star because the ancient emperors had come, and they had brought them from other galaxies. Otherwise, it would be rare to see them. Using the seeds of the undying medicine to refine the evolution fluid was not worth it, because they didn't have other divinity materials, so it was impossible to obtain the 9th stage of the consummate treasured fluid. Moreover, even if they could refine it, they had to consider whether it was worth it. After all, the ancient emperors had one each, and no one had ever heard of using it to refine medicine. On the main eternal star, if the ancient gods obtained the undying medicine, they didn't extract the evolution fluid, but refined it into the 9-turned celestial pill. This was beyond the scope of the treasured fluid, and no one knew how effective it was now, nor could they perfectly restore the ancient method. Nowadays, although some great forces used alchemy methods to refine the evolution fluid, not all the steps were the same as in the ancient times. That was the secret recipe of the ancient gods, and it was difficult for modern people to completely master it. We don't have the perfect undying medicine, but we have the undying true dragon medicine drops. We can add a few drops, Yifan said. In the past, he had narrowly escaped death, and obtained some true dragon medicine drops from the coffin of Ruthless in the nest of 10,000 dragons. He distributed them to everyone present, and now they could be used. This kind of thing was too precious, and couldn't be squandered just to refine medicine. Yifan felt that a few drops might be enough. Yifan said, "It's just a few drops, so don't use them all. After all, this kind of thing only belongs to the ancient emperors, and every drop can save our lives in the future." A few drops. That's too little. It's most likely ineffective. Killing Saint Chi Luo shook his head. He was also participating in the discussion. Gai Jirio sent the ancestral ginseng liquid and the divine phoenix immortal herb back. He only consumed a portion of it. "Let's use it to extract the evolution fluid this time," the Black Emperor said with a pained expression. The divine phoenix immortal herb was rooted in the Purple Mountain. Back then, before Yifan set foot on the ancient path of the universe and returned to Earth, the Black Emperor had found a few drops for him to preserve his life. After Yifan returned to the other side of the starry sky, he met the ancestral ginseng in Changbai Mountain and was gifted with some of its medicinal droplets. It was a type of half-divine medicine. Yifan had hardly used these 2 items and had given them to Gai Jirio when he returned 2 years ago. However, this matchless expert only used a small amount, returning it to Heaven Village. These were all heaven-defying items, and now they had to be used to refine the evolution fluid. Everyone felt pained. It would be impossible to have these life-saving treasured medicines after they were used up. Put 2 drops of the immortal medicine of the true dragon and immortal phoenix, and 9 drops of the ancestral ginseng liquid. Leave the rest in the heavenly village. If anyone encounters a calamity in the future, this might be a life-saving straw. Yifan said. He didn't want to use all of these heaven-defying treasured liquids. He had to keep some for future use. Although the amount of immortal herb added was very little, it was extremely precious. They estimated that it was equivalent to one of the main ingredients and could be used to extract the 4th stage of the evolution fluid. "We have the main ingredients, but we lack the divine supplementary ingredients," Xianxia said with a frown. One had to know that refining the evolution fluid required too many divine ingredients. The main ingredients were indispensable, and a large number of supplementary minerals were also needed. "There should be quite a few supplementary ingredients on the Rock of Destiny that we can continue to use. We'll think of a way to purchase the rest from all over the world," Yifan said. Back then, the purple-eyed girl and her sister were refining the divine liquid near Undying Mountain. Later on, they acted violently when they were about to leave, but Yifan counterattacked and brought back an entire pond of precious liquid. The liquid inside the pond built from the Rock of Destiny had long since dried up, but the divine minerals were still there. Some of them could still be used. They've gathered very few ingredients and can only extract the initial liquid. We have to search the entire world. The sacred prince frowned. If the divine main ingredients are abundant, then even if the supplementary ingredients are a bit less, or even incomplete, it won't be a problem. Yifan said. He brought out the liquid he obtained from the immortal ascension pond and prepared to use a portion to extract the evolution fluid. If the 4th stage of evolution could be completed, it would be enough for Yifan to reach a higher level. It was just that it was too difficult to become a saint, and he most likely needed to use the 5th stage of the evolution fluid. However, as long as he could reach a higher level, it would be enough for him to fight an ancient saint. That was because he was about to have this kind of capital, and he only needed to reach a higher level. Similarly, GZ and the Sacred Prince were also like this. They were destined to be unable to use the 4th stage of the evolution fluid to become saints because their constitutions were just as terrifying as Yifan's. However, for Xianxia, Li Heishui, and the others, this was good news. If they could successfully refine the fourth stage of the evolution fluid, they would be able to consolidate it step by step in the future, and they might even be able to become saints in the end. Their constitutions were not bottomless pits like Yifan and the Sacred Prince. Right, since the supplementary divine materials are insufficient, then let's increase the main ingredients. The Killing Saint said. The absolute beginning life stone was as big as a wash basin, and no matter how they squandered it, it was impossible to use it all up. The Rock of Destiny was also quite considerable, and it was so big that it formed a pond. Our blood can also be added in, Jizi said. He was the son of an ancient great emperor and had inherited the precious blood of the great Tao of Void. It was the most precious, and if it could be refined, it would definitely be a great medicine in the world. Very well. The Sacred Prince agreed. This time, they could only succeed and not fail because they had paid a great price for it. Yifan also nodded. He had the human race's sacred physique, and on the Lord Eternal Star, he was known as the indestructible golden body. The value of his blood was immeasurable, so he immediately began to refine it himself. Not long after, an alluring fragrance wafted over. Within Yifan's room, the jade container was enshrouded with auspicious and peaceful radiance. The luster of the golden blood was astonishing. This was the blood essence he had extracted from within his body. The golden liquid rolled down from his wrist drop by drop, and its fragrance immediately filled the entire courtyard. When he left, the little baldy Huahua was the first to run over. He gulped down his saliva and stared at the jade container. The Black Emperor said, he hasn't even become a saint yet his blood has already turned into a precious liquid. If he succeeds in the future, TSK, I'm drooling. A rich fragrance similarly wafted over from the other two courtyards. Jizi and the Sacred Prince had also extracted their blood essence, and all kinds of visions lingered around them. Their life auras were respectively inherited from the ancient Great Emperor and Archaic Emperor. If the refinement is successful, there will be no need to fear saints. Everyone was naturally excited. Afterwards, everyone became very busy. They split up and went to various large auction houses. They walked into some ancient medicine pavilions and began to search for supplementary divine materials, spending heaven-grade money to purchase them. This formed a storm. In a short period of time, the prices of all kinds of strange items and materials began to soar, multiplying. The people of the heavenly village and the celestial court were all mobilized. They didn't hesitate to pay any price, rushing east and west, trekking through the central province, entering the western desert, and going as far as the southern mountains. For everyone, there was good news every day, because the people of the northern Dipper Star region had never refined the evolutionary liquid before. Many minerals could be seen, and they hadn't gone extinct. However, what made people depressed was that some things couldn't be found from start to finish. They didn't exist on this ancient planet at all. After all, if the people of the Eternal Kingdom wanted to refine the precious liquid, they would enter deep into the starry sky every time, mining on many withered stars. They weren't limited to a single place. In the end, the large black dog clamored and led some youths of the heavenly village to drive the mothership, rushing into the starry sky. Many people were dumbstruck. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are you looking at me? Have you never seen such a heroic hero of the universe? However, a large dog driving a spaceship was really a bit out of the ordinary. They didn't plan to travel far, only searching in the nearby star regions. At the same time, it was also to test the voyage and grasp all kinds of essentials. In the following month, the Black Emperor really led people to find some divine ores. They mined them on ancient planets one after another, and they had great harvests. However, when the mothership encountered an ancient saint in outer space, they didn't take any more risks, because they almost died. The path of immortal ascension is about to open, and there will be ancient saints coming from the northern Dipper Star region from time to time. If we go into outer space without permission, we might encounter a great disaster. In the end, they could only place their hopes on this ancient planet with life, hoping that they could find enough ores. Actually, we've already collected 60 to 70% of the auxiliary divine materials. Perhaps we can refine them now. Dong Fangyi said. No. The Sacred Prince shook his head. If they were going to do it, they had to succeed. Otherwise, if they were ruined, it would be too much of a waste of so many precious divine materials. Something's wrong. Right now, all the major auction houses, as well as the famous ancient medicine pavilion and mining areas, have people sweeping through them. They're even crazier than us. Li Heishui brought bad news. Competitors had appeared, and now there were people fighting to compete with them. They specialized in purchasing all kinds of divine ores. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that they had acted earlier and had the initiative. They had almost bought all the most valuable things. Who are they? Old Saber Honcho's eyes flickered with an ominous glint. They're not to be trifled with. There's the Fire Qilin Cave's royalty and the Blood Phoenix Mountain's saint. They personally issued orders to collect all kinds of ores. Li Heishui said. They've finally made their move. Yi Fan nodded. Several of the theocrats and some of the ancient theocrats had captured some captives. These days, they had been working hard to make a series of arrangements, clamoring to attack Eternal Lord Star while digesting the information they had obtained from the captives. These 2 days, there were spaceships flying in the sky from time to time. Clearly, they were testing the voyage. Moreover, some of the big shots of Eternal Lord Planet had survived and fallen into the hands of royalty like Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain. The heaven-defying medicinal formula of the evolution liquid would definitely be extracted. We've seized the initiative. Their harvest won't be that great, said the Black Emperor. In reality, this was indeed the case. The people in charge of purchasing ores from Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain were hopping mad. They could still hear about all kinds of strange materials in the past, but now, it was very difficult to find them. Wu, continue to purchase. Once the 4th stage of the evolution liquid is formed, we can fight saints, said Yi Fan. On this day, killing Saint Qi Luo's body was covered in wounds. He came back dripping with blood, and half of his body was about to rot. Everyone jumped in fright and went to support him. You've been injured several times in these years. What exactly happened, said the Black Emperor. This actually wasn't the first time. I've always been paying attention to hell and the human world, and they've long since sensed my existence. This time I was stopped, but the harvest was also great. I obtained some divine materials. He placed a pile of flickering objects on the ground, and they immediately attracted everyone's attention. They were all extremely special ores. They were necessary supplementary materials, and he had actually collected them. As a saint of killing, Qi Luo walked the path of killing to prove his Tao. Normally, he would come and go without a trace by using the secret arts of the Celestial Court. Especially after Yi Fan taught him the line's secret art, he had reached the acme of perfection. In this world, including the 10,000 ancient races, there weren't many people who could stop him and injure him. After all, he was an ancient saint who had mastered the line's secret art. He could go anywhere in the world. But now, he was injured to such a state and almost died. This made people feel a chill in their hearts. Hell and the human world were the 2 ancient killer dynasties. They were incomparably mysterious and difficult to destroy. In ancient times, they were known to assassinate all over the world, even saints had to bear grudges. Their ancient palace was built from the skulls of kings of various physiques. The floor was paved with the divine skin of saints. It was the most terrifying place in the world. During these years, killing Saint Qi Luo had been paying attention to them. The 2 divine dynasties had also noticed the rise of a killing saint in the Celestial Court, so they had always been targeting them. This is the 4th time I've been injured. Fortunately, I wasn't intercepted, Qi Luo said. During the desolate antiquity era, the Celestial Court was destroyed by these 2 divine dynasties. It could be said that they were mortal enemies and wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. We'll deal with them sooner or later, Yi Fan said in a deep voice. In the past, the 2 divine dynasties had attacked Yi Fan many times, causing him to suffer several disasters and almost dying. Later on, he killed the goddess of hell and the divine son of the human world. Only then did he step on the ancient path of the starry sky. Without a doubt, the Celestial Court and the 2 divine dynasties were enemies. One side would fall sooner or later. Otherwise, there would be no solution. Put it aside for now. When a few experts from the Celestial Court that can fight saints appear, we'll settle the score with them, killing Saint Chi Luo said. He swallowed some medicine and operated his mysterious art. Flesh and blood slowly grew out from the damaged half of his body. However, this process was very slow because of the terrifying murderous intent contained within. He was injured by a terrifying saint of the killing Tao. In the human world and hell, before the natural laws of heaven and earth changed, there were already two terrifying killing saints. They were neither human nor ghost, their lifespans didn't have much time left, but they still didn't die. After living until now, they were definitely even more terrifying. Chi Luo took action and destroyed the other party's two small worlds. The divinity ores he brought back were sparkling and incomparably precious. He solved a major problem. Yi Fan said, "Senior, although you're injured, you've given us a reminder. There are some things that we need to think of ways to obtain. Great forces with long legacies and deep foundations should have some in their hands." At present, he had collected quite a lot of divinity ores, and he still lacked the most crucial supplementary materials. If he obtained them, he could immediately extract them. Everyone was looking forward to it. As long as they became stronger, they would have the opportunity to break through and reach the next level. Killer Saint Chi Luo was very open-minded. He didn't care about momentary success or failure. He had suffered many injuries in the past few years. His state of mind was tranquil and very calm. After we break through, we'll be able to contend against ancient saints. At that time, we'll launch a counterattack against the human world and hell. We'll return the favor and flatten their orthodoxies. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, GZ, and the others all had this kind of potential. Once they advanced, even if they couldn't become saints, they would still have that kind of terrifying combat strength. In the following days, they worked hard and did everything possible to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures in preparation for refining the evolution liquid. And during this process, the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other ancient races were also buying and doing everything they could to excavate the divinity ores. GZ and the Sacred Prince were the main force. They traveled between the human and ancient races respectively to communicate with the most powerful holy lands and the archaic royal families to purchase the divine materials in their treasury. These great forces with long legacies and long histories had extraordinarily deep foundations. The heavenly village used all kinds of treasures to exchange for several kinds of rare ores. Yi Fan naturally also took action. He was already a future Yuan Taoist master. When he traveled between the mountains and rivers, he could tell with a single glance whether or not there were divine materials inside. During this period of time, he personally excavated many rare spiritual objects. It had to be said that the Big Dipper star region contained too many vitality and wondrous objects. When they were on the Eternal Lord star, in order to extract the evolution liquid, the great powers had to travel countless light years and enter many star domains before they could barely gather enough. No one had ever refined the evolution liquid in the Big Dipper source of life. That was why they were able to preserve the necessary ores, allowing them to succeed. What? A piece of water marrow essence was stolen? The Black Emperor flew into a rage when he heard this. The heavenly village was in an uproar. Everyone was furious because they had paid a great price. This piece of water marrow essence was exchanged for great Luo silver essence, but someone actually intercepted it halfway. It was truly hateful. Many special divine supplementary materials were needed to extract the evolution liquid. Among them, there were 4 that were absolutely necessary: Earth Dragon Essence, Fire God Stone, Wind Bone Wood, and Water Marrow Essence. These materials were difficult to replace. The Sacred Prince paid a visit to an archaic royal clan and was prepared to use the great Luo silver essence stored in the heavenly village to exchange. The other party reluctantly agreed. After that, the Sacred Prince rushed to the next location. In the end, the people from the heavenly village went to exchange, but the water marrow essence was intercepted along the way. It's the people from the Fire Qilin Cavern. Right now, the major races have learned about the evolution liquid from the captives and are moving everywhere. They also went to that royal clan to exchange but were a step too late. That's why they attacked us. After learning of the situation, the Sacred Prince was furious and prepared to take action. And at this time, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others just happened to return from outside. After hearing this, they immediately agreed to make the other party pay the price. Not long after, Yi Fan and Jizi also disappeared. One had to admit that the monkey had a fiery temper. Even if the Fire Qilin Cavern was an archaic royal clan, it still caused him to stomp his feet in anger. The Sacred Prince took action along the way. He intercepted all the people from the Fire Qilin Cavern who were purchasing ores outside and seized all of their ores. Sacred Prince, you've gone too far. Treating my Fire Qilin Cavern like this, are you not afraid of the consequences? The people from the Fire Qilin Cavern were also anxious. They didn't hesitate to use their weapons against each other. Return my water marrow essence, or else don't blame me for starting a massacre. Water marrow essence? There must be some misunderstanding. A half-saint from the Fire Qilin Cavern was stunned. He went to ask someone on his side. However, the final battle couldn't be avoided. There might be some misunderstanding, but after the ancient prince, the Fire Qilin, received the news, he personally declared that he wouldn't return it. It was because the monkey had also seized a portion of their divine materials. Li Heishui immediately became anxious. The ores they plundered later on couldn't compare to the water marrow essence at all. That was a divine material that couldn't be lacking and was extremely crucial. Tell them that after injuring so many of our people, if I say I won't return it, then I won't return it. The Fire Qilin Cavern made this decision. When the archaic royal clans were preparing to counterattack the Eternal Lord Star, because of the evolution liquid, small-scale battles and chaos erupted. The evolution liquid was destined to incite a great upheaval. The Sacred Prince was naturally furious. He felt that the Fire Qilin was going too far, so he began to kill the people who were leaving the Fire Qilin Cavern and plunder the divine ores without restraint. Sacred Prince, since you all feel that the water marrow essence is precious, can we purchase it at a high price? A saint from the Fire Qilin Cavern was alarmed. Although the Fire Qilin Cavern was an archaic royal clan, they weren't willing to provoke the battle Sacred Ape bloodline. After all, that old monkey was still alive and too terrifying. However, there was a knot in the hearts of the Fire Qilin and the Sacred Prince. It originated from that battle back then when the Sacred Prince was killed. The Fire Qilin and the others who had helped the 8 divine generals felt that they had suffered a setback. During these years, both sides had a knot in their hearts. They wanted to have a battle that didn't involve their respective royal clans' resources. It was just a battle between the ancient princes to see who was stronger and who was weaker. However, this wasn't what the victorious Fighting Buddha and the older generation of the Fire Qilin Cavern were willing to see. Thus, they had always been at peace. It was just that the two princes had always wanted to clash. Now that the Fire Qilin had made such a decision, it naturally angered the Sacred Prince. It was clear that he wanted to turn this into a true battle. However, the Fire Qilin had underestimated the monkey's fury. He didn't want to wait until the decisive battle and directly attacked without restraint. Yes, at this time, the Sacred Prince was challenging the saints. Let the Fire Qilin come. Otherwise, don't block my path. So what if you're a saint? I don't fear you. The monkey roared. This saint before him was a bit neglectful because he was from the imperial clan. Although he was still advising him with kind words, there was no lack of threat in his words. Sacred Prince, all things should be peaceful. The victorious Fighting Buddha is already old and might die soon. I believe he also hopes that you can live in peace with our clan. Huayunxing was an ancient saint with an extraordinary cultivation. He came from the Fire Qilin Cavern and was a member of the imperial clan. Even though the ancient emperor bloodline had already thinned out by his generation, it still made his status seem extraordinary. Since you want to live in peace, why did you rob my water marrow essence? Are you bullying my battle Sacred Ape bloodline because my uncle is already old? The monkey was unyielding. The other party's words were full of thorns, and he couldn't help but want to fight. This is what the prince said himself. I didn't say that. Take a step back, isn't it just a piece of water marrow essence? I believe the prince isn't willing to make a big fuss over this. The victorious Fighting Buddha is really not young anymore. He definitely hopes that our 2 great imperial clans can live in peace. Perhaps in a few years, you will be the only one left of the Sacred Ape bloodline. Sigh, I like to speak the truth. Don't say that the prince doesn't like it. This battle was naturally unavoidable. The sacred prince wasn't rash and came prepared. His true body entered an ancient sacred Mecca and fought against Xianxia. The prince has such an ancient sacred war tool. No wonder you're so fearless. However, it's still a bit lacking compared to a true saint. Now that the world knows that the victorious fighting Buddha can't be provoked, I naturally don't dare to anger him. I can only capture the prince and send him to Mount Meru, Xianxia said. Aren't you just looking for an excuse to break my Tao heart? Come and give it a try. The sacred prince sneered. Li Heishui, Dong Fangyi, and the others watched the battle. They weren't anxious and their expressions were calm. When they left Heavenly Village, even though the monkey was angry, he wasn't impulsive. He had already informed Yi Fan and Ji. Xianxia's eyes were cold and revealed a strange expression. That was because the sacred prince entered the ancient sacred Mecca and was unstoppable. He was momentarily shocked and found it hard to take him down. He originally wanted to defeat the monkey. Even though he didn't dare to do it too obviously, he could still make the monkey taste the bitterness of defeat and affect his Tao heart. However, he didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with. Suddenly, two powerful fluctuations appeared on the battlefield. They rushed over together and attacked Xianxia. Yi Fan and Ji appeared. They both entered the ancient sacred Mecca. 5 colored divine light swirled behind one, while the other ignored the void as if it was nothing. They immediately attacked. The 3 great experts all entered the ancient sacred war tool. Their strength soared and all of them reached the saint level. Even though Xianxia had a thin ancient emperor bloodline, he still couldn't stop it. He roared out in anger again and again. Soon after, half of his body was blasted apart by the monkey's fist. Bloody light flashed. Ji mysteriously appeared and disregarded distance and space to cut off his head. 5-colored divine light swirled behind Yi Fan. Chaotic energy was hazy. 5 precious swords hacked down, mincing his flesh apart and turning it into a bloody mist. Yi Fan, Ji, and the sacred prince worked together and destroyed the headless body of an ancient saint from the Fire Qilin cave, turning him into a mist of blood. The great Tao rumbled. Void essence appeared between Ji's hands. Layers of light rippled like water, forming a cycle of life and death there, binding the severed head, preventing its primordial spirit from escaping. Behind Yi Fan, the 5-colored divine light appeared once again. The 5 treasured swords slashed downwards, smashing that saint's head into pieces. Lustrous white bone fragments and saint blood splashed out, and the primordial spirit cried out in fear. The sacred prince let out a long roar. The golden fur on his entire body stood on end, dazzling and sparkling. The 9 revolutions heavenly art was activated, and it was unyielding and domineering. The primordial spirit was covered in cracks, and it was on the verge of dispersing. No! Xianxia cried out loudly. He never expected that he, an ancient saint, would be defeated by 3 Tao-severing experts, and now, his life couldn't be preserved, thus vanishing like smoke into thin air. Spare his life in exchange for the mother water marrow. Yi Fan stopped the sacred prince. Sacred prince thought for a bit. He didn't want to completely break off relations with an archaic imperial clan either. The Fire Qilin cavern was deep and immeasurable. That was the inheritance of an ancient emperor with a powerful bloodline. In the past, they could look down on the entire archaic immortal realms, and now, they could still dominate the world. The Fire Qilin was infuriated. When he saw the primordial spirit of the ancient saint that was sent back, his eyebrows shot up. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and the ancient sovereign blood flowed in his slender and muscular body, giving off a thunderous sound. Even for the far ancient royal family, sages were the strongest combat power and were indispensable. The mother water marrow was sent back, but in exchange, she received a primordial spirit that was almost destroyed. The Fire Qilin couldn't take this lying down. He smashed the entire tea table with one palm, causing the Fire Qilin cave to gush with multicolored light and propitious qi to drown the entire important land of the ancient royal family. What are you doing? Huolin appeared. Her blue hair fell to her waist and was so bright that it could be seen as a mirror. Her figure was graceful, and she had bright eyes and white teeth. She was as graceful and intelligent as a fairy. I'm going to fight that monkey to determine who's stronger. Fire Qilin said. There was a knot in his heart. Back then, the battle where the heavenly prince died was something he couldn't accept. Even now, he still couldn't let it go. Huolin warned him, saying, the victorious fighting Buddha is about to pass away and doesn't have many years left to live. It's not worth it to provoke that monkey now. If that old sacred ape goes crazy before his death and clears all the obstacles for his nephew, our race might not be able to endure it. I can provoke him, have a fair battle with him, untie the knot in my heart, and cut down his arrogance. The Fire Qilin said. His eyes were like two divine lamps, resplendent and intimidating. His aura was like a mountain, making the half-saints in the ancient cave tremble. Huolin objected and said, don't do these things. We will use the mothership we seized to head to the outer realms and make a trip to the eternal Lord Star. Then, we will head to our race's true ancestral land. We can temper ourselves there and become the strongest under the starry skies. The Big Dipper star region was in a state of unrest. Traces of saints were appearing in the outer realms, coming for the path of immortality. Winds and clouds were stirring up the great earth. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the expedition to the eternal Lord Star hadn't dissipated yet and was becoming more and more intense. Now, apart from preparing to enter the outer realms and attack the eternal Lord Star, the most powerful archaic races were also discussing the most powerful evolutionary liquid. In the recent days, undercurrents were surging. Many king races were aware of this and were all fighting over the divine ores to store them. It was to the extent where the news of an ancient saint being killed in the Fire Qilin cave was known by others. This was a great disturbance that couldn't be calmed down because of the evolutionary liquid. The most powerful evolutionary liquid actually exists. It's truly heaven-defying. We must obtain it. Those ants look weak and only know how to rely on external objects, but they are also extraordinary. This kind of precious liquid that can promote bloodline evolution is truly extraordinary. We must obtain it. Let's fight into the eternal Lord Star region and seize their evolutionary liquid for our use. The 10,000 ancient races were discussing fervently. Every single one of them was very excited. They began to search for divine ores while preparing for the expedition. Now, the entire world was moving because of this matter. This was a chaotic situation. Before the expedition, before the great battle had even begun, the disturbance of the evolutionary liquid had already begun to spread through the Big Dipper star region. All the races were restless and couldn't calm down. All kinds of battles broke out from time to time, all for the sake of resources. In the following half a month, there would be bloodshed from time to time. Fortunately, it was all within a controllable range and didn't develop into a storm. Now, all kinds of valuable ores had reached sky-high prices in the various auction houses. Very few people were selling them, and everyone was hoarding them. Unfortunately, there weren't many truly valuable things left. Yi Fan and the others had seized the initiative, but it was already too late for the other great powers to follow suit. There were a few divine supplementary materials that couldn't be lacked. Among them, the Mother Water Marrow was recovered, allowing everyone from the heavenly village to sigh in relief. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had the Fire God Stone on him. It was a stone that was fiery red like jade and had been obtained on the ancient starry sky path just like the Death World Heart. Meanwhile, the crucial Earth Dragon essence had also made some progress. Wang Shu, Dumbo, and Zhang Wuya had been walking around the mountains these days, searching for the dragon veins and gazing at the Earth Qi. Zhang Wuya was a descendant of the Yuan Taoist master. Yi Fan was able to obtain the Heavenly Book of Source because of his guidance. Now, Yi Fan had already returned the book to the Zhang family. As for Wang Shu and Dumbo, they were known as the Silver Blood Emperors. They were originally part of the mining order that Yi Fan had established back then, and they had been trained by the Black Emperor to the Tao Severing Realm. Immemorial silver blood flowed within their bodies. Back then, this race was known as the Uncrowned Emperors with terrifying strength. Now, their potential had been awakened in their bodies. Grandpa Zhang and the others are in trouble. Gu Fei and Gu Lin were the descendants of the marvelous diviner. Just like Yi Tong and little Ke they were the hope of the younger generation of the celestial court. Currently, the two of them were helpless against the saints, but they could perform divination on other people. Of course, they couldn't go too deep and could only perform some basic safety issues. When Yi Fan heard this, he immediately stepped into the domain gate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Naturally, he wouldn't let anything happen to these people. Moreover, he had a clue about the Earth Dragon essence, and he would soon be able to refine the evolution fluid. There couldn't be any problems at this critical moment. This was a barren mountain range where not even a blade of grass grew. It could be called a barren land. It was precisely here that Zhang Wuya and the others discovered the Earth Dragon essence's aura. Yes, this is the place. There should be an Earth Dragon essence underground. Yi Fan nodded inwardly. At present, he was the #1 Genesis technique expert in the world. Not only had Zhang Wuya and the others found this place, but several Genesis technique worlds of the northern region had also found this place. There were even some ancients following behind them. One could imagine the extent of the competition for the divinity ores over the past few days. Even the ancients had gone to ask the human Genesis technique aristocratic families to take action. Zhang Wuya and the Silver Blood Emperors were trapped in a valley. If not for the uncrowned king's powerful bloodline, they would most likely have been attacked. Has the human race's sacred physique, Yi Fan, returned? The Mixed Sky clan was ranked among the 10 strongest ancient royal clans. This wasn't some vicious 10 clans, but one of the 10 strongest royal clans outside of the royal clan. In the recent war, they weren't affected, but they had seized some battleships. They had learned a lot of facts and completely understood the secrets of the evolution fluid. Recently, 3 half-sages had led a team and asked the Genesis technique aristocratic families to search for the divinity ores for them. They had intercepted Zhang Wuya and the others here. If you don't speak, you won't be able to leave today. You can only die here. No one can save you. Speak quickly. Has the human race's sacred physique returned? What secrets did he bring back? Don't tell me you want us to search his soul? The Silver Blood Emperors protected Zhang Wuya and retreated without fear. They had the array platform given to them by the Black Emperor. Breaking out of the encirclement and protecting themselves was not a problem. Boom! Suddenly, the Genesis chi in the earth veins boiled and turned into giant swords that soared into the sky. They exploded among the ancients on the spot. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a large number of them died. Yi Fan strode over. When his true body appeared, the group of ancients was so shocked that they all retreated. His name was like a tree's shadow, and the group of people turned pale. You're really back? The 3 half-sages retreated. Their scalps were numb, their hair stood on end, and they had goosebumps. What kind of person was Yi Fan? Everyone knew about the Big Dipper. He was not afraid of the ancients. He had even killed the Celestial Prince and destroyed the 8 divine generals. The things he had done were shocking. Run! The 3 half-sages' faces were drained of blood. They rushed into the distance, and the others also scattered like birds and beasts. However, it was too late. Yi Fan had used a Genesis technique. There was a large amount of Genesis energy in this mountain range, which was under his control. It immediately turned into a blood-red battlefield. No one could escape. Yi Fan's Genesis technique was extraordinary. He used a forbidden Genesis technique to sweep this place in all directions. The 3 half-sages exploded one after another and died. Earth Dragon Essence. An hour later, Zhang Wuya was excited. He hadn't thought that he would be able to dig out such an item in his lifetime. He picked up a stone egg from under a large piece of divine source. It was warm all over and contained a powerful life force. It was also Yi Fan's first time seeing it. This was a wondrous object born from divine source. It had condensed with the essence of the earth and turned into an egg shape. It was called Earth Dragon Essence. It had nurtured a large amount of life essence. Powerful earth essence chi. It's really a good fortune. People of the underground cave, come out. I don't care who you are. Hand over the Earth Dragon Essence and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, there won't even be a corpse left. An arrogant and conceited voice was heard. A group of people stood in the mountain range and blocked the entrance to the underground cave. You're trying to snatch it from me. Yi Fan sneered. From this, it could be imagined that the undercurrents were surging so fiercely. To what extent was the fight over the divine ore? Who are you people? The 2 Silver Blood Emperors were the first to come out. First King Tribe. A young man said proudly. His skin was fair and not much different from a human's. The only difference was that he had a divine ring behind his head. Yi Fan's heart was moved. He had heard the sacred prince say that apart from the ancient imperial family, the first king tribe was known as the number one of the 10 great king tribes. They were much stronger than the mixed sky tribe and the demon ox king tribe. Offer up your earth dragon essence and kneel to the side. I'll spare your lives, the young man said. The group of people behind him shouted loudly. Their divine voices were deafening. Every one of them had a divine ring behind their head that was dazzling. I thought it was Huang Shudao, the fire Qilin, and the dragon lady of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Yi Fan walked out while supporting Zhang Wuye. He glanced at them indifferently. You're the human race's holy physique, Yi Fan. You've really returned. The young man's expression changed on the spot. He was indeed very powerful and was known as an outstanding talent outside of the ancient imperial family. However, at this moment, his face was pale and he was incomparably frightened. That's right, it's me. Do you want me to kneel? Yi Fan asked. No, there's a misunderstanding here. I thought it was my enemy here, the young man from the first king tribe said in a trembling voice. He immediately fled, and the others followed. They knew very well that this was a killing star. Even the ancient imperial family was slaughtered without hesitation, let alone a descendant of the 10 great king tribes. Bloody light covered the sun. Yi Fan used his Genesis technique and drowned everyone. A large amount of blood vapor rose, and miserable screams rose one after another. In this place, there was an underground dragon vein that contained endless Genesis chi. Yi Fan was practically invincible and could challenge a saint. With the earth dragon essence in hand, Yi Fan and the others returned to the heavenly village. Now, they only lacked one crucial supplementary material, the windbone wood. After gathering the main divinity materials, over 100 supplementary materials, the earth dragon essence, fire god stone, windbone wood, and water marrow mother were indispensable. They represented the 4 divinities of earth, fire, wind, and water. 2 days later, good news came. When Yutong was searching in the central region, the current holy master of the Feng tribe, Wind Phoenix, gifted him a piece of windbone wood. This moved Yi Fan's heart. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Now that all kinds of divine materials were gathered, he could finally refine the evolution liquid. We have all the materials. Moreover, the Genesis Life Stone, the Heart of the Death Realm, and the Destiny Divine Rock are in large quantities. The refined precious liquid should be enough. Heavenly Village was a peaceful small world, established by ancient sages. The mountain peaks were beautiful, there were many spiritual springs and silver waterfalls, the valley walls extraordinary, old pines taking root, the scenery magnificent. At this moment, a cauldron was rising and falling. Hazy mist surrounded it, releasing a medicinal fragrance that refreshed one's mind. Yi Fan and the others did not waste any time. After gathering all the divine materials, they immediately started refining. The strongest evolution fluid. The heavens mandate divine rock, heart of death world, absolute beginning life stone, immortal elixir, divine blood, and other main materials were thrown in one after another. Then, over 100 supplementary materials, each of which was priceless, were all combined into one furnace. When choosing a pill furnace, everyone specially discussed it. At first, they wanted to use the goddess furnace, but later on, they rejected this idea. Even though this was the ancient great sage's precious furnace, and it was forged with the help of Hengyu Great Emperor, it wasn't suitable for medicine refinement. It was too domineering and unyielding, but it wasn't peaceful enough. The fire energy inside was too heavy, and it possessed an offensive nature. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to use Yi Fan's cauldron to extract the evolution liquid. It was just right. This was because the source energy of all living things was a type of supreme immortal energy that existed during the creation of the heavens. Refining the precious liquid might be able to play a crucial role. Moreover, the reason he didn't choose the goddess furnace was because it wasn't a specialized furnace. Its killing intent was too great, and after killing who knew how many experts over the years, it had never been cleansed or refined. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's cauldron was different. As the source energy of all things, it had never been tainted by the mortal world. It was innately isolated from the aura of death, transcending the world. Regardless of whether it was a weapon or a medicinal cauldron, this cauldron was a supreme existence in the world. It was likely that Emperor Vicious had considered all aspects when choosing this cauldron. The spiritual spring gurgled, the ancient pine trees stood tall, the silver moon hung high in the sky, the village of heaven was completely silent. The great cauldron rose and fell. Many people didn't feel sleepy, all of them staring at it. They clearly knew that it would take several months, but they still felt excited. This carried their hopes. All life source energy swirled, stirring up the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Streak after streak of stellar splendor scattered down, in the end becoming a vast expanse of whiteness, all of it flowing into the cauldron. That place was overflowing with clouds and multicolored light. The cauldron was wrapped within immortal energy, producing endless life force. All types of Tao radiance were faintly discernible, making it look mysterious and unfathomable. The extraction of the strongest evolution liquid was progressing smoothly. There were people watching over it at all times, not allowing the slightest mistake. Because of this, Killing Saint sat under an ancient tree, allowing the leaves to fall and the ancient vines to sway. He didn't move at all, as if he was petrified there. The most powerful evolutionary liquid had great implications. It might be able to allow Imperial Court to soar into the heavens. It was related to the future of this inheritance. He had to personally sit in seclusion for several months without moving. As for the others, they were all like this as well. Every day, they would take turns to stand guard over him, and the large black dog was even more fervent. He was almost drooling, and didn't leave his side for even a moment. The captives from the 12 royal families were all shocked. They had never thought that they could gather enough divine materials to refine the 4th stage of the evolution liquid. This was simply a miracle. In Eternal Kingdom, if the top forces wanted to start a furnace, they would have to prepare for hundreds of years. They would search through the ancient star field one after another, but they might not be able to find the divinity ores they needed. How could the people here say that they wanted to smelt the divinity ores immediately? The Eternal Kingdom didn't trust Yi-Fan. There were people watching over their sea of consciousness to correct the flaws in the refining process. Of course, Yi-Fan and the others didn't trust them. There were people watching over their sea of consciousness to correct the flaws in the refining process. For the first few days, everyone stayed close to each other. After half a month, they finally calmed down and began to do their own things. Extracting the 4th stage of evolution liquid wasn't easy. It was very complicated. Even with the methods of the ancient gods, it would take 4 months at least. During these days, the outside world was even more restless. There were many bloody incidents. The races fought over the divine ores. This wasn't a secret. Everyone knew about the evolution liquid. However, no one could refine it on their own, so they couldn't gather the most important main material. Let's go on an expedition to the Eternal Lord planet. They have the evolution liquid there, and the great clans must have accumulated a lot of materials in their treasury. War and attack. This became a consensus. It turned into a storm. The ancient great clans all wanted to go on an expedition and occupy the Eternal Lord planet. For revenge and to obtain the strongest bloodline evolution liquid, it was worth it to charge into the galaxy. The people of the heavenly village completely calmed down. Li Heishui, Li Tian, the large black dog, and the others were relatively calm. They went out to look for treasures from time to time. They had a relaxed attitude and looked for ores. Yi-Fan left for 2 years. It wasn't a long time. When the heavenly village's medicine refinement was on the right track and everything stabilized, he started to look for some old friends. Unfortunately, Gai Joyo, Divine King Jiang, and the others were elusive. He couldn't find them at all. Then, he went to an important place of the demon race to see the Red Dragon Daoist, the Peacock King, and the others. He also secretly went to the Jiang family to see little Tingting, which made her very excited. He also went to the Jade Pool to see his friends and observe the 9 orifices divine fetus. He also left his footprints in the Western Desert, Southern Mountains, Central State, and Northern Plains. However, he didn't see in Miaoi in the Buddha Nation. She sealed herself in the 9-story stone tower and cultivated in seclusion for 2 years. Southern Region, Supreme Mystery Clumsy Peak. weeds grew everywhere, and broken walls were in ruins. The scenery was the same as before. The progress of Zhang Wencheng's cultivation was really very slow. After so many years, he was still in the dragon transformation mystery realm. He hadn't ascended to the celestial platform yet. Yi Fan was quite speechless when he saw this. However, after careful observation, he discovered that Zhang Wencheng's Dao foundation was very solid, so much so that it was too solid. It was really built up bit by bit. Just like how Yi Fan treated Komatsu so strictly, Li Ruoyu didn't allow Zhang Wencheng to break through easily. Every step he took was very steady. When they met again, Zhang Wencheng was more composed. Even when talking about his wife, children, and parents, he could face them calmly. The hair on his temples was dyed white, and there was a kind of vicissitudes in his eyes. "If there's a chance to go back, will you make a move?" Yi Fan asked. And now, the heavenly village had 2 motherships that could perform spatial warp. He knew the coordinates of Earth in the starry sky, so he could naturally set foot on the way back. However, if he wanted to go back, he had to strictly keep it a secret. He didn't allow others to follow him because he didn't want to become a sinner. If the flames of war were to be drawn there, it would be big trouble. Moreover, he was a little worried about the mothership. He was afraid that the mothership had an unbreakable connection with the Lord Eternal planet. If they found out about it, it might be a disaster. Going back won't change anything. My children have already grown up, and my wife has another family. If I appear in front of them, it will only add to their sadness. Rather than that. Zhang Wencheng fell silent as he spoke up to hear. He had changed a lot. He was no longer like before, only reminiscing about the past, unable to extricate himself. Now, many things in his heart seemed to have been opened up. In the future, I will go back. I will only look at them from afar, just a glance. I won't appear, won't meet them. Zhang Wencheng's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. In the end, tears trickled down. In the end, Zhang Wencheng took out a scripture. There was a lot of information recorded on it, such as flowers, birds, fish, insects, ancient medicine, cultivation. There was a great variety. It was a pleasure to cultivate one's nature and sharpen one's Tao self. This was an ancient scripture. It was given to Yi Fan by the Central Continent's Princess Shudai. It recorded the natural great Tao, and he had given it to Li Ruoyu. In the past, Li Ruoyu had said that when Yi Fan was about to break through to the Saint Realm, he could come here to take it back. Li Ruoyu had long since left to wander the world. Before leaving, he told Zhang Wencheng that if Yi Fan returned from the starry sky, he should return this scripture to him. Yi Fan left. He walked on the great earth, observing the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains. He entered deep mountains and great lakes, searching for dragon caves. There would be a great battle in the future, and the Big Dipper star region would be the main battlefield. Everything was for that immortal. The path of immortality. Yi Fan began to think about the long term. He would inevitably become the Yuan Taoist master. There was only a fine line between them. The mountains, rivers, and great earth would all become weapons in his hands. Now, he carefully observed. He saw many friends. It had only been 2 years since he left. It wasn't that long ago, so he didn't miss them too much. However, there was a bit of unnaturalness in the depths of his heart. He thought of a little guy who unknowingly arrived in Yin country. It was here that he met the little girl in the past. But now, the city was destroyed, and the people were gone. There was only desolation everywhere. After so many years, it was as if she had disappeared from the world. The Black Emperor almost turned the earth upside down, but he couldn't find any traces of her. Yi Fan used phoenix blood gold, immortal tears green gold, and other immortal materials as rewards, but no one could provide any valuable clues. Apart from a few people who wanted to swindle him, no one could provide any valuable clues. Eternal expedition. The archaic king race finally took action. The first expeditionary army was assembled. Because the number of motherships was limited, this was a multi-race allied army. The ancient race didn't immediately launch an all-out attack. This group of people also had the nature of scouting. Even though they clamored that the people of the Eternal Lord Star were ants, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, the Eternal Lord Star wiped out a few ancient race ancestral kings in the last great battle, and even more races were completely obliterated. This made them feel restraining fear. Great chaos is about to rise. Are the two great civilization systems finally going to collide? Yifan watched the ancient race allied army leave with his own eyes. The ancient race was very valiant, and their experts were as many as trees in a forest. However, if this group of scouts stirred up a storm over there, they might not necessarily be able to gain an advantage. After all, the Eternal Lord Star had produced deities in the past. Success, the first stage of the evolution liquid has been refined. Cheers sounded from the heavenly village. The all-life energy cauldron was curled up by immortal mist, and auspicious colors gushed out. The precious liquid was sparkling and translucent as it splashed high into the air, affecting everyone's nerves. Put away the initial liquid and continue to extract the second stage of the evolution liquid. From this day onwards, Li Heishui, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and the others began to cultivate in seclusion, using the first stage of the evolution liquid to break through to a higher realm. As for the Sacred Prince and GZ, they needed at least the second stage of the evolution liquid to be effective. Their bloodlines and strength were there, so they could only wait. Yi Tong had reached the crucial moment of severing his Tao, so he wasn't allowed to use this precious liquid. His future prospects were boundless, and this hurdle required comprehension of the Tao. He couldn't rely on external forces and could only rely on himself to break through. Another month passed, and the second stage of the evolution liquid was successfully refined. GZ and the Sacred Prince went into seclusion, and just like Yifan in the past, they were about to break through. In the third month, the all-life energy cauldron floated up and down in the mountains. Millions and millions of strands of multicolored light shone, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared. Azure dragons, immortal phoenixes, flying immortals, and ancient deities appeared at the same time. The great Tao rumbled, and the radiance was endless. The higher level of the evolution liquid was successfully refined. Everyone had high hopes for the expedition of the Supreme Ancient Imperial Family. Although it was just a scouting expedition, once they understood the situation, it was very likely that it would bring them a great opportunity. The strongest evolutionary fluid became everyone's obsession. All the races were waiting for news. When they received specific information, they would send out an overwhelming army. The heavenly village became quiet. Even the large black dog went into seclusion with drool dripping from his mouth. He was going to cleanse his body and break through. As the first, second, and third stages of the evolutionary fluid were successfully extracted, the important figures of the celestial court all went into seclusion. There were only a few people left. The killing saint stood still like a stone statue. He sat cross-legged under an ancient tree and guarded the all-life source cauldron. Apart from this, Yifan was also free. He was waiting for the fourth stage of the evolutionary fluid. The first three stages were useless to him and couldn't help him break through. In these days, he had been reading the great Tao of nature and studying the meaning of this ancient scripture. He deeply understood the difficulty of becoming a saint. This was a heavenly barrier. Stepping over it, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, however, it was easier said than done to transform from a worm into a brightly colored butterfly. Since ancient times, who knew how many heroes had been stopped at this door? Since ancient times, billions of cultivators didn't transform into butterflies. Instead, they were trapped in a dead cocoon and couldn't break through. After reading for a long time, Yifan closed the ancient scroll. He was waiting for the fourth stage of the evolutionary fluid. As long as he successfully extracted it, he would be able to advance to the next level and fight a saint. There was still one person in the heavenly village who hadn't used the evolutionary fluid, and that was Yi Tong. He was about to sever his Tao, so he had to rely on himself for everything. Master, I plan to go out and look for an opportunity to break through the shackles. Yi Tong planned to travel the world and make the final attempt to sever his Tao. Go. Yifan nodded. Senior brother, I'll go with you. We'll be a pair of peerless prodigies, and the whole world will respect us, the little baldy Huahua said. He was young but full of mischief. He was naturally a free person, and he ran around happily. Go cultivate obediently. Yifan chased him away. The all-life source cauldron's aura was peaceful. During these few months, it had always been wrapped within immortal mist, becoming more and more extraordinary. Refining medicine, resonating with the great Tao, was beneficial to it as well. Immortal light surged, and all types of divine chains of order shot out in all directions. The mortal energy couldn't get close to its body. Its entire body was engraved with symbols, and those were complex and indescribable Tao marks that were born along with all types of past tribulations and punishments. Yifan took a look at his cauldron and cleared his mind. He closed his eyes and started to comprehend the great Tao of nature again. In the outside world, the various ancient races were all waiting in anticipation, hoping for good news to arrive from Eternal Overlord Planet. Evolutionary fluid was extremely important and they all desired it greatly. The storm had calmed down a little during this period of time, and the competition for various divinity ores had come to an end because there was really nothing left to trade. Yi Tong transformed into an ordinary youth. He walked a bitter path and entered the Central Plains. He was asking himself what exactly he was lacking. He was asking himself how he could sever it. Along the way, he forgot about everything else. There was only the word severing Tao in his mind. Only after a long time did he think of the bitterness of his childhood. The declining sun god race was completely exterminated by others. He thought of that old servant who died to save him. He thought of the isolation he felt back then, talking to himself with a small animal. Finally, he thought of Yi Fan. It was this master who saved him, imparted him a technique, and opened up his immortal platform, allowing the profound mysteries of the sun scripture of the distant ancestor to appear in his heart. He possessed a flawless sun scripture. This was a secret left behind in the blood of their race by the distant ancestor. Even though the scripture had long been lost, as long as someone with the same bloodline as the Sun Saint Sovereign appeared, they would be able to obtain it. Severing the Tao, sever endless obsessions, break through endless fabrications. Yi Tong wandered aimlessly, all alone. As he was severing his Tao, he thought back to the tragic scene when he was hunted down by the Golden Crow race on the Emperor Star Planet. Father, mother. The pain in his heart, the bitter experiences of his childhood, appeared one by one. After so many years, he sealed himself away, not willing to face them. But now that he was about to sever his Tao, the scars he was most unwilling to open would be ruthlessly peeled off. Elder sister, I miss you. Yi Tong's eyes were filled with tears as he involuntarily screamed. He had a little sister who risked her life to save him in that dangerous situation. Her entire body was covered in blood, but she still smiled radiantly at him, telling him to continue living on. That was just a little girl with extraordinary talent. She was a heaven-defying genius, but she was still too young and had yet to mature. Little brother, you have to be good. Yi Tong could still clearly hear the voice of the little sister in his ears. That beautiful little girl said this to him before she died. Her tears flowed, but there was a smile on her face, telling him that he had to live on and grow up to be an adult. Little sister, I survived. Yi Tong's tears rolled down his face. He stretched out his hands and stroked forward, wanting to touch the tender face of the little girl who had a look of concern on her face. She was smiling, yet there were tears in her eyes. She consoled him when his family was destroyed, telling him to be strong. Golden crows whistled through the air. Beams of golden light arced through the air. The dilapidated palaces, the declining clans, they all fled towards the sea, being pursued endlessly. Dead, they were all dead. The blood was cold and glaring. Lives were withering one after another. His loved ones left one after another, unable to be caught even if he wanted to. They died in battle in front of him, fighting for a path of survival for him. Yi Tong cried. Although many years had passed, everything that happened was still vivid in his mind, causing him to feel pain in his heart. Severing the Tao was the cruelest path. Everything would reappear, and he would have to experience it all again. After being sealed for so many years, Yi Fan saved him, but he couldn't completely save his tender heart. That young child was sealed in his heart by himself. And now, the scar was opened, dripping with blood. That child of the past had appeared. A pitiful child walked forward alone, not trusting anyone. He trembled in fear and only dared to talk to the birds in the forest. His eyes were filled with tears as he raised his head and asked a little bird. How far was forever? Father said that he would always silently protect me. When would the future be? Little sister said that she would appear in the future and come to see me. I know, they won't appear. Just like Uncle Jiang, they all died to protect me, forever. These were the memories of a 5 or 6-year-old child. At this moment, Yitong's heart was torn apart. He couldn't help but cry out. Yitong was in great pain. He walked on the path of severing the Tao, and the bitter memories of family were only a part of severing the Tao. It was difficult for him to bear. This was because this was the pain of his childhood, and it had caused him serious injuries. He was a person who valued friendship. He couldn't bear it, couldn't forget it, and when he faced it again, there was only blood. How did Master sever the Tao? When he returned, he just happened to receive the grievous news of his parents' passing. He suffered a lot, but he didn't say anything. I have to persevere. Master once said that pain is good, sorrow is good, blood is the only thing that can be known. There is no need to shout and scream, no need to let the whole world know that the path of cultivation is miserable. Only by chewing on the loneliness and tasting the bitterness can one reach heights. This is nothing. Master even severed the great Tao, so this is nothing. I have to face it, I have to face it. Sooner or later, I will return to the North Star and fill in the soil of little sister's desolate grave. Yitong's gaze became more and more resolute. He walked out of his own bitter world and allowed the young child that had been sealed in his heart to move forward with others. He was no longer sealed. His body shone brightly like a divine sun in the sky. With every step he took, his entire body was submerged in blazing light, and he turned into a sun god. My Tao, my path, does not follow Master's path. It transcends the scriptures of my ancestors and is not bound by the path of those before me. It begins with the sun scripture and ends with the source of the sun. Yitong's eyes became more and more resplendent. He walked forward resolutely, ascending into the sky in the great wilderness, step by step towards the sun in the sky. I cultivate the sun scripture. Since ancient times, there have never been two people who proved the Tao on the same path. In order to break away from it, I can only start from the source. Yitong activated the chessboard formation platform and stepped into the realm gate. He rushed towards the sun, wanting to slash out his own unique Tao and ascend to the peak. When he appeared again, endless flame essences danced about. Raging flames raged and burned. This was a country of fire. Yitong approached the sun. The blazing light and terrifying heat were enough to incinerate everything in the world. He cultivated the sun scripture, so his entire body was bathed in flames and was imperishable. He wanted to enter the sun and slash out his own path. If the outside world knew of this, they would definitely think that he had gone mad. Not even many ancient saints dared to do so. Woo, this is too shocking. The Big Dipper star region's sun has the imprint of an ancient great emperor. An ancient golden crow flapped its wings and attacked the sun. Look, there are a few golden leaves in the sun. They look like the essence leaves of the Fusang divine tree. They have the imprint of a great emperor carved on them. They have existed since ancient times and are difficult to erase. Another golden crow cried out. After Yifan returned, he had asked the killing saint about the situation and learned that 2 golden crows had come to the Big Dipper. He was shocked at that time. It was because these 2 ancient saints came from an ancient star called Hwasong Star. That was the world of golden crows, and the hero Grady was killed precisely by the quasi-emperor there. These 2 golden crows precisely came from Hwasong Star. They were scouting for the even more powerful golden crows. After they appeared in Central Continent, they then rushed towards the sun to explore historical remains. There's a little demon over there. He actually has an innate extreme yang body, even more terrifying than my golden crow race's fire body. The sun's essence has entered and cleansed his flesh. It cannot be harmed in the slightest and is strengthening his life force. It is comparable to my clan's great emperor when he was young. The 2 golden crows discovered Yitong. They both revealed looks of shock. Then, they discovered that Yitong was going to sever his Tao and travel alone. He was actually going to enter the sun and rush towards those golden leaves. Shwa, the 2 golden crows appeared, cutting off his path. They revealed looks of shock. This was definitely a rarely seen human race immortal seed since the ancient times. Little friend, I can see that your divine aptitude is heavenly. Are you willing to enter my Golden Crow race's sect? We will pass down an unmatched precious scripture to you. Yi Tong's eyes immediately became clear again. When he saw the two golden crows, his eyes immediately became vertical. He thought of his father, mother, as well as his tender little sister. They were all exterminated by the Golden Crow race. I'm not willing. He refused without the slightest hesitation. Why? We are saints. Is that Tao not worthy of being your master? One of the Golden Crows said. I already have a master, so I won't join anyone else's sect. Yi Tong replied. Is that so? Let me see just how powerful your master is. A golden crow reached out its hand, capturing the wool within the depths of Yi Tong's brows. He didn't want to miss out on this extreme young body, because it would be extremely useful for him to break through cultivation realms in the future. This was a rarely seen immortal seed. Regardless of whether it was used as a disciple or as a cauldron, its value was immeasurable. The other golden crow also made its move, wanting to restrain Yi Tong's mystic arts. However, the Sun Sutra had merged with Yi Tong's blood, turning into mysterious symbols that were difficult to take shape. Only a few golden symbols could be faintly seen. What, this might be, Great Emperor's symbols. The two golden crows were immediately shocked, and then they revealed expressions of joy. Good, 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 we are fated to be master and disciple. The two golden crows' bodies shone with resplendent golden light. They had to grasp this youth in their hands. They couldn't let him go. I already have a master, so I won't take another one. Yi Tong said. However, under saints, all were ants. No matter how stunning he was still someone who was about to sever the Tao. The difference in cultivation realms was too great, so there was no way for him to contend against them. One of the golden crows pointed out, capturing his will. He saw his master Yi Fan, and understood many things. So it turns out to be the human race's holy body. I heard about this person as soon as I arrived in this star domain, and I didn't want him to be your master. However, what does he count for? He's just an insignificant Tao-severing warrior. How can he compare to saints like us? He's just an ant. I can destroy him with a wave of my hand. My good disciple, come with us. How can that holy body compare to us? If you don't believe me, I'll turn my hand and suppress him. The two of them were determined not to let him go. They had to extract the great emperor's symbols flowing in Yi Tong's blood, and they had to take him with them. To them, he was priceless. Yi Tong was furious, but he couldn't move. He had no way to resist the saints. In the heavenly village, the siblings Gu Lin and Gu Fei quickly found Yi Fan and anxiously reported that Yi Tong might be in trouble. On the sun. The siblings were the descendants of the marvelous diviner. They had grasped extraordinary divine arts of divination, so they divined Yi Tong's location. Yi Fan didn't say much. He immediately took out a formation platform and entered the void, charging toward the sun. You guys actually extracted such a heaven-defying precious liquid. It can break through the shackles of heaven and earth and become saints in one go? An ancient golden crow cried out in shock. They were ancient saints with boundless magical force. With a turn of their hands, they could easily extract Yi Tong's will and read it. Haha. The other ancient golden crow laughed loudly, feeling extremely satisfied. The evolutionary liquid refined from the absolute beginning life stone was equivalent to a divine pill. It was definitely priceless. I truly never thought that there would be such a world-defying opportunity after coming to this ancient star region. Good, let's go and seize this opportunity. They had long become saints and couldn't use the fourth stage of the evolutionary liquid to break through. However, how could the precious liquid refined from the absolute beginning life stone and undying immortal medicine be ordinary? It could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead and allow the body to live forever. The auras of the two ancient golden crows were like blades that could split the sky. The golden feathers on their bodies trembled, causing everything in the void to collapse. Overflowing golden demonic energy rushed out from their bodies. Sun God body, imperial scriptures contained in her blood, great secrets within her heart, evolutionary liquid, and other things made the eyes of the two ancient golden crows burn with radiance. The way they looked at Yi Tong became even more extraordinary. Enter my golden crow race and your future will be limitless. You will definitely shine with resplendent brilliance. Yi Tong resisted. There was no way she would yield. We will make you change your mind. Don't you have a master? He's just a Dao severer. We'll go kill him in a bit. The two ancient golden crows were extremely calm. As saints, they looked down on the common people like ants. They could kill cultivators who hadn't become saints with a raise of their hands. Wu, the most powerful evolutionary liquid, is being extracted from the heavenly village. Let me see exactly how to go and seize this opportunity. One of the ancient golden crows stretched out his hand, wanting to completely see through Yi Tong's immortal platform and understand all of its secrets. Chi. Suddenly, 5 colored divine light swept over, turning into 5 precious swords that were suffused with primal chaos aura. They were exceptionally sharp and abruptly hacked out. Pooh, bloody light flashed. One of the golden crow's fingers was sliced off. Blood splashed everywhere, causing his expression to change greatly. After becoming a saint for so many years, no one could injure him. Today, his finger was actually sliced off. Carrying Yi Tong, he rapidly retreated several thousand zhang away. His expression was unsightly, and his golden eyes were like lightning as he stared at the original spot. Naturally, Yi Fan had arrived. He entered the ancient Saint Mecha suit and performed the supreme assassination secret art of the celestial court, cutting off one of the saint's fingers. "Who are you?" shouted another golden crow. "I'm just an ant in your eyes, a mere Dao severer. I'm Yi Fan." Yi Fan stood tall in the void, facing the extreme yang flame essence. His entire body was overflowing with light. Although he didn't have a fire body, he was comparable to an ancient saint and didn't fear any holy radiance. He had Yi Tong's imprint, so he was able to find him immediately outside the sun. Although Yi Fan had cut off the sage's finger with the 5-colored divine light, he didn't dare to be careless. In terms of true strength, he still couldn't compare to the sage. The success he had just achieved was mainly due to his sneak attack. His expression was solemn as he sized up the two ancient saints. Their bodies were shriveled, but their spirits were high. Their shriveled bodies seemed to be made of pure gold. They wore golden robes and were shrouded in holy light. Just by standing there, they could suffocate all living things. This was the might of a sage. Yi Fan knew that his disciple was in trouble, but he didn't expect to provoke 2 sages at once. Now that he had arrived, he frowned and had to be careful. Because if he didn't handle this well, both of them might die here. "Master." Yi Tong was anxious and worried. He knew how powerful his master was, but he didn't think that he could fight against 2 golden crows. "So you're Yi Fan, the so-called saint physique of the human race? I've heard some things about you since I came to this galaxy, but you don't seem to be much," said one of the golden crows coldly. "Let go of my disciple." Yi Fan was expressionless. The other golden crow said calmly, "This child is fated with our golden crow race, and he will become our disciple. Becoming your disciple is really delaying his future. If you think about his future, you should let go. Let go of me. I will never become a golden crow, and I will never become a disciple of another sect. I only have one master." Yi Tong said resolutely. "You heard him. Let go of him." "He's just my disciple," said Yi Fan. "You overestimate yourself. You're just a Dao severer. What qualifications do you have to compete with us for a disciple? I've already given you enough dignity and courtesy. If you don't know when to back off, I'll kill you with a raise of my hand." The golden crow who had lost a finger said coldly. At this moment, the golden crow's blood flowed in reverse, and his broken finger grew back. He quickly recovered. His expression was gloomy, and his killing intent was revealed. Having his finger cut off by a Dao severer could be considered a great humiliation. He didn't act out immediately, but that didn't mean that he didn't care as a sage. "If you want to compete with me over a disciple, then I can keep you company." Yi Fan was going to fight. He walked forward, his expression extremely cold. "You all think that you are high up above, but when facing an ant like me, can you let go of my disciple first? Could it be that you were scared?" An ancient golden crow laughed loudly. He let go of Yi Tong, sending him several li out. He wasn't worried that he would leave, because there was a Dao imprint left in his body that could instantly bring him to him. We are saints, so what do we have to be scared of? We sit in the 9 heavens, overlook the common people, view you like weeds. If I don't like you, I can casually pull you out. Another ancient golden crow said. Even though this was the case, he didn't look down on Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan had injured one of their fingers, even though it was a sneak attack. Then let's fight. Yi Fan said. Haha, how laughable. Is there even a need to fight against you? You don't have the qualifications. I can wipe you out with a turn of my hand. The ancient golden crow laughed loudly. At the same time, a large hand slapped over. Even though he said this, he secretly transferred terrifying heavenly Tao power. This was the reason why saints could look down on all life. When one's body merged with the Tao, all things in the heavens would be merged with the body. One's own body would become a great Tao. His true body would rise above the sun and moon, descend into the 9 layers of mountains and rivers. There was nothing he couldn't do. At this moment, the great Tao of heaven and earth resonated, the stellar domain rumbling. The enormous sun that was inches away burned, as if it was trembling because of him, suppressing downwards. Divine chains of order appeared in tens of thousands of streaks. The void collapsed, all types of natural laws turning into light that submerged Yi Fan. This was definitely fatal. The ancient golden crow's words were full of contempt, but when he truly took action, he was like a lion hunting a rabbit. He didn't hold back at all, wishing to wipe out the human race's divine body with a single strike. Hung long, heaven and earth collapsed, the sun and moon both trembling. The great Tao divine laws completely exploded, destroying everything. Yi Fan's expression changed. He entered the ancient divine war tool, operating all of his magical force. His entire body shone, supporting an exceptional irregular scene, the celestial king descending to the 9 heavens, the golden bitter sea, the chaotic green lotus, and the beautiful land and mountains were linked together, forming a real world. It was like the 6 paths of reincarnation, as if the world was being reopened. The blazing light and the indistinct irregular scene were not perfect, but when Yi Fan used it with all his strength, it was still very shocking. The indistinct irregular scene was like a heavenly blade, forcibly tearing apart the endless natural laws of the saints. It cut open a part of the void and struggled free. Yi Fan defended and attacked. Endless irregular scenes crushed forward, wanting to envelop the golden crows. The 2 ancient golden crows revealed strange expressions. All of this was too unimaginable. He was just a Tao severer, but with the help of that war tool, he could actually fight against one of them. Boom, this attack ended. Yi Fan swept through the 9 heavens, tearing apart tens of thousands of natural laws. He flew out and stood in front of Yi Tong, shielding her behind him. The ancient golden crow's expression was ugly. He actually didn't manage to take down Yi Fan. Just now, he wanted to kill him with a wave of his hand, but Yi Fan had resolved the killing situation. Human saint physique, you do have some skills. I admit that I underestimated you. Today, let's see if you can escape from the palm of my hand. He shouted softly, and a 3-legged crow appeared behind him. Its whole body seemed to be made of gold, not black, and its brilliance covered the sun. With a long and clear cry, the feathers of the golden crow behind him fluttered and clanked. Countless golden swords flew out, tearing apart the sky. Clang, Yi Fan actually went tit for tat and didn't retreat. The void behind him split open, turning into a golden world. All kinds of weapons flew out and slashed forward, contending against every single golden sword. This was a killing calamity. If it was carried out in the mortal world, the people would definitely be in an abyss of misery. They fought in front of the sun, causing flames to surge into the sky and clouds to stretch endlessly. Golden divine treasures appeared behind Yi Fan. Golden pagodas, divine swords, Tao bells, gourds, and other things turned into a dense rain of light. They collided with the golden crow's feather swords, and sounds rang out incessantly. I can't let you live. The ancient golden crow was astonished. He didn't expect that a Tao severer could use a war tool to stop him. It was difficult to take him down in a short amount of time. This made him feel gloomy. How powerful would this person be if he became a saint? Perhaps killing him a step earlier was the best choice. The other golden crow that hadn't made a move was also indecisive. In their original estimations, If any one of them used their full strength, they could kill Yi Fan with a flip of their hand. At this moment, their hearts were shaken. Master, I'm going to sever the Tao. I need to enter the sun. Yi Tong suddenly transmitted a message, revealing an uneasy expression. Yi Fan frowned. It was extremely dangerous to sever the Tao at this time, and he couldn't allow anyone to disturb him. However, he couldn't even find a quiet place. Yi Tong's Tao was very special, and he needed to enter the scorching sun. Severing the Tao was extremely crucial for cultivators. It affected their lifetime accomplishments, and if they failed, they might very well turn into ashes. Go. Enter the sun and comprehend the Tao in peace. There's no need to worry about anything outside, said Yi Fan. Yi Tong was his eldest disciple, and this was the most crucial moment. No matter what, he had to protect him well and not allow anything to happen to him. Yi Tong nodded, and then he turned around and entered the sun. He understood that his master had already made up his mind. It was useless no matter what he said. The best way to resolve this was to smoothly sever the Tao. A golden crow sneered and said, "Do you think you can stop me? You still want to protect the Tao here? Overestimating your capabilities. Today, I will split apart your primordial spirit, search your sea of consciousness, and slaughter my way into the heavenly village. Watch how I seize your celestial quartz natural luck." He flapped his wings and released a long cry. Holy might surged, covering heaven and earth. In that instant, even the sun began to tremble. The natural laws of the heavenly Tao were at his disposal. This wasn't an ordinary ancient saint. This golden crow had already become a saint 1,000 years ago. His cultivation was profound, and his magical force was boundless, exceeding ordinary saints. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. 2 black arrows appeared between Yi Fan's fingers, releasing an incomparably strange power. Even Yi Fan was shocked. It was because these arrows seemed to be a bit different when facing the golden crow. This was a weapon made from the leftover materials of Dai shooting down the sun. It had been mysterious since ancient times, and had accompanied many experts. It was an ancient secret treasure. Xiao, a black arrow flew out, shattering the sky dome. The dark light was intimidating, several hundred li in length. The ancient golden crow sensed danger. It flapped its wings and rushed into the heavens, but it was still shot through. Pooh, a streak of bloody light splashed out. One of his golden divine wings was pierced through, blood scattering outwards. Ah! The golden crow saint roared in pain and struggled violently. His golden wings had been pierced through and blood rained down. An ancient saint had almost been killed and was gravely injured. It had to be said that this was quite shocking. One had to know that his opponent was only a Tao severer. The black arrow flew into the distance with a mist of blood lingering around it. A powerful domain shook as the arrow tore the sky and split the earth. The ancient golden crow turned into human form with an ashen face. His left forearm had been blasted open and a large hole had appeared. White bone fragments could be seen and blood was dripping down. It was quite a frightening sight. "I've actually been injured by you." A fierce power quickly spread along his arm, destroying his golden crow saint power and cutting away a large amount of vitality. The majestic arrow intent was terrifying. Swoosh, Yi Fan spread his arms. There was no bow in his hand, but his heart was filled with the intent to destroy the world. The longbow formed from energy shot out a second black arrow towards the golden crow saint. It was as fast as a black bolt of lightning as it streaked across the sky. The golden crow saint flapped his wings lightly and rays of light shot out. He retreated hundreds of miles at an extremely fast speed. However, the black arrow didn't stop. It changed directions and didn't stop until it hit its target. It brought with it a large area of black lightning and a majestic killing intent. "What, this is, a Tao arrow specially made to deal with my golden crow race." The other ancient golden crow revealed a serious expression. He immediately attacked to kill Yi Fan. Golden feathers flew out and 100,000 feather swords fell together, shattering the space. Buzz, chaotic chi surged behind Yi Fan. The 5-colored divine light covered the sun and turned into 5 treasured swords. The chaotic sword chi swept out and blocked the 100,000 feather swords in front of him. This was a battle of sword intent. Yi Fan didn't have the power of a saint, but he could use the ancient saint war tools and borrow the power of the ancient god's secret power seed to attack. Swoosh! At the same time, Yi Fan summoned the 2 black Dao arrows back and shattered the feather swords to defend himself. It's him, he left behind the black arrow. The other golden crow cried out above the fire cloud formed by the essence of solar fire. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He looked very miserable. It was because when the second black arrow was shot out just now, it also broke through his defense, piercing through his shoulder and shattering a piece of sacred bone. It was a tragic sight to behold. Even the powerful ancient sage of the Golden Crow tribe, who had become a sage more than 1,000 years ago, was still reduced to such a sorry state. His bones had been shattered at the spot where he had been struck by the black arrow. From this, one could imagine just how powerful the black arrow was. With the black arrow standing in front of him, Yi Fan felt a little more confident. Otherwise, the pressure of facing 2 ancient sages would be too great. While he had a powerful mecha, it was not his own strength, so there was no guarantee that he would be able to withstand their attacks at the crucial moment. The 2 gold crows gathered together, their faces dark and gloomy. Their eyes were shining brightly as they gazed at the 2 arrows beside him. Not to mention them, even Yi Fan himself had sensed something different. He had sensed a soaring killing intent from these 2 ancient arrows. Grady, it's the Grady Dao arrow from ancient times. It was infused with his essence, energy, spirit, and murderous intent. It was forged to target the saint of our Golden Crow tribe. One of the gold crows cried out, revealing an expression of disbelief. They came from the Huasong Star, which was an ancient and vast country belonging to the Golden Crows. There were divine flames and precious trees everywhere. The Golden Crows could split the sky, and there were only a few of them from other races. Since ancient times, no one had been able to compete with this race. In ancient times, a quasi-emperor appeared in this race. He had 10 princes, and in order to find a place of immortality, he once went on an expedition to an ancient source of life. In the end, 9 of his princes died in the hands of a man named Grady. The legends of the past and the terrible disaster caused the veins on the foreheads of the 2 Golden Crow saints to bulge. Their expressions were extremely cold. The quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow tribe destroyed 9 similar black arrows and brought the fragments back to the ancient Huasong Star. Many Golden Crows had seen and felt it. Tell me, how did you get this kind of Dao arrow? What's your relationship with Grady? An ancient Golden Crow roared. The other ancient Golden Crow tried his best to operate his Xianxia to separate the murderous intent from his body. He finally stabilized his injury and successfully healed his body. It's not the real ancient black Dao arrow, but it's definitely made by Grady. It is infused with part of his essence, energy, and spirit. It's a demonic weapon that can kill our race. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. The ancient hero Grady shot the sun and left behind an immortal legend. In the end, he bled and died in the hands of the supreme quasi-emperor. It was a sad story. I thought you're just a human with a holy body. I didn't expect you to have the weapon of Grady. We can't let you live. We'll take your life no matter what. The blood of the princes of the Golden Crow tribe is not for nothing. Everything about Grady must be destroyed. The 2 ancient Golden Crows said coldly. They could imagine what kind of praise they would receive if they killed Yi Fan and brought the 2 black arrows back to the Huasong Star. Buzz, the 2 ancient Golden Crows disappeared and turned into the laws of heaven and earth. Only the terrifying Golden Crow divine light appeared and attacked forward from time to time. A saint was omnipotent and omnipresent. When a saint cast aside everything else and made up his mind to kill, everyone would tremble. At this moment, the 2 ancient Golden Crows no longer treated Yi Fan as an ordinary Dao cutter. Their murderous intent was enough to destroy the world. Yi Fan frowned and took out 2 black Dao arrows. He defended himself from all directions and attacked from time to time. He had no chance of winning against the 2 powerful Golden Crow ancient saints. If he didn't have the black arrows, he would have died. That was because he had yet to become a saint. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came. Inside the blazing sun, the heavenly essence fire rose to the sky. Yi Tong sat in the flames and comprehended. 9 golden leaves flew over and surrounded him. They flowed with auspicious radiance and the aura of an ancient emperor pervaded the air. 9 mulberry divine leaves with immortal marks on them. Take them quickly. The two ancient golden crows glanced at each other. They wanted to give up on Yifan and rush over to grab the 9 leaves. They were afraid that Yitong would absorb the imprints on them. At this point, they didn't want to take Yitong as a disciple at all. They had already decided that he would be a furnace. It didn't matter if he could break through or not. What mattered was to take the imperial scriptures and divine fire source in his body. Yifan let out a long whistle. He couldn't let the 2 golden crows disturb Yitong's comprehension no matter what. He couldn't be disturbed at this crucial moment. He didn't hesitate to use all his methods. Yifan was at a disadvantage, but he was determined to stop the 2 golden crow ancient saints and fight them. Brat, your death is imminent. Let's see how many lives you have. Today, you will be killed by the sun essence fire. The 2 golden crows said coldly. They were truly enraged and had endless methods. Saint Law surged and destroyed everything. The sky was shattered beyond recognition. Master, I'm fine. You can come over. The mulberry divine leaf can defend. Yitong suddenly transmitted his voice. Yifan's heart moved. He used the line incantation and the windspeed battery entered the sun essence fire. He stood in front of the 9 mulberry leaves. Golden light flickered as the aura of an ancient emperor permeated the air. Although it wasn't very dense, it was like an awakening emperor weapon, causing everyone to be shocked. The 2 golden crows chased until here. Suddenly, their expressions changed. They couldn't break through and couldn't rush over. This is the mulberry leaf scripture left behind by my ancestor. It talks about some of the experiences of cultivating the extreme young physique, Yitong said. Yifan was shocked. This was truly a good fortune for Yitong. The Sun Saint Emperor had entered this star before. It was most likely something from 1 to 2 million years ago. One could only sigh at the ruthlessness of time. Comprehend it carefully, but don't blindly be led by the predecessors. Yifan warned. Yitong replied, I know. My ancestor also left behind some words. He said that you can walk the path of the predecessors, but the most important thing is to find the path that suits you. The 2 golden crows were anxious. The 9 mulberry divine leaves were blocking their way. They couldn't rush over and couldn't collect them either. They could only watch helplessly. Aunt, do you dare to come out and fight? They shouted at Yifan, expressing their anxiety. They were afraid that the imprints on the leaves would disappear and they would all be refined by Yitong. Now, you 2 should enjoy your last moments. I will definitely kill you 2 in a month. Yifan said. 1 month later, he would definitely be able to extract the 4th stage of the evolution fluid. At that time, his cultivation would reach a new level and he would be able to fight saints. Yifan stood in front of the mulberry leaf. He was surrounded by the ancient emperor's aura and didn't need to defend at all. He attacked the 2 golden crows with all his strength. The black arrows tore through the sky like lightning and attacked the sun essence fire. They were extremely powerful and targeted the bloodline of the golden crows. The 2 golden crows were injured one after the other. They were pierced by the black arrows and almost damaged their origin. They roared in anger, but there was nothing they could do. You 2 fire crows, if you're not afraid of death, then come at me. Today, I'll roast pigeons. Yifan's words were full of mockery. Junior, I swear I will kill you. The 2 golden crows roared. Unfortunately, they couldn't break through the threads of terrifying Emperor Qi on the mulberry leaf. They would be torn to pieces if they got even a little closer. Yifan laughed loudly. He gathered his spiritual energy and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through the chest of one of the golden crows and exploded its heart. There was a bloody hole that went through the front and back. Saint bones and blood splashed everywhere. Junior, I will remember this debt. I will definitely turn your bones into ashes in the future. The injured golden crow soared into the sky. At the same time, the other golden crow also suffered a heavy blow. Yifan's body and mind became one. A strand of undying will merged into the Dao arrow and shot outwards. The second golden crow's thigh was blasted apart, blood dripping everywhere. The 2 golden crows were furious, but there was nothing they could do. If they couldn't break through the 9 mulberry divine leaves, everything would be useless. Even though they were furious, they could only back up and stop in the distance. They were full of hatred as they stared forward. "Master, I've severed the Tao." Yitong's voice sounded. He stood up and opened his eyes. They were deep like the starry sky, and flame essence swirled around his body. Gotcha, the 9 mulberry leaves were all shattered. 9 types of imprints entered Yitong's body, making him look even more heroic and extraordinary. Every inch of his flesh was shining. His entire body was sparkling and dazzling, exceeding the sun. Kill. When the 2 golden crows saw this, they turned into 2 streaks of golden lightning and rushed over. They wanted to kill the master and disciple pair of Yi Fan. However, at this moment, they felt their blood run cold. They immediately retreated because a tribulation comparable to a saint had appeared within the essence flames. Huge lightning descended from the sky and submerged this place. 5 elements: heavenly tribulation, sun god tribulation, primal chaos tribulation, world-shaking divine court tribulation. Large amounts of lightning descended together and swept in all directions. The 2 golden crows were well aware of how terrifying the tribulation was. If they were to resist it, they would also go through the tribulation. Moreover, it was a saint tribulation targeted at them. They broke out in cold sweat and were struck dozens of times. Lightning shot out in all directions, but they finally retreated. Yitong stood in the sea of lightning and began to resist the heavenly punishment. He was like a young deity accepting the baptism of the heavens as he bathed in the sea of lightning. This kind of tribulation is too terrifying. Look, an ancient emperor has appeared. 10 heavenly suns have appeared in this star domain. This kind of tribulation is comparable to a saint tribulation. Many people might not be able to survive it. The 2 golden crows felt bitter. They felt their blood run cold and didn't dare to approach. They could only watch as a youth rose up powerfully. Yi Fan nodded and felt gratified. This kind of tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even the great ancient emperors when they were young could not compare to this, right? He stood at the edge of the tribulation and didn't want to disturb Yitong. He only watched quietly. The 2 golden crows hid far away, afraid that Yitong would use the tribulation to plot against them. How hateful, we can only watch helplessly but can't stop it. What should we do? This is a youth with the talent of an emperor, and his master is even more unfathomable. Is he going to create a miracle since ancient times? Is he going to have one sect with 2 emperors? The 2 golden crows were anxious and full of hidden worries for the future. After several hours, the tribulation still hadn't dispersed. Yitong had suffered serious injuries. This kind of tribulation was too terrifying. His body had been shattered dozens of times, but he had withstood it with great difficulty. Finally, after another 2 hours, the sky full of lightning disappeared and the primal chaos dispersed. Endless worldly essence and solar essence surged towards Yitong and entered his Tao-severing body. The tribulation was successful. Let's go. Yi Fan appeared, producing a formation platform, opening a realm gate. He pulled Yitong inside, and just like that, they crossed over. Where do you think you're going? The 2 golden crows roared, but they were too far away and couldn't stop him. The tribulation just now was too terrifying. They were afraid of being affected by the karma and following the tribulation. Now, they couldn't get close at all. Wash your necks clean. I'll kill you 2 in a month and roast your golden crow meat on the bonfire. Yi Fan's cold words came from the gap of the realm gate that was about to close. The 2 golden crows were furious, but it was too late by the time they arrived. They couldn't stop him. We only found some secrets from the sea of consciousness of the little demon with the extreme yang constitution. We didn't have time to continue before the human race's divine physique arrived. We don't know where the heavenly village is, so how can we seize that great fortune? The 2 golden crows frowned but couldn't do anything. Yitong had slashed his Tao. The phenomenon caused by the tribulation really caused a huge commotion in the Big Dipper galaxy. There were ancient saints who charged towards the sun but didn't find anything. In the heavenly village, Yi Fan and the others returned. They were instantly surrounded by many elders. They all knew that the phenomenon was caused by Yitong. Senior brother, you're really amazing. No wonder you're on par with me as one of the 2 peerless prodigies. You have my style. The little baldy ran over and hugged his leg. At the same time, he blinked his black gem-like eyes and asked for a gift. Clang! In the distance, the myriad Qi cauldron trembled. Qi Luo opened his eyes and stared at it without blinking. There were all kinds of phenomena circling around the cauldron. Azure dragons, divine phoenixes, flying immortals, vermilion birds, gods, and other lights and shadows gathered and emerged from the walls of the cauldron. Celestial aura enshrouded the cauldron, making it look holy. The fourth stage of the evolution fluid is about to be successfully refined. At this moment, Ji, the sacred prince, Dongfang Yi, and the others all came out of seclusion. Even the large black dog was startled, and he stretched his huge head over. The evolution fluid will definitely be refined in a few days. The era where we can battle saints has arrived. Yi Fan said. Winds rose, and mists fluttered about. This was a mysterious small divine world. Flowing springs and divine light flickered about, waterfalls and lawn birds dancing about together. It was rumored that this was a small world left behind by an ancient deity. It was obtained by the ancient divine dynasty's people, and then it evolved into their palace. Pill Cliff had strange rocks and strange peaks. Purple energy surged, and strange beasts roamed about. There were also large amounts of verdant mountain ranges that were shrouded in multicolored mists. In the very depths was an expanse of bone structures that were covered in dusky vital light. They were thick, solid, solemn, and dignified. At the same time, they gave off a stifling feeling. This was the human world's ancient palace. Ever since they were established, no one had ever broken through. It represented death, making one feel despair. It was strange and terrifying. An enormous white skeleton rested in front of him. Its several hundred zheng-long vertebrae hadn't decayed even after tens of thousands of years, its radiance still the same. This was an enormous ancient beast. In the past, it was killed here. All of its bones were sawed off to form a palace, and its remaining vertebra was turned into formation banners to protect this place. At the center of these bone structures was the human world's most ancient palace. The gray mists were so thick that they wouldn't disperse. Killing intent crossed the ancient era like strands and threads, becoming tangible as it seeped out. It was actually constructed from the remains of kings and saints. Its scale wasn't large, and compared to those imposing colossal gates, it could be said to be quite small. It couldn't hold many people, but the ancient aura and killing intent was something other buildings couldn't compare to. This was the human world's most sacred ancient palace. The white bones were sparkling and flowing with radiance. If they weren't the withered bones of saints, then they were the skulls of outstanding individuals with special constitutions. They looked extremely strange and terrifying. The world's decaying aura is becoming stronger and stronger. The path of immortality is about to open, and the remnants of the celestial court still exist in this world. It is time to eliminate them completely. A hoarse voice sounded. It was incredibly aged, as if it would stop breathing at any time. The entire bone palace was covered in a gloomy aura. A killing saint emerged from the celestial court, always searching for the location of the small divine world. If we don't get rid of him, there will be a disaster. Another gloomy voice sounded, carrying a type of decaying aura. This was a terrifying palace constructed from bones. Meanwhile, the skin of ancient saints covered the ground like a carpet, releasing bone-piercing radiance. Nothing more than remnant evildoers, long no longer as glorious as before the desolate era, unable to amount to much. I already found out where the village of heaven is. The aged voice said with a sneer. I'll quietly wait for them to successfully refine the evolution fluid and then completely erase it, bringing heaven-defying good fortune to the mortal world and hell. They were actually two killing saints, unknown just how many years they had lived for. They were all skin and bones, eye sockets sunken, hair like weeds, looking like malicious spirits. They were even older than Qi Luo. Their bloodlines were dried up, but their battle prowess was terrifying beyond compare. They used killing to prove their Tao, and they specialized in killing saints. The two patriarchs have been in seclusion for so many years. I wonder if they've made any breakthroughs. If they really do become the great sage, then who in the world will we have to fear? Ancestor Slaughter's flesh is almost dried up, but his cultivation is shocking. Before the heaven and earth changed, he already understood the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, that step is too hard to take. If the outside world heard the discussion between the two killing saints, they would definitely be horrified. The human world and hell were even more terrifying than what people could imagine. It wasn't as simple as just two killing saints overseeing things. As long as Gaijiryo doesn't die, the two killing ancestors will feel restraining fear. Above them, there were actually two killing ancestors who could already look down on the common people before the heaven and earth changed. It was just that their lifespans were withered, and under normal circumstances, they wouldn't take action. And it was precisely these two who had chased after the old madman back then. They almost made a move in secret, but in the end, they endured it. The two old ancestors most likely won't take action to destroy the remnants of the celestial court. If we offer up that precious fluid to extend their lifespans, then the old ancestors can relax. Those were two ancient saints who weren't willing to move. They had lived for too long. Gaijiryo has lived for too long, but he should be dying soon. Yu Sen's voice reverberated within the ancient divine dynasty's palace. No one in the world can find the divine spirit realm, so we can go slaughter the heavenly village without worry. What extreme yang physique, outstanding heroes, heaven-warping geniuses, etc., they will all become bones piled up in this palace. During these days, the outside world was in chaos. The expeditionary scouting team had gone to the Eternal Lord Star, but there was still no news even after so many days. Meanwhile, the saints from the outer realms would appear from time to time, causing unrest in the Big Dipper star region. A great storm could happen at any time. Suddenly, a terrifying aura engulfed the earth, vast and mighty beyond the sky. Mortals only felt their hearts palpitate, and even though they could sense it, they couldn't see anything. Even the ancient saints' expressions changed. This made even their souls tremble. Something major must have happened. Some people quickly rushed up. The Immortal Ascension Road has opened. On this day, a shocking piece of news arrived from the outer realms, shaking the Big Dipper star region. What? The Immortal Path has appeared, it really exists, and it appeared today? This was undoubtedly explosive news. The saints were restless, and the 10,000 races were in an uproar. Many experts flew towards the outer realms. It came so suddenly that everyone was caught unprepared. Many experts cried out loudly, tore open the void, and rushed to the scene. Why is it in the outer realms, and not on an ancient star? Some people were suspicious, but they couldn't care so much. The opportunity was fleeting, and only by making a decisive decision could they obtain something. This was an explosive day. The Immortal Ascension Road's appearance was almost unbelievable. Is this a rumor or a conspiracy? How could it be like this? Didn't they say it would appear on the Big Dipper star? Even though there were people who still had doubts, they couldn't care so much anymore. They hurried to the scene to seek confirmation, wanting to understand everything. Everyone went crazy. The saints all moved out. Even if they weren't saints, the cultivators of all clans couldn't hold themselves back. They followed the ancestors, their hearts surging. The heavenly village's people were naturally alarmed as well. They hurried towards the outer realms, and even the killing Saint Chi Luo temporarily left the all-life energy cauldron to see what was going on. It really is an immortal gate. Unfortunately, no one can enter. It is constantly changing, appearing and disappearing in outer realms. The cultivators who arrived earlier were discussing excitedly. Yi Fan and the others arrived. After chasing for 2 days, they finally found traces of immortals. That was a faintly discernible immortal gate. It was hazy and auspicious, and not even ancient saints could approach it. Its speed of movement was too fast, as if it was illusory. It pierced through the starry skies in an instant, traversing the past and present in an instant. Did you guys sense it? The dense multicolored light it is releasing is most likely immortal energy. Even saints can't help but want to worship it from so far away. This was a grand occasion. Everyone used all types of methods to get closer. This is a divine gate that is extremely unstable. Where exactly does it lead to? Is there really a mortal domain behind it? It went in, someone succeeded. An old saint from Shi King clan entered the immortal gate. Someone cried out loudly, feeling incomparably shocked. A wave of cries of alarm sounded from within the immortal gate. Then, loud laughter sounded. The gate of light quickly disappeared. Everyone erupted with commotion, chasing after its traces. However, they couldn't find it no matter what. 2 days later, the Immortal Gate appeared again. Fire Qilin Cave's old clan was in charge of the ancient imperial weapons pursuit. In the end, that gate seemed to have a spirit, instantly escaping into the distance, brushing past his shoulder. Haha. A Saint King from Muddled Sky Clan entered. He released an incomparably carefree laughter from within, as if he discovered the most exciting thing. It really is connected to Immortal Domain. Otherwise, why would they be so happy? The crowd was stirred up, their eyes all becoming red. They fought over the Immortal Gate, searching for this faintly discernible gate in outer space. This is a crack in Immortal Domain, an omen that the path of ascension is about to open. It is indeed connected to Immortal Domain. Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan lord roared. When news of this got out, outer space completely erupted with commotion. In the past, there were ancient emperors who speculated that when the path of ascension opened, there would definitely be terrifying immortal force fluctuations that would first break through the barrier between the two realms. During this period of time, a few small Immortal Domain cracks would appear. It was unavoidable, but they could also lead to Immortal Domain. Even if this isn't an immortal gate, it is still a gate left behind by an archaic deity, one that leads to an unmatched chaotic divine earth. Endless years have passed since the owner died, and now that it has opened again, the wisps of aura are too mysterious. It might be divine energy. The second type of deduction was made. It was because this type of thing had happened since the ancient times. Whoever could enter would definitely have a great opportunity. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, all of them erupting with activity. Regardless of whether it was the Immortal Gate or a chaotic divine earth, they were both great natural luck. Whoever could enter might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. A great battle was naturally unavoidable. As long as this divine gate appeared, there would definitely be a great storm. Many bloody events took place, however, after many days passed, only 3 people successfully entered, and they were all Saint Kings. The others couldn't compete with each other. It came out, it appeared again. Amidst shouts and life and death battles, a group of people rushed forward, fighting over the right to enter the immortal path. Yi Fan was horrified. Was this a prelude to the opening of the immortal path? What kind of great battle would there be in the future? Just this mysterious gate alone made bloody battles erupt in outer space. Normal cultivators weren't enough at all, turning into bloody mist the moment they went up. Even saints were directly injured. Who would have thought that one could truly sprout wings and ascend to immortality? This is immortal energy, my constitution is transforming. An ancient race Saint King cried out in alarm. He successfully seized the immortal gate. When they heard him say this, the doubts in many people's hearts immediately disappeared. They frantically took action, wishing to follow him in. However, when this Saint King quickly became indistinct, the immortal gate immediately disappeared, thus disappearing, leaving everyone with only regret. The 4th person, for exceptional experts have already entered. We still have a chance. The voices of people clamored. On the 10th day, strand after strand of immortal energy reappeared in outer space. This time, it was even more bitter, blood dyeing the heavens red. It really is immortal domain, too beautiful and magnificent. I saw, heavens, a true immortal phoenix. It possesses the aura of long life. Before it, I am like an ant. A Saint King was shaken, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Everyone went crazy. The path of immortality was the dream of many generations. Not even the great ancient emperors could enter, yet now, they could enter, there weren't many opportunities. No one knew when the immortal gate would close, so everyone frantically fought over it. Goodbye, I am going to enter immortal domain. This was a Saint King from the Great Law clan. He was quite nostalgic, turning around one last time, and only then did he start to walk forward. However, something strange happened. 2 void figures silently appeared in front of the immortal gate, almost transparent. They took action at the same time, pressing forward. Pooh! The Great Law clan Saint King cried out miserably. He actually couldn't evade, couldn't resist, and was directly killed. Who are these people? How could they silently approach a Saint King? Just how powerful are their cultivations? Everyone was shocked. It was clear that the 2 void figures had always been at the side of the Great Law clan Saint King, hiding and not taking action. Only when they personally witnessed the miraculous scene in the Immortal Gate did they take action. Silently killing a Saint King, these two, are too terrifying. Killing intent, this is, heaven overflowing killing intent, comparable to an ocean. Heavens, how can there be such terrifying people, like a demon lord from hell? In the back, the people were shocked. The ancient saints that were rushing forward all stopped. All of them felt a chill run down their spine, from head to toe. They had never seen such people before. They were hidden like the void, but once they acted out, the killing intent was as dense as an azure field. After it erupted, even saints were shocked. The void figures turned real, and everyone saw two people so old that they almost turned into ghosts. Their skin was shriveled, and they were as thin as matchsticks. Their eye sockets were sunken, and their eyeballs were about to dry up. It was these two people who silently killed a Saint King. Humans. They are experts of the human race. Killing Saint Chi Luo's expression changed. It's, the ancestor of killing, there really are such existences in hell and the human world. Wang, the divine gate trembled, and as the two withered figures disappeared, the gate also disappeared. The two emaciated corpse-like existences blurred together with the Immortal Gate and completely disappeared. The boundless killing intent also retracted. Yi Fan felt goosebumps all over his body. Chi Luo's words just now explained everything. There were killing ancestors in the human world and hell. They were two extremely terrifying existences. They entered the Immortal Gate just like that. Chi Luo was stunned. The two peerless enemies had left and actually stepped onto the path of immortality, not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even the sages and the ancient saints from the outer realms felt their hair stand on end. Their bodies recovered from the chill and they slowly heaved a sigh of relief. To prove one's Tao through killing, the ancient killing ancestors. Only such a person could silently obliterate a Saint King from the Daluo clan. It was too terrifying. Yi Fan sighed. Such terrifying existences could most likely pose a threat to the great sage. They were only one step away from crossing that hurdle. What grudges? What enmity? Everything is empty before the path of immortality. We can let go of everything and leave just like that. The ancient race had appeared and brought disaster to the human world, but these two killing ancestors treated it coldly and didn't care. The celestial court was re-established. They looked at each other coldly and might attack at the crucial moment. Now that the path of immortality had opened, all grudges were no longer important. They were all abandoned and directly ascended to immortality. On the 12th day, another Saint King fought a bloody battle. His body was covered in wounds and he coughed up large amounts of blood. However, he was laughing and rushing into the Immortal Gate with an excited expression. This was a Saint King from the fallen winged race. He was rather hostile towards the human race and had once advocated exterminating all living beings in the Big Dipper star domain to restore the ancient imperial race's glory. However, it was precisely this extreme ancient saint who abandoned his own race the moment the Immortal Gate appeared. He no longer cared about the human race and directly rushed into the Immortal Gate. Only at this moment could he let go of all kinds of obsessions. Compared to the path of immortality, everything could be left behind and was no longer important. Father, are you going to abandon me and not care about me? There was a female from the fallen wing race. Even though she had just become an ancestral king, there were still traces of tears on her face. The path to immortality actually made one abandon even their closest kin, severing the relationship between father and daughter. The Big Dipper star region was in chaos. This was an unprecedented immortal opportunity, a dream that even the ancient emperors couldn't fulfill. Now that it was right before their eyes, everyone went completely crazy. Over the past few days, fresh blood had flowed and even the starry sky had been dyed red. It was all for the sake of fighting for the hope of ascending to immortality in a single step. Sages were falling. Up until now, only a few sage kings had charged in and successfully stepped onto the path of immortality. The various clans went crazy. There were people who even brought out extreme Dao weapons, blasting the sky dome several times to restrict the Immortal Gate, but they didn't succeed. Each time, the Immortal Gate would escape ahead of time. That's not right. We have ancient imperial weapons that are far superior to Saint King's. Why can't we enter the immortal gate? Why are we being beaten to it time and time again? The immortal sect can't withstand the weapons of the primeval emperors? Immortality was right before their eyes. Everyone went crazy, but a problem suddenly appeared. Even the archaic imperial family was involved, so why couldn't they succeed? In a dangerous situation, the ancient imperial weapon will revive. It is comparable to a heaven-defying attack of the primeval emperors. Only a weapon of the same level can suppress it. The immortal gate is in fear. Many people were scared on the spot. This immortal gate had avoided the ancient imperial weapon, so there was clearly a big problem. Many people became pale after coming to their senses. If this was a scam, how terrifying would it be? The targets were all saints, and the ones who entered were saint kings. Could it be a conspiracy? This made the saints shiver from their tailbones all the way to their skulls. This was too horrifying. They had set up a trap to kill ancient sages. What exactly was this immortal gate? Wasn't it the path to the immortal domain? It wasn't that people were hot-headed and didn't think too much. It was just that the timing was too sensitive. The path of immortality was about to open, and such an immortal gate had appeared. Who could see through it at a glance? Moreover, those who entered were all saint kings. Before they left, they had all used their heavenly magic eyes to observe and were sure that it was the immortal domain. Moreover, some saint kings had personally experienced it. The immortal chi had transformed their constitutions, and they were reborn. Where else could it be other than the immortal domain? It was too realistic, and it was impossible to guard against. How terrifying was it to be able to hide from the spiritual senses of saint kings? When they thought of this problem, many people felt a chill run down their spines, and their bodies turned cold. This is too terrifying. The path of immortality is indeed piled up with corpses. Even the primeval emperors found it difficult to enter. How can we be qualified? This must be a conspiracy. People began to reflect. Fortunately, only a few people had entered. If they had all charged in, they would have been swallowed up. That would have been a bloody disaster. It might not be a conspiracy. These are just conjectures. I don't believe that the saint kings would make a mistake when they entered the immortal gate. The heavenly I can see through the netherworld, so how could it be fake? Naturally, there were also people who firmly believed that the path of immortality was about to open. These cracks that had appeared ahead of time, the immortal gate, should be real and not fake. We only need to wait a few more days, and then we will be able to distinguish the real from the fake, an old clan leader of the archaic imperial family said with a gloomy expression. Yi Fan and Qi Luo looked at each other. They didn't want to get involved in order to avoid falling into a trap. The people of the heavenly village came silently and left without a trace. If we calm down, it isn't difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Unfortunately, the path of immortality has been passed down for countless years, and people have waited for tens of thousands of years. It is said that it will open in this era. Even the saint kings were blinded by the greatest obsession in their hearts at the beginning. That's right. We just need to wait a few days and see if there are any strange movements in the 7 great forbidden regions. Everything will be clear. You have to know that the supreme existences are waiting for the path of immortality. The people of the heavenly village discussed and retreated along the way. In the following days, not a single saint entered the immortal gate. After they calmed down, there were more and more doubts. They all felt their teeth turn cold, and a chill rose in their hearts. The immortal gate appeared several times. Everyone used war pets, strange beasts, and other things to scout the way. They once again saw the magnificent scenery of immortal domain, as well as the immortal phoenix and azure dragon that released divine auras. What is going on? Is it really real? Everyone became a bit doubtful again. What they detected didn't seem to be the slightest bit fake. It was as if it really should be a boundless immortal domain. Heavens, I saw an ancient medicine that can run on its own. After a short period of silence, the world beyond erupted with commotion again. Seeing was believing. They truly sensed that it wasn't an illusion. Even the saints were moved. In the end, there was a group of people who were close to the end of their lifespans and hadn't become saints who clenched their teeth and charged in together. I'm going to die in meditation anyway. At worst, I'll just lose my last few months of life. It's not a huge loss. Those who carried this type of mentality naturally didn't feel any fear. After rushing in, they transmitted the information outside. A few people were shocked, and then they felt joy. It's true. I feel like my aging has stopped. There is vitality in my body, and I can live for a long time. Their voices were almost trembling. However, the immortal gate disappeared soon after, separating the two regions once again. At this point, people were bewildered. It was a bit difficult to determine whether it was real or fake. Why didn't the people from the Life Forbidden Zone come? Why can't those with ancient imperial weapons enter? These were the two most crucial points of doubt. The saints who had calmed down didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Who knows if the Supreme Being from the Life Forbidden Zone is still there? Perhaps he has already stepped on the path of immortality half a month ago. It's just that we don't know about it. It should be that the ancient imperial weapons themselves aren't willing to go on their way. They are waiting for their former master and feeling sad alone. Someone gave an explanation for these 2 points of doubt. This made people even more unconvinced. During this period of time, the Forbidden Zone had been very peaceful. People didn't know the situation inside. Finally, a few old saints who were close to the end of their lifespans also chose to go on their way and rushed into the immortal gate. Dao friend, your methods are against the harmony of the heavens again. It's too cruel. On the 24th day, a sickly old man appeared in the outer space under the support of a young girl with bright eyes and red lips. Guy. Jiao Yu. Some of the ancients' expressions changed. Facing this human supreme being, they were all on tenterhooks. 2 years ago, this old man went on a killing spree and even killed the great sage. He killed 10 ancestral kings in succession and shocked the entire Big Dipper star region. An old voice came from the immortal gate. It was like a ghost that had lived for thousands of years, making people's souls tremble along with its ancient voice. You used to be Quasi-Emperor? Junior pays his respects to Senior. When everyone heard how he addressed Guy Jiao, they all felt their scalps tingle. Quasi-Emperor. He really used to be Quasi-Emperor. It was one thing to know, but it was another to be proven. This old man has been in seclusion for more than a year. On a whim, I wanted to take my disciples to the depths of the star region. I didn't expect to see such a disaster as soon as I came out, Guy Jiao said. I don't have a cruel heart. Inside this gate is the chaotic divine soil. There are countless paths, and I just obtained it not long ago. If someone survives, there will be an incomparable opportunity. Dao Friend's magical power is boundless. If you kill all the experts here, it will be against the heavens. There's no need for me to say more. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Guy Jiao disappeared into the starry sky with his disciples. At this point, everyone was scared. What kind of powerful character was this? No matter how they listened to it, it was an unparalleled existence. The cruelty of the path of immortalization was manifested. This person seemed to want to kill a group of saints to clear the place. After thinking about it carefully, many people broke out in a layer of cold sweat. The path of immortalization had not even begun, but peerless experts from other ancient star regions had already begun to take action. What would happen in the future? Without a doubt, it would be even more cruel. At this moment, the expressions of the ancients and some of the sages from the outer realm changed. A great calamity was about to begin. Dao friend, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? At this time, the great sage of Qianluan, great sage Hunchuo, and the Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan leader walked forward together, each holding an ancient imperial weapon. The great sage of the ancient race finally appeared. He looked like he was going to send a punitive expedition. Within the immortal gate, a faint and indifferent laugh sounded. The gate gradually became faint and then disappeared. In the Big Dipper star region, no one can cover the sky with one hand. The ancients once said that even true dragons have to coil up when they come, and even immortal phoenixes have to lie down when they descend. The ancients were stirred up when they heard this. The great sage was so confident that he didn't hesitate to fight. This made them feel more at ease. Could it be that there were really 1 or 2 old seniors who were still alive? Is that so? I'll wait and see. I'll quietly observe the changes in the Big Dipper. We'll meet on the path of immortalization. After these final words, the peerless expert who came with the chaotic divine soil disappeared and never appeared again. Oh, it's finally no longer cold and cheerless. It's gradually becoming lively. I believe the future will be even more exciting. Within the star region, a 10-meter-long ancient metal ship transmitted such a fluctuation. It was like the sonorous sound of a golden bell. If Yifan was here, his expression would definitely change. This was because this was the same metal divine ship that he, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi saw in the alien battlefield after returning from the Ziwei ancient star region. In the past, it was precisely the existence within this mysterious ancient ship that left a mark on his body. The Western Desert's ancient Buddha burned it with great difficulty before he passed away. Moo. Suddenly, the cry of an old ox reverberated through the divine sense. Many people couldn't help but look over. In the depths of the starry sky, a green ox leisurely walked over. An old man was riding on it. A green ox slowly walked over. Its fur was bright like green silk, and its body was sturdy and powerful. The horns on its huge head were thick and long, rough and lusterless. It leisurely walked over from the depths of the starry sky, shocking many people. This appearance and calmness attracted attention, and it was extraordinary no matter how one looked at it. There was an old man on it with a thin appearance, a full forehead, and clear eyes. He was aloof from worldly affairs, and his body was untainted by the aura of a mortal world. It was difficult for the sages to see through his cultivation. Only the old clan leader of the Blood Phoenix Mountain had strands of divine light in his eyes as he deeply saw something. An expert, moreover, he was an exceptional expert that no one dared to provoke. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see through the old man's depth, but they could judge a thing or two from his mount. They all stared at the sturdy green ox. A sacred ox. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The mount had reached the saint level. This was truly shocking, and all the sages present revealed strange expressions. If the mount was like this, how could the master be weak? His background was definitely astonishing, and it wouldn't be much different if he wasn't the great sage. Otherwise, how could the sacred ox yield? You are. Niu, are you really, my adopted son? Suddenly, an old saint from the vigorous ox demon race trembled. He shook his huge ox head and opened his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief as he stared forward. Niu, it's him. He disappeared for 2,000 years, and he actually became a saint. Another person from the vigorous ox demon race cried out strangely, clearly shocked. The two old oxen lost their composure like this, naturally causing a commotion. All the cultivators in the outer realm widened their eyes, staring at the man and ox that came from the depths of the starry sky. What kind of person was this? The ancient race hadn't appeared more than 2,000 years ago, so how could he subdue an expert from the ox demon race? Moo. The green ox let out a cry that shook through his divine sense, and a desolate aura swept through the starry sky. Greetings, granduncle. The green ox nodded in greeting, also a bit excited. Who is he? Why did you become his mount? Where have you been all these years? The two old oxen's expressions were unkind as they stared at the old man and questioned Niu. Their hostility was strong, and it seemed like they would take action if there was a disagreement. 2,000 years ago, I left the demon ox cave after I recovered. Niu explained, telling them not to get angry. In the past, Niu was still very weak and could only be considered a little calf. He couldn't bear the loneliness and was born in advance. He met an expert, and now, he was already a saint when he returned. After a series of secret conversations, the two old ox demons retracted their killing intent. However, their expressions were still unfriendly when they looked at the skinny old man. This was because no matter how much they persuaded Niu, he did not want to return to the clan. Fellow Taoist, where are you from? How should I address you? An old Saint King from the Fire Chilan cave said. He narrowed his eyes and could truly sense the strength of the person in front of him. My name is Yishi. I came here with no other intentions, the elderly man said with a friendly and calm smile. If Yifan were here, he would definitely be shocked. This was an ancient person from the spring and autumn period of China. Now, his real body had appeared in the Big Dipper star region. Yishi had obviously been influenced by his master to come here on his cow. His master was a transcendent and aloof cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs. They were very particular about the natural Tao, and their hearts were calm and peaceful. Many cultivators were shocked. This was definitely a powerful human expert who came from the outer realm. It seemed that the human race in the depths of the universe was not weak at all. "Are you also here for the path of immortality?" an old saint from the Blood Phoenix Mountain asked. "We cultivators only want to break through the path of immortality." This old man also has the same intention. Ishi did not hide anything and was very frank. In reality, everyone who came from the outer realm did not come for the path of immortality. It was very obvious that there would be more people coming later on. Whether it was the human race or the ancient race, they were not willing to become enemies with the cultivators from the outer realm for no reason. Naturally, no one would provoke them, especially such an extraordinary ancient saint. If the path of immortality is opened, the world will definitely be in chaos. All the saints will rise together. This old man's business here is finished, and I have to return to my homeland to guard Hangu Pass. Farewell, everyone. With that, Ishi rode away on his cow and slowly disappeared under the starlight, entering the source of life below. When Yifan heard this, he was dumbfounded. He immediately rushed to the outer realm and then into the great wilderness to find Ishi, the ancient person from the other side of the starry sky. He would never have thought that this powerful person would appear at this time. The sage who had guarded Hangu Pass in the past had actually appeared in the Big Dipper star domain. The path of immortality is about to open. Will other ancient people also appear? Yifan muttered to himself. He searched everywhere but could not find any trace of Ishi. He did not know where he had gone and could not find out. Yifan knew that the great calamity was approaching and that the path of immortality might really exist. Otherwise, why would someone like Ishi appear? He said that he would guard Hangu Pass in the future. What will happen? Will there be an unprecedented war when the path of immortality appears? Yifan already knew in the past that beings from the flying celestial planet and other ancient regions had once followed an ancient road to attack ancient China. Would they appear again in the future? The gate of immortality had disappeared and would never appear again. The curtains fell on a murderous calamity, causing many sages to shudder in fear. Everyone was deeply aware of the cruelty of fighting over the path of immortality. The appearance of an expert from the outer realm had already caused such a huge disturbance. What kind of massacre would there be in the future? The path of immortality had not yet opened, but the sages could already see the scene of rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. It was bound to be incomparably cruel. Someone wants to clear the place now. How many people will survive in the future? The Big Dipper star domain might even be destroyed and cease to exist. The road ahead was unknown and made people hesitate. They were filled with apprehension. A terrifying great era that had not been seen since the beginning of time had arrived. Lives were bound to be cheaper than grass, and the path of immortality would be stained with blood. During this period of time, undercurrents were surging. The Golden Crow tribe of Huasong planet, the divine tribe of Tongtian planet, and many wandering cultivators from the outer realm appeared one after another. This made the Big Dipper star even more complicated and turbulent. Moreover, mysterious ruins appeared in the outer realm. Some powerful cultivators rushed over and placed their temporary residences in the starry sky. They did not descend in person. The atmosphere in the Big Dipper star became more and more tense. It was suffocating. This period of time was like the calm before the storm. All the clans were nervous. All those who had severed the path wanted to become saints because only then could they have a place in the future and fight for the opportunity to become immortal. How could it be like this? The two old ancestors disappeared just like that. Within the divine spirit realm, within a palace built from white bones, a roar came from the most ancient palace. It was filled with unwillingness and murderous intent pierced through the 9 heavens. It can't be. The killer ancestors did not die. They will definitely appear again. Even the great sage cannot do anything to them. The bone palace shook. The skulls with special physiques and the withered bones of the saints shone with a sparkling luster. The two killer saints revealed their murderous intent like a surging ocean. In the southern mountains, in front of the demon imperial palace, a figure had his back to the ancient palace. He looked up at the starry sky and said, "Will the path of immortality really appear?" In a few years or a few hundred years, how many people will die on this bloody path? In the western desert, on Mount Meru, there was also an old monk who looked into the sky and asked with his heart. The entire Great Thunderclap Temple was solemn and dignified, holy and peaceful. The situation became more and more complicated, making the cultivators worried. They did not know the path ahead and could not clearly predict the future. Even the saints were very nervous. During this period of time, the 7 great life forbidden zones were very peaceful. Nothing special happened, but the more peaceful this was, the more people felt the atmosphere was heavy. Haha, it's going to succeed. It's finally going to be refined. The large black dog grinned, his shining white teeth reaching the base of his ears. His face was filled with sinister joy. Llama's eyes were also wide open. His entire body emitted the auspicious light of an auspicious beast. His dragon scales flickered and flames overflowed into the sky as he waited here. The heavenly village was very peaceful. The people did not feel the nervousness of the outside world. They were filled with the joy of harvest because the precious medicine was about to be refined. There is no need to worry about failure. We can extinguish the dragon vein flame essence and the others. After nourishing them for the last 2 days, the evolution fluid can be refined, Killer Saint Chi Luo said. The killing Saint Chi Luo said. His brows relaxed. After guarding for several months, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. This carried the future hope of the celestial court. It could allow the younger generation to be reborn and their battle prowess to soar, allowing their strength to increase greatly. He could already see the scene of the celestial court's resurgence. The cauldron was rising and falling. Immortal chi wrapped around it, and all types of strange scenes appeared. It was a grand scene that was almost heaven-defying. They were all like mythical creatures that surrounded it. Dragons and phoenixes cried out together, white tigers leapt into the sky, black tortoises left the sea, deities soared in the 9 heavens, and humanoid creatures soared into the sky. Auspicious light and auspicious brilliance completely submerged the cauldron, gathering at the center. They only needed the last 2 days to open the medicine furnace and obtain the evolution fluid. There were some elders in the heavenly village who were already extremely old, but they were like living ancient scriptures. Right now, their faces that were full of wrinkles revealed a smile, and they were muttering to themselves as if they were praying. They had waited for many years, hoping for the celestial court to become stronger and recover its past glory. Their entire lives had almost passed, and their bodies couldn't hold on anymore. Now, they finally saw the light of hope. Grandpa Tianchi, your eyes are carrying tears. The little sparrow said, wiping away the elder's tears. Grandpa is extremely happy. This day has finally arrived. Elder Tianchi said. The other elders were like this as well. They hadn't become saints like Chi Luo, long having 1 foot in the grave. Their hair was about to fall off completely. Xianxia was also present, supporting 2 elders. He was extremely respectful towards them. Ever since he arrived in the heavenly village, he often played chess with these elders, receiving pointers and benefiting greatly. The celestial court has been re-established, and it will definitely flourish greatly. Even if we die now, we will be able to rest in peace. The elders were trembling, their voices moved, and their old tears almost fell. Heh, is that so? In my opinion, you all should just die with remaining grievances. This one will send all of you on your way. Killing intent suddenly descended, engulfing the entire heavenly village. The ancient saints might overflowed into the heavens as they descended. The elders, Little Sparrow, Xianxia, and the others immediately coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their internal organs were all ruptured, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. They continuously backed up. Hong, in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, killing Saint Chi Luo's feet moved with the rho symbol. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse, turning into a streak of lightning that blocked in front of him, blocking the ancient saint's might. This truly is a great natural opportunity. You all worked so hard for so long, and finally refined the evolution fluid. We have come to collect it, so you all can go on your way. Another killing saint appeared, laughing coldly. His voice was bone-piercingly cold. He reached out a large hand towards the all-life energy cauldron. Saint Chi Luo released a clear hiss and spat out a strand of origin essence energy. It turned into a divine soul and rushed over to block that large hand. He definitely couldn't let the medicinal cauldron fall into the other party's hands. Heh, it's useless. You guys are just making a wedding dress for nothing. The survivors of the celestial court will all die. Not a single one will survive. Hell's killing saint's magical power was like a sea of stars. His killing intent was like an ocean. His blood energy was terrifying and overflowing into the heavens. He looked like a bag of bones with a withered body, but his strength was at the peak. In his hand was an ancient divine artifact. An eerie dagger streaked across and sliced apart Qi Luo's innate origin essence energy soul as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This was a great disaster. They were both killing saints, but he was much older than Qi Luo. He had abundant experience and his killing intent was even denser. He only needed to take action against a single soul, so he could naturally flatten it in an instant. Qi. He brandished the black dagger. A streak of black light flashed past, and several heads fell off. The people in front of the cauldron died with remaining grievances. Then, their bodies exploded in that instant and turned into a bloody mist. These were the 6 people from the heavenly village who were in charge of guarding the earth flame under the medicinal cauldron. At this moment, they didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they turned into broken bones and blood under the holy might. He chuckled coldly like an icy blade scraping at the bones. You guys have worked hard to refine such a great batch of medicine. I will remember you all. You can all go in peace. On the other side, Qi Luo roared angrily, but he couldn't break away from his opponent. They were both killing saints, so he used all kinds of methods. Killing intent engulfed the mountains and rivers, cutting down all vegetation. Streak after streak of bloody light left behind several wounds on the killing saint's body. He was dripping with blood, but he couldn't truly eliminate the other party. The younger generation will surpass us in time. You were actually able to use your killing intent to pass through the ancient killing formation to injure me. You really aren't simple. The killing saint of the mortal realm used a withered finger to dip in his own blood and tasted it. All kinds of ancient objects floated beside him. It was actually a mobile ancient killing formation that could protect the body and destroy the enemy. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Uproot the weeds and eliminate the roots. Don't leave a single one alive. Let the celestial court be destroyed." All types of ancient objects at his side burned with radiance, completely reviving. In addition, a bone bell appeared above his head, the white bone sparkling and translucent. A loud dang sounded, making this small world tremble endlessly. It was terrifying beyond compare. Haha. On the other side, Hell's killing saint laughed cruelly. He looked down on Heaven Village, his shriveled body appearing sinister and demonic. Hell and the human world will prosper greatly. Many thanks to you all for delivering this great natural luck. He raised his hand and grabbed towards the great cauldron, extremely complacent. At the same time, crazy killing intent appeared in his eyes, looking down on everyone from Heaven's village. An ancient Saint Mech appeared out of nowhere, shining with a dark blue luster. Jizi attacked, unleashing a void rend slash towards his back. Xiao, the killing saint of hell, had a cruel smile on his face. His bony palm slapped behind him. When it came to killing, who could compare to him? Even Jizi, who had mastered the great Tao of Void, was no match for him. Bang! A terrifying claw mark appeared on the ancient Saint Mecha, and it was sent flying. Inside the war tool, Jizi's eyes were cold. He continuously moved about, tearing apart the void and continuously destroying illusions. The killing saint was too terrifying. He was the king of slaughter, his methods terrifying. He almost forcefully grabbed Jizi, who had grasped the Void Emperor's secret technique. Roar! A long roar sounded. The sacred prince arrived, entering a golden war tool. He held a golden spear in his hand, using it like a large rod. He swept it over, his aura surging like an ocean. A ding sound rang out. Hell's killing saint dagger flickered, slicing apart the spear. After a few twirls, it disappeared from its original location. When it reappeared, it almost sliced apart the golden mecha. He forced the sacred prince to quickly retreat. His fighting strength was inferior, and as a result, he was almost injured. The celestial court has long decayed. The remnants will all be erased today, completely destroyed. The killing saint who was fighting against Qi Luo said coldly. Hell's killing saint forced back the sacred prince. He also nodded with a sneer and said, correct, all of you are about to die. You should have been wiped out a long time ago, just like your ancestors, until their blood runs dry. He grabbed towards the all-life energy cauldron again, but his movements were extremely slow. He glanced at the sacred prince and GZ, waiting for them to come over and seize it. Stop him. The Heavenly Village's group of assassins all widened their eyes in anger. They had gone through untold hardships to concoct medicine until now, and now that they were about to succeed, someone came to take the fruits of their labor. They were furious and unwilling. The sacred prince and GZ rushed forward again. However, in the end, they weren't saints, and this was a killing saint who understood slaughter the most. They couldn't succeed, and they themselves were almost injured. Chi, the pitch-black dagger streaked past. A middle-aged man from the Heavenly Villages had tumbled down, blood dripping everywhere. His primordial spirit was destroyed, his death extremely miserable. Hell's killing saint naturally did this on purpose. Everything was within his grasp. He wanted to kill the Heavenly Villages people one by one. He grabbed towards the great cauldron again, his movements slow. He was still looking at GZ and the sacred prince, his gaze cold, as if he was waiting for them to take action. Suddenly, the great cauldron rumbled, turning into a streak of immortal light. Dao force shocked the heavens, quickly smashing into his palm. At the same time, Yifan, who was hidden in the nothingness, opened his eyes. His gaze was intimidating, releasing cold radiance like electricity. All of his irregular scenes merged together, submerging him within. Pooh, bloody light flickered. Half of Killing Saint's body was badly mangled, almost crushed by the irregular scenes. The all-life energy cauldron's aura was terrifying, shattering space and releasing a tremendous force. It smashed into Hell's Killing Saint's arm, temporarily making his body lose balance. It was also precisely because of this that Yifan's irregular scene was effective, killing this person until he was drenched in blood. Yifan used the celestial court's unmatched secret method to launch a targeted sneak attack. If it was anyone else, they would have shed a layer of skin even if they didn't die, definitely suffering serious injuries. However, this killing saint was completely unharmed. Chi, bloody light flickered. GZ and the sacred prince used this opportunity to find an opportunity, respectively leaving behind 2 terrifying wounds on Killing Saint's withered body. However, he was still unscathed. This was the terror of Killing Saint. His battle techniques were unparalleled, and his killing techniques were boundless. He was able to reduce his own injuries to the minimum. Yifan and the other 2 were horrified. They rapidly retreated because in that instant, they felt a terrifying aura assaulting their bodies. This killing saint was quite ruthless. He destroyed a saint artifact in order to use it to shatter their mecha, wanting to exterminate both their body and soul. The 3 of them moved horizontally far away. That place was unexpectedly calm again. Hell's killing saint laughed miserably. The saint artifact in his hand was undamaged. Just now, it was just an empty technique. Yifan, the sacred prince, and GZ's expression sank. This killing saint had rich battle experience and was extremely difficult to provoke. The most crucial point was that the other party was a saint. Adding on his terrifying battle prowess, if they charged forward today, they would most likely fall. Buzz. The all-life energy cauldron rumbled. It was forcefully summoned back by Yifan. With a flash of splendor, it entered the space between his brows. Retreat. Qi Luo heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the medicinal cauldron safely withdrawn. There were many wounds on his body. He blocked the front and let the people behind him retreat. Today, no one can escape. All of you will die here. The prosperity of Hell and the human world will be built on the ruins of the celestial court. The killing saint who was fighting against Qi Luo had all kinds of ancient objects floating in front of him. They were all formation flags. He had set up an ancient killing formation and was unharmed. At the same time, all kinds of ancient objects appeared in front of the killing saint from Hell. They were all flowing with luster. He also set up a small ancient killing formation that could move along with his body. He was about to slaughter everyone. During the ancient times, the two divine dynasties were unharmed. Most of their foundations were preserved, and they were much more powerful than the current celestial court. Senior, come quickly. Yi Fan set up a formation platform. He opened up the void and called for the old Saint of Merak quarry. However, there was no response. The void was dusky as if it had been sealed. Not good. Jizi's expression changed. He had people try to cross the void, but they discovered that all the formation platforms were ineffective. The heavenly village had all kinds of defensive measures. There were formation patterns everywhere, and they could pass through to the middle state, the southern mountains, and other places. However, they were ineffective now. They have a secret treasure that can seal the void. They have sealed off the entire small world. The large black dog was an expert in formations, so he immediately made a judgment. He had a bad premonition. The killing saint of the human world had a sinister look in his eyes, and he said, I know there are bigwigs here who understand formations. For the sake of safety, we used the most primitive method. Before we entered, we split open the void and pulled this small world into another divine land created by the ancient great sage. It was like a small bubble that had been swallowed by a crocodile. They were isolated in another cage. Fellow cultivators, everything has been arranged so well. It looks like there is no need for me to act. A third saint walked out from the shadows. Everyone's expression changed. This was actually an ancient. His white hair was loose, and his eyes were like cold lightning. His figure was majestic, and there was a pair of antlers on his head. There was a divine halo that was like a divine moon. It's the Silver Moon royal family, the sacred prince said coldly. It was fine that the two killer divine dynasties had appeared, but the ancient royal family had also appeared. Although only one ancestral king had come, this still caused everyone's heart to sink. We discovered this place at the same time recently, so we can only split the treasured liquid evenly. Even the heavens want to destroy the remnants of your celestial court, and no one can save you, the killing saint of hell said coldly. The two divine dynasties and the ancient race had joined forces to attack. This was going to be a bloody disaster. The Silver Moon royal family was a radical clan of the ancient race. Recently, when they were investigating the divinity ore, they discovered some clues, and accidentally found the heavenly village. I didn't expect to gain so much. If we can kill them all here, it will save us a lot of trouble in the future. The Silver Moon ancestral king laughed loudly. He swept his gaze over Yi Fan, and then fixed his gaze on the sacred prince. His eyes were cold and cruel. Woo, there's no rush. We want the child to be stained with a bit of blood. How can he grow without experiencing slaughter? The two killing saints waved their hands. Without a sound, numerous assassins appeared, and then they disappeared into the void. Shua, Qi Luo fell back and stopped fighting. Then, he drew a line with his hand, and a large expanse of murderous light soared in front of the heavenly village, blocking these people outside and preventing them from approaching. This was an ancient killing formation left behind by the celestial court. The celestial court's flawless killing formation has long since disappeared from this world. This ruined formation is useless. Watch how I break it, said a killing saint. However, when he took a step forward, endless murderous light surged, opening up over 100 bloody scars on his body, almost twisting him in half. If not for the fact that he was a killing saint with heaven-defying methods and retreating immediately, something unexpected might have happened to him. This is an ancient formation that this emperor has added a corner of emperor patterns. How can it be broken by you all? The Black Emperor mocked. The killing saint of hell shook his head, and coldly said, in front of absolute strength, all methods are useless. I can slowly grind away at this ruined formation, and none of you will survive. Yi Fan looked at Qi Luo, and said, abandon this small world and leave this place. After consuming the evolution fluid, our battle prowess will rise to the next level, and we will completely eradicate hell and the human world. Qi Luo sighed. This was all they could do. They couldn't protect this small world today, so they could only leave. They had made all kinds of preparations, and had thought of the worst-case scenario. Yi Fan, Qi Luo, and the Black Emperor had once branded origin techniques, formations, and so on into this small world. They could burn this small world and destroy the external sealing power. hell, human world, you all wait quietly. One day, you will all be completely destroyed, and your names will be erased from this world, the large black dog shouted. Yi Fan said coldly, you all are right. Everything is fabricated, and only absolute strength is the hard truth. In half a month, I will definitely flatten hell and the human world. Silver Moon Royal Family, please wait patiently. I will definitely make a trip to your clan. The sacred prince stared at the white-haired ancestral king. Not good, stop them. The two killing saints and the Silver Moon ancient saint had a bad premonition, but they couldn't break through the ancient killing formation in a short period of time. Boom, the small world was collapsing, and it burned rapidly. A passageway was opened up, and the people of the heavenly village passed through it. The expressions of the two slaughtering saints changed. If the roots weren't removed, it would grow again. If the remnants of the celestial court escaped, who knew when they would be eradicated? They frantically attacked, unleashing all kinds of killing techniques. However, there was a great formation blocking in front of them, and they couldn't pass through in a short period of time. The Silvermoon clan's ancestor king was burning with anxiety, even more anxious than the two slaughtering saints. They had already attacked the sacred prince, yet they couldn't kill everyone here. If news of this leaked out, the old sacred ape on Mount Meru would be enraged, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The small world was collapsing. Genesis techniques, ancient killing formations, and saint imprints interweaved together, piercing through the barrier of primal chaos and creating a passage. The people of the celestial court successfully rushed out and began to activate the formation platform. Dao marks formed, and a domain gate appeared, allowing them to cross the void. At this moment, the old people of the heavenly village were crying, their turbid eyes filled with sadness and reluctance as they murmured incessantly. Desolate ancient heaven, the last realm left behind, has also been destroyed. We were unfilial, and couldn't protect anything. Their faces were covered in wrinkles, and they didn't have much time left. Their hearts were filled with sadness, and their last nostalgia was also shattered. The remains of the celestial court no longer existed. Seniors, let's go. Before long, we will definitely build the celestial court on the ruins of hell and the human world. The young descendants urged. We and the remains of the celestial court exist together. Burying our bones here is the best choice, quickly go. The old people's turbid eyes emitted a strange light, as if each of them was full of vitality. Rebirth from ashes, perfection from nirvana. Everything can be restarted, Yan Yishi said. He often played chess with these old people and had received their pointers. We are already going to die, and we have at most half a year of lifespan. Burying our bones here is the best, quickly go. The old people urged. The fourth stage of evolution liquid has been refined, it can help you break through and prolong your lives, Qi Luo said. No need to waste it, leave it for the children. It will be difficult for us to become saints even if we use the liquid, we can only live for a few more years. These elders who had one foot in the grave asked for death, because what they said was the truth. Their blood energy had long dried up, and their bodies had decayed beyond recognition. Now, his only wish was to perish together with the ruins of the celestial court, and he refused to leave. Many people became silent as they watched their old tears flow down their cheeks, the scene of a bleak evening. Grandpa Tianqi. Little Kair burst into tears. She grabbed an old man's hand and was about to drag him away. Grandpa Jingshan, I don't want you to be like this. Come with me. Yi Tong also stepped forward and supported a trembling old man. These elders had watched them grow up and carefully taught them many things. It could be said that they were the closest people to them. Gu Fei and Gu Lin also stepped forward and grabbed their hands, refusing to let go. Grandfathers are old and can't live any longer. We just want to find a burial ground that we like. The assassin should die in the light of the saber and lie down in the pool of blood. But we are too old, our hands can no longer hold the sword. Grandpa. Little Baldy cried loudly. Tears streamed down his face as he tightly hugged an old man, unwilling to let go. What are you all doing? Everyone has to die. Being able to be buried here is the best ending for us. An old man stroked his long sword with his rough and calloused hand. Unfortunately, his hand was trembling. He could no longer wield the 3-foot-long blade to roam the battlefield. Everyone fell silent. They respected the choices of Tianqi, Jingshan, and the other elders. They did not have much time left. Being buried here was a final resting place that could bring peace to their hearts. You all hope that the celestial court will definitely prosper. They could no longer hold the sword, but the 3-foot-long blade was still humming in their hands. It clanged in their hands and accompanied them as they walked into the disintegrating small world. Muddy old tears, stooped figures, battle clothes that had turned to ash, and finally, the 3-foot-long blade, were all buried in the flames. Everyone took one last look before stepping into the realm gate and disappearing. The ancient land of the celestial court was destroyed. Will we have such a day? Yi Fan muttered to himself. No matter how great a hero was, there would come a day when he would be old. Even the invincible ancient saints would have their blood and chi dried up and they would not be able to fight. He thought of the blood at the holy cliff. The great saint physique was so heroic, but in the end, it was such a miserable old age. When his hair took root, when his essence, chi, and spirit declined, when his eyes were no longer sharp, when his body grew old, when his saint blood dried up and no longer boiled, what choice would he make? For some reason, Yi Fan's heart throbbed. It was as if he could see a corner of the future. Would he have such a miserable scene in his old age? At that time, where would his friends be? The great Saint Physique could live for more than 10,000 years. Perhaps he would be the only one left at that time. Would he still be able to wield his sword to fight, in the southern mountains, a primitive land? Giant trees covered the sun, ancient vines covered the sky, and apes and tigers roared. Many savage beasts roamed about, but it was difficult to name them. A huge ferocious bird flew across the sky and crushed a mountain with one claw. It tore apart a 1,000-foot-long python and swallowed it. The strange beast in the swamp opened its mouth and inhaled. Even the clouds in the sky fell down. Many beast kings in the vicinity entered its mouth. In the depths of the southern mountains, all kinds of prehistoric creatures roamed about. It was extremely dangerous. Even the demonic imperial palace and the barbarians rarely set foot here. The azure dragon spread its wings and covered a large area of the ancient forest. The great golden pung let out a long cry and shook hundreds of mountains. This was the dwelling place of the heavenly village. They were here to recuperate. Everyone was strengthening themselves and doing their best to break through. The fourth stage of the evolution liquid had been completed. The amount was great because they had obtained a lot of divine ores and extracted enough precious liquid. Grandpa Tianqi. Little Kair wept. Her white face was covered in tears, and her big eyes were red and swollen. Yi Tong's eyes were also misty as he remained silent on the other side. Gu Fei and Gu Lin wept and blamed themselves. They couldn't calculate the heavenly secrets of the saints and couldn't predict the arrival of the two great killing saints. Hell, the human world, all of you should die. The little baldy Huahua was also wiping away his tears. What are you crying for? The elders left peacefully. They chose to hibernate there. As long as you all work hard to increase your strength, that will be the best consolation for them. Li Heishui said. Yes, break through the two great divine dynasties and destroy the hell and the human world to comfort the elders. Yi Tong stood up and continued to break through. Yi Fan didn't let him take the evolution liquid immediately. He had to stabilize his realm. After all, he had just severed his Tao not long ago and needed to carefully appreciate this fruit of Tao. Ao. In the depths of the forest, the miserable cries of the two silver blood emperors could be heard. They were being chased by a large black dog to the point where there was no way out. They were undergoing hellish tempering. When Li Heishui heard this, even his scalp went numb. He hurriedly took the evolution liquid and broke through. He felt that if he didn't hurry, he might be surpassed by the two disciples of the Black Emperor. It had to be said that the Silver Blood Kings were worthy of being crownless emperors. Although they had never produced an ancient emperor, the power of their bloodline was tyrannical and not weaker than the imperial clan. These two had the assistance of the evolution liquid. The power of their bloodline was heaven-defying and completely activated. Their strength could be described as soaring. During these days, thunder continuously sounded in the depths of the mountain ridge. Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others broke through in succession and passed tribulation. Their strength increased. Boom, a loud sound rang out. Rubble flew through the air, demonic clouds covered the sun, and killing intent slashed through the 9 heavens. Everyone gasped. Killing Saint Chi Luo was actually passing tribulation. His flesh had been baptized by the evolution liquid and was filled with the power of life. His strength had increased by a small level. This old man has been stimulated. The 4th stage of the evolution liquid isn't enough for him to break through. However, after accumulating for these years, together with the resentment in his heart, he has forcefully advanced a small level. It wouldn't be strange for him to become a Saint King one day. The scene of a Saint King passing tribulation was naturally terrifying. That area turned into ashes, and no one could take a step closer. In the end, he successfully passed through. The population of the heavenly village wasn't very large, only a few hundred. Apart from Tianqi, Jingshan, and a few other elders who were the oldest, there were also a few elders who were half a generation younger. Now, with the help of the evolution liquid, they were like withered trees coming back to life. They made breakthroughs one after another and undoubtedly became kings among the Dao-severing realm. Among them, old Saber Honcho's achievements were the greatest. He was already Dao-severing, and in terms of realm, he was even above Li Heishui and the others. Now, he had directly become a great king tier. That son of AB*TCH Black Emperor is actually about to become a saint, faster than anyone else. Longma's face was full of jealousy and hatred. He spat out white smoke from his mouth, and his whole body was burning with flames. Dongfeng Yi and the others were also quite speechless. This dog was indeed very heaven-defying. In his own words, he was doing his best to suppress his realm, otherwise he would have gone earlier. This emperor was established after destruction, destroyed after establishment, and now I'm establishing again. I have to consolidate every step. He's just a half-saint, so what? He boasted shamelessly. However, no one could refute him, because he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Back then, he relied on his physical body to fight close combat with Yi Fan, and he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. His bite was called ruthless. Now that his realm had steadily increased, this guy's abnormal physical body became even more exaggerated. It made people suspect that he was the demon emperor's son. Because the power of his bloodline wasn't weaker than GZ and the sacred prince, he dared to fight with anyone. In the future, this emperor won't run anymore. Whoever chases after me, I'll bite them to death. The Black Emperor wore a pair of large flowery underpants. He stood upright with his claws behind his back. He lived up to his name and had a proud expression on his face. Now that he had reached the half-saint realm, he could definitely match a saint. With the ancient method passed down by Great Emperor Wuxi, he could break through the barrier of the saint realm. Of course, Longma was also a mess. He had broken through to the upper-tier king realm. If he was given time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a half-saint. After all, he was an auspicious beast, known as a mount that only the great emperor of ancient times could have. Back then, when he was on the other side of the starry sky, his realm was even higher than Yi Fan's. At that time, he was already a demonic horse on the 6th level of the Dao-severing realm. Now, with the help of the evolution fluid, he was naturally one step further. The Black Emperor reminded, be careful. Those who want to prove their Dao and become great emperor shouldn't use the evolution fluid to become a saint. The last step has to be comprehended by yourself, otherwise, it will affect your future achievements. Longma was very ambitious. That was why he stopped at the 9th level of the Dao-severing realm. Otherwise, he might advance further and might really have an opportunity to become a saint. Among everyone, Dongfeng Yi was definitely a fierce person. He and his younger brother, Dongfeng Man, were known as the barbarian war god physique. Not to mention Dharma power and Dao comprehension, their physical strength was second only to the saint physique among humans. Today, Savage was as tough as ever. His realm hadn't fallen over the years. With the help of the evolution fluid, he reached the 8th level of the Dao-severing realm. Of course, the evolution fluid was still effective for him. If he had enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a half-saint. However, Savage felt that he shouldn't break through too quickly. He needed to work hard to consolidate his cultivation and break through in the future. Yao Yuekong had the heavenly demon physique and was also heaven-defying. He reached the 8th level of the Dao Severing Realm because of time and consideration for the future. Xianxia and Li Tian also reached the 8th level of the Dao Severing Realm. Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and Wu Zhongtian stabilized at the 6th level of the Dao Severing Realm and didn't dare to break through anymore. With the evolution fluid, it wouldn't be a problem for them to become half-saints in the future. Everything was just a matter of time. Everyone was looking forward to Yifan, GZ, and the Saint Prince coming out of seclusion because they knew that once the three of them advanced to the next level, they would definitely be able to fight saints. Several days later, the heirs of the ancient emperors and the archaic emperors, as well as Yifan, appeared one after another. However, none of them were going through the tribulation. The evolution fluid is ineffective? Li Tian was stunned. Of course it is. We can now attack the underworld and the human world, the Sacred Prince said in a deep voice. Yifan and GZ nodded. They had the same idea. It would be a waste to go through the tribulation now. They had absolute confidence that they could calmly resist the Sea of Lightning. Their killing intent engulfed the mountains and destroyed the vegetation. Divine light surged around their bodies. They were ready to counterattack the human world and underworld. You want to go through the tribulation in the God of Killers? Dong Fengyi laughed honestly. His hair was messy and he held a wolf fang club in his hand. This was a divine weapon. Tribulation. Li Heishui was speechless. Yifan had done many things in the past. Since we are going through the tribulation and it has great destructive power, we can harm the ancient saints if we use it well. Why not use it? It would be shameful to waste an advantage. The group of people looked at Yifan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince in a different light. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Who were these people? They were all princes, these three heaven-defying existences. One of them going through the tribulation was already terrifying, but the three of them going at the same time was simply a disaster. Who could stop them? This battle will remove the name of the underworld from the human world. We cannot afford to lose. Yifan clenched his teeth. The enmity had existed for a long time. He had been fighting since the beginning of his cultivation and couldn't resolve it. Avenge Grandpa Tianqi and Grandpa Jingshan. Little Kair clenched her fists and shouted with tears in her eyes. Horses trample the underworld, fists shatter the human world. Little Baldy wiped his tears and shouted along. Although he was mischievous, he really missed those kind elders. Master, give me the divine sun and the goddess of the human world. Yi Tong took large strides forward with a resolute expression. Very well. Yifan nodded. This time, none of them can escape. We must eradicate them all. The Sacred Prince's hair was sparkling and translucent. With the black iron club in his hand, he looked like a demonic god. Not long after, Qi Luo came out of seclusion. First, an ocean-like killing intent rushed out, and then it turned into a warm spring breeze that blew over. One of his eye sockets was deep like a black abyss, and the other was blazing with divine radiance that was brilliant like the sun. His eye was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, and the scenes of mountains and rivers being born and the destruction of the universe could be seen within it. Even if we want to slaughter our way in, we have to pay attention to our own safety. We cannot be careless. Killing Saint Qi Luo said, feeling a bit worried. These were two great assassin dynasties. Although they were no longer as glorious as they were in ancient times, they were still not people that ordinary people could afford to offend. Aren't there only two killing saints? Now that we have joined forces, we should be able to deal with them. Wu Zhongtian said. It's a pity that a part of our celestial quartz trump card wasn't revealed back then, and we don't know where it was lost. If we could find it, we would definitely be able to sweep away the current two divine dynasties, Qi Luo said. At the moment, he was worried that the reserve powers of the infernal realm and the mortal world might show up, which would be a huge problem. Are we afraid of them in terms of foundation? Let's go invite people too. Dong Fengyi cried out strangely. He glanced at the monkey and laughed mischievously. Let's go invite Master. Xianxia and Li Tian said. Although they hadn't officially become disciples of the Heaven's Choice Stone Square's old saint, they still had a master-disciple relationship. I will also go invite Master, Li Heishui said. He was going to invite the #1 bandit of the northern region, the Old Undying, to come out of seclusion. Killing St. Chi Luo suddenly frowned and said, "Oh, maybe it won't be that troublesome. The two killing ancestors have entered the false immortal sects, which most likely caused the infernal realm and the mortal world to lose their foundation." Why? Everyone was puzzled. The Assassin dynasty was different from the other inheritances because they had offended too many great powers. If the most ancient palace was discovered, it would also mean that they would most likely be destroyed. Their foundation was hidden somewhere else, and only one person in each generation knew about it. They would only tell the successor before they passed away. Doing this can prevent the inheritances from being completely destroyed, but there is also a big problem. Back then, a part of the celestial court's reserve power was lost like this. A great disaster suddenly came, and the master of the celestial court was chased to death, causing that part of the reserve power to forever lie underground. It won't be difficult to destroy them because we know where the ancient palaces of the two great dynasties are. Yi Fan sneered. The Assassin dynasty could not see the light of day. It could exist until now because it was sufficiently secretive. Now that it was exposed, their advantage would be gone. Yi Fan said calmly, "Before we attack, go tell the Jiang family, Jade Pool, and Alcade that we have found the ancestral lands of the infernal realm and the mortal world. They can go there to retrieve the skulls of their ancestors." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This forced the holy land of the human race to take action. Who could not do anything when this news was brought over? Otherwise, they would be unfilial descendants. If this news spread, it would definitely damage the clan's reputation. Everyone knew that the two great dynasties used the skulls of saints and heroes with special constitutions to build immortal palaces. It was a divine land to display their majesty. Naturally, there were the skulls of the ancestors of the great sages' land, the saints that they had assassinated in the past, and the skulls of the kings. They were all displayed there as spoils of war. Good, the two great ancient dynasties will have to bear the consequences. Everyone nodded. Their eyes were fiery, and they wanted to take action immediately. It's fine if they have already exhausted their resources. We can destroy them on our own. If they still have more, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just wait for the earth-shattering attack. Everyone began to discuss in secret and make all kinds of arrangements. They were preparing to wipe out the two great dynasties in one fell swoop. The remnants of the celestial court had been searching with endless hatred since ancient times. After working hard for so many years, they had long found out where the ancient palaces of the infernal realm and the mortal world were. This was the most crucial point. These days, they had been moving out constantly, making detailed arrangements and communicating with all parties. Yi Fan had personally gone to the Jiang family, the Qishir mansion, and other places. When Jizi returned, he brought a very old cultivator with him. He was actually an ancient saint. People could see the vicissitudes of life in his eyes. "Is this the foundation of the Ji family?" Yi Fan asked in a low voice. Jizi nodded. No one would be surprised if the Ji family had a saint. They had produced an ancient great emperor, so how could they not have a saint until now? And now, the path of immortality was about to open. If some people had specially waited for this generation, it was about time for them to come out. His brother's skull fell into the mortal world's bone palace. This was a piece of information revealed by GZ. Good, let's see how the two great dynasties can't be destroyed. Yi Fan said. The celestial court had made arrangements in many places. Those who needed to be informed had already been informed. Everything was carried out strictly, and they were about to take action with lightning speed. The moon was very big, and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of white snow. On this very peaceful night, killing intent was brewing. In the depths of the southern mountains, killing intent suddenly rushed into the heavens. The people of the celestial court were about to take action. 3 huge motherships covered the sky and earth, and 5 ancient saint war tools flickered with a cold luster. Those who were slightly weaker could also display the power of a saint on the motherships. Dongfang Yi, Yao Yuekong, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and Old Saber Hancho each took control of 5 ancient saint mechas. With their strength, they could definitely display their power. As for Yi Fan, GZ, Sacred Prince, Black Emperor, and Longma, they didn't need these. They also had the power to fight. In addition, there were a few Battleships that were hundreds of meters long left for the people of the heavenly village to control. Everyone was mobilized, including children like Hua. They were going to watch the battle and broaden their knowledge. In the end, they built a realm gate, tore open the space, and rushed into the eastern wasteland. They wanted to destroy the two great dynasties with their own strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party didn't have a foundation, or else they would start a more heavyweight contest. Yi Fan and the others had studied the two great dynasties in detail. The strategic locations of the two dynasties were arranged very carefully. They were scattered in secret places in the eastern wasteland and were very secretive. But tonight, they were all going to be uprooted. Qi Luo, Sacred Prince, and Jizi rushed straight towards the ancient palace. Meanwhile, the people of the great sage who were invited to come out of seclusion stood in the dark. If there was no need, they wouldn't make a move. As for Yi Fan and the others, they would first get rid of those strategic locations. Even though they were moving separately, in order to avoid any accidents, each team was powerful enough to thoroughly wash the place with blood. Boom! Wu Zhongtian and a few youngsters from the heavenly village controlled a several thousand meters long mothership. They were the first to attack and rushed into a small world. The mothership's power was so great that it was comparable to a saint's attack. Great Tao symbols flickered, and after the divine light swept out, this important land of the underworld was almost flattened. Die, all of you, return Lu Ko's life, return Grandpa Lu's life. Wu Zhongtian shouted crazily. Even his eyes were red. Back then, Lu Ko died, and his grandfather's forehead was pierced by an old assassin and nailed to the cliff. His blood dyed the cliff ground red. Miserable screams rose and fell. 80% of the people died under the first attack. A few people had their flesh and blood splattered in all directions as they tried to escape. Not a single person can live. Wu Zhongtian roared. The mothership's second attack landed, and everyone turned into bloody light. At the same time, on another battlefield, Li Heishui's eyes were bleeding in tears. He controlled a mothership and cried while sweeping through a small world of the human world. Grandpa, I've come to take revenge for you, he roared and cried. Back then, Li Heng was also nailed to death by the people of the God of Assassins' imperial court in order to save him. Blood dyed the old man's body red. Those dim eyes, that withered body, every time he thought about it, he would feel so much pain that he wanted to die. This was a massacre. There was no mercy, no mercy. Bloody mist lingered in the air as corpses flew everywhere. In another small world, an important place in hell, it had become hell in reality. Dongfang Yi gave the ancient mech to his younger brother Dongfang Man. He was bare-chested, and his bronze-colored body was strong and powerful. His tendons were like dragons. He held a wolf-toothed club in his hand and swept away thousands of enemies. Everywhere he passed, blood flowed like a river and flesh splattered everywhere. As for Dongfang Man, he was a typical barbarian expert. His hair was disheveled like grass, and he controlled an ancient sage mecha. He swung his huge axe around like a wild beast, harvesting lives. Ghosts wailed and gods howled, and no one could escape. The two assassins of the ancient god dynasty usually walked in the shadows and assassinated the world. But now, they had become lambs to be slaughtered. Before the battle, everyone had studied the killing techniques of the celestial court. They were very familiar with the assassination techniques of hell and the human world, so they were not afraid at all. The bloody scene was cruel and miserable. Life was wailing and evil energy was released. Grandpa Tian Qi, Grandpa Jin Shan, we have come to take revenge for you. Little Kair was crying. Gu Fei and Gu Lin were also sobbing. Hua Hua was crying and shouting. They were on a mothership and had followed the battle. Although they didn't take action, they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. Boom! Yi Fan entered an important place in the north alone. It belonged to the human world. He used his golden fist to shatter the formation door and barged in. Who is it? A cold voice scolded. Meanwhile, a terrifying killing intent came from another direction. This was the most important small world apart from the ancient palace. There was a great completion king-level expert overseeing it. Now, he had silently made his move. The person who will kill you. Yi Fan walked in openly and replied while attacking the great completion king-level expert in the dark. PFFF. Blood splattered everywhere on the spot. He killed this world-shocking Killer King-level expert with a single punch and ended his bloody life. The others also cried out miserably. How could they stop He Fan's footsteps? He was alone, as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. Blood flowed like a river and shattered bones flew in all directions. This was a night of bloodshed. Even the stars and moon in the sky couldn't bear to look at it. Chaos rose in all directions. Hell and the human world were dyed in blood as they were attacked. Broken bones stained with blood splattered and flesh turned into mud. This was a battlefield of carnage. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, making people shiver. Wails filled the air. In the bloodstained scene, one body after another fell into the pile of corpses. The massacre was in progress, and no one could stop He Fan's footsteps. In the final strike, he tore open this decaying small dimension with his golden fist, turning all the bones and blood into ashes. This was the fourth small dimension he had slaughtered. There was no sympathy, no mercy. He was like an evil spirit from the kingdom of the dead, constantly attacking, his hands stained with blood. In the past, the two divine dynasties ran amok in the world. Once the order to kill was issued, the four seas turned cold and the eastern wasteland was poisoned, making people tremble with fear. Now, they had also reached a critical moment of life and death. They had suffered a devastating blow, and their foundation was collapsing as they were swept away. He Fan's heart was very cold and hard, without the slightest sympathy. He watched as one life after another disappeared between his golden fist and fingers, not even frowning. Taking revenge for an old friend and pulling out the tumor, he did not feel the slightest bit of guilt. His body turned into a golden light and soared into the sky, rushing to the next place. This was a night of bloodshed. The most important places of the mortal world and hell had suffered a devastating blow. The demonic blade in old Saber Honcho's hand swung, and a black blade light slashed across 3,000 zhong. Murderous intent swept through the universe, and starlight poured into his body. He hacked a small world, plunging the people here into misery and suffering. As a descendant of the celestial court, he had a great hatred in his heart. He had endured humiliation for many years, and now, facing this group of enemies, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood, he slaughtered them all. The mortal world was said to be able to measure 90,000 zhong of the secular world. At their most glorious time, they could overlook the world and rule the 9 heavens. They had 9 small sealed worlds, but now, they were collapsing one by one. Hell, at its most powerful, was comparable to a group of fallen gods. Holding a blood-dripping divine sword, they beheaded the saints of the world. It was terrifying and bloody, and had a total of 18 layers, or 18 small worlds. The river of time flowed, and now, they were far from their peak state. Since the ancient times, a number of small sealed worlds had been destroyed, but they still left behind some of the most solid foundations. But at this moment, the foundation of the two divine dynasties had collapsed. Everyone in the eastern wasteland was attacking the lifelines of the two divine dynasties. The 5 masters, Dong Fengyi, Old Saber Honcho, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and Yao Yuekong, had reached the cutting Dao realm on Earth Heaven. Now that they were controlling the ancient sage war tools, they were invincible, and each of them could kill their enemies. Especially Li Tian, with the goddess furnace, the artifact of the great sage of Zhonggu, he had already destroyed 2 mysterious small worlds all by himself. In front of absolute power, everything else was illusory. The great sage of the ancient era's divine furnace attacked. Li flames overflowed into the heavens, and the essence of the sun overflowed in all directions, incinerating everything in the world. The blood had evaporated, and the bones had become scorched earth. The people of the celestial court killed their own way to the central region, because the most ancient palaces of the two divine dynasties were in that direction. It would be the final battleground. The 3 mother ships rumbled. Li Heishui, Little Ke, Wu Zhongtian, and Yitong shed tears as they killed to avenge their loved ones. Beams of godly light shot out, and Dao runes enveloped the area. The screams, begging for mercy, and the corpses of the dead intertwined with each other, playing a soul-calming song. The sleepless night, the night of blood and bones, and the shocking night were destined to be recorded in the annals of history because this was the end of an era, the killing continued, and the bloodshed continued. The assassins of the two ancient godly dynasties roared and fought back until their swords broke and their bodies collapsed, but the result couldn't be changed. Just like how they had destroyed the foundations of others in the past, the same thing happened to them tonight. This was a cycle. Kill. Shouts of killing shook the sky. No assassin could escape. This was a destructive blow, and the people of the celestial court were determined to kill all the high-level members of the two divine dynasties. The flames of war reached the sky, and blood dyed the ground. From the southern region to the northern region, and then to the central region, the entire eastern wasteland was swept away. Ancestors, rest in peace. Today, we will destroy hell and the human world. We will bring back your skulls and let you rest in peace. The people of the celestial court weren't the only ones fighting. The Ji family, Jade Lake Holy Land, Sky Demon Palace, Wavering Light Holy Land, Jiang family, Daoi Holy Land, and others had all received the notice at the last moment and came to participate in the battle. These people had no choice but to come. The bones of their ancestors were displayed in the most ancient palace in the world of assassins. When the news came, it was the same as forcing them to express their stance and take action. Kill. 49th generation ancestor, please wait. We will welcome you back and bury you in the family graveyard. Kill. Avenge our ancestors. Kill all these executioners, wash away the humiliation, and bring back the remains of our ancestors. Shouts of killing shook the sky. The world of mortals and the 18 layers of hell were collapsing. How could they resist such an army? The earth trembled. Thousands of soldiers and horses galloped across the sky. It was as if 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals were charging and descending into the world. Regardless of whether it was out of sincerity or out of helplessness, the holy lands of the eastern wasteland all sent people over. This was a force that couldn't be ignored. Some people brought divine weapons and started a massacre tonight. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. He walked alone in the cold and barren northern region and destroyed the fifth small world. The bright moon hung high in the sky. It was cold and desolate. He stood on a cliff and looked into the distance. The foundation of the human world and hell in the northern region had been completely wiped out by him. Wang, the void trembled. He stepped into the realm gate under the moonlight and met up with the central region to begin the final expedition. This was a peaceful place. In the middle of the night, the barking of wild dogs and the cries of night owls could be heard from the distance, making this place seem even colder. No one would care about the mass grave. There were still a few corpses that were thrown mercilessly into the wilderness for a few wild dogs to gnaw on. No one would think that this was the entrance to the ancient palace of the Hell God dynasty. The most unshakable ancestral foundation was here. It was dirty and messy. It was close to a backward small city. It was very unremarkable. The corpses of dead people and animals were thrown here. Who would have thought that hell would tolerate it? It had always ignored it and was in the middle of a dirty mass grave. For tens of thousands of years, this small divine world had never been discovered by anyone. It was orderly and stable, and no one knew about it. The large black dog had already walked around this place dozens of times. The killing saint, GZ, and the sacred prince were standing still. There might even be a saint holding the line in the darkness. They wanted to destroy realm after realm, so they first came to the undying demonic land of hell. A saint of the Ji family and Wei had already gone to the small divine world of the human world to guard and seal it for them. Everyone had a formation pattern on them to prevent their aura from leaking and alerting the enemy. Everyone was very cautious, and they were about to begin the final attack. Tell the people of the great sage's land to come here. The realm gate opened, and the news spread. Not long after, groups of people rushed over, forming a black mass. Some people brought saint tools. The Wavering Light Holy Land, the Jiang family, the Jade Lake Holy Land, the Ji family, and the others all had their own way of hiding their aura. However, there was no need to hide now. The final battle had arrived. The large black dog was the first to rush in and break the formation, followed by Qi Luo, Yi Fan, GZ, the Sacred Prince, and Longma. Behind them were the armies of the various lands. A great battle suddenly broke out. After passing through the entrance of the illusion formation, there was a spacious land with lush vegetation. Stone cliffs rose up, and purple mist curled up. The mountains were strange and majestic. Enemy attack. An ear-piercing scream sounded. There was actually a king tier guarding the mountain gate, and he immediately gave an alarm. However, it was useless. Yifan took the lead and rushed over like a true dragon soaring through the sky. His fists were fierce and heavy, and in the instant he swung his leg, the void collapsed. He was extremely fast. He was using the row technique, and the formation in front of him was nothing. Golden blood chi surged like a sea, and he shattered the defense of the king tier with a single stomp, destroying the barrier of light. This person's cultivation was profound, and he was originally hiding in the void. However, in front of Yifan, he had nowhere to hide, and he attacked with his king tier Dao tool in panic. Under Yifan's stomp, although the king tier was divine and powerful, and was honored as a killing king, he still couldn't block it, and his Dao tool shattered. Bloody light surged. Yifan was extremely ruthless, and his foot pierced through the king tier's chest. In the instant that his knee bent, he smashed his forehead and killed his primordial spirit. Shwa, this was lightning fast, and Yifan almost rushed over in a flash. He didn't stop at all, and a king tier exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and he died just like that. Pung, in the instant that Yifan landed, he shattered the purple mountain in front of him with a punch. This was the target of his attack, and he made all the formations around the mountain gate lose their effectiveness, destroying the main formation flag gate. Kill. Kill, destroy the underworld, bring back the divine bones of our ancestors, wipe away all shame and humiliation. Angry roars sounded. Regardless of whether the people of the great sage's land were sincere or not, when they arrived here, they were all stirred up by this type of blood energy. Shouts of war shook the heavens. Everyone rushed forward together. All types of war chariots rumbled, and savage beasts tore apart the sky. Divine arrows shot out one after another, flying towards those restrictions. Hong, expanse after expanse of divine light flew out, Dao traces appearing one after another. A destructive explosion erupted, energy overflowing into the heavens, dazzling and dazzling. This was a small divine realm, rumored to have been left behind by an archaic deity. It was found by the people of the underworld, and then turned into an important ancestral base. It was precisely because of this that this small realm was sturdy and undying, difficult to destroy. For all great powers, it was a piece of divine land. This is a precious land. If my celestial court establishes a sect on these ruins, it will flourish for 10,000 generations. This realm will be difficult to break through. Killing Saint Chi Luo said. Who dares intrude into the underworld? The deities will be furious. Everyone will pay for their sins with blood, all of you will fall. An enormous roar sounded, as if an archaic deity was roaring, shaking up many people until their blood and chi surged. There were even more people who directly exploded, dying a violent death in that instant. This was a wave of heaven overflowing holy might. In the spacious land up ahead, a stone beast was roaring. The powerful holy might was released from it. It opened its bloody eyes. This was a mountain protecting stone beast, a statue that was placed before the gates of the underworld. It was shaped like a stone dragon, but it revived, as if it was a type of ancient life form that revived from the ancient past. This is a holy level puppet. Who would have thought that the underworld would have this type of thing left behind? It really is too precious. Unfortunately, it has their will and soul imprints engraved on it, unable to be used by us. Chi Luo shook his head. Then let's kill it, completely destroy it. Yifan, GZ, and the sacred prince took action together, treading on the sky. They all produced holy artifacts, fighting this stone dragon together. Everyone was horrified. Their strength had long advanced. Even though they didn't cross tribulation, not verifying with heaven and earth, their bodies and primordial spirits had already completed transformations, able to fight saints. Chang, void crack heavenly Dao, Clang, sacred emperors transformed into war immortals, Hong, divine body that defied the heavens, three great imperial prince-level figures took action together. Now, they could all fight saints, so the power was naturally powerful to the extreme, ear-splitting. Within the terrifying screen of light, the stone dragon roared angrily, roared, and struggled. In the end, it cried out in grief, and then cracked apart. Its holy level body exploded. The stone dragon's head tumbled down, and its sturdy and powerful body also shattered, exploding in all directions. Saint-level power spread out like a sword slicing through the heavens, shattering hundreds of mountains and turning thousands of hills into ashes. Killing Saint Chi Luo slashed at the void with his finger, and a large black crack appeared. He channeled all the destructive power into it, or else everyone present would be affected. The great sage's people all sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 princes had actually destroyed a saint-level puppet on the spot. What did this mean? They could kill real sages. Clang, the copper bell rang out, ringing out for several hundred li. The entire small divine world was filled with killing intent, sword energy weaved about. Tens of thousands of streaks flew out, hacking towards this direction. Pooh! One of the Purple Mansion's sacred land's war chariots was reduced to dust, and the experts inside were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Chi, sword chi myriad illusionary winds and clouds rose, and colorful lights streaked across the sky. Even from far away, people would feel pain in their bodies, and their hair would be shaved off. For more than 100,000 years, no outsider had ever trespassed. This was a world of death, the residence of the ancient saints of the underworld. Even though it was no longer glorious, it was still world-shocking and full of killing intent. No matter who came to attack, they would not be able to advance without paying the price of blood. Xiao, a thick sword chi, which looked like a black mountain peak, swept over and chopped more than 10 people of the Jade Lake into bloody paste on the spot. This caused a burst of exclamations, and the rest of the people quickly retreated. Boom, the Yaoguang Holy Land suffered a heavy blow. A huge sword fell from the sky and chopped more than a dozen legendary figures into meat paste. This was a murderous calamity. Streak after streak of heaven-connecting sword energy flew out, thick like mountains, almost reaching the saint level. It was unknown if they were released by an ancient formation, or if they were cut down by someone. Chi Luo let out a long howl. The sound waves were like ocean waves as they engulfed the front and blocked all the sword chi. He was holding the line here as he cautiously stared at the depths of the profound world, guarding against the most terrifying enemy. The large black dog was infuriated, and he quickly set up a row of formation platforms. This was the incomplete Wuxia killing formation. Instantly, auspicious aura surged, and killing intent spread out in all directions. Boom, smoke and dust rushed into the heavens ahead. A mountain region was flattened, but the sword energy was unending, still attacking. Kill! The sacred prince let out a long roar and leaped several kilometers into the sword light. He brandished his black cudgel and attacked in all directions. Rumble, the great mountain was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand even a single strike. If it didn't turn into ashes, it would be sent flying like rice straws. Large amounts of Dao patterns were forcefully destroyed by him. Jizi walked forward, moving through the void. With a raise of his hand, several dozen mountain ridges were sent flying, tossing them into the depths of hell, neutralizing the attacks here. Yi Fan's entire body was like divine glass, surrounded by brilliant light. With each step, a golden gate was propped up. Endless weapons flew out, sweeping forward. Clanging sword cries shook the heavens, tearing apart heaven and earth. The drawn-out sound of a bell shocked the heavens, and when the ripples spread out, it destroyed everything. The pagoda rose and fell, destroying the Dao marks and obliterating the killing intent. The sacred prince, Jizi, and Yi Fan moved together, cooperating with the Black Emperor's killing formation, forcibly carving out a path. Blood splashed outwards. The divine killer court's casualties exceeded 100, and large amounts of terrifying restrictions were also broken through. Those who intrude into hell will not be able to return. They will fall here, forever unable to reincarnate. An eerie voice rang out. What a joke. Hell has already been exposed, so what does it count as now? Its destruction is imminent, yet you still dare threaten us? A Jiang family's supreme elder sneered. In the past, the Holy Lands feared you all because they didn't know about your nest and couldn't guard against it. Now, not a single one of you can leave. A living fossil from the great Yan Holy Land shouted. Deities, please open your eyes and devour everyone's blood. The sacrifices have already been prepared, so enjoy them to your heart's content. The gloomy voice sounded again. This type of tone was extremely strange, extremely cold, making one feel a horrifying aura, small goosebumps appearing on their skin. Pretending to be mysterious and deceiving. Before the Tao method that can hack apart the world, everything is empty. Hell's destruction is imminent. The Black Emperor roared. He opened his mouth and spat out 365 great banners, covering the sky and covering the earth. Smoke surged, killing intent endless as it swept outwards. An enormous sound rang through the air, an intense confrontation. All types of killing light flew out, turning the area in front into a scorched earth. Even chaotic energy was blasted outwards. It had to be said that Hell's defenses were extremely astonishing. Just the outer region already touched upon ancient divine formations, terrifying beyond compare. From time to time, heaven-shattering killing intent flew over. The Holy Land's people released cries of alarm. In the blink of an eye, several dozen people had their bodies hacked apart, collapsing into pools of blood. Everyone's faces were ashen. Even at the most crucial moment, the nest that hadn't appeared since the ancient times was discovered by the people of the world. Hell's people were still resisting with their backs against the wall. If this continued, even if they succeeded in taking down this small divine world, the casualties would still be disastrous. Another layer of restrictions was broken through. Everyone advanced through the shattered mountain region. This small divine world was incomparably sturdy. There were formation patterns everywhere, densely packed and filled with endless killing intent. Use the Cosmos Mothership to destroy this place. Yi Fan said. Heavenly Village had 3 motherships, but because the space here was limited and it was too dangerous, they only had Li Heishui control one to follow them in. Hong, large amounts of light flew out, submerging everything in front of them, about to completely destroy this place. Blazing symbols engraved themselves in the void. This was the mothership's great Tao weapon, displaying great power. It was like a sharp sword cutting through grass, a single sweep sweeping through everything. All types of restrictions quickly collapsed. Yi Fan and the others continuously broke through 8 layers of danger. When they reached the 9th layer, they couldn't break through any further. They could clearly see the figures of the killer divine quartz people, but they couldn't do anything. In that mountain region, black mists rose in spirals, dark clouds covering everything. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened, the aura of death covering heaven and earth. The flawless ancient formation laid down by a sacred king. The Black Emperor was given a fright, his large eyes widening, radiance shooting out in all directions as they opened and closed. Everyone encountered great trouble. This ancient formation had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, yet only a small portion of it was damaged, difficult to break through. Give me the goddess furnace. Killing Saint spoke. Li Tian handed it over. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince walked up, activating the ancient great sage's top-grade magical artifact together with Qi Luo, blasting it forward. Attack there. The Black Emperor pointed. A crack appeared between his brows, that vertical eye able to see through the formation, searching for weaknesses and flaws. Hong, the ancient great sage's power erupted, flame essence overflowing into the heavens, domineering to the extreme. The goddess furnace was sparkling and translucent, crushing forward like a mountain. Kacha, a terrifying sound rang out. An enormous crack was forcefully hacked open in the sacred king's formation, the Tao traces there being obliterated. The flames of the goddess furnace overflowed into the heavens, as if it was going to refine this entire world. It pierced through this place, opening up a path of life. Without a doubt, the consumption of the ancient great sage's magical artifact was tremendous. If it was anyone else who released such a powerful attack, they would most likely have been sucked dry. Yi Fan and the others' complexions slowly returned to normal as they breathed in and out. They were fine, continuing to attack forward. Miserable cries rang out as the people from the various holy lands killed their way in, attacking the people from the Hell God dynasty mercilessly. In this place, the formation's Tao patterns decreased sharply, and its power wasn't as strong. Everyone could pass through and chase after the assassins. Something's not right. Yi Fan's hair stood on end. He had a bad premonition, because they had reached the deepest part of the Hell God dynasty, but they didn't see the legendary White Bone Palace. We've attacked, but where are the Hell's killing saint? Why is the highest cultivation only that great completion king we saw at the start, and there's also a stone dragon puppet? Where are the other giants? Retreat quickly. Not good, we might be in trouble. Everyone's expressions changed. There was a vast expanse of land in front of them, as if an ancient building had been uprooted, leaving only traces. Clearly, that should be the most ancient palace, but it was no longer there. The entire divine spirit world seemed to have been abandoned, and not a single one of the giants from the Hell God dynasty had appeared. Go. Longma was the first to take out a formation platform. He opened the realm gate and wanted to escape. Without the Saint King's formation to block them, leaving shouldn't be a problem. However, he was immediately stunned. The realm gate had just been opened, but it was silently destroyed again. He couldn't escape. The others also encountered the same problem. What happened? Although there weren't many people from the various holy lands, there were still 500 to 600 of them in total. It was chaos. Who would have thought that our hell would have such a day? Even the ancestral land of the gods has been breached. As expected, there is no eternal divine dynasty, and there is no immortal inheritance. Everything will reach its end one day, and the vicissitudes of prosperity and decline are eternal truths. A withered figure appeared inside. He was like a ghost, and just now, he had actually evaded everyone's divine senses. It's the Hell God dynasty's killing saint. Someone shouted. Qi Luo's eyes flickered. The blood transformation blade in his hand increased explosively, and it was about to slash out at any moment. However, after looking carefully, he stopped. The ghost-like killing saint said to himself, in the end, it's still our hell's decline. If it was during the glorious times of the primordial era, even if we didn't have any trump cards, 10 ancient saints wouldn't necessarily be able to take us down. It's just a shadow, Yifan said. He could shatter the shadow left behind. By killing Saint with a single punch. Hee. Everyone, you should just go on your way. I didn't think that you would really be able to find this place. This is the first time since the ancient times. You can always live longer if you're careful. All of you, die. Killing Saint's eyes were terrifying. The surrounding heaven and earth suddenly changed, and it pressed forward. Dao flames raged, turning into a cage that wanted to burn everyone into ashes. Miserable cries immediately rang out. In an instant, a large number of people from the various holy lands died or were injured. They couldn't resist and were turned into ashes. Ancient Great Sage's formation pattern. The Black Emperor said in shock. When everyone heard this, their faces all turned snow white. The small divine world was being compressed, and there were actually Great Sage-level Dao patterns imprinted on it. The entire mysterious world was a giant killing formation. What a pity. It would be great if 7 or 8 saints came in. That way, it would be worth it. However, having 3 imperial princes is enough. The hell-killing saint who was all skin and bones said sinisterly. You really are willing to part with it. Using the ancient great sage's formation like this rare small divine world will collapse. A living fossil from the great Yen Holy Land said with an anxious expression. There was no way for them to escape. The small divine world produced a world stone, and we dug it out. That was its essence, and it can be used to reopen the mysterious world in the future. Alright, all of you can go on your way. The hell-killing saint's shadow shouted. He merged into the formation, and terrifying killing intent erupted. Hong, the people from the various holy lands were alarmed. Someone brought a divine artifact. Even though it wasn't a divine artifact, its power was still shocking. They attacked with all their might, but they couldn't break open this world. Miserable cries rang out. Life blossomed. More than half of the several hundred people died in the blink of an eye. Blood flowed everywhere. In front of the ancient great sage's formation, the cultivators were as weak as ants. They were like wheat being cut down, falling in rows. Hong, Yen Yishi released a clear roar, activating the goddess furnace. He opened the lid and swallowed Li Tian, Longma, Black Emperor, Mothership, and all the other people and artifacts that could be taken in. This was a killing calamity. The goddess furnace could block the great sage's ancient formation's attack, but even after everyone fell inside, they still couldn't escape from danger. Energy surged, and the great sage's artifact trembled. Even though the divine furnace wasn't damaged, everyone couldn't take it. Many people turned into bloody paste inside the furnace. Yi Fan's expression was extremely cold. He brought out the green cauldron and held it in his hand, blocking in front of everyone to protect himself. When the great sage-level fluctuations surged over, the green cauldron finally released a hazy immortal light, blocking the heaven-overflowing energy. Hong, the small divine world couldn't withstand the power of the great sage's formation and finally collapsed. Divine light wrapped around the survivors as they rushed out. The Black Emperor struggled free from the divine light. His entire body was covered in blood as he fell onto the ground. He roared, "This Emperor's meticulously prepared unrivaled killing formation hasn't even been used, yet I was almost killed by someone." Yi Fan's expression was extremely cold. "I just knew that the ancient divine dynasty is difficult to destroy. Even if they aren't as glorious as before, they are still extremely dangerous. However, they won't be able to escape this disaster." The small divine world was collapsing. It contained the ancient great sage's formation imprint. The fluctuations it emitted were terrifying enough to make deities weep and immortals cry. Everyone was covered in blood. If not for the green cauldron, they might have already been torn to pieces and fallen. The goddess furnace was unharmed because it was the great sage's magical artifact. However, the people here hadn't reached this level yet, so they couldn't withstand the impact of the great sage's level. "They're all dead." Longma's body was mottled with blood. When it turned around, it discovered that the 500 to 600 people from the Holy Lands had been completely wiped out. Even though Yi Fan had taken out the green cauldron, the green light's range was limited. It wasn't a large-scale attack, but a type of instinctive self-defense. Apart from GZ, the Sacred Prince, the Black Emperor, and Qi Luo, even the Saint-grade mothership was half destroyed. Li Heishui was coughing up blood as he collapsed on the ground. 7 or 8 damaged divine artifacts were destroyed in this battle. They couldn't resist that kind of heavenly might. Once the ancient great sage's formation appeared, it could cut the moon and split the stars. Many saints couldn't do anything even if they joined hands. Everyone was speechless. Hell was truly ruthless. They didn't hesitate to destroy the small divine world that was rarely seen since ancient times. This was a trap set up to deal with Wei Yi from Tianxian Stone Square, the old master of Qishir Manor, and other saints. There were some people from the Holy Lands who still had weak divine senses. However, they were about to vanish into thin air. Their bloody bones had long turned into mush, and they could only wail and wail. "Our bodies and souls have been destroyed." They cried out in fear, but they couldn't change anything. This place had become hell in name and in reality. The entire small world had been destroyed, and the great sage's formation had collapsed. The last sound had been scattered by the aftermath. Hong. Killing Saint took out the goddess furnace. Its entire body shone brilliantly and rippled with crystalline light. It erased the last traces of the killing formation, and this place regained its peace. The Holy Land's army had been completely annihilated. Hell was ruthless and decisive. They abandoned the nest that had never changed since the beginning of time. The first time someone attacked, they directly detonated this place. The only fortunate thing was that only Yi Fan and a few key people came in. They didn't bring the Heavenly Village's descendants. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kill them all. Hell and the human world will definitely be destroyed. You dare to trick this emperor? Your lair has been discovered. Let's see where you can escape to. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and wiped off the blood on his body. Let's go to the human world, Yi Fan said. The group tore open the void and stepped into the realm gate, rushing towards the other ancestral land of assassins. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight was gentle, and the ground was shrouded in a thin layer of white smoke. The mountain village was quiet, backed by a small mountain. The houses were majestic, the mulberry forest was everywhere, the bamboo forest was green, and the fertile farmland in front of the village was crisscrossed. This was a small mountain village. Chickens and dogs could be heard occasionally, and frogs could be heard croaking in the fish pond. Although there were sounds of insects, it was quiet and serene. For so many tens of thousands of years, no one knew that the human world was hidden in this paradise-like countryside, and the entrance was a dried-up well outside the village. At this moment, the great army was like a steel jungle, motionless. They had already sealed off the area, and a few saints were hidden in the dark, silently blocking the area. When Yifan, the sacred prince, and the others went to hell, another group of people from the Holy Lands had already arrived, including the old saint of the Ji clan who had been sealed until now. What was surprising was that the current saint of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yifei, had personally arrived. He rode on a golden roar and walked on the moon. He was elegant and refined, extraordinary and refined. On the other side, the Jade Lake Saintess' white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Under the moonlight, she was as beautiful as the master of the Moon Palace. The people of the heavenly village had gathered their main forces in hell, while the people of the Holy Lands had gathered their main forces here. In addition, the saint of the Holy Land of Super Yen had come in person. After all, some important figures had come. The Purple Mansion Saintess had also come out of seclusion. As a connate Dao fetus, she was now untainted by the mortal world. Her celestial appearance was pure and untainted, and she was enshrouded in purple energy. She was in harmony with the Tao, and her every movement was unfathomable. After so many years, no one knew what level she had reached. Those who attacked hell are all dead. After the leaders of the Holy Lands gathered here heard this, they all frowned. Although they weren't elites and couldn't damage the foundation, it was still a big setback. "We have reason to believe that this place is most likely a trap," an old Saint Lord said. The reputation of the human world and hell had been famous for thousands of years. The whole world feared them. As long as their lair wasn't destroyed, their inheritance would continue. Even if they declined, there would be a day when they would return. Now, they weren't as prosperous as they used to be. In general, they were in a weak period, but they still weren't a force that could be shaken by ordinary great forces. Everyone frowned. If they didn't succeed tonight, then they would have to face terrifying attacks for a long time in the future. That would be a nightmare. 2 killing saints, no matter how tight the defense was, it would still be a great disaster. If they weren't eliminated, many people would be beheaded, and even their orthodoxies would be destroyed. They stepped into the mysterious world of the human world. The mountains and rivers inside were beautiful, and multicolored light rose between the peaks. It was like a paradise, and there were spiritual birds and auspicious beasts of various sections. It didn't look like a country of killers. The Cosmos mothership moved through the sky, forcefully destroying the entrance, expanding the passageway countless times. Killing intent erupted, and there were killers from the divine dynasty retaliating. Everyone didn't advance rashly. They stood outside, using magical force to sweep forward, causing the blood of the killers in front of them to splash out. Mists of light rose, and corpses were everywhere. We can confirm that the giants here have long retreated. After everyone carefully observed, they came to this conclusion. It was the same defense as in hell. They wanted to resist intensely, lure everyone into a trap, and then kill them all. What do we do? Everyone was anxious. If they didn't destroy the land of the 2 great sage, then they would face a nightmare in the future. Regardless of whether it was the handsome Jiang Yifei or the elegant Jade Lake Saint Lady, they all frowned. This made everyone feel uneasy. Let me give it a try. I'll use the innate heaven's fate to see if I can sense a few special circumstances, the Purple Mansion Saint Lady said. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden said. She sat down cross-legged and used her innate divine technique to fuse with the great Tao, activating the entire divine spirit realm. The innate Tao core was incomparably mysterious, having the same type of constitution as the Western Emperor. It was rumored that Great Emperor Wu Shi's mother also had this type of constitution. It was terrifying beyond compare. They were innately close to the great Tao and could pry into the secrets of the world. Everyone was hopeful. They stopped attacking and protected her in the center, waiting quietly. The Purple Mansion Saint Lady closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling. Her skin was translucent like white jade, emitting a sparkling luster. Strands of Tao light shot out, merging with the mysterious world. Heaven and earth intertwined, and she became the only one in the light, hazy and holy. The great Tao that had experienced the vicissitudes of time came to merge with her, making her incomparably mysterious. At this moment, she became the embodiment of the great Tao, deriving all the secrets of this place, wanting to recreate the past. Seeing this, Yifan also sat down. He used the ancient technique recorded in the Vedas, which he had obtained from the other side of the starry sky, to reverse time and trace back to the source, wanting to recreate the past. Divine Tao waves spread out, and the saint body and Tao core actually reacted. They mutually boosted each other, causing the great Tao of heaven and earth to completely merge, drowning the two of them. Everyone was shocked, and they all revealed strange expressions. The Black Emperor was just angry, but now he was incomparably excited. He shouted in a low voice, "Innate saint body, Tao core, recreate someone like great Emperor Wuxi." Boom, with a final tremor, Yifan and the Purple Mansion Saint Lady opened their eyes, revealing expressions of shock. The great Tao was traceless, and it had long been severed. There was nothing left here. There was no way to find out. The killing saints of the mortal world had done it cleanly, cutting off all traces of the past. What should they do? Some of the Holy Lands were incomparably regretful. After this battle, there would definitely be a great calamity. How would they face the anger of the two killing saints? Even if they used their trump cards, it wouldn't bode well against the killing saints. These were demons born to kill. What should we do now? There will be a bloody battle in the future, and who knows how many people will die. If we can't destroy the two divine dynasties, we will have to face their endless revenge. Damn it, why is it like this? Everyone was worried and clenched their fists. They paced back and forth, but there was nothing they could do. It was too late for regrets. Yifan stood up and looked at Qi Luo, saying, "I'll go in and bring it out intact." Killing Saint Qi Luo nodded and said, "Be careful. Although there are no more killing saints guarding this place, you still have to be careful. If you touch the great sage level array, nothing will be left of this place." What are you guys talking about? Could it be that there is a way? Everyone was surprised and looked over. That's right, the ancient god dynasty must be destroyed. Yifan nodded. He walked into the distance. The Ji family saint, Wei Yi, Qi Luo, the old master of the Qishir matter, the #1 bandit of the northern region, and the others all came out and walked over. Yifan took out a broken green cauldron. He stepped inside and sat cross-legged. He asked the saints to take action and use this cauldron to send him into the depths of the god-spirit small world. In the distance, everyone was shocked. The people of the Holy Lands all looked at the ancient cauldron that was modeled with copper and looked like scrap metal. For a moment, they were speechless. This is, back then, the biggest winner of the Yuhua god dynasty's ancestral land, is him. Back then, even the kings of the ancient races and the orthodoxies of the various emperors were alarmed. The world was shocked. They went to the dragon vein of the Central Plains to fight for the immortal cauldron, but in the end, nothing happened. Today, it actually appeared in the hands of Yifan. Many people's eyes burned with passion. All of them were greatly moved, but they didn't dare to express anything. Now, how many people could kill the Saint Physique? It was very difficult to snatch it away. This cauldron actually needed so many people to work together to activate it. It shocked everyone so much that they were speechless. Xiao, a faint green light flashed. The bronze cauldron carried Yifan and passed through it. It was faster than lightning. Vaguely, the power of time seemed to be reversing. The entire space seemed to be reshaping. It was too terrifying and strange. The ancient saint's array was obstructing it, but it was penetrated by this cauldron. It broke through the restrictions and forcibly opened up a path. It created a terrifying hole and passed through. Everyone was shocked. After a long time, someone asked how exactly the two great god dynasties were found. Killing Saint Qi Luo was silent. Sadness appeared on his face as he slowly walked into the distance. His back was bleak, as if he had suddenly aged 1,000 years. Old Saber Honcho followed him and supported his own grandfather. An old man from Heavenly Village sighed lightly and told them the secret. Killing Saint Qi Luo had 7 children. Many years ago, they were sent to the small strongholds of hell and the mortal world respectively. It was all for the sake of finding the important places of the two great god dynasties and then groping their way into the final ancient palace. No one knew what happened during this period of time. During these endless years, the people of Heavenly Village had seen Qi Luo cry loudly 5 or 6 times. Every time, he was grief-stricken. The final result was that Qi Luo adopted a grandson. Old Saber Honcho accompanied him at his side. Everyone thought that he was his own grandson. Needless to say, his own son and others had all died. If his 7 sons were still alive, they should have had a large number of children surrounding the killing saint. However, in the end, he was all alone. My last uncle endured for more than 2,000 years. 2 years ago, he successfully entered the mortal world's most ancient palace. However, not long after, he also died. Old Saber Honcho said. The reason why the ancestral lands of the mortal world and hell could be discovered was because of this person. After the destruction of the celestial court, only 2 or 3 small shrimps survived. It was not until Qi Luo's generation that the situation improved and they recovered some of their strength. They had been weak for a long time. Their predecessors spent a lot of effort, but they could only find 1 or 2 small strongholds. Qi Luo endured the pain and let all his sons and daughters think of a way to enter. After such a long period of time, they finally entered the highest ancient palace. My last child succeeded. He wasn't exposed. However, because he was sent to excavate a place, the people who went with him were all killed. Qi Luo said indifferently. Endless sorrow filled the depths of his eyes. Father and son were connected by blood. They had a kind of secret method that allowed them to have a brief telepathic connection before they died. 2 years ago, when the last youngest son's soul was cut off, he wept blood and passed on a set of strange coordinates to him. However, his soul power was too weak, so he didn't have time to finish talking. In the end, he told him that it was engraved in a place in the mortal world and that he could find it. The mortal world and hell combined to excavate a heaven domain. After excavating it, they killed all the participants. This was Qi Luo's judgment. Boom! All of a sudden, the small world of the gods in the mortal world collapsed. The ancient great sage's formation was revived. Everyone was shaken. It strangled and destroyed everything in the world. Everyone retreated. Yi Fan rushed out while riding the green cauldron. How was it? Everyone rushed forward and surrounded him. They asked nervously. We succeeded. We found the coordinates of a heaven domain. Yi Fan answered. When Killer Saint Qi Luo heard this, he couldn't hold back anymore. Murky old tears rolled down his face. His body trembled. There was relief, but also endless sorrow. He murmured only one word, child. A cold wind blew over. Mist lingered between heaven and earth. Everyone was cheering. This meant that the 2 great divine dynasties might be completely destroyed. Everyone had a rough guess. The people of the Killer God Imperial Court must have hidden in that heaven domain. They had given up their lair since ancient times and were going to hide here. At this moment, only Qi Luo was lonely. He couldn't say a word for a long time. His body was trembling slightly. He looked up at the horizon and let his old tears fall. Old Sword Honcho went up to support him. He couldn't say anything and could only accompany him at his side. Senior, let's go and destroy these 2 great divine dynasties. Yi Fan said. He couldn't say anything else at this moment. Only by completely eliminating the enemy would he feel the greatest consolation. Charge, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill. Go to that heaven domain and completely flatten it. Let the 2 great ancient divine dynasties become history and vanish like smoke in thin air tonight. Everyone roared in anger. The formation platform had already been sent out. The realm gate had already been opened. Everyone went on their way and rushed towards that heaven domain. This was an ancient land. It was actually in the outer realms. There was primal chaos lingering about. It had left the surface of the ancient stars, so it was truly too difficult to be discovered. The mist flowed slowly. Deathly stillness was the eternal theme. There wasn't the slightest bit of sound. This was the outer realm, a high and mighty heaven region that had left the earth. In reality, the hazy mist wasn't mist, but true primal chaos. This place was extremely barren, retaining the most primitive aura. For cultivators, primal chaos was precious energy. If they could refine it, they could turn it into evil energy in magic treasures and deduce the secrets of the heavenly Tao. However, not many people could use it. Only saints could absorb it and refine their bodies. Looking down from the outer realm, a huge star was incomparably vast and beautiful. However, it was only one of the many stars in the heavens, a drop in the ocean. Hiding here, completely far away from the ancient stars. If not for that set of coordinates, who could find it? The ancient god dynasty had already prepared a path of retreat. They had a premonition that the situation wasn't good, so they gave up on their ancestral land. They were quite decisive. This was already the outer realm, quite a distance away from the ancient life stars. If not for the Black Emperor's formation being powerful and mysterious, how could ordinary people reach here? The path of immortality was about to open. Not long ago, two terrifying killing ancestors had charged into the false immortal gate. After that, the two great god dynasties sensed danger and made preparations for a full retreat. We've finally found them. We can't let a single one of them escape. Old Saber Honcho roared. Standing beside Qi Luo, he wanted to take revenge for his 7 uncles. Killing Saint had long since regained his calm. His expression was indifferent, without joy or worry. Right now, he only had one thought, and that was to destroy hell and the human world so that the souls of his 7 sons could rest in peace. The heaven region was a desolate primal chaos land. It was a naturally narrow spacetime that formed a small sky. After being excavated, it could become a paradise. Vish's Great Tomb and the false immortal gate that appeared not long ago were true primal chaos divine lands. They were full of vitality and contained all kinds of ancient medicines and divine treasures. It was a small world. And this sky was formed after the primal chaos divine lands dried up. It had lost 90% of its spiritual energy, but it was still a rare land of treasures. This is the abandoned seclusion land of the ancient gods. Even though it has withered away, it is still a blessing. It was actually discovered and excavated by the two great god dynasties. This is truly a good fortune. The entrance to the heavenly domain was an expanse of nothingness, merging with the dark universe. If not for Yi Fan and the Black Emperor disintegrating the seal, it would have been difficult for them to discover it even if they were standing right in front of them. Chaotic energy became even thicker, flowing out. The inside was serene and peaceful, as if an archaic vicious beast that was going to devour people opened its enormous mouth, making one feel great fear. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. No one from the Holy Lands was willing to take the first step. One had to understand that there were 2 killing saints inside, and if they took action, an undying inheritance might be destroyed. Qi Luo looked calm as he walked in first, followed by Yi Fan, Ji Zi, and the Sacred Prince. Behind them were Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others in their ancient Saint mechs. What are you afraid of? I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to take care of all of them, the large black dog yelled. He was valiant and spirited, and he also rushed in. Longmo was right behind him. All the Holy Lands moved when they saw this. They had already slaughtered their way here. This battle was unavoidable. No matter how terrifying these 2 killing saints were, they still had to be eliminated. Otherwise, there would never be a day of peace. Whoosh, they walked into a dark space, and after walking 100 zhang, a thunderous sound rang out ahead. A waterfall poured down, blocking an ancient cave. This is Primal Chaos Waterfall. Everyone was shocked, and they all widened their eyes. This was the ancient cave that one had to pass through in order to enter the heaven domain. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be stopped outside, unable to pass through at all. When this primal chaos waterfall descended, even Dao-severing experts would be crushed to pieces, unable to endure it. Rise! Yi Fan released a light shout, activating the all-life source Qi Cauldron. It turned into a simple carrier of the great Dao, rising and falling in the primal chaos waterfall, cutting it off. When everyone saw this, they were shocked, envious, and incomparably jealous. This kind of magic treasure and immortal material that was born at the beginning of the world was difficult to find in the entire world, rarely seen throughout the ages, yet it fell into his hands. All the Holy Lands coveted it, yet they couldn't obtain it. The group of people entered one after another, all of them walking in. After passing through the ancient cave, they finally entered the paradise ahead. They immediately sensed a wave of great changes and magnificence, and there was even more endless spiritual energy rushing over. Even though the primal chaos divine earth had dried up, the remaining spiritual energy was less than a tenth of what it was originally. It was still greater than the outside great world, a cultivation precious land. The majestic spiritual mountains, verdant divine valleys, jade ribbon-like streams, dripping divine springs, as well as ancient medicines within stone cracks, all of this made one's mind tremble. If they lived in seclusion here, it couldn't be more ideal. If the two great divine dynasties remained dormant for several thousand years and reappeared in the later generations, their strength would definitely increase greatly, threatening all parts of the world. Within the spacious valley, there were several enormous skeletons that flowed with faint golden luster. They were all archaic species that had died for who knew how many years, yet were still preserved until now. Many people swallowed their saliva. These were creatures that were originally in the primal chaos divine earth, definitely already at the saint level. Their bloodlines dried up, dying here of old age, unexpectedly not transforming into the Tao. This was the most ideal artifact refinement material, making one's eyes go red. Everyone, let's not worry about these things for now. Getting rid of the two giants is more important. Old Blade Honcho said. After passing through this region, the true mountain gate stood in their way. A formless killing energy pervaded the air. Only after arriving here did they approach the most terrifying important place. No one should act rashly, or else there might be a fatal disaster. The Black Emperor reminded. However, as soon as its words fell, an enormous streak of sword energy swept over. Several dozen people were sliced in half at the waist, releasing mournful cries. These halves of their bodies tumbled about while carrying large amounts of blood. What is going on? The face of an elder from the wavering light Holy Land immediately became green. Ancient medicine. A disciple cried out miserably. It was all because they went to pick a 30,000-year-old precious medicine from the stone cliff, triggering the restrictions, causing a group of people to encounter a disaster. It could be said that every step they took was filled with danger. Kill. The two great divine dynasties definitely noticed our arrival a long time ago. The Cosmos Mothership rose into the sky, releasing a streak of blazing light. Great Tao symbols engraved themselves in front of them, raising the mountain gate to the ground. Hong, a terrifying aura erupted, and a majestic black shadow appeared. It released an aura that made even ancient saints shudder as it hacked over. This was a group of great swords, or to be more precise, sword-like mountain peaks, every mountain peak pierced into the clouds. Hundreds and thousands of them were together, grand and majestic. Each one was like a sharp sword, straight up and down. Tens of thousands of streaks of sword energy shot out from the mountain peaks, sweeping over one after another. This was a killing tribulation, a saint-level killing formation. The Cosmos Mothership was swept away. If not for the energy passport being activated, it might have already disintegrated. Its offensive power was extremely shocking. Xiao, 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 the sword energy was like a ray of light, sweeping past. In almost an instant, hundreds of people from the various holy lands had their heads cut off, their bodies sliced apart, and they were chopped into meat paste. Blood blossomed one after another. This was a saint-level attack, so naturally, no one could block it. Hong, holy might surged. The various holy lands brought out their holy weapons and immediately activated them, finally blocking the attack and protecting the others. Martial uncle, what's wrong with you? Hurry and wake up. A youth shook an old body. Junior sister, don't sleep, quickly open your eyes. A young man hugged a female cultivator. All kinds of noise and sorrowful sounds rang out. The two great killer divine dynasties were extremely terrifying. They didn't send out any disciples below the saint level at all, immediately killing them. Break! Killing Saint Chi Luo released a loud roar, activating the great sage's magical artifact Goddess Furnace. His eyes were completely empty as he released the celestial quartz great killing technique. Hong, hundreds to over 1,000 sword mountains exploded one after another. Ancient saint-level fluctuations were intense, as if the starry sky was disintegrating and spreading outwards. The saint-level sword mountains were destroyed, turning into a chaotic flow that flattened this region, turning it into a barren land. Insignificant ants, yet you dare to gnaw on the body of an enormous dragon. Once you find the heaven domain, none of you will be able to live. A terrifying voice rang out, causing the entire space to tremble. Qi Luo led the group forward, not fearing this kind of threat. The blood transformation blade in his hand reached tens of thousands of zhang, sweeping through countless restrictions, turning the forbidden region into a path. A blazing killing light flew up. Yi Fan, Ji, and the sacred prince resisted together, scattering this terrifying fluctuation that could kill saints in the void. In front of them was a stretch of jade platforms, each of which was sparkling and transparent, filled with boundless killing intent. They floated in midair, releasing an aura that made people feel despair. Although the three Thearch's children had shattered the killing light, the aura still leaked out in a large area, and waves of miserable screams could be heard from behind. More than 300 people from the various holy lands died in an instant. All of their bodies exploded, unable to withstand the ancient sacred king's aura and killing intent. In front of them was a Saint King level killing formation. Do you really think the holy lands are ants? Break for me. Xianxia rode on the golden roar and rushed forward. Above his head, a divine furnace appeared. 9 divine birds circled around, and a sun hung in the sky. It was incomparably terrifying, resisting the Saint King level killing formation. Hong, he raised his hand and pointed. This divine furnace flew up and rushed forward, landing in the killing formation and exploding on the spot. Boundless light mist flew up, and the intense energy almost cracked this piece of primal chaos divine soil, flattening the killing formation and turning it into red soil. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a forbidden tool that was more powerful than ordinary saint tools. A forbidden tool made by imitating the eternal universe imperial furnace. It requires the consumption of many rare natural treasures, and it doesn't need to use magic power. It operates on its own, but it can only be used once. An old man muttered, deducing the truth. The Jiang family's foundation was shocking. They were experts in refining forbidden tools, imitating their own imperial furnace to refine such a terrifying weapon. It could emit a wisp of imperial might, instantly flattening the Saint King level killing formation. It was truly frightening. Obviously, Jiang Yifei's attack had stunned the 2 divine dynasties. There was a moment of silence, and not a single sound was heard. If this forbidden tool smashed into Killing Saint's body, he would most likely be slaughtered. However, this was ultimately a tool and not a living person. Killing Saint could dodge it, but after thinking about it, it was still difficult to threaten him. Suddenly, a faint sound rang out. The hell soul-suppressing song rang out. This was Killing Saint's attack, and the sound waves were even more terrifying than sword chi. They were everywhere, piercing through the void and killing everyone. The Holy Lands had brought their saint tools, but they actually couldn't defend against it. The hell soul-suppressing song killed in all directions. In that instant, the sounds of popping rang out incessantly. More than 400 people died a violent death, all turning into bloody paste. It was a tragic sight to behold. The old Holy Lord of the Great Yen Holy Land went crazy. Most of the people who died were their elites. They had originally prepared a saint-level killing formation, but before they could lay it out, these people holding the formation flags had all died. Kill! With a loud roar, a sparkling and translucent stone person rushed up like an ice diamond, disappearing into the front and roaring fiercely. This was a saint-level puppet, one of the Great Yen Holy Land's trump cards. It had been brought here to launch a frenzied attack. At the same time, Yi Fan let out a long roar. Golden blood energy rushed out from the top of his head like a sharp sword piercing through the sky. He shook out the heavenly swastika, dispelling the killing song of hell and blocking this killing calamity. No one behind him fell. All of you, die for me! The Black Emperor roared. Just now, he had rushed to the front to break the formation, so he bore the brunt of the killing song. His eardrums were almost torn apart, and strands of blood flowed out. At this moment, he was furious. He continuously activated formation platforms, sweeping forward. Under the dazzling killing light, the Black Emperor's formation platforms destroyed the hell soul-suppressing stage and disintegrated this demonic land. Everyone went crazy, rushing forward together. After fighting to this place, everyone felt that they weren't far from the ancient sacred palace. Ah, kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens, and miserable cries rose and fell. After fighting to this point, they finally encountered the old assassins of the 2 great divine dynasties. After overcoming the difficulties one after another, the assassins' corpses laid on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. "All of you must die." An aged voice sounded, carrying dense killing intent as it said, "Activate the divine formation, refine everyone for me. Activate your second grandpa, wipe them all out for me." The Black Emperor opened his third vertical eye, activating numerous formation platforms. Swish, 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 an ear-piercing sound pierced through the air as 9,990 silver divine arrows pierced through the void. Their killing intent was monstrous. Just that kind of aura alone was enough to cause many people to collapse, not to mention the true might of the arrows, 9,999 arrows. Every silver arrow was flowing with holy might. Who in the world could withstand it? This was a massacre. Bang! The Ice Diamond Man of the Super Yan Holy Lands was being shot to death. Every silver arrow was like a sledgehammer smashing into his body. The deafening sound of the arrows was boundlessly powerful. He was first sent flying by dozens of arrows, and then a few thick silver arrows pierced through his body, causing him to let out a miserable cry. This was a saint-level puppet, but it had suffered serious damage from the shocking formation. In front of its body, down marks and divine chains of order interweaved, turning into countless runes. However, it couldn't stop the arrows at all and was completely pierced through. In the blinding light, a dense number of arrows rained down, turning the golem into a hedgehog. Then, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into monstrous energy fluctuations. Without the protection of the ancient formation, this primal chaos divine soil would have been completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. This kind of power was too concentrated and vast. Ah! The sect master of the Super Yan Holy Land roared in anger. This was a huge loss, but he couldn't change the outcome. The simultaneous release of 9,990 divine arrows was enough to destroy several saints. This was a killing field specially prepared for existences of this level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a divine killing formation. It was unknown how many people from the Holy Land turned into bloody light. Large numbers of people fell, and in the end, they didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Boom, the Black Emperor roared. The 108 main formation platforms and 365 divine gates lit up continuously, and 3,600 rays of the Great Tao swept out together to block the divine arrows. This was a bitter confrontation. The power of this killing formation was boundless and could already kill saints. It wasn't just one or two, but a large number of them, turning this place into a land of death. Without the protection of a divine artifact, everyone would die without a doubt. They needed the power of an ancient saint to defend, and they needed to work together to resist. These killing formations clashed intensely. The fluctuations weren't something ordinary people could face. Fresh faces turned into withered bones one after another, turning into ashes. How many arrays did the God of Killers dynasty have? This was the answer everyone wanted to know amidst their trembling bodies. It was because they were all left behind by ancient saints, and their destructive power was too great. The Black Emperor roared angrily. It hid behind the goddess furnace, barking madly as it sacrificed all of the materials it had accumulated over the years. Its heart was dripping blood. It had used everything it had to create many exceptional formations, but right now, it was rapidly being consumed, and the losses were tremendous. Damn the ancient divine dynasty. How many Dharma treasures of the way of killing do they have? Why do they never stop using them? In the depths of the heaven domain, the ancestor-level figures of the two great divine dynasties were also stupefied. This was the accumulation of generations of ancestors, the sacred killing formation platform left behind. When combined together, it was said that it could shoot down deities. However, at this moment, they were collapsing one after another. Their faces were twitching, and their hearts ached to the extreme. They felt even worse than the Black Emperor. A single formation pedestal was equivalent to a single killing formation of the ancient sage. For them to be grouped together in such a manner, it was definitely a horrifying sight to behold. And yet, they were being destroyed one after another. Even if a few saints entered the formation, they would still be destroyed. They actually managed to block it? Kill, 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 kill. The Black Emperor had gone mad from killing. She used the goddess furnace as the main formation flag, and with a quang-dang sound, she tossed it into the center. Everyone's faces paled. When the large black dog went berserk, it was truly terrifying. He even tossed out the great sage's weapon. Fortunately, there were other saint tools to defend them, or else they would have been in great trouble. However, the effects were obvious. With the ancient great sage's spirit tool as the first formation flag, that kind of might covered heaven and earth, destroying heaven and earth. The other party's formation platforms were shattered one after another, and boundless energy swept out in reverse. They've gone mad, they've truly gone mad. This is a true battle to exterminate a sect. Even the great battles of the past dark ages are nothing more than this. There are so many ancient killing formation platforms involved. Regardless of whether it was the enemy or the ally, they were all stunned. They couldn't help but feel horrified. This was definitely a killing calamity. Fortunately, both sides were balanced. If one side was slightly weaker, they would have immediately been destroyed. The formation patterns finally dimmed. The ground was a complete mess, and there were fragments of divine materials everywhere. It was unknown just how many precious treasures had been used up on the ancient formation platforms, but now, they were all useless. The sea of killing intent slowly dispersed, and endless sorrow and great changes arose. This was the lamentation of the ancient artifacts. They were all destroyed in a single battle. Only after a long time had passed did everyone come back to their senses. Their faces were snow white, and their voices were trembling. How many ancient saint formations were destroyed in total? About 18 of them. The estimate is too low. There are at least 20, and it might even reach 36. It's hard to say. It's too terrifying. They are continuous, and the light of calamity is boundless. It's brilliant and dazzling, and it's too many to count. Only through experience could one understand. Otherwise, this kind of terror would only be a concept of numbers, and not something that would cause one's heart to palpitate. The ground was covered in fragments, a sight rarely seen since ancient times. Everyone became silent. They held weapons in their hands, drove the war chariots, and continued forward. Today's battle had already reached this point, and there was no longer any path of retreat. Only by wiping out the two great ancient divine dynasties could they feel at ease. After passing through the land of destruction, broken mountains, half-collapsed mountain ridges, and giant trees that had withered for tens of thousands of years appeared one after another. No one made a sound. They were all on guard. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince walked at the very front, their battle intent high. Meanwhile, the others were incomparably solemn. Everyone's mood was different. For example, Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, and the other crazy people mainly wanted to sharpen themselves. They had never planned to ask the ancient saints to take action. Meanwhile, the Suprian Holy Land and the other inheritances that had suffered disastrous losses felt their hearts bleeding. They wanted nothing more than to immediately ask Wei Yi to fight to the death against the ancient divine dynasties. The sacred ape held the black divine metal in his hand, looking down on everyone. His golden hair flickered, and he was extremely domineering. What is there to cry about? The two great divine dynasties are the best whetstones. Today, we will kill to our heart's content and climb another step on the path of cultivation. Xiao, a terrifying sword light appeared, piercing towards the back of the sacred ape's head. It was vicious and merciless, appearing abruptly and soundlessly. It was going to kill with a single strike. This kind of hidden killing technique was too terrifying. It almost fooled everyone, and the sacred prince dodged it by a hair's breadth. Qi Luo immediately took action, hacking forward. However, a streak of bloody light appeared on his back, cutting open a terrifying wound. A killing saint had appeared, drawing Qi Luo's attention to the sacred ape. However, the true target was him. Qi Luo was injured, but he didn't even frown. He disappeared from his original location, and with a pu sound, bloody light scattered down, cutting open a bloody scar in another part of the void. Qi Luo had already discovered the other party and returned the favor. The two exchanged blows. It was extremely strange and formless. Pooh! Blood scattered down from the sky. More than 10 experts from the Ji family cried out miserably. They couldn't evade in time and were turned into dried bones on the spot by the saint's blood. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. The Suprian Holy Land sect master's head tumbled down. His eyes were wide open in anger as his headless corpse fell into a pool of blood. His primordial spirit had just rushed up when it was pierced through by a blood-colored killing sword, vanishing into thin air on the spot. "Kill!" everyone roared in anger and fear. Many executioners appeared, hiding in the void and launching assassinations. Many people cried out in alarm. Their foreheads were pierced through, and they died a violent death. This was the trump card of the assassins. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others roared in anger and launched an all-out counterattack. They had studied the great killing arts of the celestial court, so they didn't fear this kind of killing Dao secret art. "Sneaky bastards, die for me!" the sacred prince roared. His entire body erupted with golden radiance, and it was as if his body was cast from gold. He brandished his rod and smashed an old assassin out. It was precisely this person who had just slaughtered the Super Yan Holy Land sect master. He was a Dao-severing king-level expert with outstanding strength. He had killed over 100 people in an instant. Without any suspense, this ace assassin's bones were broken and tendons snapped by the monkey's rod, turning him into a pile of mush. Pu, pu, bloody light flashed in succession as GZ displayed his might. The void split apart, and many assassins were torn apart. They turned into streaks of blood, and not even their bones remained. Yi Fan's expression was cold. The golden blood chi around his body turned into a tornado, and he forcefully pulled out a king-level assassin. Then, he blasted him into the air with a single punch. It was simple yet ruthless, and bone fragments and blood splattered everywhere. The purple mansion saintess finally displayed her terrifying strength in front of the world. She harmonized with the great Tao, and with a wave of her hand, she waved the laws of heaven and earth, forcing out a group of assassins. With a slash of her white hand, a large number of people were melted within the light of the Tao. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince moved together. They pounced towards Ji Luo, and all of them unleashed a fierce attack. Killing Saint Ji Luo also let out a long roar. The blood sword light was tens of thousands of zhang long, and it slashed towards his opponent. Hong, in this terrifying confrontation, the killing saint of the mortal realm fled and left the battlefield. He took the initiative to retreat, and only left behind a trail of blood. This was the ancient killing saint. Before the heaven and earth changed, he was unfathomable, and it wasn't difficult for him to leave even though he was surrounded by an army of 10,000. He fled towards the exit of the heaven domain, wanting to break out of the encirclement. However, several waves of holy might swept over like a vast ocean, forcing him back. The killing saint wants to escape, which means that they don't have the confidence anymore. "Let's kill them all, don't let a single one escape." The people of the Holy Land shouted loudly. Their morale was greatly boosted. However, Yi Fan's heart sunk. This killing saint was ruthless and decisive. He didn't want to escape at all, and was clearly trying to probe how many ancient saints had come. Now, he turned around and rushed towards the depths of the heaven domain. "Kill!" Shouts of war shook the heavens. This heaven domain erupted, and the war chariots of the Holy Lands rumbled as they crushed through the skies. Divine artifacts revived, and they attacked forward together. Following this, they destroyed a few ancient killing formation platforms, and finally arrived at the depths. They saw two terrifying ancient palaces. The killing intent there was like a sea. White bones flickered with luster, and not even the passage of time could erase them. The palaces were all constructed from bones. At the very center of the two palaces was a special bone building. The luster was the most intimidating. There were the skulls of kings, as well as the withered bones of saints. They were brilliant and sparkling. The carpets in the palaces were made of divine skin, stripped from the bodies of saints. Even a group of ants dares challenge a giant dragon. "I admire your courage, but I can't help but mock your foolishness." A dignified voice sounded from within the bone palace. It was ancient and experienced, but there was also a type of domineeringness to it. It was full of an overweening spirit. Killing Saint Chi Luo roared loudly. "The giant dragon's old nest has been wiped out by others, and now it is hiding in outer space. Hell and the human world, two great ancient divine dynasties, are about to be wiped out, yet you are still trying to show off your self-esteem. Today, all of you can just die." He lost 7 children, all of them dying for the sake of the 2 great divine dynasties. They paid the price of blood and life to exchange for everything he had today. His heart was filled with grief and anger. You are a killing saint, and I am also a killing saint. How about we carry out a decisive battle between killing saints today? The aged voice resounded ruthlessly. He had already achieved the Tao for over 1,000 years. His killing intent surged, and it was incredibly terrifying. However, Qi Luo was not an ordinary person. He agreed on the spot to fight against the veteran killing saint. Another withered figure appeared. The killing saint of the human world appeared once again. He looked disdainfully at the crowd with disdain, as if he didn't care that there were still a few saints at the entrance. He swept his gaze over the people of the Holy Lands, and then he stared at the sacred prince, then at Jizi. In the end, his torch-like eyes landed on Yi Fan. All of you, kill yourselves. This seat will give you the chance to die a quick death. The killing saint of the human world guided Yi Fan, Jizi, and the sacred prince as he spoke ruthlessly. He wasn't the slightest bit worried about the fact that everyone was attacking. It's useless no matter who comes. Wanting to destroy the human world and hell is simply the ravings of an idiot. What human race is Saint Physique? What ancient emperor's son? All of you are ants. All of you must die. His words were like a knife scraping on everyone's skin, cold and sinister. Many cultivators from the Holy Lands couldn't withstand the sound waves of the killing saint. Their bodies were torn into pieces, and streams of blood flowed out. Even their divine senses were extinguished. I think it's better for you, an old dog that's neither human nor ghost, to go and commit suicide. Longma said crudely when faced with this killing saint who didn't take them seriously. The large black dog didn't like hearing this. He glowered at him and retorted, "Nonsense, he's worse than dog fart." That's right, he's boasting. Shamelessly, and even wants us to commit suicide. Old thing, are you still asleep? Go and die. Longma shouted. Faced with these 2 uncouth people, even if a god came, his face would twitch. What kind of mocking words wouldn't he dare to say? Xiao, a beam of killing light swept over, enveloping the large black dog and Longma below. The killing saint of the mortal world had a dark expression as he attacked. Dang, the monkey moved, and the jet-black iron staff in his hand actually collided with the killing saint, releasing a brilliant light. Although he was forced back, it wasn't impossible. One had to realize that this was a killing saint. His magic power was boundless, and he specialized in killing saints. He had made a name for himself. The killing saint of the mortal world's attack failed, and he immediately disappeared, merging into the void. At the same time, his boundless killing intent shook the surroundings. Pooh! Longma spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the large black dog also trembled. He stood up on his 2 legs, using the row seal to retreat. I gave you a chance to commit suicide, but you didn't grasp it well. Then, I'll send you all on your way one by one, the killing saint of the mortal world said coldly. He still had a high and mighty attitude, looking down on them like they were ants. He didn't see them as opponents, and he wanted to eliminate them with a raise of his hand. Old executioner, your end is here. Yi Fan's body burned, and he transformed into an indestructible golden body, attacking forward. His gaze pierced through the void, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist intent was invincible, shattering all things. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be bolts of golden lightning dancing. Yi Fan and the killing saint clashed a few blows, releasing blinding light. You're very strong, and I believe that you're all outstanding geniuses since the ancient times to be able to clash with me. But what can you do? The mortal world's killer saint sneered in the dark and said, You were born 500 years too late. I won't give you the chance to grow up. Today, I'm going to strangle the geniuses. I'm going to do the deed of extinction and let you die in the cradle. Old fart, you talk too much. Take this. The sacred prince roared. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The black divine metal swept through the world, crushing the primal chaos immortal earth apart as it struck towards killing saint. Xiao. A beam of killing light shot over, brushing past the black iron rod and leaving a flower of blood on the monkey's shoulder. Jizi also took action. Without saying a word, his body merged into the void, and the great fissure chop was unleashed. A sound like the explosion of the universe erupted, and Killing Saint was forced out of the void. However, a killing saint was a killing saint after all. He specialized in killing other saints. Jizi was struck by a sword light, and half of his body was bleeding profusely. Yifan charged forward, displaying all the techniques on his body. His fists erupted with wind and lightning, and golden lightning bolts shot out one after another. It was as if he was the lightning god's fists, and he displayed the true meaning of the 6 paths. His fists were stained with blood, but he didn't care. He continued to tangle with the old killing saint. This old thing is really troublesome. No wonder the legends say that he was born to kill saints. Let's kill him together, the large black dog shouted. He roared, and streaks of black light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows. They could break through the defenses of saints, and they posed a serious threat to the old killing saint. F***ck. Don't tell me that this old guy has become a saint king? Longma thought of a terrifying matter. Impossible, let's kill him together. Dongfeng Yi roared. He controlled the ancient Saint Mecha and charged forward. They knew that Yifan, Jizi, and the sacred prince still had enough confidence. After all, they hadn't truly transcended their tribulations yet. Only when they received the verification of heaven and earth would their strength be considered to be at the right level, and they could fight to the death. Kill, grind him to death. Li Tian shouted. He controlled the ancient saint battle formation tool and arrived before them. He held a purple spear with both hands, and it pierced through the void, aiming at the killing saint's back. Pung! A ruthless sneer appeared on the killing saint's face. He enveloped everyone in his killing light, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, disappearing from time to time. In the end, Yan Yishi, Old Saber Honcho, and Yao Yuekong all controlled the ancient Saint Mecha and charged forward. A group of people fought this terrifying killing saint. This was the might of the killing saint. These people worked together to surround and kill him, yet they couldn't take him down in a short period of time. The killing saint's battle experience was too abundant and terrifying. On the other side, Qi Luo and the killing saint from hell were also fighting intensely. They appeared and disappeared between heaven and earth, and the terrifying saint tools in their hands clashed fiercely. This was a clash of divine regulations, a clash of the great Tao, accompanied by the thunder of the heavenly Tao. All of you must die, the killing saint of the mortal world said as he fought against the group of heroes. He suddenly appeared and disappeared, and it was impossible to guard against him. Yifan felt a sense of danger, and he secretly transmitted his voice, saying, "Be careful, he has stalled us. Perhaps a third killing saint will appear." He felt that the old killing saint was making use of their youthful vigor and competitive mentality to stall everyone, giving the third killing saint a chance to assassinate him. Pooh! The terrifying premonition came true. A third saint actually appeared in the 2 great divine dynasties. Qi Luo almost died with a grievance, suffering an assassination. That sword was like an otherworldly immortal. It was sharp and terrifying, resplendent and dazzling. It pierced through Qi Luo's shoulder and almost pierced through the top of his skull. Pooh! Longma was almost hacked into 2 pieces. Blood flowed in a long stream. After this killing saint seriously injured Qi Luo, he swept over in this direction. Li Tian's mecha was also torn apart. The mortal world and hell's resources hadn't been lost? Everyone's heart sank. Those who attack my divine dynasty should all die. The mortal world's killing saint laughed cruelly. All of you, retreat. Yifan secretly transmitted his voice. At the same time, the third killing saint appeared, shocking everyone. It was actually a snow-white skeleton, and in its hand was a killing sword that radiated brilliance in all directions. This is a killing saint puppet pieced together from the Tao bones of your ancestors. A divine flame was born in its skull. Everyone's hearts went cold. This was an existence that was difficult to deal with. It was equivalent to a killing saint, and it carried the murderous intent and will of the ancient divine dynasty. Dongfeng Yi, Yan Yishi, Longma, Black Emperor and the others all decisively retreated. They knew what Yifan and the sacred prince wanted to do. Weren't they waiting for this moment? Qi Luo and the killing saint fought a decisive battle of life and death. It was hard to tell who would win, and both sides paid a disastrous price. Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince's expressions were cold. They surrounded the mortal world's killing saint and that white skeleton. They immediately erupted with dazzling light. They chose to face tribulation at the same time, causing trouble in this primal chaos immortal earth. How many people in this world could control their own heavenly tribulation? They all passively faced it. And now, the three great imperial princes all triggered heavenly punishment. It was like a legend, making both sides' expressions change. They all felt a chill run through their hearts. Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince rushed over murderously, trapping the two killing saints in the middle. They attacked with everything they had, forcing them to face tribulation as well. This was a great disaster. Endless lightning descended, blasting this place crazily. It was immediately drowned out by a sea of electricity. Killing Saint's roars sounded. The expression of the killing saint who was currently fighting against Qi Luo changed greatly. With this level of heavenly tribulation descending, he felt that his old partner and that bone saint were doomed. Hong, the boundless heavenly tribulation descended from the heavens. It was ridiculously vicious. This wasn't a streak of lightning, but rather an ocean that was blazing and dazzling. Ah, many assassins cried out loudly, turning into scattered ashes. They were originally hiding in the darkness, ready to take action at any time, but now, they were turned into ashes. The mortal world's killing saint and that white skeleton roared angrily, rushing outwards. However, Yi Fan, GZ, and the Sacred Prince locked onto them, following them like shadows, forcing them to face tribulation together. This was a murderous calamity. The two great sages' people were hacked until their flesh was lacerated. They were in unspeakable pain, roaring endlessly in anger. Heaven and earth erupted. As soon as the lightning tribulation appeared, it blasted this place full of holes, on the verge of collapse. Everyone discovered with shock that there were many killing formations and Dao marks in the surroundings. At this moment, they all lit up, resisting the tribulation radiance. They were all at the saint level. This was originally a terrifying formation prepared to send Qi Luo and Yi Fan to their graves, but now, it became a sacred force to resist the heavenly tribulation. Old thing, I'll send you on your way. The Sacred Prince's divine might was imposing within the heavenly tribulation. With the great rod in hand, he struck towards the mortal world's killing saint. Chang, GZ was also extremely direct. His void techniques were endless, and together with the heavenly tribulation, he submerged that white skeleton, causing it to continuously suffer heavy blows. The 5 precious swords on Yi Fan's back hacked down one after another. 5-colored divine light rushed into the heavens, carrying heaven-overflowing lightning as it hacked down on the mortal world's ancient saint. Within the dazzling radiance, the mortal world's killing saint was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled, looking like an evil spirit. Even his eyes were red. He endured the attacks of 3 great experts, and even more so was continuously hacked down by lightning. Even his bones were exposed. Under the lightning radiance, not even the great killing techniques were effective. This was the judgment of heaven and earth, and one needed absolute strength to resist it. In the distance, the Holy Land's people shivered inwardly. The battle had developed to this point, making them feel waves of lingering fear. If they were caught up in this, they would undoubtedly die. Everyone hid far away, fearing that they would be touched. This time, due to the fact that their ancestors' bones were hidden here, the various sects all moved out a portion of their forces. However, those that truly used their trump cards were few and far between, and most of them were half-hearted. In this type of environment, preserving their strength was the best choice. The Great Yen Holy Land was a bit more attentive, but they were quite unlucky. Their saint-level puppets were all killed by the killer divine court, their losses severe. Younger generation, do you all really think that you can destroy 2 great divine dynasties just like this? Too naive. All of you who came to invade must die. Within the sea of lightning, the mortal world's killing saint's body split apart. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and he howled like a malicious spirit. Similarly, within the lightning, Yi Fan and the others weren't feeling too good either. Blood splashed out from time to time. After reaching the saint level, no one could easily pass through the Great Tribulation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a heavenly tribulation anymore. Old thing, your time of death has arrived. Yi Fan rushed over. His flesh was extremely sturdy, possessing the imperishable golden body. Even though he was injured, his foundation wasn't harmed. Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, and Ji took action together, attacking this killing saint, making him suffer the most terrifying tribulation. The 3 layers deepened, and his body was hacked to pieces several times. At the same time, the other skeleton was even more terrified. He was a dead object that was born, and now, when faced with this type of pure yang lightning, he was trembling with fear. The divine flame in his skull might be extinguished at any time. Dao friends, please come out and kill the enemy together. In the future, all of the invaders will be wiped out. The great scheme. The mortal world's killing saint secretly transmitted sound. He truly couldn't hold on any longer. Hong. Several terrifying auras surged. The world was about to collapse. There were actually more killing saints. The mortal world and hell's trump cards were preserved, all of them here. Everyone's expressions changed, their hearts trembling. Seniors, please take action. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with radiance. Wei Yi, the #1 bandit of the northern region, the old saint of the extraordinary warrior manor, and the saint of the Ji family all appeared. They were going to destroy the last divine dynasty. I wasn't afraid that you all wouldn't appear, but rather that you all wouldn't come. I've been looking forward to it all this time. Within the lightning tribulation, the mortal world's killing saint shouted sinisterly. Is that so? So what if you guys have resources? You still have to die. Yi Fan opposed with equal harshness. Haha. Even though the mortal world's killer saint had disheveled hair and even his white bones were exposed, he was still laughing coldly. Reckless. A few old saints appeared in the distance. They were silent as they stared at the ancient white bone palace. Everyone, die. There's no need to live. A dignified voice transmitted from the bone palace as a wave of killing intent swept over like the ocean. This was definitely an existence that had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had killed year after year, day after day, and only then was he able to grow to this stage. An old man silently walked over. He was all skin and bones. His hair had long fallen out, and his eye sockets were sunken. His body was shriveled and seemed to have lost all signs of life. Saint King Realm, this was a terrifying existence that had reached the Saint King Realm through killing. No one had expected such an old killer to make a comeback. He belonged to the mortal world and had only come into being a few days ago. He had slumbered in the divine source for more than 100,000 years and lived until this era. Energy brushed past, and another black-clothed man appeared beside him. His figure was withered, and even though he wasn't a saint king, he was still a killer saint. The 2 ancient dynasties were very fortunate to have excavated a portion of their resources in a secret land. Now, they were overseeing this place, making it impregnable. A few savage auras appeared behind them. They were actually 3 ancient race members who had walked together with the ancient killer god dynasty. This was truly unexpected. This was originally an important place of the ancient divine dynasty, so why did 3 ancient race members come? The Black Emperor was astonished because he discovered that there was an altar flickering with dim light amidst the bone buildings. The 3 ancient kings had been summoned here. The killer god dynasty had secret dealings with some ancient race members. It seemed like the 3 of them had come here for the first time. The light in their eyes flickered as they sized up the surroundings. Yi Fan was fearless and said, "Do you think you can escape the fate of destruction with the appearance of 2 killer saints and 3 ancient kings? Why don't you think about who will surround and kill you today?" "Heh, who is the prey? We'll see in a bit," the killing saint of the human world said. He struggled and roared within the heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan, Ji, and the sacred prince moved together. They carried the heavenly tribulation and charged forward, bringing the 2 tribulation takers with them to face the ancient saints who had just appeared. Kill! The Saint Killer King let out a cold roar, and a bone-chilling coldness filled the entire chaotic divine soil. At the same time, tens of thousands of divine lights shot out from the bone palace behind him, cutting off their path. The killing formation from before was only the prelude. The true great ancient formation that can obliterate all living things should be completely revived. An ear-piercing voice sounded. Boom, heaven overflowing energy fluctuations spread out, surging in this direction. Millions and millions of light beams shot out. While Yi Fan, the monkey, and GZ were resisting the heavenly tribulation, they felt a shiver run down their spines. The heavenly tribulation was boundless, and if not for the arrival of the Thunder Sea, they would have been the first to bear the brunt of it. This was a vast ancient formation. The entire dried-up primal chaos immortal earth was engraved with formation patterns, surrounding everyone within. There was no way out. Swish, the Saint Killer King suddenly disappeared, launching a terrifying assassination as he charged toward the ancient saints in the distance. The ancient divine dynasty wanted to seal off this place and kill everyone in one fell swoop, killing the invading ancient saints. With a violent tremor, the Saint Killer King and the odd warrior Manor's old Manor Lord exchanged blows. The ambush didn't succeed, but it cast a haze over the hearts of the people from the various holy lands. The two ancient divine dynasties had nothing to fear. Ancient divine will completely revive. Crush all intruders and destroy their vitality, a Saint Killer King shouted. The aura of the great formation was becoming more and more terrifying. The dried-up primal chaos immortal earth was the seclusion ground of the past gods, leaving behind a terrifyingly damaged formation. This place immediately soared with boundless light, and everything was in chaos. Essence energy surrounded everyone, wanting to completely refine them. Kill formation, destroy it for me, the Black Emperor roared. All of you will die, the Saint Killer King said coldly. He operated the formation, wanting to cut open the heavenly tribulation and save the two people. You can enter but you can't leave. Come in as well. Yi Fan shouted and rushed forward with the sacred prince and GZ. Kill them. Divine patterns appeared on the dried-up primal chaos immortal earth. Even though the ancient formation was damaged, it was still extremely powerful. Without the protection of a saint artifact, it was impossible to survive. The goddess furnace floated up and down, protecting Li Tian, Dongfeng Yi, Yan Yishi, and the others below. The expressions of the people from the various holy lands also changed. While dealing with the attacks of the assassins, they also put up light barriers to defend themselves. An old woman appeared beside the purple mansion saintess. She was actually a saint. Clearly, this was the foundation of the holy land that was protecting them. Another terrifying divine furnace appeared above Jiang Yifei's head. It floated up and down, emitting a strand of extreme divine might. This was a replica of an emperor weapon. Everyone, go on your way. The people from the two ancient divine dynasties said ruthlessly in the killing light of the ancient formation. In addition, the three ancient kings walked in the ancient formation that they were familiar with. The Black Emperor roared angrily. His killing formation was boundless, but there weren't many formation platforms left. It was not a problem to protect the people of the heavenly village, but it was very difficult to destroy this place. Haha. In the heavenly tribulation, even though the killing saint in the human world was shattered a few times, he reformed again and again. He was still laughing cruelly. Be destroyed. The white skeleton was also roaring. The divine flame in his skull didn't go out. I'll kill you two first. GZ said. The killing saint in the Sea of Lightning seemed to have gone crazy. I want you to understand that the ancient divine dynasty can't be angered. We originally wanted to hide, but you guys still chased us relentlessly. We will become prey. Yi Fan sneered coldly. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he shouted into the distance, Senior from the Ji family, when are you going to make a move? While the two ancient divine dynasties and the three ancient kings were wreaking havoc, relying on the ancient formation to attack intensely, a vast fluctuation came from the distance. The aura of an ancient emperor filled the air. An ancient mirror soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of strands of the great Tao hung down. Its brilliance pierced through the past and present, its might unparalleled, resplendent light beams shone from the surface of the mirror. The ancient formation was collapsing, and the primal chaos divine soil cracked and slowly disintegrated. This was a suffocating might. Even the saints were trembling. The void mirror, the weapon of an ancient emperor, has indeed been brought. This is a great calamity. Someone shouted. The assassins panicked. At this moment, the mysterious ancient formation left behind by the primal chaos divine soil was continuously being destroyed. The saint of the Ji family attacked mercilessly. Above his head, the void emperor mirror spun. The blinding light beams shot toward the killing saint monarch. Shua, 1. Had to admit that this killing saint monarch was terrifying to the extreme. He actually dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Pfff. The bloody light scattered. Beside him, an ancient king let out a loud cry. He was directly turned into a bloody mist by the mirror's light. Not even his bones remained. He died a violent death. Everyone was horrified. An ancient saint was actually killed in an instant. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was simply unheard of. That ancient mirror was simple and unadorned. It shone with divine splendor that could sweep away all living beings. No one could resist it. This was the weapon of an ancient emperor. It was revived in the hands of a saint. It could split the heavens and split the earth, destroy the heavens, connect the past, present, and future. There was nothing it couldn't do. Even a saint would be turned into a pool of blood in a single breath. Buzz. The void mirror spun again, facing those people. The people from the two god dynasties trembled and couldn't move. Even the killing saint monarch could only retreat. Another bloody light flashed. The second ancient king was torn apart by the mirror's light and turned into streams of blood energy that scattered between heaven and earth. Dao friends, when are you going to show yourselves? The opportunity to seize the emperor weapon is right before your eyes. The killing saint who was fighting against Qi Luo hurriedly shouted. The altar in the ancient palace flickered with light as 7 to 8 figures appeared. They were actually all ancient kings. The one in the lead had a blood pressure that covered the sun and moon. Everyone was trembling. Many people almost directly knelt on the ground. They couldn't endure this ocean-like pressure. Great Sage of Qianluan. It's actually the Great Sage of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. He came with an ancient emperor weapon. Everyone cried out in alarm. Their faces became snow white. They all felt that the situation was far from reassuring. All of them were trembling. I've already said that the prey will only be revealed in the end. Everything was forced by you all. Hell's killing saint said sinisterly. It was clear that they had been in contact with the ancient race for a long time, but they didn't reveal this place. Only after being forced into a dead end today did they directly let go of everything. This was an extremely serious consequence. The ancient god dynasty and the archaic imperial race's nest of 10,000 dragons were together. Just the thought alone made one's scalp go numb. The hearts of everyone from the Holy Land sunk. They originally thought that with the saints holding the line, there shouldn't be any problems in flattening the ancient god dynasty. They never thought that their trump cards would be revealed. Moreover, they had long since planned this out. I'm not scared that you all won't come. I'm just scared that you all won't appear. You seized one of our ancient emperor weapons, so we'll just pay you back with the emperor weapon now. The nest of 10,000 dragons, Qianluan's great sage said coldly. Everyone's expressions became ugly. They couldn't act recklessly with the weapons of the ancient great emperors. They never thought that such a great disaster would happen as soon as they killed the ancient emperor king. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Dai Jiuyo had left and entered the depths of the star domain. Otherwise, Qianluan wouldn't have dared to appear like this. The killing Saint King laughed sinisterly like a blunt knife scraping the bones. Who's the prey? All of you will die. Yi Fan, GZ, and the others were extremely disgusted with him. Their expressions sank. The sacred prince sneered. You're celebrating too early. I'm afraid the person you want to invite won't be able to come. Today, I'll spare your life and send you to Mount Meru. Everyone else will be killed, the killing saint said fearlessly. Uncle, please take action, the sacred prince shouted. However, he didn't receive a reply. The primal chaos celestial earth cracked and the radiance of the stars scattered in from the cosmos. However, there was no trace of the victorious fighting Buddha. Everyone's expressions changed once again. This was originally a battle to destroy the ancient god dynasty, but it actually involved so many people and powers. It was extremely complicated. The great sage of Qianluan nodded. Sacred. Prince, your uncle can't come. An old senior might go and have a chat with you. I won't make things difficult for you and will personally escort you back to Mount Meru. However, everyone else must die. In front of him, a purple true dragon appeared. Every part of its body was a purple bell that flickered with a dreamy radiance. This was the weapon that had shaken the ages, the bell of 10,000 dragons. The ancient emperor's aura pervaded the air and covered the sky. It shook everyone's hearts. Before they recovered, everyone was already paralyzed on the spot. I'll grant you death. The great sage of Qianluan said coldly and emotionlessly. His gaze swept across everyone, including the saints. Dao friend, aren't you overestimating yourself? At this moment, Wei walked out. His entire body emitted a world-shaking and terrifying power. His white hair draped over his shoulders and his body was withered. However, at this moment, the pores on his body were overflowing with Dao power. He was like a deity as a terrifying power surged into the sky. It was as if an eternal divine furnace had awakened. He borrowed the void mirror and hung it above his head. Its light could illuminate the past, present, and future. The great sage, this old man who didn't reveal himself, was actually in existence at the level of the great sage. Everyone was shocked and then relieved. After all, this was the Merak 3 heroes of the past. They had obtained the Tao in an era where it was impossible for them to become saints. Naturally, they had great achievements. After so many years, how could they be ordinary? The ancient race and the ancient divine dynasty were both stunned. There's nothing to say. Let's kill these two first. Yi Fan stared at Killer Saint and the white skeleton in the lightning tribulation. The sacred prince and Jizi nodded. The lightning tribulation was boundless. Killer Saint was incomparably miserable and was about to fall. The white skeleton was the same. The divine flame in its skull was about to be extinguished. The two saints thought that they would be saved and that they could kill Yi Fan and the others. They didn't expect that when they used all their trump cards, the other party wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the great sage had appeared. No. The mortal world's killing saint roared, doing everything he could to struggle, but his body was still breaking apart. His flesh and blood flew everywhere from the great tribulation, and white bones could be seen. Within the sea of lightning, streaks of even more resplendent light danced about. These were great yin, great yang, 5 elements, primal chaos, and all types of great tribulations. There were even heavenly towers rising and falling, condensed from lightning. Yi Fan, the monkey, and Jizi's tribulation could be said to have attracted a heavenly punishment that was rarely seen in this world. They had never seen such terrifying lightning radiance in this cultivation realm. The 3 imperial princes attracted heavenly punishment. Irregular scenes shook the heavens, and lightning radiance pierced through the past and present, shining with eternal immortal light. This wasn't the great tribulation of becoming a saint, but it wasn't much inferior to a saint's tribulation. The killing saint broke apart several times, unable to break free. Meanwhile, the divine flame in the skull of that white skeleton finally grew dimmer and dimmer. His body and soul were about to be destroyed. The 2 great experts of the ancient divine dynasty were powerless to reverse the situation. They were in even more pain and difficulty than Yi Fan and the others, because they were facing 3 types of tribulation. Ah! The killing saint cried out loudly. He wanted to drag down an imperial prince even before death. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to do as he wished. The mortal world's wondrous technique couldn't be used, and he had nowhere to hide. He would immediately be hacked out by the heavenly punishment. Jizi's body was covered in bloodstains. It was naturally impossible for him to be unharmed in the heavenly tribulation, but it wasn't too much of a hindrance. When the void cracked, heaven and earth lost color. The void figures roared angrily, tearing apart that white skeleton. Oho! This was a tremendous roar that spread through the cracked primal chaos immortal earth. A few people were directly blasted apart, turning into bloody mist. A saint's body was split apart. This was a saint-sealed battle, and Jizi's tribulation was completed. He displayed the strength to contend against saints, everyone's mouths and tongues became dry. An imperial prince-level figure rose up, declaring his power and extraordinariness. From now on, there was another hero that couldn't be ignored in this world. On the other side, the sacred prince roared, displaying a magical world-divine ability. He towered between heaven and earth, becoming who knew how many times larger than an enormous mountain. This was an enormous golden holy ape, every single strand of hair flickering with brilliant radiance, resplendent and dazzling. Its roar shattered the heavens, shaking rivers and mountains. In its hands was a black rod that could pierce through the heavens. It stood in the sea of lightning, brandishing it towards Killing Saint. Killing Saint roared angrily, a hero at the end of his road. He crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, yet right now, he was completely exhausted. He dragged his white skeleton body, displaying all types of secret techniques as he slaughtered his way forward. Crack! A sound that wasn't all that loud and clear could be heard. A large amount of flesh was torn apart, and Slaughter Saint's right arm and half of his body caved in before breaking off. Sacred Prince roared angrily, looking down on heaven and earth. He was over 10,000 zhang tall. This was a giant golden ape that could pluck stars and capture the moon. He displayed boundless might, seriously injuring an ancient saint. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the ancients. It was as if they had once again seen the glorious days of the Emperor of Fighting's rise. Their hearts trembled in fear. Everyone knew that the sacred prince's rise to power couldn't be stopped. Now that he'd advanced to the half-saint realm, he possessed the strength to contend against an ancient king. Indiscriminate destruction. 10 directions annihilation. Within the sea of lightning, the mortal world's Killing Saint and that white skeleton released cruel divine fluctuations. They knew that they were finished, but they still wanted to drag someone down with them. Their bodies were in tatters, and their primordial spirits were struck by lightning. They were incredibly dispirited, but they still turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed forward, separately attacking GZ and the Sacred Prince. Everyone's expressions changed. Killing Saint risked his life to display the world's forbidden secret technique. This was definitely a great disaster. They ignited their life imprints to display a world-shocking attack. Hurry and retreat. In the distance, everyone cried out in alarm. The final struggle of a cornered beast was the most terrifying. The slightest bit of carelessness and the original victor might be consigned to eternal damnation. Yifan took action, standing in the void. His black hair fell down like a waterfall as he accepted the lightning's baptism. The space between his brows flickered with brilliance, and a small golden figure carrying a cauldron emerged. Its speed reached the pinnacle. Extreme sublimation, it broke free from the flesh shell's restraints and rushed out from the divine form. This was a transformation of the Tao, the primordial spirit merging with the Tao, carrying a cauldron to strike. Time seemed to freeze. Space couldn't obstruct it. The small golden figure became the only thing between heaven and earth, attracting everyone's gazes. Pooh! This attack shocked the world, displaying the elegance of a human race divine body that could contend for supremacy on the Emperor's path in the future. The primordial spirit flame that flew out from the white skeleton was smashed by the small golden figure carrying a cauldron. It was split into pieces on the spot, unable to block this attack. Oho! That divine flame was furious, and at the same time terrified. It wailed and cried out, struggling on its deathbed. However, it was useless. The small golden figure's cauldron released tens of thousands of strands of source energy. It quickly enlarged and once again suppressed down. Without any suspense, it was smashed into flying ashes. Dead, a saint's primordial spirit was destroyed just like that. Everyone turned pale with fright, all of them at a loss for words. The myriad energy cauldron and Yifan crossed the tribulation at the same realm. Now, a divine consciousness was born in the sea of lightning, and its power was boundless. Its realm was the same as Yifan's, reaching the half-saint realm. Like its master, it could fight saints. As an immortal material that only ancient emperors could possess, it had been forged into a cauldron for many years, and its power was boundless. Half-saint weapon, half-saint, with the barrier of half-saints, but it can kill saints. Many people from the ancient race turned pale. At this moment, the third emperor-level character had used his strength to announce to the world that he was rising powerfully and no one could stop him. On the other side, the human world's Killing Saint's primordial spirit pounced toward the monkey like a stream of light. It was malevolent and ruthless, vowing to drag him down with it. I've been seriously injured by the heavenly tribulation, and my strength is less than half of my peak. However, dragging down one of you three isn't a problem. This was a type of unwillingness that contained boundless resentment. It wanted the sacred prince to die with it, however, the result was unexpected. Yi Fan attacked later, but arrived first. After killing that divine flame, a divine skin appeared under the small golden figure. It carried him along the river of time as if it had reversed time, blocking the killing saint. It was inconceivably fast, making it hard for others to react. This was the Book of Time, recording the ancient inheritance of the celestial court. It was brought out from Undying Mountain by Yi Fan, a piece of divine skin. Small characters were densely packed on its surface. At this moment, they all turned into symbols, erupting and engraving themselves in the void, protecting Yi Fan at the center. Every single character was brilliant and dazzling, as if they were cast from divine gold. Every single character was as heavy as a mountain, and it could be said to be world-shocking. The small golden figure sat cross-legged on this divine skin. The all-life energy cauldron left his embrace and floated above his head, advancing together with him. Meanwhile, another weapon appeared in his hand. The celestial court's unmatched scepter. The human world's killing saint cried out loudly, as if he was extremely alarmed. This golden scepter had previously brought endless pressure to the two great divine dynasties, intimidating time in the past. This was a weapon only the great sage could use. Others couldn't use it, but he seemed to have forgotten about it. He only remembered its nightmarish power from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Chi. The golden scepter split the killing saint's primordial spirit in half, but it didn't display any special power. It was just purely sturdy and undying. Pooh. Another weapon appeared in Yi Fan's hand. It was precisely the deity striking whip, a type of primordial spirit weapon that specialized in killing primordial spirits. It smashed the killing saint's consciousness into pieces. Ah! The killing saint screamed mournfully. The all-life energy cauldron above Yi Fan's head shook, and the great Tao source energy that was like silk strands descended, crushing the killing saint's primordial spirit fragments into fine powder. Everything that happened in a flash. People couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. It was too fast. The Book of Time made it seem as if the small golden figure had penetrated the shackles of time and space. Secret treasures appeared one after another, displaying their deterrence and divine might. This killing saint could only nurse a grievance unwillingly. Dead, the curtains fell on a killing saint who could kill saints, dying in the heavenly tribulation. Near and far, it was completely silent. Only the huge lightning tribulation was still continuing. In the light screen, three figures that were like gods and devils stood tall, emitting an undying aura. Two killing saint-level existences were killed by three half-saints just like that. What kind of news was this? If this news spread out, people would go crazy. The barrier of half-saints couldn't stop their footsteps. Why did you steal my enemy? Ape Saint said with dissatisfaction. The three of them were as unmoving as mountains. In front of their foreheads sat a small figure, accepting the lightning baptism. In the end, it was like a whale drinking a cow, swallowing the vast sea of lightning into its mouth. The three imperial princes didn't move at all. In the sea of lightning, their physiques and primordial spirits were completely changed, undergoing the tempering. In the distance, the great sage of Qianluan's eyes flickered. Behind him, there were a few ancestral kings who didn't conceal their killing intent. Once such characters matured, they couldn't be confronted. The last method was to kill them immediately, but they didn't have the chance. Above the great sage of Wei Yi's head, the aura of an ancient great emperor filled the air. Hundreds of millions of beams of light shone, illuminating the entire sky. Even the star domain was trembling. That ancient mirror was engraved with the supreme dignity of an ancient great emperor, containing an unrivaled Tao fruit. Now that it had awakened, who dared to touch it? The void mirror's brilliance overflowed in all directions, like a treasure wheel, like a bright moon in the sky. The silk ribbons that hung down covered the old sage's body, making him look like a god. The human race is truly worthy of reverence. The great sage of Qianluan sighed. The 10,000 dragon bell in front of him slowly soared, like a true dragon descending into the world. The ancient emperor's Dao Qi filled the air. After Gai Jiuyo left, who would have thought that another Wei Yi would appear? A true great sage with the void mirror in his hand, who could easily suppress and kill him. If Dao friend wants to discuss the Dao, let's go to the depths of the starry sky. Wei Yi said. Alright, let's discuss who is better. The great sage of Qianluan nodded and disappeared with the other ancestral kings behind him. They turned into streams of light and entered the depths of the dark universe. Before Wei Yi and the other sages left, they stared at the killing Saint King. This person was all skin and bones, and his expression was miserable. He also rushed into the universe. Once such a great character left, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was a great killing tribulation, and they didn't expect it to attract ancient sage Feng Yun. Boom! With a final loud sound, the sky full of lightning scattered. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince had successfully passed the tribulation, and the heavenly punishment disappeared. Everyone was full of vigor and vitality, crazily devouring the surrounding essence qi to replenish their energy. On the other side, killing Saint Qi Luo was shockingly talented. He killed killing Saint Hel, who had achieved Dao 1,000 years earlier than him, and cut off his head. He was currently observing the broken consciousness in his forehead. Through this, he saw a portion of his son's life. He immediately cried and laughed. His hair was disheveled, and his face was full of sorrow. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky. The dried-up primal chaos divine earth split into pieces. It couldn't withstand the lightning tribulation and the damaged formation left behind by the ancient deities, and starlight sprinkled in. The people of the Holy Lands were dumbstruck. The battle had developed so quickly that it exceeded everyone's expectations. The killing saints of the human world and hell were dead, and the white skeletons had turned to ashes. Yi Fan's strength was beyond imagination. He had killed 2 saints with his own hands. This would definitely shake the world. Everyone knew that as long as this battle ended, the entire ancient planet would be shaken. The human race's sacred body had used his glorious battle achievements to tell the world that he had returned. The destruction of hell and the human world is imminent. What are you all staring blankly for? Let's take action together and clean up this mess. The battle hadn't ended yet because there were still some assassins from the ancient divine dynasty who had survived. They were all elites of the direct line of descent. If they escaped, they would definitely become a hidden danger in the future. Qi Luo shattered the head in his hand and rushed towards the bone palace. Don't let a single one escape. Avenge the ancestors. Bring back the ancient ancestors' head and wipe out the shame and humiliation. Destroy the 2 divine dynasties. Shouts of war shook the heavens. The true killing saints had fallen, so what kind of storm could they cause? All the people rushed forward. The Holy Lands were stirred up and fought bravely towards the Bone Palace because it was the foundation and ancestral land of the 2 divine dynasties. After countless years of accumulation, there were bound to be immeasurable treasures. In the Bone Palace, there was a withered figure with deep green eyes. His fingers were like jet-black iron hooks. With a raise of his hand, he turned a group of intruders into a bloody mist. Killing Saint, there was another killing saint who emitted heaven-overflowing killing intent. He stared coldly at everyone like an ancient corpse, cold and bone-piercing. The 2 divine dynasties dug up their ancestral lands and only found a portion of their foundation. They dug out a king of killing saints, but they were intimidated by Wei Yi and followed him into the depths of the cosmos. There was another killing saint left behind. It was this person. He wanted to escape and hide to assassinate, but he had no chance. Qi Luo had already locked onto him. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince had just advanced. They pressed forward together and surrounded him. Awu. The Black Emperor let out a long howl. The battle just now wasn't going smoothly. Now, he roared and rushed over. He could definitely threaten the saints. On the other side, the eyes of the old woman from the Purple Mansion Holy Land were deep. She also looked over, ready to take action at any time. Kill. This person was rather straightforward, taking the initiative to attack Qi Luo, this natural enemy of his. He wanted to tear through all obstacles and open up a path of blood. As a fellow killing saint, he knew that only by killing Qi Luo would he have any hope of survival. Otherwise, he would definitely be tied down, and it would be difficult for him to survive. On top of Qi Luo's head, a sparkling and translucent ancient pagoda appeared. It was forged from Saint bones and defended against the attack. The blood-dissolving blade in his hand sliced open the universe, drawing upon the brilliance of the stars and moon to sweep over. It was as if a heavenly river was descending, its aura as vast as the ocean abyss. He had lost 7 of his own children, and now, his entire being was in a special state. His essence, energy, and spirit had risen to the extreme, and his battle intent was high. He had a type of invincible spirit. This killing saint was injured on the spot. He staggered backwards, the radiance of the stars and moon all smashing into his body. His joints released cracking sounds, several dozen of them breaking. The great art of killing was useless. Being surrounded, he could only fight like a cornered beast. Ape Saint brandished his iron rod as if he was beating an immortal drum. The wind and lightning great formation released oppressive sounds, causing the void to explode. Killing Saint was squeezed in the middle, unable to evade or retreat. He could only passively face the attacks. This tremendous force blasted him until he coughed out blood. In the present world, how many people could compete with the ancient emperor's descendants in terms of physical strength? Jizi's hands pressed together, forming a full moon that suspended above his head. It released blinding light, as if it was a divine moon. An ancient mirror took form, appearing between his hands. The aura above his head was auspicious, quickly shooting out a streak of terrifying immortal radiance. Pooh! Killing Saint's chest was pierced through, and a horrifying bloody hole appeared. Many of his sternum were broken, and half of his body was dyed red with blood. The radiance in Killing Saint's eyes flickered. He was surrounded by several great experts, and the terrifying aura they released made him feel like he was suffocating. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and it was difficult for him to resist. Ow-ho! The Black Emperor released a loud roar. He had a bronze head and iron arms. He directly pounced over, and his large claw smashed down like a small mountain. At the same time, Yi Fan moved forward. The imperishable golden body shone brilliantly, and his body was enveloped in irregular phenomena. He wanted to kill this great enemy barehandedly. Blood blossomed. How could a single Killing Saint block the attack of a group of tigers? The Black Emperor almost dug out his heart, and Yi Fan directly tore off his right arm. Killing Saint was dripping with blood, bloody and ruthless. Killing Saint, there was no suspense at all. With these experts moving at the same time, it would be harder for this person to escape than to ascend to the heavens. The final attack was unleashed. They turned Killing Saint into a bloody mist, and only his shattered primordial spirit was left for Qi Luo to explore. These 4 pieces of world stone will be the foundation for us to establish a small divine realm. Killing Saint put away his sorrow and revealed a look of joy. Hell and the human world were both destroyed. Their ancestral realms each produced a precious world stone, and they were stored here. Meanwhile, the dried-up primal chaotic divine earth was even more so a divine item of the small realm. It produced 2 world stones, and now, they were stored in the Bone Palace. Charge, there are many divine objects in the ancient palace. They can make up for our losses in this battle. Killing Saint Qi Luo said. The Black Emperor and Longma didn't say anything else. They ran crazily towards the palace, starting the craziest great looting in history, taking everything they saw. In the end, it was to the extent where even the beautiful assassins were accidentally sucked into the magical artifact space. Kill, at this moment, all of the sects went berserk. They didn't take action before, but now, they were like ferocious tigers descending the mountains, incomparably ferocious. The Holy Land's people all rushed towards the ancient palace, none of them willing to fall even half a step behind. The war chariots rumbled, crushing over the damaged Dao traces. The great army was endless, destroying ancient palaces one after another, signifying the destruction of the ancient divine dynasty. Men shouted and horses neighed. The Holy Land's reinforcements arrived. Savage beast mounts crossed the sky one after another, collapsing the heavenly dome as they swept over like a steel flood. There were actually saints among them. At the final juncture, when the treasures were being divided up, a few Holy Lands even moved out their trump cards, making heavenly villages people silently curse and furious. Ji family, Jade Pool, Wind Clan, Daoyi, Zifu, Jiang family, and other Holy Lands were also a bit indifferent. They were quite dissatisfied with these opportunistic ancient sections. This bone palace belongs to my four symbols holy land. An elder rode on a golden eyes blue-scaled beast, shouting loudly, bringing a group of experts as he approached. During the great battle, no traces of them could be seen, hiding at the very back. When the ancient divine dynasty's treasures were truly divided up, they charged at the very front, stopping the celestial court's people. Who are you all? Did you contribute during the great battle? Why didn't I see you just now? Old Blade Honcho asked. Our inheritance has been passed down for a long time, our name is Four Symbols Holy Land. This bone palace has the skulls of our ancestors, and today, we will welcome them back. The elder said. Naturally, my nine heavens holy land can't be missed. On the other side, ancient war chariots drove over one after another, every single one of them mottled with rust, but terrifying battle aura lingered about them. They were all precious weapons. Another great sage arrived, wishing to divide up the treasures. During the great battle just now, it was unknown which corner he hid in, but he didn't charge at the front. What a joke. When you should have contributed, you were nowhere to be seen. At this type of critical juncture, you all rushed to the very front one after another. Do you all not feel ashamed? An elder from Heavenly Village said. We came here with all our might. Forget about everything else, just the fact that our ancestors' dried bones are here already gives us the qualifications to enter. There is no need for your celestial court's remnant evildoers to say any more. If we carefully calculate it, you all should also receive punishment and be executed. An old woman from Nine Heavens Holy Land said sinisterly. The two great ancient divine dynasties' inheritances had been passed down for endless years, not even saints making a mistake. The divine treasures they accumulated were simply immeasurable, no one able to imagine just how many there were. Perhaps they could instantly reconstruct two great sages' lands, making others' eyes go red. They rushed over to divide up the treasures naturally because of human greed. However, right now, they put a terrifying hat on Heavenly Village's people. This was going too far. Their intentions deserving of death. Yi Fan stepped out, his brows furrowed as he glared over. There was only a single word from his mouth, saying, "Get lost." A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Yi Fan had traveled unhindered through the world for so many years, killing ancient princes, challenging the ancient kings, fighting bloody battles all the way until now, his reputation brilliant. These people's expressions immediately became sluggish. Even though they were furious, they still didn't dare become hostile. Yi Fan, your name has shaken the world, indeed able to suppress a region, but you still have to talk about reason. Why are you stopping us from occupying the Bone Palace? Aren't they the remnant evildoers of the Celestial Court? For Symbol's Holy Lands people questioned. They also belong to the Killer Divine Court, remnants that should be killed. Are we wrong? An old woman from Nine Heavens Holy Land sneered. Hong, Yi Fan's body released endless light. Golden blood energy submerged this place, spreading outwards like a vast ocean. Pooh. Those in front of him coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, flying outwards. The elders' faces also became pale, backing up step by step. Do you want to court death? Yi Fan's expression was cold, his words extremely direct, not giving them any face at all. You want to commit a great crime? They cried out in a threatening manner. Yi Fan's expression was stern as he shouted loudly, the former celestial court has long since become smoke, broken through by the various holy lands, completely destroyed. The celestial court I founded is no longer some killer divine court. Splashing dirty water on my sect, bringing disaster upon us, these people deserve to be punished. His voice was like a blade, cutting into everyone's heart. Wherever his gaze swept past, these people retreated, not daring to look him straight in the eye. Yi Fan had the indestructible golden body, his blood energy exuberant, unparalleled in the world. He took a step forward, shaking these people until they coughed out blood one after another, almost collapsing on the spot. You, even if the Celestial Court isn't a remnant evildoer, what right do you have to stop us from entering the Bone Palace? The treasures of hell and the human world belong to the world, we naturally have a share. Although these people's faces were snow white and they couldn't help but retreat, they didn't give in. What a joke, where were you during the battle? Why didn't I see any trace of you? You all hid in the back, and when it came to dividing the treasures, you were more active than anyone else. Yi Fan swept his gaze over these holy lands, his expression incomparably cold and incomparably cold. Behind him, the Black Emperor, Longma, Dongfangyi, and the Sacred Prince, all of them coldly looked at him and pressed forward. Yi Fan continued, even now, the battle is still not over. Great Sage Wei and the others have gone to the depths of the Star Domain to fight against the great enemy, and my disciples are also fighting against the enemies. What did you do, impatiently running here to divide the treasures? He shouted angrily, his expression extremely cold. In the distance, Yi Tong was fighting against the divine son of hell. Just as he had said in the past, he was fighting on behalf of his master, his old enemy. He had just severed his Tao, and in terms of absolute strength, he was no match for the divine son of hell. After all, this was a peerless genius cultivated by a divine court, and he had severed his Tao for many years. However, Yi Tong did not retreat. Even though his body was covered in blood and he was seriously injured, he still fought to sharpen himself. Of course, GZ and the others were paying close attention to prevent any accidents from happening. On the other side, Little Kair, Gu Lin, and Gu Fei were also fighting. The people of the Heavenly Village were fighting against the assassins. Meanwhile, the people of the Ji family, Z Mansion, Feng Clan, Jade Lake, Jiang family, and the Dao One Holy Land did not stop. They were still fighting against the remaining assassins, cleaning up the mess. Have you fought before? Have you done anything? Have you shed even a drop of blood? What face do you have to come here to divide the treasures? You even have evil intentions, splashing dirty water on my celestial court. All of you, scram! Yi Fan said domineeringly, blocking everyone's path. These people's faces were snow white, and they could not say a word. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths as they retreated into the distance. Young man, stop before you go too far, don't be too overbearing. An aged voice came, shaking the heaven and earth, and the holy might filled the air. There is a word reason in this world, and if it doesn't work for some people, there is also the word kill. Yi Fan opposed tit for tat, standing tall in the sky. Yi Fan's words were sonorous and powerful. He stood in the sky and spat out murderous words at a saint. Shameless boasting. Do you want to offend the saints of the human race? The old woman from the Nine Heavens Holy Land retreated while speaking in a sinister tone. Have you ever seen me fear a saint? I killed all the ancient races without hesitation. Just now, I even killed a slaughter saint. Do you think I will yield because of that? Yi Fan said coldly. His expression was firm and his eyes were sharp. His entire body was shining and every pore was emitting battle chi. An aura as deep as the ocean surged out like a god. You have already offended the ancient races and you still want to oppose the human race? At that time, the entire world will become your enemy. There will be no place for you in this world. The old woman from the Nine Heavens Holy Land shouted. Can you represent the entire human race? If the human race is like you, then there really is no hope. Yi Fan mocked with a trace of disdain on his face. Even if I really become the enemy of the entire world, you are not among the so-called enemies because you are not qualified. It's just a mere Nine Heavens Holy Land. At worst, I'll just flatten it. If Yi Fan's first few words were tit for tat and questioning, then the last few words were undisguised mockery and contempt. He was slapping these people's faces in front of all the holy lands and ancient sections. No one thought that Yi Fan would be so domineering. His words shook the world and threatened to flatten a holy land. How disgraceful was this? You disrespect the saints. Don't think that no one in the world can stop you. In front of all the holy lands, you are still not enough. The old woman's face was ashen. The human saints cannot be humiliated. You are disgraceful and want to destroy your ancestors. The old man from the Four Symbols Holy Land rode on the golden-eyed blue-scale beast and shouted fiercely while retreating continuously. I admire your courage. Yi Fan sneered and pressed forward. The golden blood chi was like a vast ocean, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as it surged over. The suffocating pressure caused the golden-eyed blue-scale beast to wail and kneel on the ground. The old man collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably in the face of the holy might. At the same time, that old woman's face was also snow white, her entire body trembling, and her joints continuously crackled. Both of her knees broke, and she knelt down. These people struggled intensely, but they couldn't control their bodies. They couldn't endure this type of power, all of them going weak, as if they were facing a deity. Yifan could now fight a saint, and every wisp of his aura was not weaker than that of a saint. Naturally, they felt as if they were facing a tall mountain, as if they were facing a great mountain. The elder in the lead and the old woman's bodies split open in many places, blood flowing out. Their hair was disheveled and bloodstained as they knelt in the void. A wave of saintly might swept towards Yifan, intending to imprison him. The saint in the dark made his move, and a legendary majestic voice said, "Enough. You think it's enough just because you say it's enough? It's not up to you to criticize my actions." Yifan didn't back down. Even if the one who came was a saint, he wasn't afraid. He was very dissatisfied with this kind of behavior. He directly waved his fist, simple and direct. The light was dazzling, tearing apart the sky and scattering the saintly might. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Yifan could be said to be powerful enough, even daring to go against a saint. He was just short of chasing after and killing them. "Young man, you're obstinate and overbearing. You lack tempering. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." This saint was very dissatisfied, and his words were very cold. "In this world, if there's anyone who can teach me a lesson, it's not you." Yifan didn't give him any face. "Is this how you speak to the ancients? You don't know how to respect the predecessors," the old woman with disheveled hair cried out. "You don't have the right to speak." Yifan frowned, and his gaze swept over her. She immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood, and many of her bones were broken by this powerful aura. "Targeting the saints of the human race, you are disgraceful," another elder cried out. Yifan took a step out, immediately sending him flying. His flesh was badly mangled. Then, he stared at a certain place in the sky and said, "Great sage Wei, you went to fight the ancient races in outer space. As a human saint, what have you done? Putting on the status of an ancient saint in front of me, using your status to suppress me. Are you worthy of my respect?" Hong, what responded to him was a large earthen yellow hand. It covered an area of over 10,000 zhang. It crushed down, its power shocking the heavens. This was the ancient saint's cold and emotionless reply, wishing to suppress him. It released an inviolable pressure, representing the laws of heaven and earth. Yifan raised his fist and smashed it into the sky. The 6 Tao true meanings were unmatched, and the ancient small universe was reincarnating. It went against the sky and struck towards that expanse of holy might. The golden fist was unstoppable, actually stopping that large earthen yellow hand. They continuously collided, not falling into a disadvantage, and even chaotic energy was released. When the divine mist disappeared and the starlight of the universe scattered down, everyone discovered that Yifan was still standing there, completely unharmed. He pressed forward once again, attacking the old woman and the elder riding the golden eyes blue-scaled beast. "Young man, you are too vicious. Could it be that you want to eliminate the people of the Holy Lands?" In the dark sky, that saint spoke once again, extremely angry. "The reputation of the Holy Lands can't be considered bad, but there is a small group of people who are like rat shit. What I want to do now is to eliminate them." Yifan made a killing move. "No!" the old woman cried out. In the sky, the saint was furious. He attacked downwards, and strand after strand of Tao marks descended, but he still couldn't suppress Yifan. "So it's a mountain elf. Is this the foundation of your 9 firmaments holy land?" Yifan laughed loudly. The so-called saint was just an ancient spirit monster. This was the 9 firmaments holy land's mountain guardian beast. It had been sealed until this era, and it was humiliated into anger. It released its overflowing holy might, wanting to fight him to the death. I was wondering why the human saint was like this. Even a mountain elf dares to cause trouble. Scram! Yifan shouted. No one could see what had happened. In the sky, there was an intense confrontation. In the end, an angry roar rang out. The mountain elf streaked across the sky and fled without looking back. The people of the Holy Lands looked at each other. Yifan was really fierce. He had defeated a saint. Even though it was a mountain elf, it came from a holy land after all. It had to be extraordinary. I'm going to faint. He defeated the saint of the nine firmaments holy land? He has just reached the half-saint realm, and he chased away a saint. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Fan's strength was obvious to all. This result was really a little speechless. There is a reason in the world. If it doesn't make sense, then there is the word kill. Yi Fan shouted at the people of the four symbols holy land and the nine firmaments holy land. Whoosh, two streaks of light flew out. The foreheads of the old woman and the old man riding the golden-eyed blue-scale beast were pierced. They both fell into the void and died. After this, no one dared to barge in. They methodically killed the killers of the ancient holy lands and cleaned up the mess. Killing Saint Chi Luo found 4 world stones and obtained the killing saint technique of the 2 holy lands. As for the other divine materials, he didn't take any. The holy lands stepped forward and began to divide up the immeasurable treasures. This was undoubtedly shocking. It could reconstruct 2 holy lands. Chi Luo didn't compete, but this didn't mean that people like the large black dog and Longma wouldn't make a move. They joined in and participated in the division. They wanted to get all the divine materials in one fell swoop. Ah, the son of hell cried out. He was hit by Yi Fan's finger, and golden divine light pierced through his skull. He died a violent death. No matter how powerful his mystical ability was, he couldn't block it. The goddess of the mortal world also couldn't escape this tribulation. She also died at the hands of Yi Fan. The finger light pierced through the sky, and she nailed him to death in the universe. In the end, the divine sons and goddesses of the 2 holy lands still died at the hands of their mortal enemies. They couldn't escape this fate. Yi Tong's entire body was covered in blood. His injuries weren't light. His natural talent was astonishing. After severing his path, he could fight against the son of hell. Even though he couldn't kill his enemy with his own hands, this was enough for him to be proud of. Soon, he would be able to catch up and contend against Yi Fan's former enemies. After more than 2 years, he had really reached this step. He could fight on behalf of his master. The 2 great holy lands collapsed, and from then on, they vanished into thin air. The holy lands' gains were abundant. Of course, this didn't include the 4 symbols holy lands. They were all excluded. Those who didn't do their best couldn't even approach this place. Woo! Loud cries traveled over. The ancient palace of bones was torn down, and the holy lands welcomed back the skeletons of their ancestors. It couldn't be that they were all saintly bones. Those were only a small portion. The majority were the skeletons of heroes with special constitutions. Most of them hadn't matured yet, but even so, it was already astonishing enough. The Black Emperor and Longma could be said to have made a lot of gains. They took all of the heavenly village's share, and didn't miss a single one. This was an astonishing amount of wealth. Wang. The purple mansion saintess's body overflowed with multicolored light. She shattered the void in the distance, and a dried corpse appeared. It quickly recovered its vitality and wanted to escape. This was actually a great completion king-level expert. There were a few fish that escaped the net that used secret treasures to hide here. The purple mansion saintess and the Tao merged, and her spiritual senses were incomparably sharp. These people had nowhere to hide. In the end, after cleaning up the mess, Jiang Yifei, the Jade Lake Saintess, and the others' eyes were resplendent. They walked forward and congratulated Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. They had successfully passed the tribulation and destroyed the divine dynasty. This was a great victory. Hell and the human world had been destroyed, but the great battle hadn't stopped yet. In the depths of the universe, Wei Yi was confronting the Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He had used an extreme weapon. Yi Fan, killing Saint Chi Luo, GZ, and the others rushed over with grave expressions. This was definitely going to be a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering battle. The outcome was hard to predict. Dao friend, please calm your anger. Everything should be peaceful. Just at this moment of life and death, an aged voice traveled over. A simple figure that looked like an old farmer appeared. The great sage Hunchuo stood between the 2 sides. Yi Fan, the monkey, and the others were speechless. Every great battle would end without this old antique. He would always rush over to mediate at the crucial moment, regardless of whether it was useful or not. Brother Chanluan, Dao friend Wei Yi, it wasn't easy for us to reach this step. The path to immortality is about to open. Why must we fight to the death and harm our harmony? The two divine dynasties had collapsed, and the ending was decided. Chanluan frowned, but in the end, he was indifferent. Wei Yi also didn't press forward. Both sides tacitly stopped. The heaven-shaking and earth-shattering battle didn't appear. It ended just like that, and the calamity disappeared without a trace. After this battle, the ancient race was completely afraid. They didn't dare to test the waters anymore. They felt that the human race's waters were too deep. In the past, Gai Joyo intimidated the myriad races. Now, there was actually another great sage. He usually didn't show himself, but he could stand out at the crucial moment. This was far more intimidating than the human race's saints jumping out at the same time, that was. Because they didn't know if the human race still had such a hidden peerless expert. They really couldn't be sure. Moreover, through this battle, the ancient race saw that the waters of the Holy Lands were also very deep. There were hidden trump cards that hadn't been revealed yet. This made them vigilant. Two great ancient killer dynasties have been wiped out. When the news spread, the entire ancient star was filled with the sound of cold air being sucked in. They were all shocked and incomparably horrified. This was a huge storm. What? The green copper cauldron has appeared, and it's in the hands of the human race's holy physique, Yi Fan? In the midst of the storm, this news was spread by someone. It triggered even more great waves. The glow of the setting sun shone on the lake like gold fragments, reflecting a golden hue in the clear and crystalline waves. In the distance, the grain swayed and rustled like waves. Chickens and dogs could be heard. The village under the setting sun was filled with peace and tranquility, standing aloof from worldly affairs. It was like a paradise. An old man sat on a small stool with his back against the wall. He was telling a story to a group of children. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. His tone was heavy. Listen carefully. This was what was happening in the foreign battlefield. This was the new location of the heavenly village, hidden in the wilderness. In the distance, a green ox slowly walked by. The shepherd boy rode on it and played his flute. It was like a clear spring in the desert, leisurely and cool. A few aunties were washing clothes by the river, and a few teenagers were catching fish. It was full of laughter. The path to immortalhood was about to open, but the heavenly village lay dormant and didn't want to get involved. They even planned to rush into the depths of the universe and leave this troublesome place. That was because once the opportunity to become immortal appeared, the entire ancient planet would become a battlefield. Who knew how many people would die? This was definitely the most terrifying battle since the beginning of time. Everything was being prepared and brewed. The Black Emperor's dog fur was almost all gone. He had poured his blood and sweat into breaking the starry door and studying the spacecraft thoroughly. Perhaps they would leave. Therefore, be it the children or the elderly, they were all enjoying this rare period of time. Far away from the battlefield and the cultivation world, the mortals' lives were all very comfortable. There were no secret techniques, no ancient treasures, and no slaughter between races. There was only simplicity and happiness. Humans would only experience comfort and satisfaction after the anxiety and fear. Their bodies and hearts would relax at the same time. At the entrance of the village, under an old peach tree that had been struck by lightning, Li Tian, the sacred prince, and the others sat on a stone block. They looked at the setting sun, and the fragrance of tea rose in spirals from the stone table. Yi Fan tore open a pack of cigarettes and lit them up. He brought them to his mouth with 2 fingers, and as the smoke floated out, he also felt relaxed. This was probably one of the few things he had brought back from the other side of the universe that could be used. He wasn't a big smoker and didn't smoke at all. He would only light one up after the end of a great battle. The monkey was surprised and asked for one. He had just taken a puff when he spat it out. The cigarette turned into a beam of light and pierced through the distant mountain. Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others all followed suit. In the end, they all coughed dryly, unable to understand how this was a form of enjoyment. The little baldy was like a playboy. Without batting an eyelid, he took a cigarette from his master and lit it up. He took a deep breath and sighed. Fallen leaves don't understand the wind's persuasion. What he is smoking isn't a cigarette. He is clearly chewing on the bitter wind. Bullshit. A group of people, including Saint Ape Child, Dongfeng Yi, Yan Yishi, and the others, all knocked him on his bald head. The little fellow cried out in pain, and tears welled up in his eyes. He held his head and hid far away, looking incomparably resentful. Everyone immediately burst into laughter. As the sun set, Yi Fan threw the cigarette butt into the bonfire in the distance. The aroma of meat wafted over. The golden and glossy Mongolian gazelle leg was almost done. Several jars of aged wine were also opened. The fragrance of the wine was intoxicating. "Master, it will be very dangerous if you go out now," Yi Tong said. The outside world was already in chaos. The two divine dynasties were destroyed, and the green cauldron that contained the secret of immortal ascension had appeared. It was unknown how many people's hearts were moved. Yan Yishi nodded and said, "Endure for a period of time. Now that the wind and rain are intertwined, the ancient races are going crazy. They are searching everywhere. If we go out like this, it will be very easy for problems to occur." Once the damaged green cauldron appeared, the various imperial races of the supreme ancient immortal realms couldn't sit still anymore. They came out one after another to search for traces of it. Especially when the path to immortal ascension was about to appear, people believed that it might be easier to approach immortality with this kind of immortal item. Hence, experts from all over the world came out. Fortunately, the heavenly village obtained 4 pieces of world stone. Killing Saint Chi Luo refined them and opened up a small world that melded into the void. No one could find it. And it was also because of the 4 world stones that killing Saint Chi Luo obtained a great fortune. He came into contact with the most fundamental item of heaven and earth and began to cultivate in seclusion. The people from the various holy lands are indeed a mix of good and bad. We conquered the ancient divine dynasty, but they were the only ones who saw the green cauldron. This was naturally leaked out by someone from among them. Li Heishui was incomparably furious. This was something obvious. That night, Yi Fan used the cauldron to pass through many restrictions of the mortal world. He entered the depths of the void and brought out the heaven region's coordinates, shocking everyone. Everyone revealed worried expressions. Now, Yi Fan was practically the enemy of the entire world. As long as he appeared, a fierce battle would inevitably erupt. No one would let him go. This was a gargantuan crisis. If things went wrong, both his body and soul would be destroyed. No matter how powerful he was, could it be that he could fight against 10,000 races alone? Moreover, even among the experts of the human race, there were most likely people with ulterior motives. What's there to worry about? Master is a heaven-warping genius. So what if the entire world is your enemy? You can just fight all the way to the great emperor realm. The little baldy flattered. Everyone laughed, but this was a bitter laugh. Now that the entire world was his enemy, it was not just the experts of one ancient star, but many star regions. It might even evolve into a battle with the saints of the entire universe. The path to immortality was about to open, and the sages of the outer realms appeared one after another. Now, this was no longer the world of the Big Dipper cultivators. Instead, it had become an ancient land where the saints of the various regions fought for hegemony. If Yi Fan went out, the most serious consequence was that he would attract the attacks of all the saints, and he would be in great danger. This was a terrifying and dangerous situation. Everyone's brows were tightly knitted, and they had an ominous premonition. It must be the dregs of the 4 symbols holy land and the 9 heavens holy land. Other than them, who else would be so shameless as to leak the matter of the green cauldron? Lama puffed out white smoke. Not necessarily. The human heart is sinister. Who can say for sure? In short, someone wants Yi Fan to fall into a death trap, Li Tian said. Yi Fan laughed and shook his head. The moment I took out the cauldron, I already knew that this situation was destined. Everyone was startled and looked at him. What do you want to do? You all know that I will eventually step into the starry sky and walk down that ancient path, Yi Fan said. You did this on purpose. You want to bring the enemies into the starry sky and have them follow you so that you can wipe them out along the way? Yi Fan smiled. Those who want the cauldron and those who want me to die will all follow me on this journey. Not to mention other places, just the Eternal Lord Star alone is a vast battlefield. Both sides will fight sooner or later. Why don't I act as a middleman and add some fuel to the fire? For the sake of the evolution liquid and to avoid the chaos of the path to immortality, the heavenly village should leave Big Dipper and go into hiding. Everyone discussed. On the day the path to immortality opened, the mortals would not have the chance to fight for it. In order to preserve their strength, it was best to stay away. As for the elites among them, if they were not satisfied, they could come back and fight for the path. I will go out tomorrow. Do some people really think they can bully me as they please? When the time comes, I will pay them a visit. Come, let's have a toast. In front of the bonfire, everyone toasted and drank. It was a very lively scene. Even little K.'s little face was flushed from drinking. Needless to say, the eccentric little Baldy was talking noisily about going to Mount Meru and becoming the leader of the monks. The flames danced and the fragrance of the wine wafted. The divine meat of the crocodile was naturally placed on a silver plate. It became the most pitiful demonic sage in history. Every time there was a banquet, this group of people would taste it and praise it. Awoo. Let me tell you, Emperor Wuxia, the Black Emperor said with his tongue hanging out. Everyone's eyes lit up. They all gathered around and looked at him, hoping to hear some secrets. He actually loves roasted meat. Tui. The group of people hammered him together. This dog was definitely teasing them on purpose. Let me tell you, the Emperor Ruthless you all speak of went to Kunlun. His brother died there. Quasi-Emperor Xianxia clan also went there and took away the legendary ginseng fruit tree. I wonder if he will call himself the great deity Jin Yuan in the future. After coming out from Kunlun, Longma wandered around in the human world for a period of time and learned about Journey to the West. Everyone only dispersed late into the night. The next day, Yi Fan and the sacred prince left the new location of the heavenly village and appeared in the outside world. A storm was brewing, saints from the outer realms descended one after another, causing a huge storm. Now that news of the green cauldron had spread, the Big Dipper star became even more turbulent. Not only the ancient race, but even the cultivators from the cosmos were looking for Yi Fan. They wanted to seize the cauldron. Fire crows flew across the sky. Golden radiance streaked across the earth and raging flames turned the desolate land into a sea of magma. Among all kinds of noises, the two golden crows were the most arrogant. They declared that the sacred body of the human race belonged to them. Whether it was the soul or the body, they were all food for them. As for the green cauldron, it belonged to the Golden Crow clan because their great emperor had schemed in ancient times and lost 9 of his descendants in another star region. Now that it had reappeared, it was the will of the heavens that it belonged to the Golden Crow clan. What sacred body of the human race? What indestructible golden body? In the eyes of the Golden Crow clan, they are nothing. If they dare to appear, we will slap them to death. Naturally, there were people who disliked this, but they didn't dare to act rashly. According to the insiders, the Hwasong star was very terrifying. The entire ancient star was filled with golden crows. In ancient times, a quasi-emperor walked out of the golden nest of the fire tree. After Yi Fan came out, he didn't immediately go to find the 2 golden crows. Instead, he went to look for the Silver Moon ancestor. Back then, he was the one who entered the heavenly village with the 2 divine dynasties. They wanted to kill him and the sacred prince to seize the liquid. During the battle outside the realm, Wei Yi didn't fight against the great sage of Qianluan. He only killed the sacred king and a few other small fish. As one of them, the Silver Moon ancestor escaped faster than anyone else. After escaping the calamity, he stirred up a storm after returning. The kings of the ancient races all came out together because of him. He was afraid that the one from Mount Meru would settle accounts with him, so he added fuel to the fire and diverted people's attention. He made the world chase after the green cauldron. He personally went to report and invited many people to come out, jumping up and down to attract hatred for me. Do you really think I don't know? I'll kill you first. Yi Fan said. If you want to become an immortal, then first kill the sacred body of the human race and seize the green cauldron. Only then can you obtain the secret of becoming immortal. The Silver Moon ancestor often advised like this while walking around. The sacred prince's identity was there, so he naturally had dealings with some of the ancient royal families. People respected his father and told him a lot of information. They said that the Silver Moon ancestor might even do him harm. You want to take the risk? Let's kill him first to establish our might. The sacred prince sneered. The undulating mountain ridges were filled with lush ancient trees. Savage beasts roamed about and strange birds circled in the air. Their roars rang out incessantly. It was a prehistoric scene. The Silver Moon ancestor was truly afraid. These days, he used a few tricks just to protect himself. He wanted the kings to come out and deal with Yifan. At the same time, he would also offend the sacred prince. If he killed the two of them, he would be able to escape. The destruction of the two divine dynasties made him uneasy at every moment. He was afraid that his end would come. Since there was cause in this world, some effects couldn't be avoided. In this ancient ridge, he was blocked by Yifan and the sacred prince. You guys. He turned around to leave. However, how was he supposed to escape? He quickly confirmed that there were no others following him and that there were only these two juniors. He immediately laughed sinisterly and said, "You two are too arrogant. I am the ancestral king. As long as you two don't become saints, you won't have the qualifications to kill me. I'll send you two on your way." A great battle erupted. The Silver Moon ancestor was horrified. First, half of his body was blasted apart by Yifan's golden fist, and then his spine was smashed apart by the sacred prince's rod. A tragic ending was unavoidable. When the news of the Silver Moon ancestor's death spread, the world was in an uproar. What was the human race's sacred body trying to do? He dared to go against the wind and unleash a massacre at this critical juncture. He was just too daring. In the depths of the great wastelands, many mountain peaks were hacked by axes and snapped in the middle. Giant ridges collapsed as if they had been smashed by an immortal hammer. Desolation filled the eyes as withered branches and withered leaves filled the place. Between the steep cliffs and strange rocks, there were bright red specks of light flickering. This was the saint's blood. It pierced through many great peaks and created many great abysses. The depths of the shattered mountain ridges were covered in scarlet stains. These were the bloodstains of the Silver Moon ancient king. It dyed everything into a terrifying scene. Many people came to seek confirmation. After seeing this ruined battlefield, they were finally convinced that the grand ancient king had been slaughtered by Yifan and the sacred prince. From the collapsed mountains and rivers, the battle was extremely terrifying. The Silver Moon ancient king had gone through an intense struggle, but in the end, he couldn't escape this calamity and his primordial spirit was destroyed. What was the human race's Saint Physique Yifan trying to do? This was the question on many people's minds. It was too late to hide in such a situation, yet he attacked in such a high-profile manner. Did he really not know that all the saints of the world were looking for him? Could it be that he wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys? However, who would stop? The green cauldron was too important. Even though it was damaged, it would still make many saints go crazy. Everyone was discussing this. The ancient saints were all shaken. Regardless of whether it was the eastern wastelands, central continent, or southern mountains, they were all in an uproar. Yifan had become a half-saint and could sweep through a region. He could fight people alone. This caused a huge uproar and made all parties feel restraining fear. One had to know that this was the legendary human race's Saint Physique. In other ancient stars, it was also known as the indestructible golden body. Its battle prowess was unmatched and it played an important role in the legendary era. It could even fight against deities. If this kind of physique becomes a saint, it will definitely be a disaster. Many people from the ancient races felt uneasy. Within the ancient fire Qilin cave, immortal flames were burning and mist was hazy. It was incomparably mysterious. The fire Qilin stood in the cave and said, "He became a half-saint one step ahead of me. We must return to that ancestral star and find Father and the things our ancestors left us. I want to prove my Tao." Huolin Er's blue hair reached his waist. It was bright and smooth, and he was also lost in thought. He nodded and said, "Even though this kind of physique can't prove the Tao, once he grows up, he will be a strong competitor." The fire Qilance figure was tall and sturdy, his eyes like divine lamps. The process might be extremely bitter, but he cannot achieve the Tao. In the end, he will only be a supporting character in this world, a tragic end. Yifan was only one step away from crossing the threshold of life and death and becoming a completely different kind of existence. Once he became a saint, he would make everyone tremble in fear. After news of this battle spread out, quite a few people couldn't sit still. The imperishable golden body's blood energy was exuberant, and if it truly transformed into a divine body, it would be able to fight against deities. That ancient legend made everyone's scalps go numb. Find him as soon as possible. We can't give him any time, and we have to seize the green cauldron. This was what many aboriginals were thinking. The Jade Lake was filled with the fragrance of flowers, the chirping of birds, and the lush green grass and clear lake. Under the ancient immortality peach tree, the 9-orifice stone king was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The Jade Lake holy daughter stood alone, listening to Yifan's story, her eyes sparkling as she pondered. After being nourished by the saint blood, the divine embryo is even more sentient than before. If it were to be born in the future, what kind of existence would it become? Is everything within our control? On a towering mountain that was as tall as the heavens, a figure stood alone, fusing with the Tao light of heaven and earth. His entire person seemed to have merged into the depths of the void, immeasurably deep. I want to transcend the path of the Blood Phoenix Mountain ancestor. My Tao is different from my father's. I want to make a trip to the ancient planet of my race and comprehend the cause and effect. Huang Shudao turned and entered the depths of the ancient mountain. He only lived for the sake of the Tao, he didn't want to think about anything else. His life's goal was to corroborate his Tao and become an immortal. Violet chi filled the air, the 10,000 mountains were like dragons, piercing through the clouds. This was an immortal land of the Violet Manor. The ancient city floated in the air, resembling a divine realm. This place was none other than the famous Violet Manor sacred ground, known as the place where immortals slumbered. An old woman was currently speaking to a stone statue. The saint physique of this generation is truly extraordinary. He actually managed to break the curse and cultivate to this level. The day he becomes a saint is just around the corner. Also, a Tao embryo has appeared in my sect. His talent is rarely seen since ancient times. After he stepped into the immortal foundation realm, he started to fuse with the Tao. I don't know if I should make such a decision or not. The Tao embryo of the Xianxia saint physique can be ranked as the most terrifying physique in the universe. Even if there are contenders, they can only stand on the same level and not surpass it. I'm thinking if I should bring this physique back to the mortal world. Some of the more radical characters from the ancient races jumped out. Kill him, we must kill him no matter what. In the past, he was already hostile to us. If we allow him to grow, there will definitely be a great calamity. Back then, there was Gai Jiuyo, but now that he has left, even if there was a Wei, it would be hard for them to do anything alone. After all, the green cauldron was too important, even the saints of the outer realms were moved by it. This was a reasonable excuse and opportunity to kill the saint physique of the human race. 2. Years ago, he killed Huatan, an ancestor king who just became a saint not long ago. Now, he's even more unbridled and even killed Silvermoon. If we don't get rid of him now, our chances in the future will be bleak. This was like a flood that swept across the earth. Some of the saints of the ancient races were uncomfortable and felt a strong sense of unease. Yifan's growth was too fast, and it made them feel even more angry than the invasion of the Eternal Lord Star. He's just a fish in the pond. If we don't give him the chance to transform into a dragon, it won't do even if he has potential. He will be roasted by the Cyprius furnace and be killed before he can transform into a dragon. A huge wave rose up in the Big Dipper star region. This was a murderous calamity, and even some saints from the outer realms had designs on the green cauldron. They wanted to eliminate Yifan. He belongs to our race, no one should fight for him. The two golden crows were still so arrogant, treating Yifan as a piece of meat in their pot. However, people really didn't dare to offend these two golden crows because it was rumored that a supreme existence would cross over from the Huasong star and appear in the Big Dipper. This was going to be a huge wave. The ruler of the ancient Huasong star would appear, and if he was dissatisfied, he might wipe out some major powers in a fit of anger. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Kill the human race's sacred physique and seize the green cauldron. Let's study the opportunity to become immortal together. An ancestor of the lightning blood race called Scarlet Cloud visited many ancient clans and wanted to unite people to find Yi Fan and kill him. The path to immortality is in sight. If we want to become immortals, we must kill the human race's sacred physique and use his corpse to search for our path to immortality. The green cauldron is too important. Scarlet Cloud lobbied and persevered. He united a group of people and even invited some eccentric people of the ancient races who were proficient in deduction and divination. They wanted to find Yi Fan as soon as possible. A cold wind blew past, and the northern region was desolate. The land was barren, and not even a blade of grass grew. A figure like a javelin appeared on the horizon. Yi Fan appeared and stood 10,000 miles away from the ancient land of the Lightning Blood race. The race had a female Saint King known as the Lightning Blood Queen. She was a rare expert and had fought with the white-robed Divine King during the Jade Lake meeting. She was not seriously injured and had also appeared in the Alcade graveyard before going into seclusion. Yi Fan did not want to provoke the Lightning Blood Queen yet, but he was determined to kill Scarlet Cloud. He wanted to risk the condemnation of the world and kill him in front of the wind and waves. Whoever dared to seize the cauldron and take his life, he would take their life. He would kill to stop killing and intimidate all races. After reaching this level, Yi Fan could truly be calm and collected. He could fight against saints, and he also grasped the Star Gate. He could come and go as he pleased, and he didn't fear a great slaughter. Now, he could calmly face everyone. Scarlet Cloud rode on the clouds and stirred up a red whirlwind. He overlooked the mountains and rivers as he hurried back to the clan. For some reason, a haze rose in his heart. After reaching the Saint Realm, his intuition was sharp and he could accurately predict life and death. He was shocked and felt that something was not right. He turned around immediately. However, everything was too late. At the limits of the Scarlet Earth, a demon-like figure appeared and smashed a fist towards the sky. That was a golden fist. He immediately knew who had arrived. Only that person had this kind of golden battle chi and had come to block his way. Scarlet Cloud's heart sank and he quickly evaded. However, that boundless fist winds and shocking battle intent turned into a hurricane that engulfed him from the ends of the earth, shaking him until his entire body was in pain. Scarlet Cloud was truly shocked. It was just a half-saint. So what if he could fight against saints? How strong could he be? However, the truth left him horrified. This was a junior with absolute strength that could kill saints. The traces of the bitter battle with the Silver Moon Ancestral King in the Great Wastelands were fake. It misled the people and that battle was definitely not that difficult. Scarlet Cloud fought and hacked out a finger sword. With a muffled groan, he fell back. The figure on the earth was surging with blood energy. The pressure made his expression unsightly. Yi Fan stood there majestically and hadn't moved a single step. Go. There was only this thought in his mind. He tore apart space and turned around to leave. He wanted to escape this Scarlet Earth and distance himself from this demon-like male. However, a loud sound rang out. The void was smashed apart by someone. A large black rod cut through the heaven and earth and sent him flying. A golden sacred ape that was indomitable and even taller than a mountain stood behind him with a black iron rod in hand. Sacred Emperor! Scarlet Cloud cried out in horror. At this moment, he almost mistook this monkey for the archaic emperor of fighting. It was too similar and was exactly the same as that supreme existence. Scarlet Cloud stabilized his mind, but his complexion was pale. The human race's sacred body and the sacred prince appeared at the same time. They attacked from both front and back and blocked his path. It was likely that things were looking grim. A thunderous sound rang through the air. Yi Fan was still standing on the horizon, but he had already made his move. His golden fist carried an indomitable, unmatched fist intent as it smashed over, its power capable of shaking saints. Stop. I have something to say. Scarlet Cloud cried out. Didn't you say that you wanted to take my head and seize my green cauldron to become an immortal with the saints? You've been jumping up and down for so many days and have been so busy. It's been hard on you. Yi Fan's voice was ice cold and emotionless. This battle was naturally unavoidable. Wind and thunder raged between heaven and earth. Golden lightning flashed one after another, destroying large amounts of mountains and rivers in the northern region. However, no one noticed and no one came to help. It was because Yi Fan and the sacred prince had already laid down Great Emperor Wusher's heaven-deceiving formation and locked down the heaven and earth. Ah, Scarlet Cloud cried out. It was difficult for him to escape the fate of death. His body was smashed and exploded inch by inch under that golden fist, turning into streaks of bloody mist. Woo, it was a killing trap after all. Someone told him to do this. He purposely jumped up and down to provoke me. After Yi Fan and the sacred ape searched through Scarlet Cloud's memories, they discovered that this was just someone else's chess piece. Their goal was to lure them into a trap. However, after laying down the heaven-deceiving formation, the great figure's plan clearly failed. Killing him was a waste of time. The two left, leaving behind two long shadows in the scarlet sunset. Behind them was only a pile of shattered bones. Stop killing with killing. Since you dare to come out to find me, then just wait to be beheaded by me. No one expected Yi Fan to be so powerful. In just 2 days, he killed a second ancient king. Qi Yin died. His body was smashed to pieces by the human race's divine body, and his blood splashed across the scarlet earth. 9 peaks were flattened, and not even a strand of his divine sense escaped. The blood lightning race's expert Qi Yun's corpse was strewn across the wilderness, dying on the battlefield 10,000 li from his race's ancestral land. His body and soul were completely wiped out. This left everyone shocked. Such an ancient saint with extraordinary cultivation ended up like this. What a pity. The human saint physique is just too powerful. This was a huge uproar. Yi Fan first beheaded the Silver Moon, then beheaded the Scarlet Cloud, shocking the world within a few days. The whole world's attention was on him, and all virtuous people were paying close attention. If it was a normal person, then so be it. However, this was a grand ancestral king that was high up above, someone who ruled over a region. Yet, he was blasted apart by his pair of golden fists. Is the rise of the sacred body of the human clan unstoppable? When everyone in the world is looking for him, he dares to act like this. He has nothing to fear. Some people sneered. This was a serious provocation to their dignity. This type of retaliation and counterattack didn't just kill Scarlet Cloud, it was the same as slapping these people in the face. Although Yi Fan hadn't said anything, he had already challenged them with his actions. If you dare to deal with me, I will kill you. This was a type of ferocious retaliation that made it hard for others to breathe. The fall of an ancestral king was a major event that no one would treat lightly. That day, the entire world was in an uproar. In the heavens above and the earth below, on the ancient stars and in the foreign battlefields, everyone was discussing this matter. Who would have thought that our human race would produce such a character? We can finally hold our heads high and take the initiative to kill the ancient race ancestor king. How delightful. Haha. Good. I've been waiting for this for so many years. I've been waiting for this moment for far too long. It's good to kill them. It'll be even better to kill a few more. Those primeval ancients were too domineering. They've been abusing their power for so many years, and now an ancestral king has been killed. How satisfying. The human race was naturally happy and excited. Although they had Gai Jiuyo, the white-robed divine king, and Wei Yi's support all these years, the human race was still in a weak position. For the past 2 years, the aboriginals hadn't dared to provoke them and weren't willing to start a war. However, they were still in a strong position, and it was rare for a situation like today to occur. The Purple Mansion Holy Land was known as the slumbering land of the immortals. Purple energy surged, and tens of thousands of mountains stretched out like a dragon raising its head. It was extremely mysterious. An old lady stood in front of an ancient stone statue and bowed sincerely. She then stood up and said, "The saint body of the human race is even stronger than I had imagined. If the true saint body of Tao embryo came to the human world, would it be even more amazing?" She turned around in the palace, looking towards a mountain peak in the distance. Immortal mists curled about that place, hazy and mysterious. A purple-clothed young lady whose entire body was snow-white and sparkling sat on a Tao platform. Her black hair scattered behind her, shining like a mirror. Her skin was like ice and bones like jade, aloof and pure. Her beautiful eyes were closed, her long eyelashes lightly trembling, making her look like a fairy. "Xianxia, are you willing to?" said the old woman. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the young woman. "I don't want to." The fairy-like girl opened her beautiful eyes, emitting an astonishing radiance. "He killed another ancestral king. His guts aren't small at all." Multicolored mist flourished within the ancient cave, and fiery light overflowed in all directions. The fire Qilin stood at the entrance, his eyes seemingly piercing through the void as he stared into the distance. Huoliner's figure was tall and slender. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her red lips opened slightly as she said, "Relying on his own body to break the curse and reach this step is quite extraordinary. Even if he can't verify the Tao, his great completion divine body can still look down on the world. If he doesn't become the main character of the world, he won't be able to verify the Tao. In the end, he will have to see if he can reach that step," said the fire Qilin. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes released cold light. "My clan's Qilin immortal medicine is still in his hands. I will bring it back." The disturbance caused by the killing of an ancient king swept through the mountains and rivers. Everyone was shocked, and everyone was discussing this. Among them, the ancient race was the most furious. This was the younger generation they wanted to get rid of a few years ago. Today, he had already grown to this step. Meanwhile, the experts from outside this region also raised their eyebrows. The reason they paid attention to Yifan was because of the green cauldron. Right now, the most pressing matter was to obtain this object, and they were also searching for it. Dao friend Scarlet Cloud has always treated others kindly, but who would have thought that he would end up like this? The human race's divine body is too excessive. I am going to take his head and get revenge for my old friend. There were naturally people who were furious and couldn't help but curse out. They said that Yifan was too cruel and took action against a saint. If he wasn't killed, then the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Yifan only laughed it off. The other party had already raised their butcher's knife, so how could they expect him to show mercy? For him, not killing Scarlet Cloud was something that the heavens wouldn't tolerate. Dao friend Scarlet Cloud was so free and unrestrained during the archaic years. His style was stunning, and he was never arrogant because of his talent. He looked after his fellow Taoists quite a bit, yet he died just like that. "Everyone, do you all feel any pain? Is the sword in your hands ringing? Are you all willing to get revenge for him?" No one expected this storm to really blow up. There were people who took the lead, and there were others who agreed. They all believed that Yifan was wicked beyond redemption and should be immediately eliminated. Otherwise, he would definitely be a disaster. "For those who want to kill me and those who want to seize my cauldron, I am a great disaster on your path to immortality." Yifan appeared and spoke in such a high-profile manner in the divine city. This was an undisguised provocation, challenging the saints of the ancient races. This appearance left this place in absolute silence for a long time. No one expected him to dare come out and come to the #1 divine city in the North region. Is he crazy? Cutting off a piece of meat from his guts is enough to smash an elephant to death. He actually appeared and challenged the saints. Everyone was in an uproar. They all cried out loudly. After Yifan spoke, a realm gate appeared. He immediately retreated, not wanting to stay for long. Several streaks of divine light flew over, shattering the void and trying to shake him out. There were even 2 indistinct figures that tore apart the void and directly chased after him. They locked onto his body and wanted to kill him. These 2 chased him all the way to the central continent, and then to the western desert. In the end, they even rushed into outer space. The figure in front of them slowly dissolved and turned into a strand of clear energy. He must be killed. A few great figures from the ancient races were truly furious. They were normally high up above, so how could they tolerate this type of provocation? From their point of view, Yifan had hacked at them with a sword, and then he ran over to trample on their wounds. The saints from outer space all laughed coldly. Seizing the cauldron was their goal. Regardless of the conflict between the ancient race and the human race, as long as the target appeared, they would take action. Dao friend Scarlet Cloud, you died with everlasting regret. I will definitely remove the head of the divine body and offer it as a sacrifice in front of your grave so that you can rest in peace. An ancient king threatened. However, it was a pity that he didn't have this kind of opportunity. The next day, Yi Fan came looking for him. During these few days, Yi Fan learned a lot of news through the relationship between the sacred prince and the archaic royal race. He directly killed his way over. You want to kill my divine sense and chop off my head? Fine, I've come today. Come and try. In this dark night, the moonlight was dim and the stars were hidden between the clouds. It was a dark and windy night, a good time to kill someone while drunk. This ancient vein was the ancestral land of the archaic chaotic heaven race. There were ancient saint kings overseeing it, and there were even existences that had yet to break through the divine origin. The chaotic heaven race was ranked among the 10 most powerful royal races. They were terrifying and intimidating. During the period when they ruled over the archaic world, everyone under the heavens was convinced. This ancient king's name was Dulwan. He had never thought that Yi Fan would dare to approach their race. There were as many experts as there were clouds in their race, and there were peerless ancient kings overseeing it. Even the imperial family didn't dare to rashly provoke them. But now, Yi Fan had come, and he was right outside their ancestral land, cutting off his path. That demon-like figure emitted a beast-like aura, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Was this still a half-step saint? It actually made him feel as if he was facing a deity. That figure was tall and slender. He stood there quietly and didn't say a word, but there was a type of arrogance about him. It really is you. Human race saint physique. Dulwan shouted. He was too powerful. He was just a half-step saint, yet he dared to rule over their most ancient race's ancestral land. Did he really not place the sleeping peerless ancient king in his eyes? However, in the next moment, he panicked because his voice didn't travel out. Instead, the stars shifted, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at another battlefield. He was no longer in the ancestral land. This is... Dulwan's expression changed. His back felt cold as if thorns were piercing his spine. One of the celestial court's supreme secret techniques, stars shift. Yi Fan said coldly. His teeth were snow-white, and his black hair reached his waist. He was like a demon lord that had descended into the world. During these years, he had cultivated hundreds of scriptures and studied all kinds of secret techniques. How could he let go of the divine skin he had brought back from the undying mountain? Many great killing techniques had been branded into his soul. In the past, he couldn't use them because he wasn't strong enough. Now that he could fight against a saint, some complicated secret techniques that required the support of cultivation could be displayed. Of course, this didn't mean that secret techniques that required a high realm to use were definitely the world's #1 technique. This was only a preconceived condition and couldn't represent anything else. Stars shift, as the name suggested, was the elapse of time and the movement of objects. In reality, this wasn't just a change in time, but also a drastic change in space. It highlighted the word change and could bring the enemy far away in the blink of an eye, entering an unfamiliar space-time battlefield. When one reached the extreme realm, one might truly be able to see 10,000 years in a blink of an eye, and when one looked back, they would already be sitting on the other side of the starry sky. Yi Fan hadn't reached such a divine realm yet. He had only brought the enemy through the realm gate and arrived millions of kilometers away. This was the terrifying part of the celestial court's killing technique. It was impossible to guard against. Even if he hadn't cultivated it to perfection, it was enough to go to the ancestral land of a race to kill a saint. This was a great battle that took up an hour. Yi Fan repeatedly practiced and used all of his secret techniques to train himself, consolidate his realm, and search for an opportunity to become a saint. In the end, the monkey couldn't watch any longer. He swung his rod and smashed Dulwan into pieces. Blood and bone splattered everywhere. Yi Fan took action at the crucial moment and plucked off the head. He killed his primordial spirit and left the skull behind. Brother Crimson Cloud, your death is regrettable. We won't be able to meet again after that day. However, you can rest assured. Dao friend Dulwan has already organized people. We will definitely take revenge for you. In front of Crimson Cloud's cenotaph, a few great characters stood side by side and reprimanded Yi Fan. There were many offerings on the incense table as a memorial. Why hasn't Dao friend Tulwan come yet? They revealed strange expressions. The one who initiated this was Turbid Clan's Tulwan. Why hadn't he arrived yet? His body is unwell, so I brought him here. In the sky, a realm gate opened and a tall and slender figure appeared. Hong, Yifan shook his hand and threw down a bloody head. With a hong sound, it smashed the stone table full of offerings into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. What, he's Tulwan. Dao friend Tulwan is dead. These people cried out in alarm and rushed into the sky in anger. However, that figure was only a streak of clear air and slowly dissipated into the void. That day, everyone in the world sighed in admiration. Everyone was stupefied. Yifan was too daring, actually doing such a thing. Pluck off the head and send it as a memorial. The human race's sacred body is too crazy, actually doing such a thing. If he is too powerful, he will most likely die young. Even if he rushed into the cosmos, I reckon the various great king clans will still chase after him. This is just too fierce and terrifying. His retaliation is too powerful. In less than half a day, the various lands erupted. Yifan was powerful and domineering. He unleashed a massacre against the ancient kings without any fear. Ha ha ha. This is great. My human race has finally produced a formidable youngster. There were people who were furious and there were naturally people who were excited. The entire world was in an uproar. If you all dare to take action, then I will dare to kill. So what if you have saint blood? Stop war with war, stop war with war. This was Yifan's resounding voice that rang through the world. Silvermoon had been killed, Crimson Cloud had died, and Dulwan had also died. In just a few days, 3 ancient kings had fallen and their Dao had disappeared. Their deaths were all caused by one person. The name of the human race's sacred physique swept through the eastern wasteland, the central plains, and the southern mountains like a hurricane. He had defeated saints, killed ancient kings, and fought against the ancient races. Yifan's name had shaken the world. Even now, some mortals had heard of this name. Is the human race's sacred physique going to defy the heavens? Even the saints were stunned. In this kind of environment, with a peerless celestial artifact like the green cauldron, they couldn't even hide. Yet, he had attacked with lightning speed and killed saints in succession. He's dead. Another ancient king has fallen. He ruled a region in the archaic era, but in the end, he ended up like this. In the eyes of the sages, Yifan was too savage. He hadn't even become a saint yet, but he already had this kind of battle prowess. This made many people feel uneasy. He was simply an evil spirit that had broken free from the shackles of hell. Kacha, in the grand hall of the mixed sky tribe, an old man suddenly stood up from his throne. The wine cup made of the bones of a saint was crushed into pieces. Scarlet blood and wine splattered all over the ground. This was a continuous mountain range. The palace was ancient and majestic. It stood on the peak of the mountain and pierced into the clouds. The chaotic sky race was one of the 10 most powerful king races. The saints in the race were all powerful, so their giants were naturally not small. The wine cup that the old man crushed was made of the skull of a saint. Dulwan is dead. He was taken away by the human race's sacred physique. Did no one stop him? Find him for me. Whether it's his green cauldron or his head, I want them all. The old man was like an angry lion. After he roared, many mountains collapsed. It was quiet all around. Many of the race's experts didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were like little cats lying dormant, listening to his scolding. Interesting. After so many days, those old geezers still haven't found the human race's divine body. Instead, they let him kill 3 saints. I bet some people are going to stomp their feet. A gloating voice came from the Shrouding clan. This was an unfathomably large clan. Apart from the ancient royal family, no one could compare to them. They were known as the #1 royal clan in the world and were even more terrifying than the Mixed Sky clan and the Herculean Bull Demon clan. Investigate carefully. I want the human tribe's sacred physique dead. Bring me the green cauldron. The gloating voice eventually turned indifferent. In the past, only the silver blood royals could be compared to them. Unfortunately, the crownless royals had declined and vanished into the dust of history. Qi was too weak. He was killed by the human tribe's holy body before he could even send a message. I didn't realize my goal of letting him jump out, and he was killed in vain. This was a sinister voice, and it belonged to the person behind the ancient kings who were jumping up and down. He was the one who wanted to set up a trap to get rid of Yi Fan, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so. Right now, there was practically no one who could break through Wuxia the Great Emperor's heaven-deceiving formation runes. Even if it wasn't perfect and had some kind of flaw, ancient saints wouldn't be able to see through its profound mysteries. Every time Yi Fan took action, he would seal up the mountains and rivers. When he killed Qi and Duluan, not a single trace of heaven's mysteries was leaked out. If Yi Fan was here, he would definitely be shocked. This was because this place originated from the nest of 10,000 dragons. There were 2 great sages in one sect. Even though one of them was in a special state, sometimes dead and sometimes alive, and wasn't recognized by others, it was still enough to shock the world. The father and son pair of great sages were one of the most terrifying stories of the archaic era. They shook that period of time. The 2 of them achieved the Tao one after the other, shocking everyone in the clan. Wei Yi has his eyes on the few great sages in this world. Is he not hesitating to fight? It really isn't good to take action rashly. Within the nest of 10,000 dragons, great sage Qianluan repeatedly warned his grandson, the expert who had just released a sinister voice. When will great-grandfather wake up? The sinister voice sounded again. Perhaps he will wake up soon, or perhaps there will never be any hope, said Qianluan. Great-grandfather was so stunning back then, comparable to the unrivaled deity de Quebec. Unfortunately, he was born 2,000 years too late and couldn't verify the Tao. The one who spoke was Qianluan's grandson. His name was Li Zhan, and he had become a saint during the archaic era. He was a heaven-warping genius who was far stronger than normal ancestral kings. He wanted to seize the green cauldron. The primordial devil back then was really too powerful. He swallowed the sun and moon, and his roar shattered the stars. He devoured many ancestral kings. Your great-grandfather was hit by the sun and moon saint power due to his carelessness. If it was anyone else, they would have long since turned into ashes. Qianluan Great Sage spoke of the past with lingering fear. Back then, the primordial devil cultivated both the sun and moon saint power. He threw the mountains and rivers into chaos and treated the saints of the ancient races as food. It made people tremble. If it wasn't for him being a god during the day and a devil at night, often being delirious, who knew how many people would have died? The nest of 10,000 dragons had sent 2 great sages to hunt him down, and they had paid a heavy price. If they hadn't used the 10,000 dragons' bell, an ancient imperial weapon that could kill gods, at the critical moment, the battle would have ended differently. Damn it, even though we suppressed the primordial devil, we couldn't obtain the sun and moon ancient scriptures. Li Zhan was indignant. His great-grandfather was still unconscious. Due to the sun and moon powers, he was trapped in a dead shell. It was hard to say whether or not he could wake up. They wanted to search the consciousness of the human devil, but they almost caused it to explode. They had no choice but to seal it and think of another way. Unfortunately, Yi Fan brought the human devil away from the nest of 10,000 dragons. I wonder where that human devil is now. This is a huge problem. Qianluan Great Sage frowned. He wanted the green cauldron and also wanted to capture Yi Fan alive to get to the bottom of things. Unfortunately, even if Yi Fan was willing to answer, there wouldn't be a clear answer. After the primordial devil ate the crocodile ancestor on the ancient Mars star, he was afraid that he would turn into a devil and bring chaos to the world, so he exiled himself for eternity. No one knew where he was in the dark universe. Qianluan muttered to himself, perhaps the broken green cauldron isn't that valuable anymore, but it still makes me uneasy for it to fall into the hands of a human saint. After all, this is the legendary, supreme holy item of the celestial court. In the outside world, a storm was raging. Yi Fan had cleanly killed Qi and Duluan. No one dared to look down on him anymore. Even the ancient saints were afraid of him. Even though he hadn't become a saint, he could kill an ancestor king. This kind of combat power was rarely seen since ancient times. It made everyone vigilant and cautious. The humans were excited, and the Holy Lands were shocked. Whether they were friendly or cold, they all sent friendly messages at the first moment. As for the 4 symbols Holy Lands and the 9 heavens Holy Lands, they were all uneasy. The powerful mountain elf even went into seclusion and didn't dare to come out again. The northern wind blew the white grass. There wasn't any snow in this season, but it still made people feel a bone-piercing chill. Yifan attacked powerfully, and 3 saints fell one after another. This shocked the world. However, it was precisely under this type of situation that there were still experts who cried out, releasing extremely hostile voices, putting on high and mighty attitudes. The green cauldron belongs to the emperor of my race. The human saint is our food. The 2 golden crows were insufferably arrogant. The sacred prince was angry when he heard this. He bared his teeth and felt the need to smash the 2 golden crows to death with his big iron rod. How annoying and hateful. These 2 birds have been crying for a few days. They are really boasting shamelessly. Are they tired of living? They must have something to rely on. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to do this. Yifan pondered. He had fought with these 2 golden crows before. At that time, his cultivation level was lower and he couldn't beat the 2 ancient golden crows, but he still managed to protect himself. And now, these 2 golden crows were provoking him again. They threatened to find him and drink his saint blood as the most delicious food in the world. This was intolerable. The experts of the Huasong planet are about to arrive. It seems that the Golden Crow clan has a big shot who is going to cross the universe and come here. That's why they are fearless and are waiting for us to charge at them. Dongfangyi sent this news and told them to be careful. This was naturally a big deal. It could affect the situation of the Big Dipper star region. That was an extremely terrifying ancient planet with life. The Golden Crows were the leaders. Were they going to come? During this time, many sages didn't like the 2 Golden Crows, but none of them got rid of them because of their background. There's a great emperor on the Huasong planet. Is it true? Everyone was bewildered and uneasy. They were guessing the true strength of the Golden Crows. In ancient times, the Huasong planet was glorious to the extreme. There was an unparalleled quasi-emperor who swept through many star regions. Could it be that he has proven his way? Thinking of this possibility, everyone was shocked. If that was the case, the Golden Crows were absolutely invincible in the universe today. This also explained one thing. Why did the 2 Golden Crows dare to be so domineering? With such a background, what else was there to be afraid of? Could it be that the unparalleled quasi-emperor of the Golden Crows hasn't passed away and has lived to this era? Could he have appeared in the Big Dipper star region? When thinking of this possibility, even the ancient race felt suffocated. The Golden Crow would be like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible. It's impossible for the Golden Crow tribe to have a quasi-emperor. They should have died a long time ago. Many things happened in the past. The Grady shooting the sun caused chaos. 9 of the 10 princes died, and 1 survived. The great emperor that they were talking about might be him. It's just an honorific title, and his cultivation might not have reached that level. The most powerful sages from the outer realms had heard of the Huasong planet and knew some of the things that happened back then. They made such a judgment. Our Golden Crow race can move unhindered between heaven and earth. We will advance courageously on the path to immortality. The 2 Golden Crows were high profile and fierce. They were determined to obtain the green copper cauldron. This cauldron had a great relationship with their race since ancient times. The 9 princes all fell because of it. I can almost smell the divine blood. The 2 ancient Golden Crows said to themselves with cold smiles. They had already received news that the giants of the Golden Crow race had come and were about to appear. You can't escape from the human race's divine body. On the sun, 2 golden figures streaked across. Their voices were loud, and the news was naturally transmitted to the ground. Even the Black Emperor was furious. Damned Golden Crows, too arrogant and egotistical. This emperor will go with you to kill those 2 birds and roast the Golden Crows. Naturally, we have to get rid of them. However, the Golden Crow army seems to be about to arrive. They calculated the time and are waiting for us to bump into them. Yi Fan frowned. Not good, things are not looking good. That day, a golden crow covered in blood flew over from the outer realms. It rushed straight towards the sun and cried out in fear. What happened? The two saint-level golden crows' expressions changed. They hurriedly went over and asked. Clan uncle, there's been a huge disaster. We encountered a corpse in the cosmos, and it mysteriously awakened. That was simply a human devil. It intercepted our clan's experts, and an intense battle ensued. What was the result? The two golden crow saints were shocked. There were still people who dared to intercept the golden crow race's giants. This was too horrifying. That was a human expert. He hacked apart one of our race's saints as soon as he took action, and then, he ate him alive. This golden crow's face was pale, and his body was still trembling. It seemed like he had experienced something incomparably terrifying. He ate one of our experts just like that? Yes, he ate a saint alive, and that wasn't the end, it was just the beginning. This golden crow was covered in blood as it narrated what had happened in terror. Its body trembled, causing the two golden crow saints to feel a chill as if they were personally there. An ancient saint had fallen in the first exchange. The golden crow race was shocked. Another giant stepped out, but in the end, he died just as he shouted. How did he do it? The two golden crow saints asked unwillingly. That's how he did it. He grabbed it and twisted it forcefully, breaking the neck of a saint, the blood-stained golden crow said in fear as it gestured with its hands. The two golden crows felt a chill on their necks. No matter how they looked at it, that demon looked like he was grabbing a little chick, easily snapping the neck of the golden crow race's ancient saint. Where did this existence come from? It was truly terrifying, like a demon. Just hearing about it made people feel a chill run down their spines. How is the battle? The two golden crows asked nervously. The great characters of their race were about to descend into Big Dipper. If something happened along the way, it would truly be a disaster. The situation is not good. That is a demon, we have never seen such a savage person before. The old ancestor immediately gave the order to retreat and we entered different realm gates. I survived, but I don't know how the others are doing. The golden crow said. When he left, he saw the demon enter the golden crow race. He was unstoppable and ate the golden crow race's ancient saint alive. The others died upon contact, golden crow blood splattered everywhere. Did old ancestor Xianxia lead the team, or did great sage Jinyu come? Or did the Supreme Highness come? A golden crow saint asked. The golden crow said with a trembling voice, yes. Old ancestor Xianxia led the team. It seems like he is in danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have scattered us and escaped into Big Dipper. Hwasong Star had a 5-colored altar that led to other ancient lands. They walked out from a withered star not far from Big Dipper. There was an ancient teleportation formation there. He only needed to fly the rest of the way, and he would be able to reach Big Dipper. He had not expected such an accident to occur on the way. This was a great disaster. Right now, our clansmen are fleeing for their lives in the cold universe. It's hard to say whether they're dead or alive. I really don't know what realm that demonic human has reached. The golden crow that had escaped with its life trembled in fear. In the depths of the pitch-black universe, the battle had already ended. The bloody end of the golden crow clan's powerhouses was inevitable. A half-naked being that looked like an old savage was sitting cross-legged in the void. Flames danced between his hands, which were extremely dazzling. If there were any cultivators here, they would definitely be shocked. This was the connate origin of the flames of the way, and only extraordinary people could activate it. This elder treated it like an ordinary flame. He was currently roasting an ancient crow that shone brilliantly with golden light. He was meticulous and extremely serious, as if he was extremely hungry. Meanwhile, on the side, there were a few golden crows that revealed their true forms. Their bodies were enormous, and they were pierced through by a broken scarlet-red divine iron chain. They were like turkeys that were skewered together. Every single one of them flickered with golden feathers and emitted divine splendor. One could tell with a single glance that they were formidable experts, but now, they had become food on a plate and were about to be roasted. In the distance, there were still golden crows that were fleeing for their lives. Some opened up the realm gates, while others directly fled into the depths of the dark universe. They were scared out of their wits. For them, this was truly a calamity. Just how powerful was this demonic human? It was simply immeasurable and made them feel despair. Even the Golden Crow ancestor Jin Chu among them was smashed to death by this existence with a single strike. He was dripping with blood and had no power to retaliate. Their intestines were all green with regret. Many of them were so regretful that they vomited blood. They saw this dried corpse in the universe, and some people wanted to seize the golden divine chains wrapped around its body. There was also an ancient golden crow that wanted to refine this corpse into a weapon, but in the end, they provoked such a great disaster. If they had known earlier, they would definitely have stayed far away. They wouldn't have provoked this god of calamity. They had seen freaks before, but they had never seen such a freak. The Golden Crow clan was so valiant and protected by the heavens, yet they never thought that they would encounter such a calamity. Fortunately, this demonic human did not care about the others. He only slaughtered the old Golden Crow that had been disrespectful to him and insulted his corpse to satisfy his hunger. The origin of Tao flame pulsed, causing a glimmer of light to appear in the pitch-black universe. Before long, a golden, oily, and fragrant Golden Crow was roasted, and the old saint began to gorge himself. If someone was here, they would definitely be scared half to death. This was originally a Golden Crow saint, but now, he was nothing and had become someone's meal. I didn't expect to return here, the demonic human muttered to himself as he chewed on the oily Golden Crow flesh. With an indescribable emotion, he looked at the huge ancient star in front of him. Back then, when he left Mars, he used the secret technique of eternal exile to tear open the universe and banish himself into the unknown depths of the universe. He never thought that he would return to his old home. No, you can't do this to us. Our race has produced a great emperor, and he will be able to deduce all of this. Among the Golden Crows that had been skewered, there were still some who had not died. They were too frightened and spoke with a trembling voice. They felt that this was like a nightmare. Someone actually dared to eat them. It was truly absurd and terrifying. You are not the good kind. What bullshit, great emperor. You've given yourself that title, haven't you? If you have the ability, then come find me. I'll eat you all the same. The demonic human was very unscrupulous. He wiped his mouth and picked up his white bone club, smashing the Golden Crow to death in an instant. The skull shattered, and the Golden Crow's blood splashed out. This was like an invincible tribe leader from the primitive Stone Age. He ate raw meat and drank blood. The old saint did not believe in heresy and did not care about the Golden Crow race's intimidation. At the same time, the white bone club in his hand shone with a sparkling luster and flickered with dreamy immortal splendor. He refined the Golden Crow's sacred bone essence and imprinted it on it. One could see that a Golden Crow appeared on the white bone club. It was lifelike and emitted divine splendor. All of the Golden Crow's sacred bones had become a part of this weapon. If one looked closely, there were other patterns on it, and they were all different. There was an ancient crocodile, and there was a cloud-riding dragon. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like the main body of the ancient royal family in the nest of 10,000 dragons. In addition, there were various ancient races, and even the lowest level was a saint. If someone carefully studied this white bone club, they would most likely be scared out of their wits. How many ancient saints had to be killed to have so many modeled ancient marks? No matter how one looked at it, it was easy to imagine that when this demonic old man attacked these cultivators with the bone club, it was as easy as killing chickens or wild ducks. Such a terrifying thing had happened in the depths of the star field. In addition to the Golden Crow race, some ancient saints from the outer realm gradually felt it. Someone is activating the origin of the flames in the universe. It seems like he is refining something. What, he is, roasting a Golden Crow. Heavens, that is a saint of the Golden Crow race. He ate him. Very soon, the sages from the outer realm were alarmed, causing a frenzy. The eyes of several great cultivators almost fell to the ground, not daring to believe this fact. Holy sh*t, am I seeing things? This is unbelievable. Who is this person? This is too freakish. He is eating a saint-level Golden Crow. Could it be that we have returned to the mythological era? The gods of the primordial era ate golden crows, rocks, and azure dragons as food. Where did he come from? After seeing this scene, several powerful sages came to their senses and immediately began to escape at the speed of light, running as far away as they could. What a joke! To be able to eat a saint of the golden crow race, one's appetite must be extremely good. It would definitely not be a problem for him to chew them up. This news immediately spread to the Big Dipper. At first, people did not believe it. Later, when a sage personally came out to confirm it, it immediately caused a huge uproar. People knew that an extremely powerful savage demon had come. Many people felt scared. If this person came to the Big Dipper to hunt, many people would probably die. This was especially so for the ancient race. When they received the news, they felt that something was wrong no matter how they thought about it. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was a legendary demon lord. Could it be a primordial demon? Could it be that he has appeared alive again? Thinking of this possibility, the ancient race people felt their scalps go numb. They wanted to jump up and run. This person was too savage. Back then, he had eaten up everyone. The primordial demon has appeared again? Hurry up and get ready. Don't let him block our way. Otherwise, our entire race will be eaten. This was the news that many people transmitted to each other. There were also some ancient race predecessors who sighed and said that this was retribution. Back then, the human race was weak and had become food for many large races. But in the end, a different kind of terrifying demonic demon appeared and slaughtered the ancient race experts. Even some ancient saints were roasted on a rack and swallowed into his stomach. The demonic demon has returned. This news was like a hurricane that swept across the northern Dipper, causing many ancient race warriors to tremble in fear. When the saints from the outer realms understood what kind of existence this was, they were all dumbfounded, and a chill started to run down their spines. After receiving this news, Yifan was also a bit dazed. He had parted ways with that old savage on the ancient Mars star. He had never thought that after so many years, this savage living ancestor would appear in the Big Dipper star region again. He could only sigh. This ancestor's magical powers were so great that it was incomprehensible. Without the help of the five-colored sacrificial altar, he only relied on a secret technique to tear apart the universe and travel so far. Another few golden crows escaped to the Big Dipper's sun star and were captured. Their minds were searched and they personally witnessed the terrifying scene of the one-sided battle. After the two golden saints obtained the final result, they immediately calmed down and wanted to escape back to the Hwasong star. There was no way to deal with such an existence. Going up was simply courting death. Only Yifan was overjoyed. After confirming that the news was true, he directly went to stop the two golden crows. He had been keeping an eye on the two high-profile experts, so naturally, he wouldn't show them any mercy. The human race's sacred body will be our food. The green bronze cauldron will belong to our race's great emperor. In this case, the two golden crows didn't dare to speak carelessly anymore. Even the golden crow army had been eaten. If they were to openly challenge the great emperor now, they might also die a horrible death. It's too late. It's already too late to restrain yourself. The words spoken are like spilled water. Today, I'll reap the fruits. Yifan sneered. His black hair draped over his shoulders and his strong physique made him look like a demonic god. He stood in the void and appeared near the sun. He believed that the two golden crows couldn't escape after hiding in the sun star. He could find them. The old savage has returned. Back then, he treated me with an ancient divine crocodile. Today, I'll roast a golden crow for him. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Yifan muttered to himself. He felt that if this savage old man was picky, he could bring him to the lair of 10,000 dragons or the Fire Qilin cave. Perhaps he would be satisfied. The sun star was vast, and the temperature was terrifyingly high. Even saints couldn't easily approach this place. Yifan had the human race's holy body, yet he still felt waves of heat assaulting his body. Flames surged and jumped about. The inside of the sun star was blazing terrifyingly. This was a natural life-restricted land, and since ancient times, few people would come here. Since ancient times, only those who cultivated fire Dao techniques would come here. Great yang essence surged, covering heaven and earth. This was a type of the most fundamental power. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes and searched this boundless sun star. He could only rely on the two great golden crows he had fought in the past, so he was familiar with their auras. This was a life-restricted land. As long as there was the slightest fluctuation, he would definitely be able to find it. An ancient and dilapidated palace, he revealed a look of shock, and his heart trembled. In the depths of the sun star, he saw a palace. Even though it was already half collapsed, there was still a type of majestic aura seeping out. This was truly a strange thing. On this blazing star, even those who severed the Tao would turn into ashes if they entered. Even saints had to be careful. Meanwhile, there was a palace here. It was constructed from stone, so just how sturdy was it? It was actually preserved and didn't melt. Yi Fan approached and carefully observed this ancient temple that was piled up from stone. He saw a type of diagram and other things unique to the legendary era. This was a type of primitive worship. The ancient people of that time revered the sun, and there was a divine sun carved on the enormous stone, as well as a vivid and lifelike divine bird. It's not that the stone is magical, but rather that the symbols on its surface are special. They preserved the stone palace, preventing it from being destroyed under the blazing heat. Yi Fan said to himself. This palace was already in a terrible state. The roof had even been blown away, and the stone pillars inside were also broken. Only a single frame remained. He stepped on the bluestone ground, releasing ta-ta sounds. There was a type of great changes that seemed to have come from the archaic era. It made one immerse themselves in a special atmosphere. These are prehistoric remains. It really is too ancient. Archaic era, millions of years ago. Just what kind of past events happened here? Yi Fan sighed with emotion. The mottled stone palace was dim, and the Tao patterns were still there. The traces were not extinguished. He pondered for a moment and was astonished. The ancient palace had existed for a long time. The patterns carved on it were not only a type of formation, but also a type of sacred art to avoid fire. It couldn't be underestimated. It could be considered a unique secret technique. It can enter the essence flames of the sun without being extinguished and be preserved for millions of years. This is a divine art. Yi Fan's initial astonishment turned into shock. He calmed himself down and began to seriously ponder over it. This might be a supreme technique. Entering and exiting the sun and the moon, walking in the 9 underworlds, these were the basic abilities of the great mediums in ancient times. They were the embodiment of the divine powers of the strongest. This was at least something left behind by a great sage, right? Yi Fan sensed it carefully and discovered a familiar aura that was very similar to Yi Tong's. It was the power of a bloodline inheritance. This is... His heart trembled. Could this be the Holy Sun Emperor's temporary imperial residence? If that was the case, it would be enough to shock the world. Yi Fan imprinted all the patterns into his mind and studied them carefully. He obtained an ancient Tao technique that could allow him to enter and exit the sun without being harmed by the heavenly flames. And this was only a basic Tao technique. It was just the beginning, and there should be subsequent techniques. This surprised him. Could it be that there was a great inheritance left behind inside the sun star? Yi Fan searched the entire palace and obtained all the ancient Tao techniques. In the process, he also discovered the aura of the 2 golden crows. They had been here before. He turned into a beam of fiery light and chased after them. The 2 golden crows might be up ahead in order to obtain the subsequent ancient techniques. Just as Yi Fan had expected, there were other stone palaces on the sun star that were still incomplete. This should have been a grand palace, but it was scattered everywhere. He found the second ancient temple. He stopped for a moment and memorized the Tao patterns and the divine art of controlling fire. He studied them while chasing after them. There are actually so many huge palaces. In the end, Yi Fan was stunned. He found more than 10 palaces, and the fire Tao techniques he found were even more complex and profound. Their power was also reflected. They could draw upon the power of the entire sun star for one's own use. If someone who cultivated the sun scripture was here, he would be invincible. Yes, this is the embryonic form of the ancient scripture of the sun. It was the beginning stage of the human race's comprehension. It was recorded down. Yi Fan understood and no longer tried to comprehend it. Instead, he followed this path and slowly comprehended the thoughts of the human race's Saint Emperor when he created the Tao. Some of the ancient palaces were completely destroyed, leaving only the foundations. Some only had a few giant stones left. The subsequent Tao techniques had been lost for a long time. There was no perfect technique, but Yi Fan had grasped that kind of Tao state. It was a kind of fire control essence that rose to the supreme method of controlling the origin of the universe. Different people, different Tao. Every Tao verifier had their own unique path. This was the deepest understanding he had after comprehending it. Along the way, he operated the fire-subduing art, and then he began to activate several ancient scriptures, deriving his own method and refining it into a furnace. Starting from the golden circle, his true body turned into the shape of a dragon. Then, the Tao self and the passing self appeared together, becoming the extreme yin and extreme yang, making his divine form approach perfection. In the end, he no longer chased after the Tao techniques of the Saint Emperor. When he walked past those stone palaces, he only comprehended his own technique. His entire body shone with brilliance. Within his body, several ancient scriptures were operating at the same time, emitting a vast heavenly sound. It made him look sacred and dignified, like an immortal king descending to the mortal world. His body flowed with precious splendor, and every inch of his flesh and blood was filled with great power. Yi Fan's body turned illusory and constantly changed. The golden blood in his body rumbled like thunder. If someone stood here, they would most likely faint. It was hard to imagine that it was this kind of power. No wonder his physical body was so strong that it could destroy the physique of a saint. Yi Fan walked slowly, his feet stepping over the flame essence. He was like a dragon leaping into the sky, almost illusory. His transformation was very special. One moment, he turned into the golden curve, and the next moment, he turned into his true body. The passing self and the Tao self evolved into the two extremes of yin and yang, walking side by side. This was the carrier of the great Tao, and at this time, in front of his forehead, a small golden person also walked out. It breathed in and out the essence of the sun, absorbing essence energy from all directions to cleanse its brilliant body. Outside of the divine form, the primordial spirit wanted to break free and transform into the escaping one, breaking the shackles of the universe and transcending. At this moment, Yi Fan no longer tried to restore the fire technique and great Tao of the human race's Saint Emperor. He constantly comprehended himself, and there was a great harvest. The 5 secret realms in his body hummed at the same time, as if there was an immortal sound. His body was transforming, and there were strands of holy might. His divine sense became increasingly condensed, and the golden light was dazzling. At this time, Yi Fan had transcended and temporarily forgot everything else. His body stepped forward, and the small golden person sat cross-legged in front of his forehead. The two became one, and he was like a deity. His true body continuously changed within the golden diagram. This was the carrier of the great Tao, and the small golden person was the Tao. He guided the endless flame essence within the sun to baptize himself. His body became bright and clean, and he became increasingly powerful and extraordinary. The aura of a saint and the undying radiance covered his body. He originally came here to kill the 2 ancient golden crows, but he never thought that he would have such an encounter. This allowed Yi Fan's body and mind to undergo a round of tempering. This was a type of accumulation and precipitation in the realm. Yi Fan relied on the evolution liquid to advance by leaps and bounds in these 2 years. He took great strides forward, and his strength increased more or less too quickly. Now, with this kind of encounter, it was as if he had experienced millions of years of time. He transformed into a divine form, comprehending the Tao and reflecting upon himself. He consolidated his Tao fruit and strengthened his Tao foundation. When he looked back, the footprints along the way could be clearly seen. Every step was firm. The evolution liquid has to be used carefully, Yi Fan said to himself. This path wasn't long, but it greatly stirred him up. He looked at the footprints of the ancient great emperors, and he also left behind a few glorious footprints. After a long time, he calmed down. Right in front of him, a grand and imposing palace appeared. It could still be considered well preserved. After endless years, it still towered without falling. It was covered in ancient ruins, bathed in the essence of the sun's flames, and emitted an aura of great changes. Ancient Sun Temple, Yifan saw these words written in divine language. This was the common language of all clans, and it had existed since the archaic era. It was rumored that it was established by the deities. This is an abandoned temple of the Sun Sacred Emperor. He came to the northern Dipper Star region a long time ago. Yifan said to himself. The Sun Sacred Emperor's magical power was boundless and his divine abilities vast. It was rumored that he had left his footprints in many star regions, and there were also anecdotes in the northern Dipper Star region. The enormous palace didn't have any restrictions that could kill people, but it emitted a boundless aura. There was a type of dignity that made one involuntarily feel reverence. It was a bit difficult to breathe. This place didn't have any symbols specially arranged by the great emperors, but there were some mythical traces carved by later generations. They were completely preserved and incomparably grand. The flame Dao techniques and formations contained within these patterns were even more profound. The two ancient golden crows were inside the palace, and they seemed to be extremely excited. This is one of the Sun Sacred Emperor's temporary imperial residences. If we carefully remember these patterns, we might be able to find clues about the undying Fusang divine tree. That is what our great emperor wants the most. This place was already close to the center of the sun. The essence flames wreaked havoc and were incomparably berserk, but the majestic stone palace was still floating. It hadn't been destroyed since ancient times. Ordinary saints couldn't even reach this place, because they would be burned to ashes. The two golden crows were born while bathing in flames, so they naturally didn't fear the essence flames. As a result, they were unharmed. There's a transportation formation here. It's constructed with a mysterious realm gate. Where does it lead to? One of the golden crows was astonished. They discovered an expanse of golden patterns within the enormous palace. They quickly activated the formation platform, and a golden door opened. It was like an immortal gate, resplendent and dazzling. Auspicious light shone in tens of thousands of strands. That's leading to the inner parts of the sun star. What? There's someone there, he's sleeping. The expressions of the two golden crows instantly changed. They never expected that there would be a mysterious and unfathomable existence at the end of this ancient transportation formation. Could this be a deity from the legendary era? They felt their lips trembling, and their entire bodies were trembling. It was because they could feel an unmatched aura spreading over in strands. In the depths of the sun star, there was a person lying dormant and sleeping. This exceeded their imaginations. Even though the fiery light around them was blazing hot, they felt their entire bodies go cold. They slowly withdrew their magical power, fearing that they would awaken that existence and make the realm gate disappear. They didn't say anything for a long time. This is a prehistoric ruin. What kind of person is that? We have to return to Fire Mulberry Star and report to the Great Emperor. There might be a great secret here. Woo, I heard that the human race's little bastard with the divine body is looking for us. If we go out, we have to be a bit more careful. After all, our clan's reinforcements were all wiped out. What divine body? When our race's supreme majesty arrives, a single golden divine feather will be enough to kill him several dozen times over. I've always been looking forward to the taste of divine blood. Once our race truly descends on this ancient star, it won't be too late to take his head then. The two golden crows spoke hatefully. They had no idea that Yifan had already arrived outside the palace. The majestic stone hall was very spacious. The voices of the two golden crows echoed. They hated Yifan because they had been wounded by his black arrow before. This lowly human brat, if he did not have the Grady black arrow, how could he penetrate our saint-level defense? Drinking his blood is not enough to dispel my hatred. It's better to be careful. He can kill us sage now, which is not good for us. Although I also want to twist his head off and have a taste of his golden flesh and blood, it's more important for us to return to the Hwasong star first. The two golden crows prepared to leave the northern Dipper Star region. There was a being that seemed to be a god hiding in the solar star, which made them very uneasy. They wanted to report this to the supreme ruler of the Golden Crow clan. The most crucial thing was that a human devil had appeared, and he was just too terrifying. He even ate old ancestor Jin Chu alive, leaving everyone shocked. This was a nightmare. They didn't want to stay here for even a moment, fearing that they would follow in his footsteps. Saint Physique of the human race and his disciple who is suspected to be the descendant of the solar Saint Emperor. Your green cauldron, your flesh, and your inheritance will all belong to the Golden Crow clan. The two memorized the patterns in the hall and turned to leave. However, their expressions froze on the spot. A tall and straight figure was standing there, staring at them coldly. It's you. Saint Physique of the human race. The two Golden Crows were shocked. They did not even notice when someone was so close to them. The consciousness of the ancient saints was everywhere and could scan the entire area in an instant. However, it missed Yi Fan. Since you two hate me so much, let's end this. Yi Fan said. He had the deceiving matrix on him, so he was able to hide from everything and sneak here without a sound. You think we are afraid of you? You came to die. Let's kill you and drink your golden saint blood. Maybe it will help us break through, one of the Golden Crows said coldly. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to and will die in vain, said Yi Fan. The bloody truth will tell you that you are nothing but a bug. Regardless of whether they were afraid or not, they could not lose their momentum at this moment. The other Golden Crow strode forward. Haha. Yi Fan laughed coldly. His expression was calm as he stared at them indifferently and said, I am looking forward to this battle. It is said that Golden Crow meat is very delicious, you're courting death. An ancient Golden Crow gave off the might of a saint. Its expression was gloomy as it stretched out a large hand and slapped over. It was not a technique but a slap to the face. If he was fighting against someone of the same level, it would be a form of humiliation. He didn't put his opponent in his eyes at all. Yi Fan was very calm, and his eyes were cold. His body suddenly expanded, becoming tens of thousands of meters tall. His golden body glowed with precious light as he lifted a foot and directly stomped down. This was also a form of arrogance. Who would dare to step on a saint? He did not take the Golden Crow seriously at all, as if he was stepping on an ant. The Golden Crow race's saint's eyes were sinister. His palm didn't change, but in that instant, brilliant light was emitted. An ancient scroll spread out, containing mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. There was even a silver waterfall falling and leaden clouds covering the sky. It was boundlessly majestic. This was a secret treasure that could be compared to a saint weapon. Its power was peerless and could trap and kill saints. The ancient scroll sealed the sky and swallowed Yi Fan. The inside of this ancient scroll formed a world of its own. Mountains towered into the clouds and black clouds pressed down on the ground. Savage beasts roared and strange birds cried. There was an innate formation that could refine saints into pus and blood. Hey, brat, you are still far from being able to fight me. If I want to kill you, I have many ways to do so. The Golden Crow sneered and put away the scroll. It shrunk to a meter long and spread out in front of him. The scenery inside could be seen clearly. He looked down at the ancient scroll and was full of ridicule. He pointed at it with his finger and said, If I say you are a bug, then you are. Compared to us, you are nothing. The other Golden Crow also laughed coldly. He was a bit worried at first, but he didn't expect this secret treasure to have such a miraculous effect. He said coldly, If you can get what you want before leaving, you can drink the golden saint blood. The so-called human saint body is nothing more than this. This Golden Crow held the ancient scroll in front of him and carefully looked inside. Cruelty was written all over his face, and his snow-white teeth flickered with cold light. There was some contempt on his face. You are happy too early. A cold voice came from the ancient scroll. Then, a large foot stepped out. It maintained its original posture and firmly stepped on the Golden Crow's face. The sound of bones cracking and blood splashing could be heard. Yi Fan broke out of the ancient scroll. The ancient scroll had actually been torn apart. The light of the secret treasure dimmed and it let out a mournful cry. The Golden Crow saint felt the pain penetrating into his bones. Tears and blood flowed down his face. He knew that the bridge of his nose was broken and his cheekbone cracked. His entire face was deformed. Yi Fan entered with this posture and came out with the same posture. He just happened to step on the face of the Golden Crow saint who was holding the ancient scroll and looking at it. It was a solid step. The golden crow's intestines turned green from regret. The way he held the ancient scroll, it looked like he was rushing someone to step on his face. He was so angry that he was going crazy. He wanted to roar, but he couldn't. A large foot fell down and sealed his entire face. Golden crow blood splashed everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The other golden crow beside him felt the same. This was too painful. Just looking at it made him feel uncomfortable. He felt pain in his teeth, his armpits, and between his legs, there was a sharp pain. Yi Fan's step was too comfortable. The other party raised his face and let him step on it. How could he not use force? Flesh and blood flew everywhere, forming a meat patty face on the spot. Blood and crushed bones flew in all directions. It was extremely violent. Awoo, finally, this golden crow broke free. His face was no longer human and completely rotten. His throat trembled as he cried out mournfully. He was completely furious and went crazy. His arms shook and 100,000 golden divine feathers cried out in unison. They turned into divine swords and slashed at the void, wanting to chop Yi Fan into pieces. The other golden crow saint naturally attacked with all his strength. With a long roar, the flame essence around his body boiled and the endless laws of the great Tao turned into millions of divine lights. Boom, golden splendor covered Yi Fan's front and back. He displayed his strange phenomenon and temporarily merged into one, shattering the 100,000 divine swords and crushing the endless Tao laws. It was an all-around counterattack. The immortal king descended from the 9 heavens, the primal chaos green lotus, the golden sea of bitterness, the majestic rivers and mountains all appeared and condensed together. There was nothing it couldn't kill. Yi Fan descended from the sky and still firmly stomped on the golden crow saint. Half of his body was bleeding and almost shattered. Moreover, he exchanged a palm with the other golden crow saint, causing his arm to spasm and his bones to crack. He was sent flying. Swoosh, the 2 golden crows turned into 2 streaks of lightning and rushed out of the grand stone hall. They wanted to escape because they didn't want to take the risk. They could feel Yi Fan's power. However, Yi Fan was ruthless and had no intention of letting them go. They were immediately attacked as soon as they rushed out of the hall. The 2 golden crow saints spat out large mouthfuls of blood and revealed shocked expressions. Another Yi Fan walked out from the darkness at the entrance of the hall. He was like a killing saint and almost killed them. The one turning into 3 pure one's secret technique, Yi Fan's Tao body hid in the darkness and attacked with the celestial court's great killing technique at the crucial moment. He almost killed them and golden crow blood flowed everywhere. Little bastard, you. They were covered in blood. When had they ever suffered such a loss? They were both shocked and furious. They wanted to swallow this human brat alive. Today, I'll send you on your way. You will roast the golden crow's flesh in the solar essence flame. The 2 Yi Fans pressed forward and intercepted 1 enemy each, forcing an ancient saint to risk his life. The 2 golden crows' eyes flickered with cold light. They were furious and wanted to drag Yi Fan down with them at all costs. Yi Fan was not afraid at all and showed no signs of retreating. He used the battle saint technique and was fierce and domineering. He swore to kill them. In the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had passed. The hearts of the 2 golden crows were cold. They let out long cries and cooperated with each other. They tore open the void and wanted to escape. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. His true body and Tao body drew their bows at the same time. This bow was formed by golden energy and wasn't a real bow. Wind, thunder, and lightning interweaved. 2 black arrows were placed on the golden energy bowstring. They trembled slightly and then turned into 2 beams of divine light that flew out and pierced through the void passage. Blood splattered everywhere and the void collapsed. The 2 golden crows were pierced through and fell out. Saint blood was everywhere, making the solar essence flame dim. It was a ghastly sight. Ah, the 2 golden crows screamed and their eyes were full of hatred. They revealed their true forms. They spread their golden wings and let out long cries, trying to break free. However, the 2 arrows had a kind of demonic nature to the golden crows. They penetrated their bodies and a terrible power was wreaking havoc. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan flew up. His Tao body and his true body moved at the same time and each dashed towards a golden crow. The black arrows enlarged and looked like terrifying spears. The long poles were cold and flashing with black light. They were full of murderous aura, and even the temperature of the solar essence flame dropped a little. "Little bastard. Our race's supreme highness won't let you go," the two golden crows roared. Yi Fan wasn't moved. His true body and Tao body each held a black holy arrow and used it as a spear. They picked up the two wounded golden crows and nailed them in the air. Blood flowed down the long black poles. The two golden crows were finally terrified. This demon-like man made them tremble. "Ah, no, don't kill us," but it was too late. Yi Fan attacked indifferently and tore them apart in the air. Blood sprayed everywhere. He was bathed in the blood of the golden crows and looked like a god who had killed his way out of hell. Not long after, GZ and the sacred prince appeared. When they saw this scene, they were both stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Fan had already killed the two golden crows. This time, Yi Fan was also afraid that something might happen to the two ancient golden crows. So, he called some helpers and split up to search. They were connected by the space gate and could help each other. "Today, I'm treating crow spirit meat, crow bone soup, roasted golden crow wings, fried golden crow legs. I have everything you want. Please bring some friends to eat," said Yi Fan. The two golden crows were as huge as small mountains. The golden feathers on their bodies shone brilliantly as if they were made of gold. They were two mountains of meat that could feed as many people as they wanted. There's an ancient transportation formation in this palace that leads to the deepest part of the sun star. There's a godlike existence hibernating there. Yi Fan told them what he knew. There's a god in the ancient world. Could it be a supreme existence from the age of legends? The sacred prince revealed a strange expression. "If that's the case, we probably can't get close," said GZ. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry. The demonic man is back. This savage old man has a picky taste. Maybe he likes the meat of a god." The stone hall released a holy radiance like a divine sun. This was an ancient temple used to worship the sun god. Yi Fan, the monkey, and GZ walked into the hall and directly entered the transportation formation. They activated their magical power together and activated the complicated Tao patterns. Wang, with a flash of light, the realm gate opened and a wondrous place appeared. There, the fire essence turned into liquid. It was fierce and blazing, representing the purest yang origin power of the world. The heat was terrifying. Even saints didn't dare to casually enter. It posed a great threat to the three of them. The raging flames danced and there was a surging deity's aura. There really was someone. A wave of majestic pressure spread out, making them feel horrified. Their bodies felt like they were going to split apart as if sharp blades were cutting into their bones. There is a forbidden ancient formation that seems to have been laid down by an ancient emperor. It blocks the path ahead and we can't enter. They stared ahead. Chaotic energy and fire essence curled up together, making that area hazy. They could only feel that there was someone there, but they couldn't see clearly. Even the heavenly eyes couldn't see through it. The ancient formation was ancient and had existed for at least millions of years. It was still operating, absorbing the fire essence of heaven and earth and merging with the source of all things. If there was a person sleeping here, who else could it be other than a deity? Millions of years passed in the blink of an eye. The passage of time was simply too long. Ordinary people simply could not imagine how many cycles of reincarnation would not be able to reach the end of this period of time. There is an ancient temple here that worships the heavenly sun. Could it be that the Sun Saint Emperor's coffin is displayed here? GZ said. According to common sense, it was highly possible. The burial grounds of ancient emperors were all very mysterious and their tombs were hard to find. The human race's Sun Saint Emperor had matchless magical power. It was normal for him to be buried in the sun after his death. Even after death, the later generations would look up to the sun every day as if they were worshipping this supreme human emperor. This was an unparalleled glory. Yi Fan shook his head. He knew that this couldn't be the Sun Saint Emperor. Back then, he and the 9 dragons had crossed the cosmos together and had seen this emperor's divine will. They traveled together and that stone coffin was finally buried in the northern sea of the Ziwei ancient land of life. They retreated and didn't force their way through. There was a boundless deity's aura flowing in front of them, and it would be difficult for the three of them to pass through. The Black Emperor came. He was initially unwilling, but when he heard that there was an ancient emperor's formation to study and that there was an existence that was suspected to be a god lying in ambush, he immediately started drooling. On its hind leg, there was a little baldy hanging like a koala. He wouldn't let go even if he died, crying and shouting that he wanted to eat the roasted golden crow leg, hugging the Black Emperor's thigh without letting go. After entering the Sun Star, the large black dog had no choice but to activate his Tao power to protect him. Otherwise, he would instantly be reduced to ashes. With the black-bone soup and ancient sage meat to enjoy, how can we be left out? Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, Old Saber Hancho, Li Heishui, and the others all arrived. They activated the goddess furnace to protect their bodies and entered the ancient hall inside the Sun Star. Apart from this, Yi Tong was specially called over. There were traces left behind by the sacred Sun Emperor here, and it would be beneficial to her comprehension and cultivation. What a huge golden crow! Dongfang Ye's eyes instantly widened, and he walked in a big circle with his wolf fang club in hand. The two golden crows were like two small mountains. They were too big, and the golden feathers all over their bodies clanked when they touched them. They were as sharp as divine swords. The little baldy's saliva flowed freely, and he blinked his large eyes, shouting that he wanted to eat roasted golden crows. This was the legendary meat of God. Roasting saint-level golden crows was very troublesome. Even though they were at the initial stage of saint ascension, their bodies were still indestructible, and it was very difficult to cook them. Fortunately, this was the Sun Star, and there was an endless amount of fire essence gathered here. It could be used to smelt god tools, and naturally could also roast golden crows. In the end, they used the goddess furnace, and threw half of the golden crow inside. They began to refine and roast it for a long time. Using a great sage-level weapon to roast meat, it's really a shame for such a spirit tool. Li Tian mumbled. With a loud sound, the Black Emperor was blasted out from the realm gate with his face covered in dirt. His body was almost rotted, and he was flustered and exasperated. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss. Damn it, why does it look like it's specifically targeting this emperor? This is a damaged archaic formation, and it has become unfathomable after being slightly modified by someone. The black fur on his body was standing on end, and there were many bloody scars on his body. There were also many charred areas. He had almost died when he tried to break the formation just now. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The Black Emperor's attainments and Tao patterns had definitely reached great heights, and there were very few people in this world who could match him. Even he was helpless, so this was undoubtedly a damaged ancient emperor-level formation. Be gentle. If it really is a slumbering prehistoric god, we will all die. Bullshit. So many years have passed, and as long as it's a humanoid creature, it would have already passed away. It won't jump up again. The Black Emperor was indignant. While everyone was trying to think of a way to roast the golden crows, Yi Fan had already entered the depths of the starry sky in search of the human devil. After obtaining a rough location from the two golden crows, he entered the starry sky and searched in the direction of the accident. He did not encounter any trouble. The sages from the outer realms all knew about the human devil and leaked his location, causing a huge uproar in the Big Dipper star field. This star field naturally became a forbidden area, making it easier to find him. Under the starry sky, the flames of the way danced. An old man with his upper body naked sat there, stroking a sparkling white bone club. Yi Fan had only come out to give it a try, but he did not expect it to go so smoothly. It seemed that the human devil old man also wanted to move to the Big Dipper star field. This savage ancestor can't be thinking of going to the nest of 10,000 dragons to cause trouble, right? Otherwise, how is he going to clean his weapon? Yi Fan's heart jumped. If he could find the human devil, this boorish-looking old man had naturally discovered him long ago. That unparalleled divine sense could sweep every corner of the starry sky. Senior, when the old man and the young man appeared in the grand stone palace of the Sun Star, everyone was stunned. This ancestor was too awesome. He had strung a golden crow on a crimson gold divine chain and carried it on his back. It was as if he had just returned from hunting and had brought a few wild chickens with him. Even someone as domineering as the monkey was feeling apprehensive. Even someone as boorish as Dong Fengyi was staring with wide eyes. Even someone as violent as the large black dog was wilting. The human devil was the epitome of what it meant to be unrestrained and wild. He did not exude any terrifying aura, but the string of golden crows on his back was enough to scare a saint half to death. The primordial saint did not put on any airs. He sat on the ground in the stone palace. A group of people gathered around the goddess furnace and began to enjoy the golden and glossy golden crow holy meat. Jar after jar of divine wine was brought out. The fragrance wafted through the air. Coupled with the divine meat, everyone pushed their cups and ate heartily. Not long after, the little Baldy began to cry. He stared at the golden roasted meat, drooling and wiping away his tears. I still want to eat, but I can't eat anymore. He stared at the golden crow wings and golden crow legs. His expression of longing and tears made everyone want to laugh. It's all right. I've refined the saint's essence from this meat. You can eat without worry. Yi Fan smiled and passed him a piece of golden crow wing. The group of people burst into laughter, and the little Baldy was greatly embarrassed. Old man, why do I feel that you are a bit similar to our distant ancestor? Dong Fengyi walked up and said while getting drunk. Everyone was astonished and asked if the human devil had any descendants. The human devil said that he once had a son named Dongfang Beiyi. However, millions of years had passed and he could no longer be found. Dong Fengyi scratched his head. Their barbarian war god rose to power in the primordial era. It was too far from the primordial era, so it was impossible to trace his distant ancestor. Everyone joked and told Dong Fengyi to call him ancestor. That was because the two's attire and habits were too similar. There was no need to verify anything. The formation shone brightly and flickered with Tao patterns. The human devil, Yi Fan, and the Black Emperor stepped into the realm gate and arrived at the depths of the sun star. It had to be said that this savage old man was a complete mess. The bone club in his hand swung about, causing the entire sun star to tremble. Ancestor, be careful. This is the source of life of the Big Dipper. If it's destroyed, you won't be able to find golden crow and Qilin meat even if you want to eat it. The human devil knew his limits. He didn't want to destroy the sun star and only swept away the obstacles with his staff. He directly arrived in front of the ancient emperor level formation. That was because there were many other Tao patterns densely covering this place. The protection was very tight. A supreme pressure surged over like the falling heavens. There was an unparalleled aura that could strike the 9 heavens above and cut down the yellow springs below. This was the ancient formation's law spreading. It was created by a supreme existence, it was damaged, but it still possessed a kind of power that couldn't be blasphemed. It was boundless and could swallow the heaven and earth. Standing so close and directly facing the divine formation, everyone could feel its majesty. The human devil's expression was serious. He slowly waved his sparkling bone club and tore a corner of the runes. He was about to enter the formation. The Black Emperor gasped. This savage was truly divine. Could it be that he wanted to use brute force to break the ancient emperor level formation? Even if it was damaged, it wasn't something that could be destroyed by others. It was obvious that the human devil wasn't as rough as he looked. He didn't use brute force to sweep through the formation. Instead, he took a step inside. He understood Tao patterns and wanted to break the formation. Everyone followed. The scene changed continuously. One moment, it was like a monarch descending into the 9 heavens, and the next moment, it was as if they had descended into hell. In that ancient world, golden crows cried, sky pings weaved, and azure dragons soared. It was boundlessly terrifying. Something's not right. Why do I feel a familiar aura? The Black Emperor was stunned. Could it be Great Emperor Ruthless? Yi Fan was also shocked. It was because he could vaguely feel a heaven-devouring might being released. There was that type of terrifying Tao law spreading. Up ahead, there was an expanse of hazy immortal splendor. Chaotic energy curled about, and the essence of fire transformed into divine liquid. A human figure was wrapped within, and it was as if it was a self-binding divine cocoon. Great Emperor Ruthless, she still hasn't died. Could it be that she's sleeping here? Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other in dismay, and their faces turned pale. If this was true, it would undoubtedly topple everything. I've seen this person before. The human devil suddenly spoke. To be able to make the savage ancestor's expression change, one could well imagine how astonishing this was. You've seen her before, was it recently or during the archaic era? The Black Emperor's voice was even trembling. Everyone else's hearts were also pounding intensely. They were actually incomparably nervous, because the answer might very well be earth-shattering. It was during the archaic era. I've seen this person before. The human devil stared at the cocoon within the primal chaos immortal energy. Right now, only he could see through the immortal mist and directly look at the source. The others couldn't do it even if they had heavenly eyes. What? The group cried out in shock. This was too unbelievable. It was actually someone from the immemorial age. This savage old man had seen it with his own eyes. It flowed with the power of prehistoric gods and was protected by an ancient emperor-level formation. Could it be that this was an ancient emperor? Everyone turned to look at the monkey. The human demon had seen an existence at this level before, and it was most likely the sacred battle emperor. The holy ape child was scared by this. Even his head hurt. Although he was sad, he was sure that his father had really passed away. It was impossible for a body to be left behind. Then who could it be? Everyone was bewildered. It shouldn't be the holy ape child because his race's technique is boundlessly domineering. It doesn't match with the laws of the great Tao. It's a bit like the vicious human emperor. Li Heishui said. With the protection of the ancient formation, people couldn't really feel that aura. They could only touch a trace and couldn't be sure. Everyone stared at the human demon. This living ancestor's eyes were strange. He was staring at the celestial cocoon with a strange expression. They asked the old savage and got a clear answer. It wasn't the emperor fighting, but a very strange elite. Clang clang clang, 108,000 celestial swords struck together. The human demon waved his white bone club to disperse the sword chi. He walked forward and took a few crucial steps in the formation. This was a fragment of the ancient emperor's formation, but it was still very powerful. Saints would be refined into ashes when they entered. The big black dog failed the first time. The human demon ran amok in the immemorial age. He could be called an unparalleled elite, but in this place, he had to treat it seriously. He advanced slowly with the profound enlightenment art. During these few steps, Yi Fan and the others couldn't help but ask about the identity of the sleeping elite in the immemorial age. I don't know. I only saw him once. The human demon shook his head. He couldn't be sure. But he had a deep memory. At that time, he cultivated the extreme yin and extreme yang at the same time. There was a big problem with his body and mind. He was a god in the day and a demon at night, causing a great disaster. Not a blade of grass grew in his seclusion. The mountains and rivers were all destroyed. When he went crazy, he tore open the earth and found a person under the seclusion. The person's body was exactly the same as the one in the celestial cocoon. Everyone looked at each other in dismay as a chill ran down their spines. How could a person who had been asleep since the archaic era be ordinary? Later on, he even ran into the depths of the sun. Right now, he was releasing the aura of a deity. The more one thought about it, the more shocking it became. And then, people asked nervously. He ran away, and I haven't seen him since, human demon replied. This left everyone confused, full of doubt. A powerful individual didn't say anything, rushing out from the earth vein and running. It really was strange. The human devil vaguely remembered that person's face was filled with confusion. As he ran, his fleshly body tore through the universe and vanished in the blink of an eye. At that time, he felt quite regretful, because it just so happened that he needed a large amount of blood and food to transform into a devil, but in the end, he missed his prey. Everyone was speechless. This savage old man was truly down to earth. He had the nerve to speak out his thoughts from back then. He really dared to eat anything, it might be a god, but he didn't care at all. The human devil was extremely terrifying. This corner of the formation pattern left behind by an ancient great emperor could obstruct and kill supreme elites of this world, but he would stop for a while after taking a step, and slowly break through it. He approached the celestial cocoon that was shrouded in chaotic aura. This caused the large black dog to feel a considerable amount of reverence. This was the ultimate embodiment of profound cultivation, combining techniques and formations, and using brute force to pass through. This corner of the formation pattern takes up about 1/10 of the entire formation pattern. Those who can pass through it are all unparalleled geniuses. This was the Black Emperor's judgment. Of course, he was also unknowingly raising his own status, because he felt that if he was given time to slowly study it, he would most likely be able to find a way out. When they neared that hazy cocoon, all kinds of light mist flowed. Under the pleas of everyone, the human devil scattered the chaos, swept away the flame essence, and waved his hands, producing a divine mirror. It reflected the void, returning to its origin, breaking through the fabricated, and causing that celestial cocoon to no longer be mysterious and unfathomable. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see what exactly this ancient god looked like. At first, the mirror was blurry, but it gradually became clear, and a figure appeared. This was a man, and everyone immediately ruled out the possibility of a great emperor in their hearts. He definitely couldn't be a ruthless person. This ancient god is really exquisite, the Black Emperor said. His entire body is covered in godly materials. Is that the legendary divine clothing made of celestial silk? So many treasures. The little baldy Huahua also blinked, his eyes burning with passion. It was as if he was going to surpass his master. From the bottom to the top, from the feet to the chest, they're all godly materials. The Black Emperor said. Soon, a hint of suspicion appeared on his face, as this figure seemed to be slightly familiar. There's a soul-summoning divine pearl on his chest. This is a heaven-defying godly treasure, and it's said that even if one's primordial spirit is shattered, it can be summoned back and reformed. The large black dog was completely stunned. He wanted nothing more than to immediately rush over and rob this ancient god. There's a longevity lock hanging around his neck. This looks like a supreme holy object that everyone has prayed to and talked about. But F***CK, why do I feel like this body is slightly familiar? The large black dog scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. He looks familiar to me too. He's so fat, so stout. Huahua also muttered in a low voice. Not only them, but even Longmo was spitting out white smoke. Yi Fan and the others were also stunned. Why was this body so strange? Was this a prehistoric god? There were many godly materials on his body, and his fat body was dazzling. He wasn't very imposing, let alone mighty. Instead, he looked a bit like a fraud. The fog dispersed, and the divine mirror became completely clear. This person's face was revealed, revealing the true appearance of an ancient god. F***CK. Duanda. F***CK, why is it him? This is haunted. Why is Duanda sleeping here? Didn't he die in the Origin ancient mine? How could it be an unscrupulous Taoist? The group of people were dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. They simply didn't dare to believe all of this. The so-called ancient god was this fraud. Not long ago, Duanda entered the forbidden land of absolute beginning and was shattered by the ancient mind's supreme existence, turning into clear air. Even though everyone suspected that he most likely didn't die, seeing him at the center of the sun was still a wave of shock. This was too unimaginable. The human demon had seen him more than 1,000,000 years ago? Is he really the same person? Everyone was seriously doubtful. The human demon was about to step through the formation patterns and appear in front of the celestial cocoon. However, right at this moment, the void trembled. A boundless aura descended, emitting a pressure that was difficult to resist. The fluctuations of an ancient emperor's power, everyone was shocked. The human demon also frowned, stopping his footsteps and looking towards the depths of the flame essence. There was actually an artifact hidden there. Only when enemies invaded did it become activated by strange patterns, releasing strands of black light. It was incredibly terrifying. Heaven-swallowing demonic cover. The large black dog wanted nothing more than to immediately seize it, but he didn't dare. Without a doubt, this was undoubtedly Fatty Duan. With this demonic cover, it was enough to prove his true identity. The supreme aura that everyone felt before was also overflowing from it. King Duanda, he really didn't die. He came here to pretend to be dead. Why don't you wake up? Only the human demon frowned, then took a step back, and said, this demonic cover is activated by a strange divine pattern. If you force your way through, it will immediately descend, wrap around the divine cocoon, and disappear through the air. This damn fatty is quite cautious. He's already made arrangements. Even if we break through the incomplete divine formation, he can still escape. Duanda was in a strange state, and no one could wake him up. His entire body was wrapped in extreme yang qi, cleansing his true body and purifying his flesh and blood. He's cultivating the heavenly art of passing tribulations. This bastard is really generous. The most difficult hurdle is that he needs extreme yang celestial qi to refine his body. He borrowed the celestial qi struck by the supreme existence in the ancient mine, guided it into his body, and then ran into the extreme yang sun to nourish himself. Everyone sighed, instantly understanding the cause and effect. Everything in the world reinforced and restrained each other. The human body had life and death qi, and it was unavoidable. However, Duanda wanted to use up the last strand of yin qi in his body to become a pure yang body. What kind of path was this? The heavenly art of passing tribulations was created by a Taoist celestial being. Even if he proved his Tao, he didn't perfect this technique. Could it be that this damn fatty had great courage, wanting to reach the flawless realm? Why do I feel that Uncle Duan is very strange and a bit scary? Hua Hua hid behind Ji Fan, revealing a small bald head. Everyone present was stunned, and then they all felt a wave of unnaturalness. This person had appeared more than 1,000,000 years ago. The human demon wouldn't remember wrongly. If it was true, then there were too many strange things. Could it be that he sealed it with divine source? However, the savage old man had clearly said that this wasn't the case. He didn't see any divine source seal. Duanda spent his entire life searching in tombs. Saying that he was searching for treasures and wanted to dig up everything in the tomb didn't make sense. What he was looking for seemed to be far more precious than these. If you are familiar with him, then I won't do anything. Although Elder Savage said that, his eyes were burning with passion. It was as if he was staring at a powerful prey. This fatty's meat doesn't taste good. Ancestor, your appetite is good enough. I can bring you to the Fire Qilin cave and the nest of 10,000 dragons. The Qilins and dragons there are definitely fat and strong. The group of people stopped him. They were really afraid that he would chew Duanda up. Although the heartless Taoist had a strange background, they were still friends. The human demon didn't move. His eyes were filled with immortal light as he stared at the cocoon as if he wanted to see through everything. He isn't that person from back then. The savage old man actually said such a sentence. Everyone didn't understand and looked at him. The aura of the corporeal body is the same, but the soul is different. This soul doesn't have the mark of time, so it shouldn't be too old. The human demon continued. Everyone was stunned. There were many strange things here, but they couldn't figure it out in such a short time. That archaic person could kill him tens of thousands of times with just his physical body alone. This was another shocking conclusion the human demon came up with. Ancestor, what you said is true. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. There is a huge problem with his body. When he spoke up to hear, the human demon's eyes burned with brilliance like a burning torch, shocking everyone until they all took a step back. No one expected his expression to change, to lose control of himself like this. He definitely discovered something extraordinary. His body has the legendary reincarnation imprints, and there are actually 4 of them. The wild human demon old man revealed a shocked expression. Legendary era. Reincarnation imprint, what is that? Forget about Ji Fan, even the Black Emperor was confused. The group of people were all astonished. One could guess a thing or two from the name, but it was hard to say for sure. Everyone felt that it was definitely not a small matter, or else the old man wouldn't be like this. You are saying, he is reincarnating? The human demon said. What? There really was reincarnation in this world? Everyone was stupefied. This was just too shocking. They had never heard of anyone succeeding before. The great ancient emperors didn't reincarnate either. Even if they died, they died. Ancestor, is this true? Everyone found it hard to believe. This was just too shocking. It is a type of rebirth. There were people who tried it in the legendary era, but they didn't choose it because it was difficult to succeed. The human demon said. Countless years ago, terrifying existences were born in this world. For the sake of immortality, they did everything they could to deduce all types of methods. Duanda, did he succeed? Did he really go through reincarnation? Is he a prehistoric human? The sacred ape asked. Everyone's breathing became hurried. Everything was just so inconceivable. The things they saw today shocked their understanding, causing the world and their hearts to change. He went through 4 reincarnations, truly unimaginable. The old man's eyes were like torches, filled with anticipation like a beast staring at its prey. Ancestor, don't eat him, this fellow has great use. Everyone felt dizzy, fearing that he would chew Duanda to pieces. They were thinking too much. The human demon could cultivate to this level, so how could he randomly take action just to satisfy his appetite? What he cared about was the reincarnation imprint. It really is reincarnation? Yifan didn't believe it. If that was the case, then wouldn't there be a day when all those who died since ancient times would revive and reappear? Thinking about it, all of the outstanding talents from the ancient times illuminated the heavens, piercing through the past and present. If they reappeared in this world, wouldn't the world be thrown into chaos? It isn't reincarnation in the traditional sense. The human demon shook his head. Duanda's situation could only be described as a miracle. The old man carefully observed and confirmed that the soul in his body had long changed. He wasn't an archaic expert. A normal person, from birth to death, would form a death seal, but Duanda had 4, which meant that his body had died 4 times. Those were reincarnation imprints. Everyone felt a wave of fear. There were 4 reincarnation seals in Duanda's body. How did he come out? If it was proven to be true, it could be said to be heaven-defying. According to the human demon, someone had done this in the mythological era, but after that, there was no such secret technique. If the dead body was powerful enough, after hundreds of thousands of years, the soul that was born would have nothing to do with the past, a new life form. From a certain perspective, this was not reincarnation. When a person died, their primordial spirit was destroyed. It was just that another spiritual body was born in their body. Duanda. What is he trying to do? Is he planning to continue living in defiance of the world? The large black dog felt his mouth go dry. So scary. He's a ghost. Huahua's face was pale. She was familiar with Buddhist scriptures, but she wasn't interested in reincarnation. Now, she felt a lingering fear. Everyone had different feelings. Jizi let out a long sigh. He was more willing to believe that reincarnation existed in this world. If that was the case, then he would have a chance to meet the Void Emperor. How could this be? Everything in the world is really wonderful. They reinforce and counteract each other. There is life and death, yin and yang. Yifan sighed with emotion. Oh, you're right. They reinforce and counteract each other. There is life and death, yin and yang. The human demon's eyes shone brightly as if he was touched. He cultivated the 2 ancient scriptures of extreme yin and extreme yang. At this moment, when he saw Duanda's state and heard Yifan's words, he seemed to have understood some problems. He revealed a contemplative expression. The group was stunned by Duanda. If the origins of this heartless Taoist were investigated, it could be very frightening. At this moment, they thought of many things. In the ancestral temple of the Yuhua God dynasty in the ancestral vein of the Central Plains, the 2 Taoist children who had followed the Yuhua God dynasty were supreme saints when they were alive. After they died, they were buried in the world's #1 ancestral root, the Dragon Vein. After more than 200,000 years, they became sentient. But these were no longer the original Taoist children. They were brand new life forms, except that the body was still the same. What truly troubled cultivators' longevity was the primordial spirit. There would be a day when mottled cracks would appear, and it would be difficult for the divine sense to become immortal and indestructible. The body nourished the spirit, and only the spirit could make the body flourish. This was reincarnation. Everyone left the ancient emperor level array and returned to the grand ancient sun temple. They didn't bring the sleeping Duanda out. According to the human demon, Duanda was Duanda. He had nothing to do with the past. He was a new life form, but unlike others who were born, the way he came to this world was very special. In that case, other than that body, everything else has nothing to do with the primordial era. Li Heishui frowned. The human demon said, that body was once very strong. Since ancient times, few could compare to it. But it seems that he broke it himself. Is he going to truly start over from the beginning? The atmosphere in the hall was a bit strange. Only when Yitong began to ask the human demon about the various problems in the Sun Sutra did everyone start to toast and the atmosphere became lively. Elder, don't be in a hurry to leave. Yi Fan decided to recommend another good disciple to the human demon. He quickly left and entered the Jiang family of the northern region. He found little Tingting who had the extreme physique. Big brother. A girl changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood. Tingting had already grown up many years ago. She now had bright eyes and white teeth, looking slender and elegant. She was naturally incomparably happy to be able to see Yi Fan again. After so many years, they hadn't interacted for more than a few days. Let's go, Tingting. I'm going to give you a great fortune. Yi Fan spoke and directly brought her into the Sun Star, sending her to the human demon. See? Even someone as boorish as the human demon couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. It was one thing for Yi Fan to send a sun physique to him, but now, he also sent a Great Yin physique. Human Emperor of Great Yin and Sacred Emperor of Great Yang, these two great emperors had illustrious names, their names spread from past to present. This was a person with the exact same constitution as them, so if he cultivated those two ancient methods, just what kind of realm would he reach? Yitong was still fine, there was an ancient scripture in her immortal platform. As for little Tingting, she only had an incomplete scripture that Yi Fan brought back for her from the outer realms. And now, the human demon was here. Yi Fan naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. He wanted the human demon to impart the two ancient scriptures to his disciple and sister. I don't have much time. The human demon didn't refuse. He only explained that the condition of his body was very chaotic. Although it wasn't as serious as turning into a god during the day and becoming a devil at night, it would still flare up intermittently. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, which one is stronger? In the depths of the ancient palace, an ancient voice rang out. The human demon began to impart the Tao. Yitong and little Tingting studied seriously and accepted his guidance. Yi Fan sat at the side and was fortunate enough to listen. It was like two ancient and mysterious doors were slowly opening up to him. Nurturing 100 scriptures in the furnace, reading through all the arts in the world, forging one's own Tao. This wasn't imitation but a type of deep comprehension. Observing the ancient arts to create one's own Tao. I have the mysterious arts of the two scriptures, but I don't have the secret art of the forbidden chapter. The human demon said. Back then, it was already very heaven-defying for him to obtain the essentials of the two scriptures. Even the incomplete ancient scriptures were enough to make the entire star region boil. Moreover, the mysterious arts were flawless. This was the foundation of cultivating the two scriptures. The secret art was only a method of attack. It was used to practice the moves after obtaining the mysterious arts. The human demon said that even if one didn't have the wonderful art of the forbidden chapter, it was enough to rely on the original meaning of the mysterious scriptures. If one wanted to prove the Tao, this was the foundation. Yi Fan also joined in and told the old saint about the Taiji divine diagram. The old saint nodded repeatedly and immediately activated the yin-yang fish. A terrifying aura shook the sky. Perhaps, the root of my illness can be completely removed in the future. He laughed loudly. His voice was like a great bell and almost caused the ancient palace to collapse. One had to know that even the essence flames of extreme yang couldn't destroy the palace here. Yitong's blood contained the divine arts of his ancestors, but he couldn't display them completely. He had to continuously grow before he could reveal them one by one. That was why he could only listen and not provide the method. Little Tingting had gained a lot. The ancient lunar scripture would become her main mysterious art in the future. She was destined to walk an extraordinary path, and her future was limitless. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang. Yi Fan pondered. His comprehension was naturally much deeper than that of his disciple and sister. The two of them were limited by their cultivation level, so they could only memorize the method and had to slowly comprehend it. However, he had comprehended many things and opened up some treasures of the human body. For example, his treasures were impervious to fire and water, a vertical eye appeared in the center of his brows, the power of his golden blood became stronger, and he could evolve the phenomenon of gods. The fragrance of roasted meat wafted through the air. The golden and glossy golden crow meat filled one's appetite. Together with the jugs of fine wine, the entire ancient palace was filled with a fragrant aroma. The human demon, Yi Fan, Little Ting Ting, and Yi Tong came out of seclusion. Everyone celebrated. Such a large group of people had only eaten a limited amount of saint meat. Meanwhile, the old man of the human demon had killed an entire golden crow by himself. This was really shocking. Moreover, he seemed to be unsatisfied as he glanced at the large black dog from time to time. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. The large black dog scampered off. This was the first time in its history that it had fled madly. This was because it felt uncomfortable all over. Not long after, Longma also sensed something. The human demon had drunk many jugs of wine, and he also glanced at him over and over again. You all take your time to eat. I am feeling a little uncomfortable, so I'll take my leave first. Longma kicked his hind legs as he ran. He felt as if his entire body was covered in cold sweat. An hour later, the human demon's eyes narrowed slightly. His spiritual essence was intimidating as he stared at the head of the Holy Ape Prince. Everyone subconsciously thought of a famous dish, monkey brain. I'm tearing it apart. Monkey was anxious. If it wasn't for the fact that this savage was too strong, he would have smashed his metal rod down. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. The Holy Imperial Prince turned around and left. Ancestor, why do you want to eat everything? Dong Fengyi was worried. However, these words caused the human demon to become much more clear-headed. Quick, bring me my crimson gold divine chains. He began to bind himself and seal himself away. The reason why he had lost his composure was because he was about to become a demon again. This was all an instinctive reaction. If the black aura on my body doesn't disperse completely, don't wake me up no matter what. This was the human demon's instruction. Yi Fan told everyone to leave. He waited alone for a few days. Only when the old man's body had returned to normal did he begin to call out to him. Senior, I see that you haven't had enough of the Golden Crow banquet. Why don't I take you there for a stroll? The human demon nodded. He had the same intention. The old man and the young man left the Sun Star, and appeared in the eastern wasteland Great Mountain. Senior, do you think Qilin meat is delicious or dragon meat is of the highest quality? Yi Fan asked. The blue sky was like a piece of sapphire, sprinkling down a lustrous radiance that opened one's mind and made one's spirit joyful. The mountains were majestic and the silver waterfall was like a chain. As they walked through the mountain range, the cries of apes and the roars of tigers could be heard. It was a scene of prehistoric times. The human demon would stop from time to time and ponder. Looking back, 1,000,000 years had passed. The past, the disappeared, and the departed were all gone. One old and one young wandered aimlessly in the eastern wasteland. At the human demon's request, Yi Fan brought him to see the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, as well as the famous mountains and great rivers. The dead are gone. How many outstanding ancient emperors have been buried in the dust? The human demon sighed. Before Yi Fan could console him, the old savage's tough heart and temperament adjusted itself. He muttered to himself, I've never eaten a sacred battle ape before. Yi Fan felt dizzy and quickly stopped him. This species was too precious and there were only 2 left. Neither could be killed, let alone eaten. Senior, I stole you from the nest of 10,000 dragons. What happened back then? Let's go to the nest of 10,000 dragons. I wanted to see them anyway. The old savage was full of confidence. They set off from the central region and passed by many ancient cities. Under Yi Fan's request, the human demon changed his appearance to avoid alerting the enemy. Eh? Am I seeing things? That's the human race's saint physique. He's really daring. All the virtuous sages are looking for him, yet he still dares to come out. They had just entered a populated area when they were noticed. A few cultivators revealed strange expressions. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Yi Fan's name could be considered to have shaken the world. No, it's just a resemblance. It's not Yi Fan. His appearance is very different. What's going on? I thought it was him just now. How come it changed so quickly? A few people observed in secret and couldn't help but feel disappointed. Others didn't retreat and instead paid even more attention. The ancient race experts heard of this and rushed over at top speed. This person's aura is calm, and there were people who confirmed to have seen his true appearance. This is most likely Yi Fan's disguise, not the wrong person. Many people didn't give up, earnestly asking a few small cultivators for confirmation, feeling that it was most likely Yi Fan's true body, using a secret technique to conceal his appearance. This naturally became an undercurrent. Those with ulterior motives quickly spread the news, and some ancient race members even reported the news to the Saint-class ancient kings. Serene Moon City was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central region. It was the closest to the Merak ruins, and it was grand and majestic. Time had left its mottled walls. The bluestones, the walls of the city were covered with axe marks and arrow holes. They were the best proof of the cruelty of war since ancient times. Yi Fan and the human devil walked straight into the city. They didn't care about the spies in the dark, and a trace of ridicule appeared on their faces. Candied haws, a strange fruit borne by a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. It contains the essence of heaven and earth. It's big and round, not sweet, and free. Dragon meat from the heavens, donkey meat from the earth. A divine donkey that has gained intelligence is a great tonic in the world. It can prolong one's life, replenish yin and strengthen yang. It's just come out of the pot, and it's already fragrant. Serene Moon City was bustling with people and endless streams of horses and carriages. The sounds of hawking rose and fell in succession. It was extremely lively. Are these people all humans? The human devil stared at the crowd in astonishment. The streets were extremely crowded, and there were simply too many people. The passers-by rolled their eyes when they heard this. They felt that there was something wrong with his brain and that he wasn't normal. Yi Fan was quite troubled. He told him that the human race was flourishing, and the population of a region was in the hundreds of millions, not to mention the total number of people in the world. So many. The human devil nodded. He then stretched out a hand and plucked 10 skewers from the candied haws rack, swallowing them all in one gulp. Heh, the old man has good teeth. How is it? Sweet, right? The candied haws seller was quite happy. It's not from a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. At most, it's a dozen years old. The human devil shook his head. The candied haws seller was speechless. There was actually someone who believed him? Was he trying to find fault with him? Yi Fan hurriedly tossed him a string of copper coins. This isn't the meat of a donkey that has become a spirit. It's a filthy donkey. The human devil sat in the old donkey restaurant. He had just eaten a mouthful when he vomited again. Yi Fan hurriedly pulled him away. The human devil was frank and upright. He still thought that this was the archaic era. His way of doing things didn't change, so there would definitely be people who would suffer. Is it them? Not far away, a figure appeared. He was pure and untainted by even a speck of dust. Beside him were several experts. Yes, ancestral king. We suspect that one of them has the human race's holy physique. The person beside him replied. Woo, let me take a look. He opened his heavenly eyes, and his expression instantly changed. It's indeed him. Since he has appeared, he can forget about leaving. This ancestral king didn't act rashly. He immediately entered the realm gate to invite some old friends. He knew how powerful Yi Fan was and that he couldn't deal with him alone. The ancient races weren't the only ones who rushed to secluded Moon Ancient City after receiving the news. Even the sages from the outer regions arrived. They hurriedly parted ways in the distance, and a cold smile appeared on their faces. They had no enmity with Yi Fan, but an innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. The green copper cauldron had great implications, and they had to seize it. If that was the case, they could only let down the human race's holy physique. If they dared to not hand it over, they could only be cruelly erased. Young people can't stand loneliness. Even if your wondrous techniques are heaven-defying and you can hide your true appearance, there is a special characteristic that can't be hidden. The ancient sages can see it. Yi Fan seemed to be ignorant of this. He accompanied the human devil everywhere, and in the end, they passed through the city. No one would have thought that he was together with the human devil. This old savage's cultivation was truly world-shaking. If he wanted to hide it, who could see through him? The central region was vast and sparsely populated. Ancient trees towered into the sky on both sides of the main road. Their branches were like giant umbrellas, and they were almost as tall as the distant mountain peaks. From time to time, the roars of strange beasts could be heard as barbaric birds streaked across the sky. Yi Fan and the others hadn't even walked 100 li when the void was torn apart. 3 figures appeared, all of them possessing profound magical force. Their bodies were surrounded by divine rings. They were all ancient race ancestral kings. One of them had a pair of golden wings on his back like a thunder god. Another was like a green ape, tall and sturdy. The third one had blood electricity coiling around his body. Pa-pa sounds rang out as if he was a deity. The heavens have taken pity on us, allowing us to encounter the human race's holy physique here. Is this to bestow upon us the immortal cauldron so that we can comprehend the opportunity to become immortals? The 3 ancient kings' eyes were filled with intimidating light. They were like streaks of lightning as they stared at Yi Fan. They found it hard to conceal their joy. It's too early for you all to be happy. The green copper cauldron belongs to us. A voice sounded from the sky. A green-clothed male and a white-clothed middle-aged man rode on auspicious clouds as they slowly descended. These were ancient saints from outside this region. We arrived here first. Do the 2 of you want to interfere? An ancestral king shouted coldly. I don't care about the life or death of the human race's holy physique. Life or death is up to you, but the green cauldron must remain, said an ancient sage from outside this region. We want the person, but the cauldron must remain as well. The 3 ancient kings opposed each other with equal harshness. Neither side backed down. They viewed Yi Fan as a meal on a plate, and he and the human devil as prey. They didn't know that danger could erupt at any time. Senior. What do you think of these people? There's the heavenly dog race that satisfied your desire to eat dog meat. There's also a green ape that can barely make a monkey brain dish. As for the 2 from outside this region, their races are strange. Who knows, there might be a pleasant surprise. Yi Fan spoke without the slightest scruple. It was as if he was picking fish and chickens in a market. He was extremely calm, causing the ancient saint's expressions to immediately change. Who do you think you are, daring to give us pointers? An ancient king had a gloomy expression. He had a pair of golden wings on his back, and his head had the appearance of a heavenly dog. He was extremely sinister as he took a step down from the sky towards Yi Fan and the human devil. He wanted to trample them under his feet. He had become a saint for many years and was superior to ordinary ancient saints. He wasn't polite towards Yi Fan because he wanted to intimidate him with his lofty attitude. Hand over the cauldron. The expert from outside this region had black hair that reached his waist. He also reached out a large hand and grabbed towards Yi Fan. He was even more straightforward. He wanted to directly tear apart his body and seize the green copper cauldron. Yi Fan laughed coldly and said, all of you are pretending in front of me. Do you all think you're ancient emperors? Or do you think you can rule over the world? That's why you're acting like a peerless expert in front of me. Be careful that I don't beat you all into pig heads. Hong, the human devil's powerful aura erupted and rushed into the heavens in a flash. Since ancient times, who dared to step on him? Who dared to look down on him? Back then, apart from the ancient imperial weapons, no one could suppress him. After this astonishing wild power spread out, the 5 figures in the sky fell down like boiled dumplings. They couldn't withstand it at all and received a strong impact. The human devil walked forward with his sparkling white bone club. With pu-pu sounds, the bones of these people were smashed into pieces. They could only release miserable groans. The 3 ancient kings and the 2 foreign ancient saints were all alarmed. Not even in their wildest dreams would they have thought that this rotten old man would be even more savage than the archaic barbaric dragon. When they saw his naked upper body and his special bone club, they were completely in despair. They wanted to slap their own mouths. They immediately guessed who this person was. During these days, the ancient demons had shocked the world. They could immediately associate him with them. "You dare to step on us with your feet?" Yi Fan went forward and gave them a taste of their own medicine. His big foot directly stamped down and trampled with brute force. With a few angry roars, their primordial spirits left their bodies and smashed their skulls. They wanted to tear apart the void and escape, but what awaited them was a white bone club. They were all smashed to pieces and died thoroughly. According to Yi Fan's plan, he was going to walk around and occasionally reveal his true body. Whoever dared to harm him would be fished out one by one and killed. Unfortunately, his fishing operation was not carried out. The human devil directly told him that he didn't have much time. He didn't know when he would transform into a demon, so it was more important to hurry on his way. Sigh. Yi Fan let out a long sigh and could only give up. Otherwise, he would lay down a killing calamity and kill the ancient kings and saints he hated the most. The northern winds whistled and the cold air pierced into the bone. This was a vast land of white ice. At the end of the world were majestic snowy peaks. This was a highland in the northern region. Ice and snow covered the sky all year round and had never melted. It was very mysterious and ancient. 70 to 80,000 years ago, there was an ancient sacred land called the Nether Palace. It was destroyed by a peerless divine king of the northern region's Jiang family with the eternal universe furnace. It was said that it was an era of darkness and chaos. Some people said that this sacred land was supported by the ancient race and was destroyed by the Jiang family's divine king. As time passed, the truth was slowly revealed. The Nether Palace was undoubtedly a puppet of the ancient race. That was because the nest of 10,000 dragons was under this snowy mountain. The highland originally had 10,000 icy peaks, but they were flattened in the battle 7 to 8 years ago. Only a few hundred li of snowy mountains remained. They were still majestic and towering in front of them. Surging draconic energy seeped out from the cracks of the snowy mountains from time to time, filling the entire area with a majestic and dignified aura. In the depths of the earth, there was uncanny workmanship. This was the most terrifying work of the heavens. 9 enormous dragon caves were connected to the depths. There was a suffocating imperial aura pervading the air. And at the extreme end, there was a primal chaos dragon nest. Legend has it that it was built by a true dragon, and the ruthless person was already in its coffin. At this time, in a vast ancient cave, the Qianluan great sage was discussing something with his grandson, Li Zhan. "Grandfather, you can rest assured. I have set up a wonderful trap. That human saint physique will not be able to resist. I want him to know that he will die, but he will still have no second thoughts. He will kneel down and lick the soles of my feet," Li Zhan said sinisterly. Yi Fan and the human devil had arrived at the snowy mountains. They would no longer hide their true appearances because they originally came to smash the nest of 10,000 dragons. They wanted to vent their resentment. "It's you." Within the intertwined caves, great sage Qianluan's eyes erupted with light. He looked through the layers of stone walls and saw the human demon. His heart sank. The human demon's hair was a mess. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were firm. He held a snow-white bone club as he looked down from the precipice. They were quite far away from each other, and there were stone walls and ancient caves in the way. However, it was not enough to block each other's vision because they had both cultivated the heavenly magic eye. What should he do? Great sage Qianluan's face was gloomy. His purple hair was disheveled, and his heart was in chaos. The human demon had finally come knocking on their doors. The white snowy mountains were all sent flying by the savage old man's club. Others would send sand and stones flying, but he was flying through the mountains and icy plains. 9 enormous dragon caves appeared underground. They surged with auspicious multicolored light, and waves of terrifying draconic energy surged. It was as if they had charged into a true dragon's cave. "Grandfather, activate the 10,000 dragon bell and kill them." Li Zhan clenched his teeth, his expression sinister. Right now, there was no way out. They could only fight. The bell sound shattered the sky. The bells made of divine marks were all as large as bells, and when they connected together, they turned into a 10,000 zhang long purple dragon. The extreme Tao ancient emperor's might was immediately released, engulfing the entire northern region. This kind of divine might could cause the entire northern region to sink. The 10,000 zhang purple dragon spiraled. The ancient cave was filled with boundless imperial energy, surging and surging. A power that suppressed past and present filled the air, as if an unrivaled ancient emperor had come to life. Everyone was stunned. From the ancestral kings to the servants, not a single person wasn't shaken. After millions of years, this was the first time someone attacked a dragon cave. This was something that had never happened before. A terrifying power spread from the cliff, drowning out everything below. The human demon, he's back. There were some old servants who had experienced that battle in the past. They couldn't help but tremble. The old master was injured by this person, and he had fallen into a deep slumber. He hadn't woken up even now. A familiar smell. The human demon spoke, revealing his sparkling snow-white teeth as he looked down from above. "Damned demon, you finally came," an old servant said. Xiao, the human demon, didn't say anything. A terrifying light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the cave and the great defensive formation. This person was smashed into pieces and turned into a rain of blood. Simple and ruthless, everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they trembled in fear. The demonic human was too powerful. Saint. Great arrays were ineffective against him. The Qianluan great sage was within the ancient cave, towering between heaven and earth. He was surrounded by a purple dragon body, reviving the ancient imperial weapon. His divine might was like the sea as it surged crazily. The entire cave was resplendent like the sun, covered densely in symbols. All types of world-shocking killing formations activated, forming an expanse of immortal radiance that enveloped this ancient place. They had no other choice but to activate the formations drawn by the ancient sages and sages regardless of the cost. They operated together to prevent the demons from barging in and starting a massacre. Yifan stood side by side with the human demon on the cliff. His blood was boiling. This was the power of the human demon. He was just one person, yet he was able to force the entire ancient royal family into a dire situation. How awe-inspiring was that? Who in the present world dared to do this to an archaic royal family? The 10,000 dragon bells revived. Every single one of them was like a large bell that was connected together. There were over 10,000 of them, and they were made up of dragon bones. They were enshrouded in purple light and emitted a loud sound. This sound was so loud and powerful that it surpassed everyone's imagination. Purple ripples spread outwards, sweeping through all living things. The 10,000 zhang long purple dragon body turned over. The sound of splitting the heavens and earth transmitted through the 10,000 purple bells. It was deafening. The Qianluan great sage took action first. He didn't want to give the human demon a chance because he was afraid. Back then, when the human demon went crazy, he almost tore his father to pieces. Even now, he still felt a chill when he thought about it. A stream of light flew up and revolved around the human demon and Yifan. It turned into a brilliant rain of light and blocked the terrifying bell waves. Dang, the enormous bell sound resounded throughout the northern region. The boundless ice plains that stretched for who knew how many tens of thousands of li immediately collapsed, and all the ice and snow disappeared. Millions of mountain ridges collapsed like dust. They were erased from the great earth and disappeared forever. What? A great battle has broken out in the nest of 10,000 dragons? An extreme ancient imperial weapon has been used. What kind of expert is this? He's actually attacking the nest of 10,000 dragons. Has the supreme human guide Jiryo finally taken action? No, he doesn't want the world to be in chaos. Heavens, could it be that the victorious fighting Buddha is going to die in meditation? Is he going to attack the ancient imperial family and wipe out the nest of 10,000 dragons before his death? The northern region was thrown into chaos with the sound of the bell. Everyone was alarmed. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the ancient races, their expressions changed. This was definitely a great disaster. On the 10,000 zhang cliff, the green cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist. It emitted green multicolored light in the human demon's left palm. The gentle light enveloped him and Yifan within, blocking the purple bell waves. Yifan's heart jumped. Although the bronze cauldron was damaged, its power was still there. It was sparkling and translucent, no longer mottled with green rust. It was as if it had a life of its own. This was a rare occurrence. It was completely different from usual. Only an ancient imperial weapon could cause it to emit green light in danger. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, the great sage of Qianluan stared at the human demon's palm. He felt that the situation was far from good. The other party had resisted the ancient imperial might. Just now, he had quickly launched an attack. He wanted to borrow the power of the Dao weapon to suppress the human demon like he did in the primordial era. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to do anything now. Cauldron. The secret weapon of the primordial ancient heaven has finally appeared again. The great sage of Qianluan had a complicated expression. The bronze cauldron flickering with green multicolored light made him feel uneasy. Grandfather, be careful. A trace of fear appeared in Li Zhan's cold eyes. The other party had blocked the extreme ancient imperial weapon. In an instant, the situation was filled with terrifying variables. The 10,000 dragon bell was their greatest reliance. It was also the foundation of the ancient imperial family's dominance over the masses. It could kill cultivators below the great emperor realm at will. However, at this moment, it no longer had its invincible mystical might. Don't you want this cauldron? I've delivered it to you. Do you have the life to take it? Shouted Yifan. In order to deal with him, the nest of 10,000 dragons had killed many mortals. Many innocent people had died miserably. Blood was everywhere. Even little Tingting had almost died because of this. This made him extremely resentful. A puny human with a holy physique dares to attack my race, roared some people from the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were one of the strongest races since the primordial era. Their attitude was very high and they couldn't put down their pride. They couldn't accept the fact that the human race had risen. In the past, the weak subordinate race in their eyes had climbed to such a high position. This made many of the old members of their race feel indignant. I'm killing you evil dragons. Speak, whose idea was it to attack those who had crossed paths with me? Shouted Yifan. The human demon didn't say anything and just stood there coldly. Yifan's provocation and questioning of the nest of 10,000 dragons caused the old members of their race to explode with anger. We are the ancient imperial race. You are nothing but lowly blood food. You dare to shout at our race? In a bit, I'll kill your divine soul 100 times. Old man, you are nothing but roasted meat. You think you are living in an ancient dream? Why don't you take a look at what era it is now? In a bit, I'll wash your nest of 10,000 dragons with blood, roared Yifan. Everyone was stunned. The words wash the nest of 10,000 dragons with blood terrified them. They were all stupefied. How disgraceful were these words? Now, they were shouted by a human. A few of the old members who had recovered from the divine source not long ago were so angry that their bodies trembled. They couldn't say anything. I ate many of your race's experts during the archaic era. Who is the blood food? Asked the human demon elder for the first time in a cold tone. Clearly, he didn't like these old members of the glorious ancient dream. He was extremely disgusted. So what if you have the green copper cauldron? Although it's a divine weapon from the archaic celestial court, it has been shattered. The god inside must have long since disappeared. How can I compete with the ancient imperial weapon? Said the great sage of Qianluan coldly. Everyone in the nest of 10,000 dragons let out a sigh of relief. The ancient imperial weapon nurtured the god inside. After it was truly resurrected, it would release the divine might of an ancient emperor. If the green cauldron didn't have a weapon god, it definitely wouldn't be able to block it. We'll know if it's still here or not after trying. The human demon attacked with the white bone cudgel in his hand. The crystalline bone cudgel instantly expanded and became tens of thousands of meters long. It landed in front of the beehive-like cave. This was a terrifying attack. One power could defeat 10. The human demon cultivated the extreme yin and extreme yang at the same time. His battle prowess was world-shaking. Amidst the rumbling, many ancient caves in the nest of 10,000 dragons collapsed. The formations of the past sages were turned to ashes. They couldn't withstand the might of this cudgel. The human demon's attack was simple and direct. With a ruthless method, it almost destroyed the nest of 10,000 dragons and destroyed most of the ancient imperial residents. Everyone was stunned. What kind of power was this? How bold and heaven-defying! This was the first time the ancient imperial grounds had suffered such a terrifying attack since ancient times. The human demon's aura shook the 9 heavens. As soon as he made his move, the entire northern region was shaken. Countless powerful gazes looked over. Everyone could sense this supreme blood energy that was like a sea of stars. What a tyrannical fluctuation. Is it Gai Jiryo or the victorious fighting Buddha? No, could it be that the human demon who killed the Golden Crow army has descended? That's right, it must be him. The nest of 10,000 dragons is in trouble. This is a grand imperial lair, but someone has attacked and destroyed most of the caves. This is shocking. The human demon held the green cauldron in his left hand and the white bone cudgel in his right. He walked down the cliff with Yi Fan and arrived in front of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Smoke and dust filled the air as the 9 dragon caves collapsed, exposing the countless intersecting ancient caves inside. Xianluan's eyes were cold and emotionless. He was truly angry. Since ancient times, who dared to behave atrociously in the ancestral grounds of the ancient imperial families? I'm going to kill you all. The slumbering grounds of the ancient emperors are not to be blasphemed. The 10,000 dragon bell rang and a deafening purple dragon body turned. The dragon head spat out immortal radiance and aimed at the human demon. This was an ancient imperial weapon. It expanded continuously and coiled around the ancient caves to protect them. Immortal splendor filled the area with millions and millions of strands of brilliance. Without the green cauldron, anyone would have been crushed at this moment. Yi Fan's heart turned cold. The far ancient imperial family was indeed not to be trifled with. Who killed innocent humans and injured little Ting Ting? Yi Fan shouted. There was no way out today. Since he had chosen to attack the ancient imperial family, he had to cause an earth-shattering scene. He stared at a man with sinister eyes under the purple divine dragon and shouted, "Was it your idea? So what if it was me? I'll kill everyone related to you and dye the soles of my feet red with their blood." Li Zhan said sinisterly. Even though the situation was bad, he didn't want to weaken his momentum. Suddenly, green light flourished and purple energy rose. The bronze cauldron and the 10,000 dragon bell shook at the same time. The two trembled in the air as their momentum rose. Boom! The nest of 10,000 dragons collapsed once again. Many ancient caves turned into ruins. At the same time, great sage Qianluan roared in anger. His grandson, Li Zhan, had actually been captured by the human demon. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In such a terrifying battle that involved ancient imperial weapons, the human demon actually had such a method. Bang! Li Zhan was heavily thrown to the ground by the human demon. A cruel smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as he walked forward step by step. You dare! Xianluan was anxious. He activated the 10,000 dragon bell and the purple dragon body surged like the ocean. The divine bell was like a dragon as it let out a roar that shook the 5 regions. Boom! Inside the nest of 10,000 dragons, 2 tyrannical auras awakened and shocked the human world. 2 beams of light intertwined. Ascending to become an immortal? Heavens! Could it be that the path of immortality has opened? Someone has become an immortal. The eastern wasteland was shaken, and the entire world was shocked. It was no longer limited to the northern region. Cultivators from all over felt it, and they all looked in that direction, filled with shock. 2 beams of immortal light breaking through the shackles of heaven and earth. Is this really the miraculous scene of ascension from the Age of Legends? Everyone cried out loudly, all of them stupefied. They ran on the great earth, chasing high up in the sky, their voices excited to the point of going crazy. In the distant northern region's direction, 2 streaks of immortal light rushed into the heavens, illuminating eternity, releasing the undying to their heart's content, connecting to outer space. This was an extremely shocking phenomenon that shocked the past and present, shaking the world. At this moment, every cultivator in every corner of the world could feel this boundless power. It's the nest of 10,000 dragons. The aura of an ancient great emperor has been released, and a stunning confrontation has erupted. In the present age, only the patriarch of the ancient royal family and the few great sage could pry into the mysteries and secrets of the two beams of immortal light. This was the revival of the true Emperor Tao. It was almost comparable to a strike from an ancient emperor. It could simply be described as exceptionally terrifying, because it could easily destroy this ancient star. The life source of the Big Dipper star region was far more majestic than the other stars. It was tens of thousands of times larger, but it was still very dangerous. Fortunately, we fought our way into the cosmos, or else there would be great trouble. The ancient land wouldn't even be able to protect itself, and the 10,000 clans would suffer a great disaster. They've actually fully revived the ancient imperial weapons. Are they going to use up all the accumulated resources of a clan? What happened for Qianluan to disregard the price? 2 streaks of immortal light directly entered the cosmos, blazing and dazzling. A few clan elders' faces became pale. Through secret methods, they saw stars explode in outer space. The aftermath of this battle did not spread in the nest of 10,000 dragons. 2 beams of celestial light shot into the sky and exploded, their terrifying power shocking the past and present. In outer space, some sages came from other star domains. They had been lingering around the ancient star with life all this time and hadn't truly descended. Now that they saw this scene, they felt a chill run down their spine. This planet is too terrifying. If it wasn't for the sake of immortal ascension, I really wouldn't want to set foot on it. There's actually such a fluctuation. It can kill gods and slay saints. Some people muttered to themselves, their voices full of trembling. The explosion of the stars caused their expressions to become unsightly to the extreme, extremely unnatural. This was the confrontation between the green cauldron and the 10,000 dragon bell, producing unimaginably terrifying fluctuations that were transmitted into outer space, hacking down on the ancient stars. Just how extraordinary of a result was this? Legend has it that in order to search for immortal weapon refinement materials, the ancient emperors stood on an ancient star and pointed out with their fingers, slicing down the stars one after another in search of sacred treasures. A single strike from a monarch weapon is capable of striking down one star after another. The power of the fairy realm. Everyone was horrified. They mistakenly thought that the phenomenon of ascending to heaven and ascending to immortality had occurred. The people far away in the central prefecture and the southern mountains range did not know that this was a showdown of extreme paths. In front of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the human demon was holding a sparkling green cauldron in his hand. His bronze upper body was bare, like an old pine tree standing under a cliff. Yi Fan's tall figure stood beside him, gazing at the nest of 10,000 dragons together with the savage old man. The dust had settled there, and it was a scene of ruin. The Qianluan great sage's body was covered in blood, and the essence energy in his body was boiling. He was restless, like a wild horse that could lose control at any moment. The 10,000 dragon bell made of divine mark purple gold was tens of thousands of zhang long. It circled around the ancient cave with great splendor, protecting this place. Qianluan was worried about his grandson's safety, so he did everything he could to stake it all. He did not hesitate to ignite his own source, so his condition was not very good. Fortunately, 2 beams of immortal light pierced through the heavens and into outer space. Otherwise, not only would the northern region be in danger, but most of the ancient stars would also be in great chaos. Was it worth it? Yi Fan spoke. He stepped on Li Zhan's chest. Just now, the Qianluan great sage's furious attack could not snatch his grandson back. Li Zhan was captured by the human demon. His entire body was powerless, and he laid limply on the ground. The savage old man's strength was so great that grabbing him was like grabbing a little chick. His eyes were cold, and he did not say a word. He stared fiercely at Yi Fan and did not yield. You want to kill those who have crossed paths with me, not even letting mortals go. You deserve to die 100 times. Yi Fan said coldly. He exerted force with his foot, and the sound of bones breaking was very ear-piercing. Dang, the sound of a great bell rang out. Every section of the purple dragon was a large bell that released bell waves. Qianluan's eyes were sharp. He could not tolerate someone humiliating his grandson in front of him, so he activated the extreme path ancient imperial weapon once again. Green light flew into the sky, and the bronze cauldron did not disappoint him. It trembled with a wang and propped up a screen of light to clash with the extreme path ancient weapon. It once again pierced through the sky and into outer space. Ah, Li Zhan cried out miserably. All the bones in his body were crushed by Yi Fan. Yi Fan did not show any mercy to this person and did not want him to live. You killed mortals and forced me to show myself. The Heavenly Prince has already done all these things. It seems that the battle back then was still lacking in deterrence. But I believe that now that the nest of 10,000 dragons has been flattened, the myriad races will not dare to forget themselves. Yi Fan had no intention of being merciful. At this point, he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the nest of 10,000 dragons. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Let go of Zhan. Great Sage Qianluan's face was ashen. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Yi Fan as if he was a prey he had to kill. The human demon held the green cauldron and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He slowly walked forward and stared at everyone from the ancient imperial family. Qianluan's heart sank. He knew that the human demon had not used his full strength and was not prepared for a bloodbath. However, a storm would definitely follow. He was shocked and afraid. Then, he saw that Yi Fan ignored him and continued to trample on Li Zhan's body. His eyes were as cold as ice, and his killing intent surged into the sky. Qianluan, you should understand that when the victorious fighting Buddha killed Kuan Zhou, you crossed the line. It wasn't easy for you to survive. Then, when the primordial 10 races rebelled, you jumped out again. Senior Guy Jiuyo killed the Golden King, so you should have realized it. But time and time again, your grandson killed the entire race. Not only did you stop him, you even supported him. Yi Fan said unhurriedly. Qianluan's killing intent became even thicker. After being ridiculed by a junior, his eyes turned into cold swords that pierced people. Kill! Qianluan roared. The 10,000 dragons' bell danced in the air and turned into a beam of purple light that shot towards the human demon. The dragon's head was raised high, and its body was powerful enough to crush all things. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The immortal light once again shot towards the outer region. Qianluan's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a demonic god. In comparison, the human demon was very calm. He held the small cauldron, and after the immortal light faded, he looked very calm. He didn't look like a barbarian anymore. Impossible, the green cauldron has been shattered, and the deity isn't here. How can it stop the extreme Dao ancient imperial weapon again and again? Qianluan cried out loudly. Blood flowed out from his body. This was the true blood of the great sage, and every drop had miraculous uses. Yet now, it flowed out for nothing, evaporating into the air. Could it be that there are still deities within the shattered cauldron that aren't extinguished? The archaic heaven's holy objects can be completely revived? Qianluan couldn't help but roar out in anger. Behind him, ancient caves were exposed one after another. Many of them were completely destroyed, and the ground layer was completely opened up. It was a scene of ruin and disorder. Within the 10,000 dragon nest, everyone became silent. Their hearts and minds were all ice cold. Today's battle was too miserable for them. Their reputation would definitely fall through the floor. Who dared to do this since the ancient times? A single person actually came knocking on their door, almost tearing this place apart. It left everyone in despair. Ah! Li Zhan cried out miserably. Yi Fan's foot descended, and his body broke into 2 pieces. It was a tragic sight. Let me go, don't kill me. He cried out in alarm. Now, he was no longer unyielding. His face was full of fear, and his face was as white as snow. Who are the mortals you sent to kill going to beg for forgiveness? Yi Fan remained unmoved. His other foot was about to descend, trampling towards his skull. No, I'll submit. Leave me with my life. Li Zhan collapsed. The so-called unyielding spirit still had a bottom line. When he saw Yi Fan's ruthlessness, directly going to destroy his primordial spirit, all of his dignity and arrogance were abandoned. He struggled and begged. Human race's holy body, you killed my descendant. In the future, I will wipe out 10 of your clans. Qianluan roared coldly. He was forced to this step. He couldn't save his most beloved grandson, so he could only threaten him. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Do you still have a life? I actually want to personally send you on your way, but unfortunately, the heavens cannot let you live for another 100 years. You won't be able to fight against me. Where's your father?" The human demon grinned, but in the eyes of everyone in the 10,000 dragon nest, it was especially horrifying. He was younger than Qianluan, but he didn't put his father in his eyes at all. He was calling him out by name and was about to kill him. How can such a savage person comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth? Everyone was indignant. What they didn't know was that in the ancient era, the strong preyed on the weak. Which one of them didn't have a debt of blood? The nest of 10,000 dragons has disappointed me, the human demon said. This made the ancient king race furious, but they also felt incomparable despair. They really couldn't stop this killing god. They wanted to roar, but they didn't dare to. In the end, they suppressed their anger and looked at Yi Fan. All of this was because he had provided them with the green cauldron. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. In the present world, without ancient emperors, extreme Tao weapons were the most terrifying killing weapons. Even if you were the great sage, you would still have to bear a grudge. Yi Fan didn't have an emperor weapon, but he had a broken cauldron. Even if he couldn't see the god within, he could still stop the emperor's might. This was human nature. They couldn't do anything to the human demon, so they blamed everything on Yi Fan. They hated him and the green cauldron. Hong, the human demon, took action. He didn't destroy these prey and instead wanted to fill up the nest of 10,000 dragons. He used the green cauldron to block the 10,000 dragon bell and smashed forward with the white bone club. Another peerless collision occurred. Immortal light rushed into the heavens as if they were ascending to become immortals, shocking the world of mortals. In the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons, rumbling sounds could be heard. All of the ancient caves were collapsing. The power of the human demon's attack was too great. It was going to destroy the ancestral land of this race. Suddenly, a wave of majestic power spread out and pervaded the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. It turned into a third immortal light and rushed into the heavens. It stopped the collapse and protected this place. This is. The spectators in the distance were shocked. The descendants of the nest of 10,000 dragons also cried out in alarm. Half-emperor, this is the aura of a half-emperor. Everyone was stupefied. They were all shaken. That terrifying radiance rushed in all directions like an ocean. It stopped the collapse and pushed back all of the power. Heavens, there is the aura of a half-emperor in the nest of 10,000 dragons. He is so powerful and terrifying. Not good, this is a great disaster. Terrifying radiance spread and shook the world. It was as if a deity had revived. Yi Fan was stunned. There was actually a quasi-emperor in the nest of 10,000 dragons? If this was true, then this was definitely a huge variable. World-shocking immortal multicolored light appeared, releasing undying radiance. This was an unmatched domineering aura that shocked even the great sage. The eastern wastelands, central continent, southern mountains, and other places were all stirred up. Countless experts roared. In this age without an emperor, a half-emperor actually appeared? Up until now, all the clans were alarmed. News spread through the realm gates. Everyone in the world knew that Yi Fan and the human demon were attacking the nest of 10,000 dragons. A world-shocking confrontation had developed to this point, and now, an ancient emperor actually appeared. This was unimaginable, shocking the entire world. Too terrifying. The ancient race's backing is deep and immeasurable. There is actually such an unmatched existence. This is truly shocking. The path of immortality is about to open. A half-emperor has lived to this age, and who can contend against him? Even the great sage's corpse will lie beneath his feet. There is simply no way to contend against him. The battle situation changed so quickly that it was hard to believe. A matchless figure had appeared, and he was going to turn the tide. The immortal light that rushed into the heavens was thick and dignified, making everyone want to kowtow. Haha. In front of the tattered nest of 10,000 dragons, many ancient emperor descendants laughed loudly. Tears appeared in their eyes. This kind of turning point actually appeared at the critical juncture of despair. Holy human body, you are as weak as an ant. Let's see how you will survive today. Even though the human demon is strong, I refuse to believe that you have become the quasi-emperor. The heavens have eyes, there was actually a distant ancestor who sealed himself until now. My nest of 10,000 dragons will rule the world and be respected by the entire world. Laughter filled with success and domineering words resounded through the air. Many ancient emperor descendants were cheering and shouting loudly. They were originally in despair, never expecting such an unforeseen event to occur. They rose from hell to heaven, and the contrast was just too great. Could it be father? Qianluan also felt a wave of excitement. He felt his blood energy flourishing, as if he had returned to his youth. His father was known as Little D Quebec. He was an exceptional figure who was almost comparable to the most stunning deities. In that era, DK was absolutely brilliant. Even though he couldn't verify the Tao, his divine aptitude was still comparable to the Emperor of Fighting, and he was known as one of the most stunning deities since the ancient times. The father of Qianluan was 2,000 years younger than D Quebec. Although his aptitude was not as good as DK's, it was enough for him to be praised as Little D Quebec. In the battle back then, father of Qianluan had been too arrogant and wanted to capture the human devil barehandedly. In the end, he didn't expect that the power of Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang would invade his body. After the battle, he fell into a deep slumber. He was sealed in the divine cocoon, unable to wake up. Qianluan's eyes burned with passion. Naturally, he immediately thought of his father who looked down on the archaic era. He thought that Qianluan had made a breakthrough in the cocoon. Intruding into my race's land and destroying my dragon nest, I will kill without mercy. All of you will die. Qianluan's eyes were dark and cold. His words were like 10,000-year-old ice, sending chills down one's spine. However, what surprised him was that although the demonic human was surprised, he did not show any fear. He held the white bone club in his hand and stared ahead like a tiger watching its prey. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was even more outrageous. It could even be said that he was extremely daring. He lifted one of his feet and stepped on Li Zhan's forehead, preparing to crush it. No, you can't kill me. My race's quasi-emperor has awakened. You should understand. Li Zhan screamed in fear. He originally wanted to say some ruthless words, but after seeing Yi Fan's cold gaze, he was immediately terrified. Human race's holy physique, you must understand what you are doing. Release him quickly and your ending won't be too bad. Qianluan coldly spoke. This was a type of threat. Although he didn't say any ruthless words, it was more lethal than anything else. He was warning Yi Fan that if he dared to act recklessly, his ending would be miserable. From the past until now, I've never been scared by anyone. Yi Fan's foot landed, causing cracks to appear on Li Zhan's forehead. You dare? If Li Zhan is injured, I'll make you wish you were dead. Qianluan roared and used his divine voice. Everyone was stunned. Just how daring was the human race's holy physique? Even the resurrection of a quasi-emperor couldn't deter him? He actually ignored this side. If you kill me, it'll be hard for you to die even if you want to. Li Zhan shouted with all his strength because he found that Yi Fan's eyes were too terrifying. He actually wanted to kill him without any regard for the consequences. Pooh. Yi Fan's foot landed and crushed Li Zhan's head into a rotten watermelon. He didn't even bat. And I hate being threatened. Moreover, if I let you go, will your race be lenient? So what if you're a quasi-emperor? At worst, I'll just die here. Yi Fan calmly and coldly spoke. He wasn't nervous at all and was relatively calm. This made the group of people roar in anger. Li Zhan was slaughtered just like that in front of their eyes. Qianluan's eyes were especially red. The great sage wasn't a plant and also had a human nature. This was his most beloved grandson, and with a single roar, the mountains and rivers collapsed. He was so angry that his veins bulged, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Fan into pieces. So what if he's a quasi-emperor? I've already killed him. At worst, I'll just let him kill me again. Yi Fan was untamed. I'll hack you apart alive. Qianluan roared. The 10,000 dragon bell shook violently and immortal light rushed into the sky. However, everyone felt that something wasn't right. Qianluan also quickly came to a realization and felt a wave of uneasiness. Why didn't a quasi-emperor stop all of this? With the might of an emperor, he should be able to break through all obstructions and reverse yin and yang, preventing the tragedy of Li Zhan's death from happening. In the depths of the 10,000 dragon nest, immortal light shot out in all directions. The mist dispersed and the truth of that place appeared. This is... Everyone was stunned and their faces turned pale. There wasn't any quasi-emperor appearing. This was a formation that was flowing with Tao patterns. The terrifying aura was being emitted from it. How could this be? Everyone was disappointed. It was different from what they had expected. This is a formation carved by a quasi-emperor. It doesn't appear normally and will only come to life when the ancestral land is in danger, Qianluan said. He was a bit disappointed and frustrated. He thought of some anecdotes from his ancestors. Haha. Yi Fan laughed loudly. Just now, his heart had truly sunk because he thought that a huge variable had appeared. The quasi-emperor was too terrifying. Gai Jiuyo's bloodline was dried up and he didn't have much lifespan left. Now that he had fallen from that realm, he was still unrivaled. One could imagine how terrifying a truly unrivaled quasi-emperor would be if he were to appear. He would definitely be able to sweep through the world and was a taboo existence. The heavens are protecting my clan. This is most likely a flawless quasi-emperor formation. Great Sage Qianluan's face was flushed red. His disappointment was swept away and he actually became excited. He was immediately filled with confidence. In this endless era without emperors, what was the most terrifying thing in this world? There wasn't much doubt in this answer. It was definitely an extreme Dao weapon or an ancient great emperor's formation diagram. Emperor weapons needed to be revived and the requirements were too harsh. Normal people couldn't activate it and even the great sage couldn't truly grasp it. The so-called reviving an emperor weapon was just a relative term. However, an ancient great emperor's formation diagram was different. As long as one mistakenly entered it, it would be equivalent to starting a war against a great emperor. The prerequisite was that the formation diagram was undamaged and had never been damaged before. This was because the ancient great emperor's formation diagram was too heaven-defying. After such a long period of time, they had all been destroyed and only remnant scrolls remained. A quasi-emperor array diagram was placed in front of them. This was undoubtedly a world-shaking sight. Attacking it was equivalent to declaring war against a quasi-emperor. This was courting death. Retreat, everyone into the ancestral land. Great Sage Qianluan shouted. He was increasingly convinced that this was a flawless formation diagram. His face was flushed red and he couldn't be more excited. With this formation, anyone who dared to attack recklessly would be fighting against the quasi-emperor of the past. At the back, an old emperor and a stunning woman were in charge of guiding everyone into the formation diagram. An ancient emperor's daughter. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He was sure that this was the dragon lady of the nest of 10,000 dragons. She had lit to this era sealed in the divine source. The human demon didn't stop him because he had done something else. His eyes were blazing and his bronze skin shone. The green bronze cauldron in his hand shone with resplendent immortal light as it locked onto Qianluan. Great Sage Qianluan's divine abilities were peerless, but even with the 10,000 dragon bell, it was difficult for him to take a step forward. The quasi-emperor formation diagram was just inches away, but he had no way of entering. In an instant, his face turned snow-white. He knew it was over. The human demon was unhappy and was preparing to attack. He couldn't escape. Qianluan was unwilling. As a generation's great sage, he was a giant even in the era of ancient emperors. He was respected by the world. But now, he was locked onto and became prey. This was a kind of humiliation. He actually couldn't resist. The ancient emperor has revived, the god has awakened, help me take a step forward, he roared crazily. The races of the north all heard it. Everyone felt their blood run cold. For a great sage to roar in despair like this, one could imagine what kind of despair he had fallen into. Purple energy rose from the east and dense mist spread out. The 10,000 dragon bell turned into a true dragon that raised its head and roared. It really had life. Under its power, Qianluan broke free from the human demon's restraints. He immediately merged with the imperial weapon and became one. His true body entered the weapon and turned into a purple dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. He charged towards the Quasi-Emperor formation and wanted to escape this calamity. The human demon finally moved. He moved later but arrived first. He held the sparkling green cauldron in his hand and shattered the sky. He cut off the path ahead and blocked the imperial weapon. Black and white divine power spread out from the human demon's body, making him look incomparably terrifying. The two intertwined and turned into a taiji. It supported the green cauldron and suppressed the 10,000 dragon bell. This was the power of extreme yin and extreme yang interweaving. It was terrifying and unstoppable. The black and white taiji diagram supported the small green cauldron. It was like a divine disc supporting the only immortal. Great sage Qianluan was terrified. His body merged with the 10,000 dragon bell and directly tore apart the void to escape into outer space. He knew that he couldn't stop the human demon and couldn't enter the Quasi-Emperor formation. Only by escaping into the depths of the universe could he avoid this calamity. The human demon's speed was even faster. He turned into a bolt of black and white lightning and disappeared into outer space with the cauldron. He was filled with killing intent and attacked forcefully. He couldn't let the giants of the nest of 10,000 dragons go. The two figures disappeared. Yi Fan stood alone in front of the ruins and faced the people in the Quasi-Emperor formation with a cold expression. Some people wanted to rush out and fight him but then retreated. They didn't have the courage. The human demon's aura was still lingering around Yi Fan's body. It could descend at any moment and consign them to eternal damnation. A cold wind blew past. The nest of 10,000 dragons was in ruins. It was a scene of desolation. Only a terrifying aura spread in the depths, making it impossible to see through it. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze. He smelled a fragrance that refreshed the heart and saw the true dragon immortal medicine. This ancient medicine had long become sentient. It had accompanied the past emperors and ancient emperors. At this moment, it appeared in the primal chaos mist. The ancient royal family also turned their heads and looked in that direction. The primal chaos was hazy. There was a huge dragon nest made of black dragon wood. It was as tall as a mountain and was extremely majestic. Inside, the primal chaos surged like an ocean. It was vast and immeasurable, pressuring people to the point of suffocation. There was a mysterious coffin floating there, suppressing the heavens. Meanwhile, the true dragon immortal medicine's entire body seemed to be made of gold. It was brilliant and dazzling. It hid there like a fairy and peeped in this direction. Yi Fan was moved. If he could capture this immortal medicine today, it would truly be a great fortune. No one knew what the outcome of the battlefield in outer space was. Countless experts were watching from the sidelines. They were so nervous that they forgot to breathe. Dao friend, please be lenient. Harmony is the most important thing. A familiar voice sounded from the sky, as if it was trying to mediate. Yi Fan's expression became strange. He could tell that this was great sage Hunchua's voice. He actually came to be the peacemaker again. Pung, in front of the nest of 10,000 dragons, a corpse fell, smashing out hundreds and thousands of enormous cracks that extended outwards like a spider web. Great sage. Old ancestor. Within the Quasi-Emperor formation diagram, a group of people were crying. It was because this was Qianluan's great sage's corpse. He had been slaughtered and thrown down from outer space. Another one died. Yi Fan shook his head and said to himself. Ancestral sage. A woo-woo, in front of the tattered nest of 10,000 dragons, loud cries rang out. They were alarmed and terrified, not daring to believe this reality. The great sage of the Emperor clan had been killed, everyone's faces were snow white. This was a great disaster for them. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Their cries shook the earth. The ancestral sage is dead, the nest of 10,000 dragons has been half crippled. This Emperor clan is about to fall from their divine altar. After this battle, it is hard to say whether or not this Emperor clan will still exist. In the horizon, many experts hurried over. When they saw this result, there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't shaken. The glorious great sage of the Emperor clan was beaten to death. This shocked the world of mortals. The Qianluan great sage on the ground was covered in blood. After a bitter battle, he was blasted out from the 10,000 dragon bell by the human demon. This was a powerful deterrent. The Qianluan merged with the 10,000 zhang long purple dragon, yet he still couldn't escape this calamity. If he was blasted into ashes, then that was one thing, but his flesh was still perfectly fine. It could only be said that the human demon was powerful enough. The death of a human was like a lamp being extinguished. The Qianluan primordial spirit was killed. His body was ice-cold and devoid of life. However, his flesh was enormous and undying. A dragon head appeared like a true dragon, his cultivation was completely destroyed, and his magical projection was destroyed, revealing a humanoid body. As for his head, it was restored, tyrannical and sinister. The aura of the great sage didn't scatter, intimidating everyone. A great sage died just like that. This was a bloody conclusion. The giant who had once shaken the archaic era and witnessed the glorious reign of the emperor of fighting met a tragic end just like that. The nest of 10,000 dragons used to be high up above, looking down on all races like a deity. Now, their ancestral land was broken through, and there was a great disaster of their clan being wiped out. This made everyone feel incomparably terrified. The battle hadn't ended yet. The human demon turned into a black and white Tai Chi diagram, carrying the sparkling and translucent green cauldron. He was currently searching for the purple true dragon and entered the depths of the cosmos. He borrowed the celestial quartz divine artifact the green cauldron to seize the ancient imperial weapon. The people of the world were shaken. There were a few people who understood the truth, and they were all stupefied. That was an ancient imperial weapon that had been revived to a certain degree, yet it couldn't kill demons. The extreme ancient heaven's immortal cauldron's divine might hasn't decreased in the slightest. Even though it shattered, the deity within didn't scatter. Otherwise, how could it stop the 10,000 dragon bell? Everyone knew that the human demon had also encountered a huge problem. Before the great sage of Qianluan died, he had sacrificed his blood to the royal weapon, allowing it to revive to a special state. The 10,000 dragon bell had concealed itself. Was it going to unleash the true might of an ancient emperor? Most likely, he wanted to kill the demon in one strike. Why bother? Vengeance breeds vengeance, when will it ever end? Life is like a great dream. We cultivators all live for the sake of becoming immortals, struggling to cross the sea of bitterness. Alas, you have to know that harmony is the most precious in all things. Great sage Hunchuo stood towering in the sky while chanting an incantation, and he sprinkled a handful of soil for the dead. Ah woo! Everyone in the 10,000 dragon nest cried out in grief. The fall of the great sage of a generation had determined their decline. Even their ancestral land had been broken through. Even if they escaped this calamity, who would still revere the archaic imperial clan? Why was it like this? Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves. They all let out a sigh. Even the sun would fall, let alone a clan. There would inevitably be a miserable scene of decline. Yifan watched all of this coldly and didn't feel any sympathy. During the archaic years, the human race was lowly and became food for the powerful races. Even the skulls of human saints were turned into wine cups by them. It was an even more miserable fate. Younger generation, everything was brought about by you. You've provoked an endless disaster for my clan. Today, I will eliminate you. Within the pseudo-imperial formation, an elder roared. His eyes were completely red, and his entire body was trembling. He rushed forward to kill Yifan. Those who kill will be killed by others. Yifan said coldly. Ah! This ancient king roared. His roar shattered the leaden clouds and collapsed the vast sky. Killing intent swept out for tens of thousands of li as he pounced towards Yifan. Black and white energy flickered. The power of the great yin and great yang left behind by the human demon erupted and turned into a yin-yang diagram. It crushed over like a millstone, and this person cried out miserably. His body was almost turned into meat paste as he quickly retreated. He abandoned half of his body and fled back into the pseudo-imperial formation diagram in a sorry state. His face was devoid of blood and his body was trembling. Yifan's voice was like thunder as he said, "When you slaughtered mortals, did you ever think that this day would come? When you destroyed other races, did you ever think that you would also fall one day?" Suddenly, a strange sound came from the depths of the sky. It was like the birth of a heavenly dragon and the angry roar of a deity. A beam of purple light poured down and landed in the depths of the 10,000 dragon nest. Deities, it's a confrontation between deities. Everyone cried out in alarm. All sides were shaken. The 10,000 dragon bell released a tremendous bell sound. Before entering the ancient nest, the deity it produced actually appeared. Just now, it released an attack the world didn't know how powerful it was. In outer space, a portion of the stars shattered and turned into tribulation dust. An old clan elder with unfathomable magical power was horrified. Through the heaven-connecting formation, he saw a star domain go out and become completely dim. Could it be that the human demon was destroyed by the 10,000 dragon bell? After all, that cauldron was destroyed, so it most likely couldn't stop the resurrected ancient emperor weapon. Many people were excited and expectant. However, they were disappointed. Green multicolored light surged and the cauldron's light illuminated the cosmos. It supported the void as if the world was being opened and the endless life force was being produced. The human demon returned safe and sound. The celestial quartz divine artifact can be used to conquer the world and fight a decisive battle. It just revived. An ancient race elder that was sleeping in the source was roused and released this kind of voice. The archaic celestial court is truly unfathomable. How did they forge this cauldron back then? It's clearly shattered, yet it still possesses world-shaking might. An old clan elder said softly. On the distant Mount Meru, the victorious fighting Buddha stood in front of the great thunderclap temple. His fiery eyes gazed into outer space and was lost in thought. The human demon roared and flew over from outer space. He landed in front of the ruins of the 10,000 dragon nest. He wasn't injured and stared at the depths. Senior. Yi Fan walked up. This battle hadn't ended yet. In order to make all the races tremble, they had to take down this nest with thunderous methods. If they succeeded, no one would dare to act rashly again. At this time, the news spread throughout the world. The 5 regions were in a state of shock. The people sent out by Li Zhan were scared out of their wits. They were all scared out of their wits and immediately fled, not daring to appear in this world again. What do you want? In front of the ruins of the 10,000 dragon nest, an elder shouted sternly. They were in despair. Today's battle had been thoroughly defeated. The human demon walked forward and arrived in front of the formation. He scanned the people inside, making them feel very uneasy. If my father was still alive, who would dare to take half a step into the dragon nest? The ancient dragon princess said softly. Purple mist shrouded her body as she clenched her fists. The path is for later generations to walk. Sowing karma in the future, reaping karma today. Calamity isn't decided by the heavens and should be caused by man. Yi Fan also walked up. The quasi-emperor formation was shrouded in mist and protected everyone. Dao marks were connected to their bloodlines and could protect them from being killed. Even so, the people of the 10,000 dragon nest were trembling in fear. They were afraid that the human demon would enter and kill them all. The human demon walked half a circle with Yi Fan following behind. The expressions of the ancient royal family members immediately changed. All of them became unnatural. Activate the quasi-emperor formation and defend, someone shouted. The formation's Dao marks interweaved and turned into an immortal diagram. It became even more mysterious. Tens of thousands of traces were imprinted in the undying halo and emitted auspicious energy. A vermilion ancient coffin, Yi Fan was moved. He saw a giant coffin in the dilapidated ancient land. It coexisted with the quasi-emperor formation. The primal chaos dragon nest had the most shocking ancient coffins. There were also some in the caves outside. Back then, he saw 3 or 4 left behind by the vicious heaven refining art. The human demon's eyes immediately lit up and shot out a shocking beam of light. He looked at the ancient coffin in the formation and said, "An emperor among men, as expected, this ancient coffin is pressing down on the crucial area, causing the quasi-emperor formation to be flawed." Yi Fan was shaken. The crucial divine coffin was in the black nest and the outside was also particular. It seemed like the coffin wasn't placed randomly. The people of the 10,000 dragon nest were in despair when they heard the human demon's words. The quasi-emperor formation was flawed, meaning that the human demon could most likely enter, The calamity of clan extermination was right in front of them. They had never thought that such a day would come. They couldn't control themselves and some of them couldn't help but cry. Yifan was indifferent. It wasn't necessary for the clan to be exterminated, but those elders had to be killed. The terrifying beams of light in their eyes and their saint cultivation would be a great disaster in the future if they weren't destroyed here. The human demon stared for a long time and walked through the gap in the quasi-emperor formation. With a rumble, his first step was correct. The formation swayed, but there was no killing tribulation. Ah, no! Everyone cried out in despair. Several rainbows pierced through the northern void and descended like lightning. The elders of the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Primitive Lake had arrived. They all had gloomy expressions and couldn't help but grieve for the loss of their own kind. Fellow ancestors, you must seek justice for our clan and eliminate that human demon. Otherwise, how will our archaic clan establish our might? How will we face the myriad of races? One of the elders in the quasi-emperor formation cried out in grief and indignation. These people's bodies were flowing with the might of ancient emperors. It was clear that they had brought with them extreme Dao imperial weapons. All of them were bursting with killing intent. Their eyes were cold and emotionless as they stared at Yifan and then at the human demon without saying a word. The human demon was not afraid and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. You can't stop me. If you want to take action, I'll visit your cave residences one by one. Although he was honest, he wasn't the kind of person who would ignore the consequences and kill the world alone. This was an undisguised threat. The elders had no choice but to consider the serious consequences. If the human demon were to escape and take revenge in the future, it would be a great disaster for the entire clan. The Great Yin and Great Yang, which was stronger? With Yin and Yang working together, one could rule the world. This legend was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. They couldn't ignore it. Let's go. The dragoness issued such an order from within the quasi-emperor formation. She then turned around and rushed into the depths of the ancestral land, leading her clansmen in retreat. This was because she saw the hesitation and apprehension of the elders. She also saw the human demon take 5 steps and might really rush into the quasi-emperor formation. Princess, where are we going? The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons asked the archaic emperor's youngest daughter. My father once said that if there's a calamity of clan extermination and the clansmen are powerless to stop it, we can jump into the black primal chaos dragon nest, said the dragoness. The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons were filled with hatred. They glanced back at Yifan and the human demon before rushing into the depths of the ancestral land with the dragoness. They arrived in front of the mountainous black nest. The eternal dragon nest had existed for a long time, forged from black dragon wood. It was ice cold to the touch, releasing king-chong sounds. This type of wood was now almost extinct. It was rumored that there was a dragon that built a nest here during the legendary era, leaving behind this pitch-black ancient nest that was as tall as a mountain. During the archaic years, the ancient emperor produced a great emperor clan here. Later on, the great emperor chose this ancient nest to sink a coffin, further adding to its mysteriousness. Purple mists drifted about. Dragon Girl's graceful figure and snow-white skin moved like a streak of purple lightning, leading a large group of clansmen in retreat. Along the way, they brought out large amounts of rare treasures from many ancient caves. The treasury and other important places were swept clean. Hung, an unmatched pressure descended. The ancient nest couldn't be approached. They had just arrived and hadn't even risen into the air, but they were already suffocated. We can't charge in. Everyone's faces were pale. This place was a restricted area. Normally, they wouldn't come here. The ancient coffin within the primal chaos dragon nest released a tremendous pressure, making even saints tremble in fear. 10,000 Dragon Bell, revive. You are the continuation of Father Emperor's life, please protect my clan. Dragon Girl kowtowed, leading everyone towards the already dim Emperor weapon. The Emperor Dao has revived, protect my clan. These people all knelt down, activating their divine force together towards the 10,000 Dragon Bell. The divine sound turned into bell waves, the ancient weapon connected to the divine. As expected, it contained the will of a deity. It released heaven overflowing purple light, surrounding everyone. In the distance, the expressions of the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, Primitive Lake and the other old clan leaders were downcast. They stared at the human demon, and then at Yi Fan. They wanted to take action several times, but they restrained themselves. The human demon shocked the archaic era. He was an exceptional vicious individual. Unless they killed him on the spot, if he escaped, there would be endless disasters in the future. They didn't have any confidence. The other party grasped the green cauldron. If he wanted to escape, he could directly tear open the void. Unless a true half-emperor took action, it would be difficult to make him stay. Are we just going to watch as the 10,000 dragon nest is flattened like this? The human demon followed the gap in the formation diagram, entering deeper and slowly comprehending it. He would definitely be able to pass through. If nothing unexpected happened, wiping out this clan wouldn't be a problem. In front of the ancient nest, the 10,000 dragon clan's people's faces were pale. They refined the purple divine bell. They were both disappointed and in despair. The old clan leaders still hadn't taken action. At the end of the day, the aboriginals had their own selfish motives and weren't united. This was especially true when there was a serious competitive relationship between the imperial families. Otherwise, before the great sage of Qianluan was destroyed, someone should have come with the ancient emperor weapon to help. Why was there only one Hunchua to stop the fight? They hope that our strength will sharply decline, but they also don't want to be exterminated. But right now, they are afraid of the might of the demonic humans and are hesitating. We can't rely on them, we can only rely on ourselves. Dragon Girl said, indicating for the clansmen not to be scared, to bravely jump into the crow's nest, using this to defend themselves. Who knows, there might be an unexpected result. Activate. The few remnant leaders roared and used all their strength to activate the divine weapon. The dragon head of the ancient weapon was raised high, and the light beam became even brighter. The dragon body swept everyone up. The purple dragon coiled about like a snake mountain, protecting them under its body. Every segment was like a great bell, and then its entire body sunk into the dragon nest. They went into the crow's nest. The elders' faces revealed strange expressions, all of them extremely shocked. The human devil sensed something and retreated decisively. He brought Yi Fan to stand in the sky and observe the area. Boom, the purple light covered the sun and turned into a vast ocean that swept up high into the sky. It collapsed the sky and struck the outer region, causing many stars to shake. As for this ancient star, although there were no shockwaves, the aura of the great ancient emperor pervaded the air, and all the exceptional experts could feel it. Ancient Emperor. Oh my God, there are fluctuations of the resurrection of an ancient emperor. Is this real? Those who could make such a judgment were all big shots who had once ruled over an area during the immemorial era. They were fortunate enough to have seen the emperor fighting. Although this kind of fluctuation did not spread in all directions and only struck the outer region, it made every ancestral king tremble, and they couldn't help but want to worship it. This was even more terrifying than the pseudo-emperor formation diagram's aura from before, and it was many times stronger. As for the others, they directly thought that this was the power of the fairy realm, and it exceeded the limits of the world. They saw stars exploding in the outer region, and they were cut by the purple light. This is the ancient emperor formation diagram. The human devil's expression was incomparably grave as he stared at the jet-black dragon nest. Primal chaos surged inside, and the purple dragon sank inside. Who would have thought that the 10,000 dragon nest would have a supreme formation diagram left behind by their ancestral emperor? Who could break it? Who would dare to break it? A few old clan leaders were all horrified. The purple energy that rushed into the heavens, the light pillar that struck the outer region, and the strands of supreme Tao marks continuously interweaved, intimidating the past and present. Even though millions of years had passed, it was still immortal, and it made the geniuses bow their heads. They couldn't stand against it and couldn't contend against it. This was the ancient emperor diagram. Once it was resurrected, even deities would have to bear a grudge if they entered. It would be difficult for them to struggle free, and they would be slaughtered. The immemorial emperor's formation diagram is just as precious as an extreme path ancient weapon. However, if one barges in, the threat they face will be even greater. It can kill anyone. Is this the flawless ancient emperor diagram? Yi Fan asked. His heart was not calm, and he felt a boundless feeling. It was truly too powerful and terrifying. The human demon remained silent for a long time. He watched calmly and said, "It isn't the flawless diagram, just 30 to 40% left." Yi Fan was even more shocked. 30 to 40% of the formation diagram already possessed such power. If it was the flawless ancient emperor diagram, then wouldn't it be heaven-defying? True dragon undying medicine. Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Primitive Lake's clan leaders' eyes erupted with divine radiance. They couldn't conceal their desire at all. Their lifespans were about to end, and they didn't have many years left. There were only a few stalks of this heaven-defying immortal medicine since ancient times. If they could obtain it, they could live another life. It had previously followed the 10,000 Dragon Nest's ancestral emperor. An old clan leader said with a trembling voice. The others also felt their mouths go dry, swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. This was an exceptional opportunity. Unfortunately, they didn't dare barge in, not even with imperial weapons in their hands. The golden divine medicine was half a meter tall. It had 9 brilliant leaves, and at the top of the plant was even more so a palm-sized little dragon. It was entirely golden and dazzling. It had life, trembling as it looked in this direction. A fragrance cascaded down, seeping into one's bones. Every strand of fragrance was like a strand of energy from the immortal domain, making one's pores open and their entire bodies feel comfortable. Unfortunately, no one was able to collect this medicine. There was a set distance between it and the ancient imperial weapon. It took root in the primal chaos, accompanying a mysterious ancient coffin. It gently swayed, golden immortal light flickering about. The ancient medicine's fragrance wafted through the air. The elders in the 10,000 Dragon Bell also wanted to capture it. Someone took action, reaching out from outside the divine bell. In the end, they released miserable cries, crushed by a tremendous aura. The primal chaos dragon nest contained exceptional killing intent. That ancient coffin could resist the ancient emperor diagram, suppressing this place. No one could approach. This coffin really is shocking. The old clan masters' expressions all changed. After they revived in this era, they had all been invited over by Qianluan. In reality, all of the ancient race giants had come here to discuss and study the giant coffin. In the end, not a single person dared to take action. Even if they had imperial weapons, they still didn't act rashly. It was because they sensed an inextinguishable great killing intent. They seriously suspected that the coffin not only contained the corpse of an ancient great emperor, there was also an unmatched killing diagram. It would sweep through everyone. Now, it seems like apart from the emperor corpse, there really might be an ancient emperor diagram. Otherwise, how could it suppress the crow nest? The expressions of the old clan masters were all extremely ugly. The true dragon undying medicine was right before their eyes, yet they couldn't obtain it. They were extremely unwilling. In reality, after all these years, the ancient saints of the 10,000 Dragon Nest were even more infuriated. They still couldn't obtain the ancestral emperor's divine medicine. Back then, when they were asleep, they were roused awake. They saw that woman who came here alone. She was like an immortal descending into this world, not daring to oppose her. In the end, she sank into the dragon nest, not paying them any attention. Only then did the clan release a breath of relief. The diagram left behind by the ancestral emperor was too heaven-defying. A portion of it was erased by the heavens, dissolved in the passage of time. There is also a portion that was suppressed by this ancient coffin, and that is why only 30 to 40% of the Tao patterns can be seen, said an old clan master. This was a heaven-defying precious land that seized the extreme mysteries of the world's natural luck. It was considered to be no different from Purple Mountain, its status equal. These two places had both been occupied by ancient emperors, yet in the end, they were also buried in the coffin of the human race great emperor. One couldn't help but let one's imagination run wild. Auho, a dragon cry resounded through the 9 heavens. Forget about cultivators, even mortals could hear it. The sound was clear and cold, spreading through the 5 regions and rushing into outer space. Inside the pitch-black dragon nest, a third of the region shone. A divine platform appeared, shining with undying radiance. Ancient imperial platform, it is actually a platform created by archaic emperors. It is rumored that it can penetrate the cosmos and enter the other shore of the boundless stellar river, reaching the limits of the cosmos. An old clan master cried out emotionally. Light overflowed in all directions, scattering the chaotic energy. Everything there could be seen clearly. The 10,000 dragon bell turned into a true dragon, sweeping those people into a stargate and disappearing just like that. Heavens, the entire clan left. Could it be that they used this to return to the ancestral star, to the limits of the cosmos? The people of Fire Chelan Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Primitive Lake all cried out in alarm. This was a tremendous change. An archaic great Emperor clan disappeared from the Big Dipper just like that. The archaic emperor left behind a path of retreat, a heavenly gate to return to the ancestral star. Did our ancestral emperor also lay down a heavenly path? They couldn't help but ask themselves, all of them seriously thinking about it. The archaic emperor looked down on past and present, and the human race great emperor's aura also devoured mountains and rivers. Their foresight was long-term, and they agreed that all races should coexist. Otherwise, if one of them proved the Tao, the other races under the heavens wouldn't even need to live anymore. Within the crow nest, primal chaos surged. That ancient imperial diagram had been extinguished, and the remaining ancient coffin was also submerged in primal chaos. The true dragon undying medicine swayed, releasing a fragrance that loyally accompanied the coffin. Is that the ruthless great emperor's coffin? Then who is Huang? Yi Fan said to himself. The bronze immortal palace, the ancient desolate forbidden land, the great tomb under the light-shaking realm, the 10,000 dragon nest, all of these historical remains were related to her. When will I be able to see a living great emperor? When will the immortalization path open? Will an emperor appear at that time? Yi Fan said to himself. He was incomparably expectant. He truly wanted to see a supreme being that towered above the 9 heavens. He had cultivated for so many years, yet he hadn't even seen the might of the quasi-emperor. Dai Jiuyo used to be the quasi-emperor, but his bloodline dried up, and his cultivation realm fell. He was no longer as powerful as before. Yi Fan stared at the gradually disappearing ancient coffin in the primal chaos dragon nest. He couldn't help but think of the Black Emperor's laments. Gazing at the heavenly path, a bleak dream. White hair scattered about, the blue sea and blue sky withered. 10,000 ancient emperors, how many saints turned to dust, the immortalization path was about to open. What kind of changes would there be? Would it turn into a calamity? The entire 10,000 dragon nest had disappeared. What kind of place was there at the end of the cosmos? What kind of races would there be? How many ancient stars would there be that gave birth to archaic emperors? The archaic emperor's aura devoured mountains and rivers, and the human race's great emperor is also bold and bold. They agree that all races can coexist. Dao friend, why do we have to face each other with sharp blades and evolve to such a state? An old clan leader said. I only know that the heavens must reign, and humans must eat. Time must move forward. If someone comes to kill me, I will swallow him. The great emperor has the laws of a great emperor, and I have my own reasoning. I am still a human, the human devil said. Was this an unchanging law, or was it the logic of the strong preying on the weak? The old clan leaders of the ancient royal families were all dumbfounded. These were all extremely simple and simple. In the ice-cold starry sky, Yi Fan was silent. He was sending off the human demon and was going to watch him leave into the distance. The human demon carried a string of golden crows and a purple-scaled old dragon on his back. He turned around and gave him a look. He waved his hand and then used the golden chains to seal himself. He tore open the void and carried out an eternal exile. Senior! Yi Fan shouted from behind. The human demon gave him one last look and entered the ice-cold void. He entered a passageway that led to who knew where and was about to reach the limits of the dark cosmos. His condition was sometimes good and sometimes bad. He had not truly broken free from the god during the day and the demon at night predicament. He could only travel far away, or else it would be a disaster for Big Dipper. After this separation, it was unknown when they would meet again. The human demon wanted to ask the heavens, but there was no result. That meant that he would fall, and he wouldn't even be able to care about the path of immortality. Cultivating both the Great Yin and Great Yang was a dead end. It was difficult to reach the peak of glory, and it was possible that he would walk step by step into the abyss of hell. However, the human demon had no choice. Ever since he stepped on this path back then, there was already no turning back. He could only advance and advance. He exiled himself into the depths of the cold cosmos and eternally drifted on this path alone. There was a 90% chance that he would wither and die in the darkness. The primal chaos dragon nest was covered by an ancient great emperor's killing formation. No one could enter, and immortal medicines couldn't be obtained. The curtains were drawn on this battle. Great waves rose and fell in the Big Dipper and the 5 regions. The world was restless and the 4 seas were shaken. Everyone was discussing this matter. The 10,000 dragon nest had been removed from this world. This was a huge uproar. No one had expected this kind of result. The human race's holy body and the human demon descended into the archaic imperial ancestral land and eradicated this race. The Qianluan great sage had died, and his corpse had been taken away to become food. This was like a legend. No one dared to believe it. Inconceivable, it's too shocking. That was the great sage of a generation. A magnificent archaic imperial ancestral land disappeared just like that. These were the words people spoke the most. The entire world was discussing this. This matter was too great, and it couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to. Moreover, who would try to hide it? The news had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Quite a few archaic king races were frightened stiff, feeling a type of fear. That was a great emperor race, yet they were flattened just like that. Even though everyone knew that the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons had left, and that it wasn't a true genocide, it was still too shocking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was a rare event since ancient times. It's the human saint physique again. The eyes of some of the aboriginals flickered with ferocious light. They hated Yi Fan to the core. Last time, Gai Joyo had displayed his prowess and wiped out the saints of the primordial 10 clans. This time, it was also because of him that the human devil had appeared and descended upon the nest of 10,000 dragons, causing them to suffer a destructive blow and causing Qianluan to perish. Some people's hatred towards him rose to the extreme, wishing to kill him as soon as possible. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. First, there was Gai Joyo, and then there was the human devil. This was truly a type of great deterrence. Haha. Good, great. The human race was stirred up. Many people cheered loudly. During these past few years, they had all felt rather stifled. Only recently did they feel as if their breathing had become much smoother. Good kill. How delightful. Even a great imperial family has been eliminated. I want to see how the radical giants of the aboriginals will dare to take the risk again. Everyone knew that this battle was no small matter. From a certain perspective, it had pacified the next few decades or even centuries of chaos. Who would dare to bully and humiliate the human race now? After experiencing several great calamities, extraordinary human experts had appeared one after another. The aboriginals couldn't see through the depths of the human race, so they definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly again. This battle had definitely broken one of their powerful and terrifying bones. Even the imperial family was killed without hesitation, let alone the other races. If the battle continued, it was possible that some of the great ancient races would be wiped out. The nest of 10,000 dragons. This is an enormous race that has produced ancient emperors and an extreme imperial weapon to suppress and protect them. Back then, no one dared to disobey them under the heavens. Yet, they were defeated and forced out of the Big Dipper. Many people of the aboriginals were resentful, and their anger towards Yi Fan soared. Of course, with so many races, it was impossible for them to be a monolithic block. The people who were resentful were still the radical great races from before. In reality, after so many years, many races had dealings with the human race, and their relationship wasn't ordinary anymore. Sooner or later, I will kill the human race's sacred physique. Not to mention the ancient race's saints, even many of the younger generation were gnashing their teeth and swearing. This was a powerful kind of hatred, and it was used as motivation. And now, the human race's sacred physique was famous throughout the world. There really weren't many people who could kill him. As for the younger generation, they were close to despair. The human race is incredible. We can't touch him, we can't touch him. The elders of the ancient races were disappointed. This battle had set the tone for the future. No one would joke around with their lives. Unless the path of immortalization opened, there would be a long period of peace in the future. There would be no more disputes. If not for the fact that the human-demon situation was fluctuating, Yi Fan would even want to fight another ancient royal family. That way, no other race would dare to act recklessly. Unfortunately, the human demon had exiled him into the lonely universe. He didn't know if he would have the chance to meet again in this life. Yi Fan muttered to himself, "You guys are lucky in the Fire Qilin cave." Of course, Yi Fan was deeply aware of this battle. His hatred was off the charts, and there was no ancient race expert who didn't want to kill him. The human race was naturally happy. This battle had turned the situation around, and they didn't have to worry anymore. Of course, they also knew Yi Fan's situation. Many of the human race's sacred physique have been sacrificed. From that year until now, he has been provoking the ancient races and putting himself in danger. His life is in danger. That's true. Some of the ancient kings definitely don't want him to continue living. One day, they will secretly attack him. Everyone knew the impact of this battle. Most of them felt that he had done a great job. But there was also a small group of people who slandered him in private and spread rumors. No matter when, this was unavoidable. This was how human nature was. Even gods couldn't be acknowledged by everyone. There were also demons. Didn't we just wipe out the nest of 10,000 dragons? Why do we have to do this? This is stirring up disputes for no reason and making the ancient races hate us. This is indeed the case. Haven't the disturbances calmed down recently? Even if there are undercurrents, it isn't a large-scale slaughter. Why did we have to wipe out the nest of 10,000 dragons? In my opinion, that Yi Fan wants to be in the limelight and make his name known in Big Dipper. He really doesn't know what he's talking about. A small group of people discussed like this. They had all sorts of thoughts and didn't recognize the effects of this battle. Instead, they slandered Yi Fan in every way possible. There were even people who wrote a declaration to punish Yi Fan. They felt that their writing was brilliant, their literary talent brilliant, their sentences beautiful and splendid. This naturally caused a storm. Someone shook his head and said, "When the path to immortality opens, I hope they can still say this and get close to the ancient races." Yi Fan shook his head when he heard this. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these things. Now that he had dealt with Big Dipper's matters, he was preparing to set off and participate in the most powerful trial. He invited the monkey, GZ, and the others to go as well. At the same time, he suggested that the Celestial Court migrate and temporarily lead Big Dipper to escape this most terrifying vortex in the universe. They would return when necessary. The opening of the path to immortality might be the greatest change in the history of the world. Participating without strength was simply courting death. When the time came, who knew what kind of supreme beings would appear? Both Saint Ape and GZ considered setting off, but they had to postpone it because they had their own matters to deal with. It might happen at the same time as the Heavenly Village's relocation. A small group of people from the human race targeted Yi Fan and made friends with the ancient race experts. In the end, they were ignored. In the end, a group of people were devoured, causing a farce that ended without a conclusion. We've lost. Many of the Pathfinders we sent died on the Eternal Lord planet. They were killed by the experts there. A shocking piece of news spread and exploded in the Big Dipper star region. Many ancient race experts were furious. They didn't get a single bottle of evolution fluid and even lost some people. We figured out their strength. There are Saint Kings, but we haven't seen the Great Sage. Their battle armor is really special and can increase their strength by a large amount. A mothership escaped and brought back detailed information about the Eternal Lord planet. The description of the evolution fluid's divine effects was very specific. This caused many great races to be unable to sit still. An expedition to the Eternal Lord planet, this became the focus of discussion. Many great races wanted to send out troops to seize the evolution fluid. They analyzed the information carefully and felt that killing their way into the ancient star region wouldn't be a problem. They would reap great rewards. On this day, the most powerful king and imperial clans of the ancient times held a secret meeting to prepare for the expedition. They began to dispatch manpower. At the same time, the heavenly village was also in full swing. As expected, the Black Emperor had extremely high attainments in Tao patterns. He had deciphered most of the star door secrets and combined it with the formation platform. Long-distance travel could be realized. Even without the mothership, we will be able to cross the sky in the near future and visit ancient stars one after the other. He was full of confidence. Yifan was also about to set off and undergo the most powerful trial in history. He wanted to become a saint and face the changes that would come after the path of immortalization opened. I'll be the vanguard for you guys. There's no need for the heavenly village to be high profile. Just slowly move there and recuperate in secret. A few days before Yifan set off, he had used some methods and channels to spread his whereabouts. He was going to the outer region and step onto the ancient starry sky path towards the eternal Lord planet. He dares to leave this place without Guy Joyo, Wei Yi, or the human devil, who can protect him. Let's go and kill him. The ancient races learned of this and many people showed off their abilities. If they met there, they definitely wouldn't let Yifan go. There were even some people who directly threatened to chase him down and kill him in outer space. Oh, are we going to leave Big Dipper? This is a good opportunity. The power of the green copper cauldron is obvious. It's because of it that it was able to resist the 10,000 dragon bell. If we can kill the human race's holy physique, then the cauldron will belong to us. Correct, there's something wrong with the divine will within this cauldron. If we really subdue it, it's the same as obtaining an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Its value is immeasurable. Many people found it hard to describe with words. Their hearts were about to boil. Once Yifan left Big Dipper, that would be a good opportunity for them to kill him. This wasn't limited to the ancient races. Even the saints from outer space held the same mentality. They wanted to kill Yifan in the starry sky at all costs. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no way the heavens will forgive you if we don't kill you. The Golden Crow army arrived again. An old ancestor said coldly and also wanted to chase after him. We can cooperate with the ancient races and have them provide us with the coordinates. We'll take the ancient starry sky path and don't have to ride the Cosmos mothership, said the saints from outer space. He's too arrogant. He actually dares to do this. Let's go as well and find a chance to seize the evolution liquid. If we can kill him and obtain the cauldron, that'll be even better. There were also cultivators from the human race who muttered like this. These were the people from the 4 symbols holy lands and the 9 heavens holy lands. These days, the matter of slandering Yifan was mainly due to them adding fuel to the fire. Not long ago, when they annihilated the 2 ancient dynasties, they had formed enmity with Yifan. That mountain elf from the 9 heavens holy lands and another powerful ancient spirit also set off, walking together with the saints from outer space. Yifan, this is too risky. You've lured so many enemies away. If you get caught, you might be consigned to eternal damnation. In the heavenly village, the sacred prince, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others persuaded him. Even the killing Saint Qi Luo came out of seclusion to send him off. No matter, I know what I'm doing. Everyone, I'll leave first. Yifan controlled a mothership and rushed into the sky. He entered the depths of the cosmos and then began to jump through space. Of course, before he left, he did some things that attracted the attention of the saints, who chased after him in a frenzy. End of chapter 1225. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.